Chapter 1. The Declining Family and the Awakening System. Nexin Shinzhou. In the Lingyu Hanqin Empire, within the Gu family estate, Gu Changqing gazed at the bustling Gu family courtyard, where groups of the younger generation mingled. In stark contrast, he stood alone, leaning against a pillar, feeling somewhat out of place. It has been a full 17 years since Gu Changqing traversed to the Tianxian continent. Now, he is 17 years old. Body refinement, true spirit, tribulation, king realm, emperor, venerable, and imperial realm. This is the cultivation system of the Tianxian continent, and above the imperial realm lie even higher levels. Yet these realms remain beyond Gu Changqing's reach. In the Hanqin Empire, reaching the tribulation realm qualifies one as a formidable expert. Many elders of the prominent sects reside at this level. As for the king realm, it represents the existence of ancestral figures within the major sects and families. Having embarked on his cultivation journey at the age of 5, Gu Changqing has never dared to slacken his efforts. Among his peers, he has exerted more diligence than anyone else. Now, at 17, with a true spirit at the first level, he stands unmatched among the younger generation of the Gu family. Yet, when viewed in the broader context of the Hanqin Empire and the entire Lingyu, he is but a drop in the ocean, a mere speck of dust, utterly inconspicuous and insignificant. I have embarrassed my predecessors among the traversers. While other traversers are born with supreme bones or chaotic physiques, often accompanied by a wise elder or a golden finger system, he finds himself devoid of such advantages. What system or golden finger? Not even a shadow has graced his existence. Perhaps it is best to live a life of simplicity and tranquility, he mused, though his tone betrayed a hint of reluctance. Yet, no matter how much he resented this fate, it was futile. He could only resign himself to it. Young master, the Zhang family has sent someone. The head of the family requests your presence, a servant announced, bowing respectfully beside Gu Changqing. The Zhang family? Gu Changqing was taken aback. Ah, indeed, he had almost forgotten he isn't entirely devoid of fortune, for he has a betrothed, Zhang Baiwei, from the Zhang family. Unlike the Gu family, which is merely a small clan on the outskirts of the Hanqin Empire, the Zhang family stands as one of the 3 great clans in the Hanqin Empire, boasting no fewer than 5 experts in the king realm. Among them, the Zhang family's patriarch is a figure of great renown, known as the King of Jiang. He is a complete king realm expert, having 1 foot firmly planted in the divine king tier. The king realm is further divided into 3 tiers: Xian King, Tian King, and Divine King. A Tian King level expert ranks among the pinnacle of the Hanqin Empire's hierarchy. On one side lies one of the 3 illustrious clans of the Hanqin Empire. On the other, a modest family from a small border town, with the strongest among them being Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, at the 6th tribulation of the Tribulation Realm. These 2 seemingly disparate families share an extraordinary connection. The Gu family once experienced an era of unparalleled glory, producing a multitude of powerful figures and standing among the sacred clans of Lingyu, with divine emperors and exalted beings emerging from their lineage. At that time, the Zhang family was merely one of the many vassal forces under the Gu family's dominion. However, that was a tale from tens of thousands of years ago. As time shifted, 8,000 years passed, the Gu family faced a catastrophic crisis, resulting in the demise of their top experts, with much of their clan's techniques and treasures destroyed, leaving only fragmented remnants behind. Since then, the Gu family has begun to gradually decline. Following that period, the Gu family has not produced any formidable beings surpassing the realm of emperors. The vitality of their bloodline has weakened with each generation, to the point where, in the present day, the essence of their lineage is nearly imperceptible, teetering on the brink of extinction. The only way to rekindle their bloodline's strength is for someone within the Gu family to ascend to the emperor's realm. However, for the already diminished Gu family, this is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. The ancestors of the Gu family were not without their efforts. Over 3,000 years ago, they wagered their entire foundation in an attempt to cultivate an emperor, but alas, they met with failure. Once a dominant force in the spiritual domain, the Gu family has now fallen into obscurity, gradually forgotten by the world. Today, they are merely a family in a small border town of the Hanqin Empire, barely sustained by Gu Yuan, the father of Gu Changqing, a formidable figure at the 6th tribulation stage, which evokes a sense of lamentation. In contrast, the former vassal of the Gu family, the Jiang family, has flourished with exceptional talents emerging over the centuries. After the birth of Jiang Tianwang a century ago, they reached their zenith. Presently, Jiang Tianwang stands but a step away from the divine king realm. Once he breaks through, even the Hanqin royal family will have to show deference to the Jiang family. Since the fall of the last king of the Gu family, the ties between the Jiang and Gu families have dwindled. Regardless of the Gu family's past magnificence, those days are long gone. In the present, the Gu family is merely a small clan devoid of any king-level strength. It is entirely reasonable for the resplendent Jiang family to look down upon them. The willingness to marry Jiang Baiwei, the daughter of the clan leader, to Gu Changqing is not born of nostalgia for the past, but rather due to a lingering debt of gratitude that the Jiang family owes the Gu family. This debt has remained unspoken and unused for hundreds of years. However, it was only recently that, observing the fourth generation of the Gu family, it became evident that none possessed the potential to challenge the tribulation realm. Seeing this dire situation, Gu Yuan, Gu Changqing's father, finally grew anxious. Continuing down this path, the prospect of revival was bleak. In a few more generations, the Gu family might cease to exist altogether. Currently, Gu Yuan is the sole tribulation realm member, and while Gu Changqing's talent is considered decent among the third generation, it is merely satisfactory. The pinnacle of true spirit, 9th level, seems to be his limit, and the prospect of breaking into the tribulation realm appears daunting. Hence, this matrimonial alliance has come to fruition. My son, the future of the Gu family depends on you. I have found you a wonderful bride, the daughter of the Jiang clan leader. For her sake, I have invoked the debt owed to us by the Jiang family. Produce abundantly, have dozens of children, were the exact words of Gu Changqing's father. To have dozens of children, goodness, he is treating himself like livestock. Upon hearing the servant's account, Gu Changqing rose to head towards the guest hall. Yet, just as he stood, an inexplicable sharp pain surged through his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have awakened the more children, more blessing system. Gu Changqing. That melodious ding which he had longed for since childhood had never resonated until now. Is it truly happening? Gu Changqing felt as though he were in a dream, finding it hard to believe. By heavens, my system has finally arrived. It is indeed a challenge. Yet, one cannot help but feel that this has arrived rather belatedly, has it not? Having already traversed 17 years in this world, the protagonist reflects upon his age. What, then, is the essence of this blessing of offspring system? Upon a meticulous examination of the system's functionalities, Gu Changqing quickly comprehends its singular purpose. It is to procreate. The greater the innate talents of the progeny born, the more substantial the rewards that Gu Changqing shall receive. Additionally, there exists an achievement system, wherein rewards are granted upon the birth of the 10th, the 100th, and the 1000th child, respectively. At long last, Gu Changqing realizes why the system chose to manifest at this particular juncture, coinciding with his impending marriage and fatherhood. Had he known this earlier, he would have informed his father of his intent to wed and start a family at the tender age of 15. By the way, dear system, every other system has a novice gift pack. You must possess one as well, correct? Indeed, a simple response, yet it brings an exuberant smile to Gu Changqing's face. 3 novice random gift packs have been detected and remain unopened. Would you like to open them? Open them. P.S. Classification of realms. Body refinement levels 19. True spirit levels 19. Calamity realm levels 19. King realm mysterious king. Celestial king. Divine king. Emperor mysterious emperor. Celestial emperor. Divine emperor. Sacred emperor. Respectable mysterious respectable. Celestial respectable. Sacred respectable. Tao respectable. Great emperor mysterious great emperor. Celestial great emperor. Sacred great emperor. Emperor monarch. Saint. Chapter 1. The decline of a family and the awakening of a system. In the southern Xian divine continent, within the Gu family estate of the Hanqin Empire, Gu Changqing observed the bustling courtyard of the Gu family, filled with clusters of the younger generation. In contrast, he stood alone against a pillar, feeling somewhat out of place. 17 years had elapsed since Gu Changqing traversed to the Tianqian continent. He himself had now reached the age of 17. Body refinement, true spirit, tribulation, king realm, emperor, venerable, and emperor realm. This constituted the cultivation system of the Tianqian continent, with realms beyond the emperor realm that were beyond Gu Changqing's reach. In the Han Empire, those in the tribulation realm were considered among the strong. Elders from the major sects predominantly resided within this tier. As for the king realm, it represented the existence of ancestral figures within the prominent sects and families. Having embarked on his cultivation journey at the tender age of 5, Gu Changqing had never dared to slacken his efforts. Among his peers, he had exerted himself more than anyone else. Now, at 17, he had attained the first level of true spirit, and among the younger generation of the Gu family, none could rival him. Yet, when considering the entirety of the Han Empire, or even the whole spiritual realm, he felt akin to a mere drop in the ocean, an inconspicuous grain of sand, utterly insignificant. I have brought disgrace upon my fellow traversers, he lamented. While others born as supreme beings, or possessing chaotic physiques, often had accompanying mentors or golden finger systems, he found himself devoid of such advantages. Never mind, living a simple and unremarkable life might not be so bad after all. Though he spoke these words, a hint of reluctance lingered in his tone. However, no amount of discontent would alter his fate. He could only resign himself to it. Young master, someone from the Jiang family has arrived. The head of the family requests your presence. A servant appeared beside Gu Changqing, bowing respectfully. The Jiang family? Gu Changqing was taken aback. He almost forgot he was not entirely without fortune, for he had a betrothed, albeit an unintended one. Jiang Baiwei of the Jiang family. The Jiang family differed vastly from the Gu family, which was merely a small clan on the border of the Han Empire. The Jiang family, on the other hand, was one of the 3 great families of the Han Empire, boasting no fewer than 5 individuals at the king realm, including their ancestral figure, known as the King of Jiang, who commanded great respect throughout Han. He was a fully realized king realm expert, poised at the threshold of the divine king level. The king realm itself is subdivided into 3 tiers: Xian King, Tian King, and Divine King. A Tian King expert was a figure perched at the pinnacle of the Han Empire's hierarchy. One was a distinguished family among the 3 great families of the Han Empire. The other was a modest clan from the border of the Han Empire, where the strongest was Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, at the 6th tribulation of the tribulation realm. These 2 seemingly disparate families shared an extraordinary connection. The Gu family had once enjoyed a period of immense glory, producing numerous powerful figures and standing as one of the sacred clans of the spiritual realm, with divine emperors and revered lords emerging from its lineage. In that era, the Jiang family was merely one of the many vassal forces under the Gu family's dominion. Yet, that was a tale from tens of thousands of years ago. As time shifted, 8,000 years prior, the Gu family faced a monumental crisis, resulting in the fall of their top-tier experts and the destruction of the majority of their clan's techniques and treasures, leaving behind only fragmented remnants. Since then, the Gu family has gradually fallen into decline. There have been no formidable beings above the emperor rank emerging from the Gu lineage, and the potency of their bloodline has weakened with each generation, to the point where it is now nearly imperceptible, on the brink of extinction. The only way to reignite their bloodline power lies in having a member of the Gu family ascend to the emperor realm. Yet, for the already diminished Gu family, what a daunting challenge that presents. The ancestors of the Gu family have not lacked in effort. Over 3,000 years ago, they wagered their entire foundation in an attempt to cultivate an emperor, but alas, they failed. Once a dominant force in the spiritual domain, the Gu family has been thoroughly forgotten. Presently, they are merely a family in a small border town of the Han Empire, barely sustained by Gu Yuan, the father of Gu Changqing, a formidable figure of the 6th tribulation, which evokes a sense of melancholy. In contrast, the once subordinate Jiang family has flourished over the centuries, reaching its zenith after the emergence of Jiang Tianwang a century ago. Now, Jiang Tianwang stands merely a step away from the divine king realm. Should he break through, even the Han imperial family would have to yield to the Jiang family. Since the fall of the last king-ranked member of the Gu family, the ties between the Jiang and Gu families have dwindled. Regardless of the former glory of the Gu family, it has become a small clan devoid of even a king-ranked powerhouse. Thus, it is entirely natural for the prosperous Jiang family to look down upon the Gu family. The willingness to marry Jiang Baiwei, the daughter of the clan leader, to Gu Changqing is not rooted in nostalgia for the past, but rather due to an obligation that the Jiang family owes to the Gu familia debt of gratitude spanning several centuries. This debt has remained unspoken and unused by the Gu family until recently, as it became apparent that none among the fourth generation of the Gu family possessed the potential to ascend to the tribulation realm. Seeing this predicament, Gu Yuan, Gu Changqing's father, grew increasingly anxious. At this rate, if things continue as they are, not only will the Gu family fail to rise again, but in a few generations, they may cease to exist altogether. Currently, Gu Yuan is the only tribulation-level member of the family. Among the third generation, Gu Changqing's talent is considered decent, yet it is merely that decent. He is likely to reach the 9th layer of true spirit, but as for breaking into the tribulation realm, that seems exceedingly difficult. Thus, this marriage was arranged. My son, the future of the Gu family rests upon your shoulders. I have found you a splendid bride, the daughter of the Jiang clan leader. For her sake, I have invoked the debt of gratitude owed to us by the Jiang family. Produce abundant Lido, have dozens of children. These were the exact words of Gu Changqing's father. To have dozens of children, what a notion, as if treating oneself as livestock. After hearing the family servant's words, Gu Changqing rose, preparing to head to the reception hall. However, just as he stood, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sharp pain in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have awakened the more children, more blessing system. Gu Changqing. This melodious ding had been awaited for so long, from his childhood until now, yet it had never sounded. And now, unexpectedly, it has. Feeling as if in a dream, Gu Changqing found the situation somewhat surreal. Damn, my system has finally arrived. That IT is not an easy feat. However, could it be that this arrival is somewhat belated? After all, I have already traversed 17 years in this world. Nevertheless, what precisely is this multiplicative blessing system? Gu Changqing scrutinized the functionalities of the system and soon comprehended its essence. The system possesses but a singular purpose: to procreate. The higher the innate talents of the offspring born, the greater the rewards that Gu Changqing shall receive. In addition, there exists an achievement system giving birth to the 10th, the 100th, the 1000th. Each milestone will yield corresponding accolades. Finally, Gu Changqing understood why the system had not manifested sooner or later, but rather precisely at the moment he was about to wed and start a family. Had he known this would be the case, he would have informed his father at the tender age of 15, though perhaps 10 would be an exaggeration of his desire to marry and raise children. By the way, other systems typically offer novice gift packs. You must have one as well? Indeed. A simple yet profound response brought a radiant smile to Gu Changqing's face. 3 unopened novice random gift packs have been detected for the host. Would you like to open them? Open. P.S. Classification of realms. Body refinement levels 19. True spirit levels 19. Calamity realm levels 19. King realm mysterious king, heavenly king, divine king. Emperor mysterious emperor, heavenly emperor, divine emperor, holy emperor. Respectable mysterious respectable, heavenly respectable, holy respectable, Tao respectable. Great emperor mysterious great emperor, heavenly great emperor, holy great emperor, emperor monarch. Saint. Chapter 2. The Imperial Tier Cultivation Method. The Zhujian Sword Formation Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Imperial Tier Heart Method, the Tai Xian Classic. Open the second one. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Imperial Tier Alchemy Method, the Dan Emperor Heart Sutra. Well, upon witnessing the 2 items he had drawn, Gu Changqing could not help but exclaim in astonishment. 2 cultivation techniques, both of the Imperial Tier. It is no surprise that Gu Changqing was so elated. The term Imperial Tier carries immense significance. In this world, the hierarchy of cultivation methods is classified as human, earth, heaven, king, emperor, and sovereign. Currently, the primary cultivation method of the Gu family is the incomplete Gu clan heart method, which is a low-level king tier technique. This is quite commendable, as it has been passed down through generations. Although it is incomplete, it still ranks as a king tier technique. It is worth noting that in many king-level forces, their primary cultivation methods are merely king tier as well. The Gu family may lack a single king realm powerhouse, yet they possess a king tier cultivation method. Even during the pinnacle period of the Gu family thousands of years ago, the complete Gu clan heart method was only at the sovereign tier. This means that the two methods Gu Changqing has now obtained surpass the sovereign tier techniques practiced by the Gu clan during their golden age, elevating him to an even loftier echelon. Imperial tier cultivation methods are supreme techniques that could only possibly exist within the imperial court of the divine monarch. Initially, Gu Changqing harbored a slight resentment towards the system for its late appearance. However, that resentment has now dissipated, overshadowed by the overwhelming bounty it has bestowed upon him. Gu Changqing examined the two cultivation methods resting in the system's space with great care. The Tai Xian Classic, created by the Xian Emperor, comprises 4 volumes. Mastering each volume significantly enhances the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and the pace of cultivation. The Dan Emperor Heart Sutra, crafted by the Qingmu Dan Emperor, records the entirety of the Dan Emperor's lifetime learnings, along with his unique alchemical techniques, including all the recipes for the elixirs he has concocted. Glancing through the various recipes, Gu Changqing noted a plethora of them, including many that had long been lost to time. Open the 3rd gift pack. Gu Changqing had no intention of saving the last gift pack for later. Ding! Congratulations, host. A stroke of luck has struck, and you have drawn the Celestial Tier Cultivation Method, the Zhujian Sword Formation. Celestial Tier? The Zhujian Sword Formation. After consecutively drawing 2 Imperial Tier Cultivation Methods. According to the law of conservation of luck, it seemed unlikely that he would draw anything of worth next. Yet, who could have anticipated that the 3rd item would not only rival the previous 2, but surpass them in grandeur? Celestial Tier? To Gu Changqing's knowledge, the highest level of cultivation methods was Imperial Tier. Could this Celestial Tier indeed be above it? Above the Imperial Tier lies the Saint Tier. And only beyond the Saint Tier does one encounter the Celestial Tier, the system's voice interjected, providing clarification. Indeed, no wonder the system offered a special notification. This was truly an extraordinary stroke of luck. The Zhujian sword formation he drew in his 3rd attempt was an astonishingly formidable existence. Celestial Tier Sword Formation. According to the system's introduction, the Zhujian sword formation, conceived by the Kangwu Celestial King, allowed him to challenge the Celestial Emperor while still at the Celestial King level. The higher the grade of the spiritual swords forming the array, the greater the destructive power unleashed. Gu Changqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The concepts of celestial kings and celestial emperors were beyond his understanding. To him, the pinnacle of cultivation was merely the imperial realm. It is certain that the immortal king and the immortal emperor are beings far beyond the realm of emperors. The immortal rank sword array, with this formation at one's disposal. What celestial prodigy, what child of innate supreme fate, regardless of how many realms they surpass, could withstand even a few breaths within my Excalibur array? Master? A single utterance from the servant jolted Gu Changqing back to reality. Clearing his throat, he recognized that this was not the time for pondering the 3 foundational techniques. The Jiang family had arrived, presumably to discuss wedding matters, and he ought to make an appearance. Following the servant, he swiftly arrived at the reception hall. Yet, before he even crossed the threshold, Gu Changqing sensed an unsettling atmosphere. His father, Gu Yuan, occupied the main seat, his expression rather grim. What had been agreed upon as Jiang Baiwei had now morphed into Jiang Lianxin. This surely would not bode well. Where is the head of the Jiang family? This matter was settled between him and me. How can it be changed on a whim? I shall seek him out, Gu Yuan declared. The elder from the Jiang family shook his head and replied, Master Gu, it is perhaps best not to stir the pot. This is the will of the clan leader. Why does he not come to speak with me directly? Why send you? Gu Yuan scoffed. The current clan leader of the Jiang family had 2 daughters, the eldest, Jiang Baiwei, and the younger, Jiang Lianxin. Had it been the former Jiang Lianxin, Gu Yuan would have welcomed it wholeheartedly. But the present Jiang Lianxin was merely a frail individual who required servants even for the simplest of tasks. Jiang Lianxin had once been the most extraordinary talent of the Jiang family in a millennium, endowed with a natural spiritual bone that promised to challenge the imperial realm. Provided she did not perish prematurely. From the moment of her birth, she received the finest nurturing from the Jiang family, with countless resources lavished upon her. She did not disappoint. By the age of 6, she had completed body refinement. At 10, she attained true spirit, and by 16, she had reached the calamity realm. At merely 16, she stepped into a realm that many would find insurmountable throughout their lives. Such talent could hardly be deemed anything less than prodigious. It is worth noting that the strongest individual in the Gu family, the patriarch Gu Yuan, who was also Gu Changqing's father, had only reached the 6th stage of the Calamity Realm. However, not long after she entered the Calamity Realm, a significant event transpired, one that would alter Jiang Lianxin's life forever. During her external training, she encountered a holy maiden from the sanctum of Kanglan beyond the empires. The maiden challenged Jiang Lianxin, yet she was decisively defeated by Jiang Lianxin's overwhelming prowess. Though the holy maiden said nothing, her protector, citing Jiang Lianxin's excessive force, directly attacked her. No matter how prodigious Jiang Lianxin was, she was merely in the Calamity Realm and could not possibly contend with the guardian who had reached the Heavenly King realm. With a single strike, Jiang Lianxin was grievously injured, her spiritual bone shattered, leaving her severely wounded. As a genius upon whom the Jiang family had placed great hopes, Jiang Lianxin naturally had her own protector, yet he could not compare to the guardian of the sanctum of Kanglan. Although Jiang Lianxin's protector was also a king, he was merely at the early stage of the Xian King realm. The disparity between realms is immense, particularly between the Xian King and the Heavenly King, and even more so between the Heavenly King and the Divine King. Before a Heavenly King, the Jiang family's Xian King had absolutely no power to resist. The Sacred Maiden of Kanglan observed all that transpired, yet refrained from intervening, allowing her guardian to render Jiang Lianxin incapacitated. From that moment forth, Jiang Lianxin, the most resplendent and illustrious prodigy of the Jiang family, was reduced to a state of helplessness, evoking profound lamentations from countless observers. Confronted by the formidable presence of the Kanglan sacred land, the Jiang family, despite their animosity and indignation, dared not voice a single complaint. The Kanglan sacred land was simply too powerful, boasting more than one sovereign. The entire Han Empire appeared as inconsequential as mere ants in comparison to the might of the Kanglan sacred land. Regarding the shattering of Jiang Lianxin's spiritual bones, the Jiang family had indeed made considerable efforts. Even the king of Jiang ventured beyond the empire to seek out esteemed alchemists and healers, including many of the 4th-grade alchemist rank. However, they found themselves utterly helpless in the face of Jiang Lianxin's affliction. The fracture of spiritual bones could only be remedied by a being of the celestial emperor caliber or a master alchemist of the Danzun level. Yet, neither were within the reach of the Jiang family, a mere minor imperial clan. Even a mere audience with such entities was a distant dream, let alone soliciting their assistance. Thus, they were resigned to their fate. Jiang Lianxin, once viewed as the beacon of hope for the Jiang family's resurgence, was now rendered powerless. This event profoundly impacted King Jiang, who subsequently declared a retreat into seclusion, relinquishing control over family matters. Gu Yuan sighed, while he felt sympathy for Jiang Lianxin's plight. It did not imply he would agree to her marriage into their family. Gu Yuan sought a woman who could fortify the Gu family and perpetuate their lineage. Given Jiang Lianxin's shattered spiritual bones and diminished talents, even the offspring of such a union would likely lack exceptional merit. In contrast, Jiang Baiwei possessed a talent that, although far inferior to the former Jiang Lianxin, was vastly superior to the current state of Jiang Lianxin. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, Jiang Baiwei undoubtedly stood as the most gifted. The sudden reversal of the Jiang family's stance surely harbored significant reasons. Gu Yuan remained silent for a moment, inquiring about the cause of this sudden change. The elder of the Jiang family shook his head, stating that in due time, they would come to understand. With that, he rose and departed, vanishing from the Gu family's parlor shortly thereafter. Within the parlor, the senior members of the Gu family were filled with anger and despair, Gu Yuan among them. Yet, there was little they could do. The current Gu family lacked the qualifications to negotiate terms with the Jiang family. Even if the Jiang family chose to disregard the favors of the past, what could the Gu family possibly do? The times had changed. The Jiang family now was but a small clan lacking even a Xuanzuan. Gu Yuan reclined in his seat, feeling as though he had aged several years in an instant. Alas, what could be done? At that moment, Gu Changqing entered, observing his father's countenance. Gu Yuan managed a bitter smile. "Qing'er, you see for yourself. The Jiang family is unlikely to agree to marry Jiang Baiwei into our family, instead offering Jiang Lianxin. It is my inadequacy. If you are unwilling, then this marriage shall be abandoned, and in due time, I shall seek another wife for you." As for Jiang Lianxin, who is not familiar with her in the younger generation of the Han Empire, once, she was the goddess of dreams for many young talents and esteemed offspring of noble families, possessing a beauty that could rival the most exquisite paintings. like a fairy descending from the heavens, endowed with unparalleled gifts that surpass the empire. Yet now, she is but a mere invalid. The eldest son of the Gu family, at the very least, should not be reduced to marrying a person of such a fate. At this moment, Gu Changqing's attention was not on his father, but rather on the virtual interface before him. The list of potential brides: Jiang Baiwei, a Wutu spirit body, purple grade 2, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family; Jiang Ming, a martial arts prodigy, green grade 9, the daughter of the second elder of the Jiang family; Gu Changqing, of mediocre talent, white grade 6, a branch family daughter of the Jiang clan; and Jiang Lianxin, with a Xianbing sacred bone, gold grade I, broken yet capable of restoration. With restorative elixirs including the Tai Xian refining bone pill, the 9 crossing life bone pill, and the heavenly soul blood fusion pill. Gold grade talent. Gu Changqing's spirit jolted. The rating of talent had been explained by the system, classified from low to high as black, white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and red. Each color is further divided into 9 subranks, from 1 to 9. Generally, purple talent has the potential to challenge for the title of emperor, while orange talent harbors the promise of reaching the status of a venerable. As for gold, it signifies the potential to become a great emperor. Indeed, the Jiang family has completely underestimated Jiang Lianxin's gifts, mistakenly believing that she possesses a spirit bone, unaware that she bears a sacred bone, one that, as long as it does not fall, holds the hope of aspiring to the realm of a great emperor. Though the distinction between spirit bone and sacred bone appears to be merely a single character, the disparity between them is vast. A spirit bone merely aspires to the emperor's level, while a sacred bone holds the promise of achieving the status of a great emperor. Father. Gu Changqing excitedly interrupted his father. I might actually marry a future female emperor. Jiang family, how splendidly you have altered your course, how expertly you have exchanged. You have directly bestowed upon me a future female emperor. Let it be clear, no one shall retract their words. Whoever does shall be deemed a fool. Despite Jiang Lianxin's Xianbing sacred bone currently being in a broken state, this poses no challenge for Gu Changqing, who possesses the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra. The system even thoughtfully provided him with a plethora of elixirs capable of restoring the Xianbing sacred bone, although most of these have been lost to the annals of time. It matters not. Within the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra lies the formulas for these elixirs, including those that have been lost. As long as he can procure the necessary materials, he can refine them himself. Gu Yuan was startled by the sudden increase in his son's volume, wondering if the recent change of heart from the Jiang family had affected him, just as he intended to offer some words of comfort. Gu Changqing could hardly contain his eagerness and declared, I shall agree to the Jiang family's proposal and marry Jiang Lianxin. I desire no one else. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, saying, Qing but Jiang Lianxin is an invalid. Father. Gu Changqing fixed his gaze upon his father, eyes imbued with determination. The existence of the system naturally could not be disclosed to his father. Gu Changqing could only do his utmost to bring Jiang Lianxin into the Gu family as his wife. Well then, let it be Jiang Lianxin. At this moment, Gu Changqing began to comprehend why the Jiang family had suddenly changed their stance. The Wutu spiritual body, characterized by its purple aptitude, possesses the potential to ascend to the rank of emperor. This type of spiritual body is awakened postnatally, with the possibility of awakening as one matures. Yet there remains a chance that it may never awaken. Jiang Baiwei, it seems, has only recently manifested her Wutu spiritual body. It is no wonder that the Jiang family would abruptly reverse their decision. Had Jiang Baiwei not awakened this spiritual body, her potential would have merely allowed her to aspire to the realm of kings, but with the awakening of the Wutu spiritual body, she now harbors the potential to challenge emperors. In the eyes of the Jiang family, she is hardly inferior to the original Jiang Lianxin. How could they possibly let her go? I must sincerely thank the Jiang family. Although Jiang Baiwei did not appear, they have presented me with Jiang Lianxin, a maiden of golden aptitude. Gu Changqing was profoundly moved, observing the Jiang family as truly benevolent benefactors, fearing that he might marry someone lacking in talent. They have bestowed upon him a fate destined for greatness, a daughter of destiny with the potential of an empress. However, one must consider that had Jiang Lianxin remained within the Jiang family, the recovery of her profound ice sacred body would likely remain unattainable throughout her lifetime. Thus, for Jiang Lianxin, this may indeed represent a fortuitous opportunity. The moment Gu Changqing beheld her aptitude, he envisioned the names of their future children. He could hardly believe that the offspring he and Jiang Lianxin would conceive would be extraordinarily gifted, while his own aptitude may be mediocre. The prowess of his wife's gifts is remarkable, a golden sacred body. Furthermore, with the presence of a system, though his current aptitude leaves much to be desired, the future undoubtedly holds promise. At that time, any child born to him and Jiang Lianxin would likely embody the essence of a supreme emperor. How exhilarating! Chapter 3. The future Empress Jiang Lianxin. Breaking through 3 realms in the eastern part of the Han Qin Empire, a great distance from the Gu family, lies the Jiang family. Within a refined courtyard, there sat a girl of unparalleled beauty, her eyes reminiscent of flowing water. She quietly occupied a stone seat in a pavilion by the pond, her gaze fixed upon the swimming fish, reflecting a hint of sorrow and desolation. This girl is named Jiang Lianxin, once the most radiant jewel of the Jiang family. Yet now, she is a mere shadow of her former self, requiring the assistance of servants to walk. The sound of footsteps echoed, disrupting the tranquility of the scene. The newcomer, another woman, though not as breathtaking as Jiang Lianxin, was undeniably beautiful and bore a striking resemblance to her. Jiang Lianxin turned her head and, upon seeing the visitor, paused momentarily, but soon regained her composure. Expecting a servant to assist her back to her chamber, she was surprised to find not a servant, but her half-sister, Jiang Baiwei. Jiang Yunkong, the current patriarch of the Jiang clan, is also the father of both Jiang Lianxin and Jiang Baiwei. Jiang Lianxin's mother was Jiang Yunkong's third wife, who passed away shortly after giving birth. In contrast, Jiang Baiwei's mother was from the second marriage. Though they are sisters, their relationship has never been particularly warm. Jiang Lianxin, with her cool demeanor, devoted herself to cultivation and had few friends. From a young age, Jiang Baiwei harbored a deep-seated envy towards Jiang Lianxin. She resented the favoritism shown by their father, the way all resources within the clan seemed to be directed towards her sister, and she begrudged her beauty, talent, and everything else that made Jiang Lianxin shine. This jealousy disfigured her spirit. Observing the somewhat despondent young girl, Jiang Baiwei felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. She had awaited this day for a long time. The clan leader has decided to marry you off to the worthless heir of the Gu family. How ironic it is that the once celebrated prodigy of the Jiang family, the dream goddess of countless admirers, is to be wed to a scion of a declining family. In truth, while Gu Changqing may not be a genius, he certainly cannot be deemed as a complete failure. In Jiang Baiwei's eyes, however, the heir of a small border town family was barely worthy of any respect. Any legitimate child of the Jiang clan would undoubtedly possess greater talent than he. Having been so openly ridiculed by her own sister, Jiang Lianxin remained unperturbed, her beautiful eyes betraying no trace of agitation. So you've come here to mock me? If that is the case, it is entirely unnecessary. I am merely a cripple now, someone who requires assistance for even the most basic needs. Deriding a cripple would hardly provide you with any sense of achievement. Jiang Baiwei smirked slightly. How could you think so, my dear sister? I am here to express my gratitude. If it weren't for you becoming a cripple overnight and being forced to marry that worthless heir of the Gu family, it might very well have been me, Jiang Baiwei, in your position. Tell me, should I not extend my heartfelt thanks to you? However, speaking of it, a cripple paired with a failure truly makes for an exquisite match. Jiang Lianxin regarded her coolly. There is no need for thanks. Jiang Lianxin, you must surely feel a sense of resentment, do you not? Once the foremost prodigy of the Jiang family, the daughter of the clan leader, and now you are to be wed to a mere heir of a small border town. A failure who cannot even measure up to any random legitimate child of the Jiang clan. Jiang Baiwei's beautiful features twisted in frustration. The more composed Jiang Lianxin appeared, the more irked she became. This was not the reaction she desired. Leaning against the stone pillar, Jiang Lianxin gazed at the fish in the pond. There is no reason for resentment. I am but a cripple now, someone who requires support to walk. What right do I have to look down upon others? It is already a stroke of fortune that others do not disdain me. In the days that followed, the marriage between the Gu and Jiang families was firmly established. With the wedding set to take place in a week, the Gu family immediately began preparations. During this time, Gu Changqing remained industrious, practicing diligently while also pondering the matter of reconstructing Jiang Lianxin's sacred bone. Many elixirs capable of reforming Jiang Lianxin's sacred bone were recorded in the Dan Emperor's scriptures. Yet most of the required herbs were exceedingly rare. Not only would a small clan like the Gu family find it challenging to gather them, but even a prominent family like the Jiang clan, positioned at the apex of the Han and Qin empires, would struggle to procure them all. Fortunately, Fortune favors the diligent. After extensive searching, Gu Changqing finally discovered a miraculous elixir known as the Seven Mysteries Revitalizing Pill. This elixir, created by the esteemed Dan Emperor of the Qingmu lineage, is classified as a fourth-tier pill, yet its primary, guiding, and auxiliary herbs are merely of the third tier. It is nearly impossible to concoct a fourth-tier spiritual pill without a fourth-tier primary herb, but in the hands of the Qingmu Dan Emperor, what seemed impossible became a reality. Moreover, the 3 required medicinal ingredients are not particularly precious. Gu Changqing promptly dispatched individuals to seek them out. In terms of cultivation, Gu Changqing has made remarkable progress over these past few days, breaking through several realms in less than a week, ascending from the first level of true spirit to the 4th. Such a rapid advancement. Gu Changqing was astonished. Is this the essence of an imperial-grade technique? Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Xian Emperor is not an ordinary sovereign, and the technique he created certainly transcends conventional imperial methods. Merely having initially cultivated the first volume allows him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate exponentially greater than before, many dozens of times, even. It is unfathomable to contemplate the astonishing speed of his cultivation when he completes the subsequent volumes. In addition, Gu Changqing has also gained a preliminary mastery of the extermination sword array. The 4 swords forming the array are somewhat inferior, a single third-tier sword and 3 second-tier swords. However, these are the finest swords Gu Changqing could procure. Just a day prior, he ventured into the city specifically to test the might of the extermination sword array. The results left him utterly speechless. Once the array was activated, Gu Changqing felt as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Within the array, he believed he could easily defeat even his father, a formidable adversary of the 3rd tribulation stage. It was astonishing. The enhancement provided by the array far surpassed that of the Taishan Sutra. Without the extermination sword array, Gu Changqing could perhaps contend with opponents a level or 2 above him using the Taishan Sutra, but against someone significantly stronger, such as a 1st tribulation stage expert, he would be obliterated in an instant. The disparity of great realms is not easily surmountable, especially as he has only just begun to practice the 1st volume of the Taishan Sutra. However, the formidable extermination sword array can entirely compensate for this perceived gap. Once the array is unleashed, Gu Changqing's realm remains unchanged, yet the sword techniques he wields receive tremendous augmentation from the array. The increase in power could range from 200 to 500, or even 800 to 1,000. Gu Changqing found it difficult to gauge. The extent of the power augmentation is closely related to the quality of the 4 spiritual swords that constitute the array. If a mere array composed of a 3rd-tier sword and 3 second-tier swords can yield such terrifying enhancements, what might one achieve with 4th, 5th, or 6th-tier swords? Suddenly, Gu Changqing felt acutely impoverished. If only he possessed enough spiritual stones, he could easily upgrade all 4 foundational swords of the array to 3rd tier. Chapter 4. The Wedding Day. Marrying Jiang Lianxin, this day marks the grand wedding of Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin. The Gu family estate is adorned with vibrant decorations, filled with guests, and the arrangements are exceptionally lavish. However, nearly all the guests were invited by the Gu family. The Jiang family sent only 3 representatives, an elder, a maid, and Jiang Lianxin herself. Strangely, the patriarch of the Jiang clan, who is also Jiang Lianxin's father, was conspicuously absent. From this, it becomes evident that the Jiang family does not place much significance on this marriage. The clan leader's absence speaks volumes. And not a single high-ranking member of the family attended. They merely dispatched an ordinary elder. During the wedding, Gu Changqing caught sight of Jiang Lianxin, and he was struck by her beauty. Truly, she was an unparalleled beauty. The members of the Gu family and the guests surrounding them were equally captivated by the young woman's exquisite countenance. Many younger relatives, envious that Gu Changqing could wed such a celestial maiden, felt an urge to gnash their teeth in frustration. However, a faint sorrow lingered on the girl's face, imparting an air of melancholy. There were no dramatic scenes of interrupted vows or regrets under the officiant's guidance. Gu Changqing held Jiang Lianxin's delicate hand and performed the customary rites. Everything proceeded smoothly. Yet, one small detail captured Gu Changqing's attention. Her injuries were grievously severe. Indeed, he sensed that Jiang Lianxin struggled even to walk. As they knelt to pay their respects, he could distinctly feel her hand gripping his tightly, trembling incessantly, not from nerves, but from excruciating pain. Surely she was suffering immensely in silence. Nevertheless, she remained resolute, completing the rituals without uttering a word. After the ceremony, the Jiang elder departed swiftly, leaving behind a dejected Jiang Lianxin, who, hand in hand with Gu Changqing, watched the elder's retreating figure with a self-deprecating smile, her expression tinged with loneliness. The events of her wedding day had indeed taken her by surprise. She had never anticipated that her own father would refuse to attend her nuptials. Even as a person of diminished worth, she was still his flesh and blood. They say that great families are devoid of affection. In this moment, Jiang Lianxin truly understood that once one loses their value, they are regarded as less significant than even the most mediocre of the clan's promising heirs. Gu Changqing, sensing his wife's sadness, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and embraced her tightly. From this day forth, you shall be my wife, Jiang Lianxin. If the Jiang family does not cherish you, then I shall. Jiang Lianxin turned to gaze at the man who would share her life, feeling a swell of emotion as she gradually leaned into his embrace. At that moment, she felt utterly forsaken by the world. Her own father would not even attend her wedding, and her mother had long since passed away. All she wished for was that her husband would not find her burdensome. Her physical condition was dire, limiting the contributions she could make to Gu Changqing's life. In fact, she would require his care. Although the Gu family was not lacking in servants and she had brought along a personal maid, the maid could not be at her side at all times, leading to inevitable inconveniences. Over time, it was only natural for Gu Changqing to perceive her as a burden. She felt a lingering guilt towards him. The Gu family, while not a grand lineage, was among the most prominent in Jianglin City. She, after all, did not even qualify as a normal person, and Gu Changqing, who could have chosen someone far better, had chosen her nonetheless. The affairs of one's own life have spread throughout the Han and Qin empires, and Gu Changqing could not possibly be unaware. Yet, despite this, he willingly chose to marry someone deemed as worthless as herself, overcome with emotion. She also felt a twinge of guilt. On their wedding night, as she lay in bed, Jiang Lianxin's cheeks flushed, her hands nervously clutching the corners of her garment. The thought of what might transpire next made her face redden even further. This was her first encounter with such matters, and she felt utterly at a loss. However, when Gu Changqing climbed into bed, he merely embraced her without advancing further. Husband, Jiang Lianxin felt a surge of confusion. Be good, your body is weak, and it is not the right time for such matters. We shall discuss this later. As she gazed at the man before her, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Since her fall from grace, this was the first time she experienced genuine concern from another. The supposed care from her father and the clan elders was merely an interest in her innate talents, not in her as a person. But Gu Changqing cared for her as an individual. Yet, in the future, her body may never fully recover. This was a lifelong predicament. Sleep now, things will improve. Gu Changqing soothed as he gently tousled her hair. This was not mere comfort. In recent days, he had sent someone to gather the medicinal herbs he needed, and they were nearly complete. Once gathered, he could concoct the 7 Shin revitalization pill. With this elixir, Jiang Lianxin could restore her sacred bones. At that time, it would not be too late to consummate their union. Furthermore, given her currently shattered sacred bones, her aptitude was no better than that of an ordinary person. What if, in an intimate moment, she were to conceive a child of mediocre talent? Would he forfeit his system rewards? Of course, this was but one reason. The principal concern remained her frail health. Even the act of kneeling during their wedding ceremony had left her feeling exhausted. Since the moment Jiang Lianxin became his wife, Gu Changqing had regarded her as such, rather than a mere vessel for procreation. He had witnessed the Jiang family's attitude towards her, especially considering that her own father had not even attended the wedding, revealing her unfortunate standing within the clan since her sacred bones were shattered. Now that she had married into the Gu family, if he did not cherish her, who would? His wife deserved his care. If he did not show affection, who else could? Intimacy was an inevitable part of their future, and there was no need to rush into it within days. Chapter 5. Reconstructing the sacred ice bones. The following morning, Gu Changqing received word that the herbs he had requested the 8th elder to procure had all been found. The 8th elder, named Gu Quan, oversaw the clan's medicinal affairs. However, purchasing these herbs had nearly depleted the little treasury he had painstakingly saved. Despite being the eldest son of the Gu family, he was not yet its head and could not directly access the clan's treasury. Thus, he had to finance the purchase himself. With the herbs in hand, Gu Changqing hurried back to his courtyard to commence alchemy, as it was his first attempt. Despite having the experience from the Pill Emperor's Heart Sutra, He prudently chose not to immediately concoct the 7 Xian revitalization pill, but instead opted to practice with some second and third tier healing potions. A single 7-pattern pill, 3 5-pattern pills, and 3 3-pattern pills, none wasted. The elixir crafted by Gu Changqing is known as the recovery pill, a second-tier restorative potion, renowned as one of the most common and favored potions available in the market. The alchemical techniques of the Qingmu Pill Emperor are indeed remarkable. Although Gu Changqing had witnessed others in the art of alchemy, the methods employed by the Qingmu Pill Emperor starkly contrast with those of ordinary alchemists. All are at the level of pill patterns. Such a success rate in pill creation is a feat even a 4th-tier pill king would find challenging, would it not? The classification of alchemists mirrors that of pills, ranging from 1st to 9th tier. Generally speaking, a 4th-tier alchemist is referred to as a pill king, holding a status comparable to that of a formidable king-level practitioner, perhaps even more esteemed. The hierarchy continues with the 5th-tier pill emperor, 6th-tier pill venerable, and 7th-tier pill deity. Paralleling the cultivation realms, yet alchemists possess a nobility far surpassing that of their king-level counterparts. After successfully concocting the 2nd-tier potion, Gu Changqing set his sights on attempting the 3rd-tier pills, feeling little pressure. Ultimately, he turned his attention to the ingredients required for the 7-element revitalizing pill. Let the refinement commence. Previously, while crafting the 2nd and even 3rd-tier potions, Gu Changqing experienced no sense of strain. However, as he endeavored to create the 4th-tier elixir, he finally sensed his mental energy beginning to wane. It was nearing his limits. The only reason he could produce 4th-tier potions was owing to his identity as a transmigrator, which endowed him with a naturally superior mental capacity. Additionally, the immense spiritual power granted by the Taishan scripture played a crucial role. 4th-tier potions are the domain of the pill kings. This implies that Gu Changqing, at present, could be considered a half-pill king at best. With ingredients such as the soul-forming grass, honeysuckle, and mystic spirit root, Gu Changqing meticulously placed them into the alchemical furnace, controlling the heat with unwavering focus. Aware that there could be no margin for error, he possessed only this single set of materials. Failure was not an option. After an hour, success. With a low exclamation, the flames extinguished, and the pills were formed. A total of 4 were produced, 2 advanced 4th-tier pills, 1 intermediate 4th-tier pill, and 1 low 4th-tier pill. Yet none bore the pill patterns. This indicates that crafting 4th-tier potions remains somewhat of a strain for Gu Changqing at this stage. Nevertheless, the pills were successfully created. While the absence of pill patterns was regrettable, this was the zenith of his current capabilities. Upon completing this batch of 7-element revitalizing pills, Gu Changqing was nearly overcome by fatigue, his mental energy thoroughly depleted. Lying on the ground, he breathed heavily for a moment before rising and hastening to his room. At that moment, Jiang Lianxin had already awakened, supported by her maid as she stood. Upon seeing Gu Changqing burst in, his face etched with exhaustion, she immediately inquired, "Husband, what have you been doing to become so weary?" Gu Changqing gestured for the maid to step outside, then, supporting Jiang Lianxin, led her to the main hall. "Shiner, do you desire revenge?" Gu Changqing did not immediately present the pills, but posed the question instead. "Revenge?" Jiang Lianxin's delicate brows knitted in contemplation. Fully aware of what Gu Changqing meant by revenge, against the Kanglan Holy Land, Mu Yanran, and her guardian. To claim that she harbored no hatred towards them would be utterly disingenuous. Jiang Lianxin, though possessing a temperament marked by coolness, was by no means a saint. This grievance was one she could never forget throughout her lifetime. Yet, she understood the insurmountable difficulties that revenge presented to her. Her adversary was the saintess from the Kanglan sacred land, while she herself was now rendered a mere invalid. How could she possibly seek vengeance? The elixir, known as the 7 mystical spirit restoration pill, promised to reconstruct the spirit bones within her body upon ingestion. Gu Changqing presented the pill to Jiang Lianxin. The 7 mystical spirit restoration pill? Although Jiang Lianxin hailed from the esteemed Jiang family of the Hanqin dynasty, she had never encountered this particular elixir before. At that moment, confusion clouded her mind. She was acutely aware of her physical condition, which was far more complex than mere injury. Even the pill king had been unable to render assistance. Thus, when Gu Changqing suddenly produced a pill claiming it could mend her shattered spirit bones, it was no wonder she found it difficult to believe. It seemed rather absurd. Nevertheless, Jiang Lianxin accepted the pill from Gu Changqing's hand without the slightest hesitation and consumed it. Her husband had risen early, returning breathless and weary, presumably connected to this elixir. Regardless of its efficacy, it represented his heartfelt intentions. However, Jiang Lianxin, harboring little hope, felt a warm surge of medicinal energy coursing through her limbs and bones upon swallowing the 7 mystical spirit restoration pill, an indescribable comfort enveloping her. As time progressed, she could distinctly sense that her spirit bones, which had shattered into countless fragments, were beginning to be reformed. My husband, this elixir. Jiang Lianxin gazed at Gu Changqing in astonishment. She could hardly fathom that even the Pill King had been powerless against her shattered spirit bones. Yet Gu Changqing, with just a single pill, had initiated their reconstruction. This was utterly preposterous. Do not speak. Focus on channeling the medicinal energy within you. Gu Changqing instructed as he guided Jiang Lianxin to the bed. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, Jiang Lianxin forced herself to suppress them. Closing her eyes and commencing the cultivation of the Jiang family's primary heart method. Half a day later, Gu Changqing administered the remaining 7 mystical spirit restoration pills to Jiang Lianxin one by one, and her internal condition steadily improved with each passing moment. Thus, a day elapsed with Gu Changqing vigilantly by Jiang Lianxin's side. With a soft sigh, Jiang Lianxin gradually opened her eyes, only to behold Gu Changqing, who had remained steadfastly at her bedside. My husband, she murmured, assessing her own condition. Her spirit bones had been fully restored. Her cultivation had also ascended to the first level of the tribulation stage. Overcome with excitement, she embraced Gu Changqing and planted a kiss upon him. A myriad of unspoken words conveyed in that single gesture. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. Exhausted as she was, it seemed she would find no rest. The following day, Gu Changqing felt as though his entire being might crumble under the strain. Glancing down at Jiang Lianxin, who lay in his embrace with a countenance radiating bliss, he shook his head. It appears I must procure some sacred bone or supreme bone myself. Otherwise, I truly cannot endure this. Awakening to the subtle shift in his embrace, Jiang Lianxin rubbed her eyes and stirred from slumber. My dear, your sacred bone is truly remarkable. Jiang Lianxin's cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. However, she soon realized something. Sacred bone? My husband, you must be mistaken. What resides within me is a spiritual bone. What spiritual bone? A spiritual bone couldn't possibly cause me such turmoil. What you possess is not merely a spiritual bone, my dear, but a genuine sacred bone, and Xiebing sacred bone. Chapter 6. The emergence of the exalted celestial sword formation. Jiang Lianxin's astonishment. Sacred bone? Xiebing sacred bone? No, my husband. You are certainly mistaken. How could I possibly have a sacred bone? The distinction between a spiritual bone and a sacred bone, though slight in wording, is vast in reality. Jiang Lianxin was well aware of the significance of a sacred bone. Those who possess it are nothing short of extraordinary prodigies that even the imperial courts would covet at any cost. How could she possibly possess such a thing? As the conversation progressed, a flicker of belief began to stir within Jiang Lianxin. Reflecting on the 7 Xian revitalization pill her husband had presented the day before, she found herself contemplating the possibility that perhaps she truly did possess a sacred bone. If it had been anyone else's words, she might have dismissed them. But coming from her husband, she found herself swayed. In her eyes, Gu Changqing was no longer just an ordinary young master from a minor clan. An ordinary young master could not heal her shattered spiritual bone. After all, even the Pill King had been at a loss. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing too deeply into the origins of the 7 Xian revitalization pill or why Gu Changqing was so certain that what she harbored was a sacred bone rather than a spiritual one. If he wished to disclose it, he would. If he chose not to, there must be a reason behind it. My dear, with the rejuvenation of the sacred bone within you, you shall one day become the future empress. How could you possibly still regard me? A mere young master from a small family? Jiang Lianxin swiftly flipped over, pinning Gu Changqing beneath her, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. My husband, I know you're merely jesting. However, I must declare that all that I am is a gift from you. Regardless of whether I become a celestial sovereign or an empress, I shall forever remain your woman, your wife. The normally aloof Jiang Lianxin transformed into a figure of tender warmth in Gu Changqing's presence. If I truly do possess a sacred bone, then from now on, I shall protect you, my husband. I will be your sword. Whoever you bid me to slay, I shall slay. In these simple yet profound words lay Jiang Lianxin's deep affection for Gu Changqing. My dear, the hour is still early. How about? Jiang Lianxin understood the implication behind Gu Changqing's words. and her soft form pressed down against him. The battle was imminent. By the afternoon, both Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin had risen. "My dear, come, let us contest for 300 rounds. Ah, my husband, perhaps tomorrow would be better. I am fine. But what about you?" Jiang Lianxin's words caused 3 black lines to appear on Gu Changqing's forehead. "What do you mean by that? What kind of talk is this? Once I obtain the supreme bone sacred body, you'll certainly find out. I was speaking of a serious battle for 300 rounds. Where did your mind wander?" In the courtyard, Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin stood facing each other. He wished to test the extent of his current abilities and discern what level he had attained. Jiang Lianxin, endowed with a sacred body, serves as an impeccable test subject. The true spirit against the tribulation realm. This is not arrogance. It is confidence, absolute confidence stemming from imperial tier techniques and the formidable Zhuxian sword array. Despite currently being at the 4th level of the true spirit realm, ordinary tribulation realm cultivators are hardly a match for her. A serious battle? Very well then, my dear husband. Would you require me to limit my realm to the 4th level of the true spirit? With the reconstitution of her sacred body, the confidence of Jiang Lianxin, once a paragon of her time, has returned. It is not that she looks down upon her husband within the same realm. She has yet to encounter anyone capable of withstanding 10 moves from her, not even the saintess of the Kanglan sacred land. When Jiang Lianxin defeated her, it took merely 5 strikes. Given such circumstances, it is hardly surprising that she perceives lowering her realm to the 4th level of the true spirit as somewhat of a bullying act towards her husband. Gu Changqing feels a sense of frustration, having been so underestimated by his own wife. It appears that today he must demonstrate his true strength to Jiang Lianxin. No need to hold back in the upcoming battle. Though my realm is merely at the 4th level of the true spirit, you may not be able to contend with me. Jiang Lianxin stands at the first tribulation of the tribulation realm. Yet her prowess is not far behind that of Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan. After all, she is an unrivaled genius possessing sacred bones, and surpassing 3 or 4 levels is not a challenge for her. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changqing's expression grows serious. Zhuxian sword array activate. Faced with an unparalleled genius endowed with sacred bones, he does not believe he can rely solely on the enhancements from imperial tier techniques to secure victory. He requires the Zhuxian sword array. For spiritual swords emerge from his storage pouch, landing at the 4 corners of the courtyard, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery vanishes, leaving behind a world of blinding white. Zhuxian sword array complete. Be cautious, my dear. With a swift motion, a spiritual sword materializes in Gu Changqing's hand, which he then strikes horizontally towards Jiang Lianxin. The breaking cloud 3 swords. Although this technique is only of the low heavenly tier, its lethality has transcended such limitations under the augmentation of the Zhuxian sword array. Opposite Gu Changqing, Jiang Lianxin's expression gradually becomes grave. She realizes she has underestimated her husband, significantly more than she initially thought. Furthermore, what is the nature of this sudden luminescent barrier enveloping the courtyard? In truth, when she was at the same realm, she could easily dispatch opponents of this level with a single strike. Even if they stood still for her to attack, they would scarcely inflict any harm upon her. Yet now, facing Gu Changqing and his incoming strike, Jiang Lianxin senses a hint of threat. A sword strike from the 4th level of the true spirit can evoke such feelings of danger within her. Even Jiang Lianxin herself finds it hard to believe. Not daring to underestimate her opponent, Jiang Lianxin raises her sword to meet the challenge. With a sharp clang, a sound of metal colliding reverberates, and Jiang Lianxin lets out a muffled grunt as she is forced to retreat. For Gu Changqing, however, this is merely the beginning. Like a tempestuous storm, the sword strikes rain down upon Jiang Lianxin with ferocity and precision. Half a stick of incense later, as Gu Changqing's sword rested against Jiang Lianxin's delicate white neck, she found herself utterly dazed. Had she truly been defeated? And by Gu Changqing, who was several realms beneath her? It was no wonder Jiang Lianxin was taken aback. Prior to this, she had found no equal among her peers. Even when facing the saintess of Kanglan Holy Land, she had triumphed with merely 5 strikes. Never had she imagined that she would be bested by someone of a lower tier. She even entertained the fleeting notion that perhaps she had grown weaker. Yet, that thought was quickly dismissed. No, it was not her own weakness. Rather, it was her husband's extraordinary strength. A waste of talent? This was what her sister Jiang Baiwei referred to as the wasteful young master of a minor family. How amusing it would be if Jiang Baiwei knew that the so-called waste was capable of utterly overpowering her. How fortunate Jiang Baiwei felt that she had not married into the Gu family, but how she might regret that in the future. Her husband was no mere young master of a small clan. He was a true prodigy, a being of unparalleled caliber surpassing her own. In fact, Jiang Lianxin felt a sense of relief that Jiang Baiwei had awakened her Wutu spirit body. Otherwise, her husband might have been taken from her. In the days that followed, Gu Changqing devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. In the Tianjin continent, strength reigned supreme. Not only was he motivated by a desire for revenge on Jiang Lianxin's behalf, but her predicament also instilled in him a sense of urgency. Talent is fleeting. Was Jiang Lianxin not gifted? With the holy bone within her, she had the potential to ascend to the emperor level. Yet, in the end, she had been rendered powerless. Had it not been for Gu Changqing, Jiang Lianxin might have been doomed to a life of mediocrity, her holy bone forever beyond reclamation. The Tianjin continent is vast. In just the southern Xian divine continent, there exist thousands of realms. Within each realm, numerous sects and empires abound, filled with prodigies. But how many truly rise to the heights of the celestial emperor? Gu Changqing, at present, was still too weak. So weak that he dared not share the techniques acquired from the system with his family. His current strength was insufficient to confront the potential crises that might arise should those techniques be exposed. Of course, amidst his cultivation, Gu Changqing did not neglect the pursuit of progeny. The courtyard he occupied was filled with revelry night after night. To grow stronger, one must propagate. With fervor, he engaged in this endeavor. Finally, one day, through Gu Changqing's diligent efforts, Jiang Lianxin became pregnant. Ding! Congratulations, host. Jiang Lianxin is successfully pregnant. Unnamed gender, male innate fate, burning flame spirit body, orange grade 3, holy body descendant, purple grade 6, orange grade 3, purple grade 6, and orange aptitude. The demeanor of a celestial emperor. His first son was destined to be a future celestial emperor. Although not of golden aptitude, Gu Changqing was already immensely satisfied. There is no denying that my wife possesses exceptional talent, while I find myself somewhat lagging behind. After assessing my own abilities, I discovered that I am merely a green-level martial arts prodigy. The birth of a son endowed with the orange-hued stature of a celestial sovereign is solely attributable to Jiang Lianxin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Azure Fire Dan body, Gold Grade 1. Goodness! A golden achievement has emerged. I have given birth to a son of celestial sovereign status, and in return, I have received a golden qualification. The Azure Fire Dan body, a sacred body of alchemy, boasts a 200 success rate in pill creation, significantly enhancing the probability of producing pill pattern level elixirs. It possesses the innate Azure Lotus Heart Fire, which can be utilized for both alchemical endeavors and combat. The only slight disappointment for Gu Changqing is that although the returned qualification is golden, it is a Dan body. How much better it would have been had it been a martial arts physique. Nevertheless, it is still a golden qualification. As Gu Changqing dwells on his disappointment, he suddenly notices another attribute bar beneath his son, gradually solidifying. Twin yellow eggs? Oh no, twins. Gu Changqing's breath quickens. Could it truly be a set of twins? Unnamed gender, female innate fate, purple cloud erosion thunder body, gold grade 9. Gu Changqing. Gold grade 9? Surely I am not mistaken? The pinnacle of golden qualifications. Gold grade 9. An existence nearing red qualifications, surpassing even his wife's profound water sacred body by 8 tiers of unparalleled divinity. If the gold grade 1 profound water sacred body had the potential to ascend to the emperor realm, then with a gold grade 9 qualification, as long as it does not fall to ruin, it is destined to become an emperor. There is even a faint probability of transcending to realms beyond the emperor. Originally feeling somewhat disheartened by receiving a Dan body qualification, Gu Changqing is instantly filled with ecstatic joy. At this moment, his body even begins to tremble. This is because he contemplates a certain notion. If the first son, possessing orange grade 3 qualifications, has returned a golden fate, then, ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Chaos Sword Body, red grade 8. The Chaos Sword Body, the supreme ethereal body of swordsmanship, boasts a cultivation speed of 2,000, comprehension speed of sword techniques at 1,000, and the power of sword techniques at 1,000, with comprehension of sword realms also increasing at 1,000. As the hostess realm ascends, so too will the enhancements. Gu Changqing is utterly astonished. A red innate fate? Unbelievable. If his memory serves him correctly, the highest qualification displayed by the system is indeed red, is it not? Gu Changqing is uncertain whether there exists a higher qualification above the red fate. However, as it stands, red fate and red qualifications are undoubtedly the pinnacle of the system, the highest tier. With the chaos sword body combined with the extermination of a mortal sword array, Gu Changqing dares not even imagine the extent of his power when both are unleashed simultaneously. My precious daughter, you are truly a wonderful daughter. All my efforts over the past few days were not in vain. I nearly exhausted myself. It has all been worth it. One son and one daughter, with the son possessing sovereign qualifications and the daughter destined to become an emperor in the future. Gu Changqing is immensely satisfied, beyond measure. He has even begun to look forward to the arrival of his third child. Now, possessing a chaos sword body of the red 8th rank, complemented by Jiang Lianqing's golden 1st rank sacred body, Gu Changqing no longer feels like a hindrance. Instead, he has become a formidable force in procreation. He could hardly fathom how extraordinary their future third child would be. Perhaps they might even birth a talent surpassing the red quality. Chapter 8. Breaking through the Calamity Realm. Combat power surpassing the profound king 3 months later. As the day of Jiang Lianqing's childbirth drew nearer, Gu Changqing had already named their children. Their daughter would be called Gu Yunqi, and their son, Gu Changqing. Gu Yunqi would be the elder sister, while Gu Changqing would be the younger brother. Thus, the decision was joyfully made. In these 3 months, Gu Changqing's cultivation speed had soared to unprecedented heights due to his chaos sword body, advancing from the 4th to the 9th level of true spirit in merely 3 months. He stood just a step away from the Calamity Realm, a remarkable leap indeed. Even Jiang Lianqing, who bore the sacred bone, was astounded by Gu Changqing's terrifying rate of progress. It is worth noting that during the same period, she had only managed to elevate 2 levels, progressing from Calamity Realm 1st to 3rd. While it is true that higher realms entail greater challenges in cultivation, the disparity was quite astonishing. Although Jiang Lianqing's speed was already formidable, compared to Gu Changqing, she felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. Fortunately, he was her husband. Shiner, I plan to venture into the 10,000 Demon Sea after breaking through to the Calamity Realm, Gu Changqing stated to Jiang Lianqing after finishing his training one day. As his cultivation level increased, the resources available from their clan were no longer sufficient to support his ongoing training. The Gu family was merely a small clan, ill-equipped to sustain his considerable consumption. This applied not only to him, but also to Jiang Lianqing. Had she been in the Jiang family, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly have been swifter. Moreover, with their child's arrival imminent, preparations for spiritual pills and medicinal baths were necessary. Once born, with the medicinal baths, spiritual pills, and imperial-level cultivation methods, combined with their innate talents, the prospects were indeed promising. Previously, their lack of strength had hindered them from exploring the outside world. But now, they were just a step away from the Calamity Realm. As for Gu Changqing's actual combat prowess, he himself could not ascertain which level of strong adversaries he could match until he faced them in battle. Furthermore, over the past 3 months, in addition to his cultivation, he had devoted time to alchemy and had successfully concocted numerous pills. Although limited by the low-grade medicinal materials available in his clan, he still managed to produce several spiritual pills, and with the enhancement from the Qinghua Dan body, most of the pills he crafted bore pill patterns, sufficient to fetch a handsome price in spirit stones. Shiner is pregnant and cannot accompany her husband on his journey. Otherwise, I would gladly join you, Jiang Lianqing replied, gently touching her slightly rounded belly, her face radiating happiness. Gu Changqing smiled, embracing Jiang Lianqing and gently patting her shoulder, knowing that after their 2 little ones arrived, they would have ample time ahead. A week later, Gu Changqing successfully transcended the tribulation realm. For one endowed with the chaotic sword body, the barriers of tribulation posed no challenge whatsoever. The breakthrough occurred seamlessly, devoid of any difficulty, eliciting yet another wave of envy from Jiang Lianqing. It is worth noting that within the Han Empire, the tribulation realm is considered a domain of the formidable. What lies ahead is the passage through 9 lightning tribulations, each increasingly arduous. Yet, with the successful navigation of each tribulation, one's prowess would experience significant augmentation. However, this realm is also the most perilous, beneath the wrath of thunder. Only the worthy survive to ascend to higher echelons. A failure in the tribulation could result in instant demise by lightning. Hence, those who attain the tribulation realm do not dare to attempt a breakthrough lightly, which is why this stage is aptly named the tribulation realm. After surmounting the 9 lightning tribulations, one may ascend to the first stage of the King realm, the Xian Wang realm. This marks the emergence of a true sovereign, capable of traversing the vast expanse of the world, founding sects, and becoming their leader. Before embarking on his journey, Gu Changqing informed his father, Gu Yuan, who did not impede his son. Gu Yuan was aware of Gu Changqing's current level of cultivation, as his son had not concealed it excessively. The reason for such rapid advancement was not elaborated upon. Gu Changqing merely mentioned a sudden awakening of a certain talent. It was not that Gu Changqing wished to withhold information, but the nature of the system was beyond explanation, and he had no intention of divulging it to anyone, including Jiang Lianxing. This was not a matter of trust. It was his greatest secret, known only to him. The Sea of 10,000 Beasts lies to the south of the Han Empire, bordering 7 or 8 other empires, with the Han Empire among them. The Sea of 10,000 Beasts is fraught with peril, home to numerous emperor-level beasts, and even human emperors tread cautiously. However, this caution is primarily confined to the deep-sea regions. Beasts of the deep rarely venture into the shallow waters, rendering the latter a paradise for countless martial artists and adventurers from the bordering empires. This has given rise to several trading hubs, with Sea Moon Island being one of them. Sea Moon Island is also among the closest islands to the Han Empire and is Gu Changqing's destination. Above the cerulean waters, Gu Changqing traversed the air with remarkable swiftness. This spectacle drew the attention of numerous martial artists and adventurers below. To walk upon the air is a hallmark of a King Realm expert. Many felt a jolt of astonishment, their gazes filled with envy. A King Realm master, traversing the world, garners admiration wherever they go. Across the vast expanse of the southern Xian divine continent, they are truly formidable beings. However, unbeknownst to them, Gu Changqing was not a King Realm expert at all. His ability to walk upon the air was solely due to the extermination sword array. Positioned within the sword array, Gu Changqing acted as the sovereign of this realm, effortlessly gliding through the air. The sword array moved in conjunction with him, allowing him to maintain the extermination sword array, enabling him to soar like a King Realm master. However, sustaining the array required considerable consumption of his spiritual energy. However, even so, Gu Changqing was too apathetic to board those merchant ships. They were not only cumbersome, but also slow. At worst, when his spiritual energy ran low, he could simply find a place to recuperate for a day or two. Suddenly, while soaring through the air, Gu Changqing heard a deafening roar. He turned his gaze to the horizon where the sea met the sky, and there, a colossal creature was rapidly approaching his direction. This was a king-level demon beast. Gu Changqing was somewhat taken aback. It is noteworthy that he was situated in a shallow sea area, where the probability of encountering a king-level demon king was exceedingly low. Indeed, the likelihood of a demon king appearing in such shallow waters was akin to winning a lottery on Earth, particularly in Huagua. Nevertheless, no matter how low the odds, they were not zero, and he had never anticipated that he would come across one. What fortune! Instead of fear, he felt exhilaration. In recent days, Gu Changqing had encountered numerous demon beasts, but most were at the true spirit realm, with very few at the calamity realm. He had always yearned to test the extent of his own strength. How did he measure up against genuine powerhouses? Yet, he had not found a suitable opponent until now, as this one had arrived just in time. Chapter 9. The Sea of 10,000 Demons, Sword Slaying the Demon Kingdom? Are there humans? As the Demon King drew nearer, Gu Changqing discerned that it had not appeared in this shallow sea area by mere chance. It was pursuing a group of human cultivators. Cursed be the shallow waters. How could a king-level demon beast manifest here? What extraordinary luck! Among the fleeing figures was a petite and charming girl clad in a green robe, wielding a silver longsword. As the Demon King closed in, despair began to creep into her heart. The girl's name was Huang Yingying, a disciple of the inner sect of the Dust Heart Pavilion. With cultivation at the true spirit 4th level, the Dust Heart Pavilion was a sect of considerable strength in the nearby waters, with a leader who was a half-step King Realm powerhouse, making it one of the top sects in the vicinity. This time, the sect had organized an expedition, dividing into over 10 teams, of which hers was one. The Pavilion Master placed great importance on this excursion, assigning 2 to 3 Elder Guardians at the Calamity Realm to each team. With such guardians, they should have been safe. However, who could have foreseen that their team would encounter a king-level demon beast, nearly impossible to find in shallow waters? Not long ago, 2 Elder Guardians at the Calamity Realm had attempted to sacrifice themselves to buy their disciples some time to escape, but tragically, they could not even delay the Demon King for a moment. With a single swipe, The two elders were reduced to a mist of blood, unable to resist at all. The disparity between the Calamity Realm and the King Realm was insurmountable. Not only could the two elders not withstand the Demon King, but even the Pavilion Master would surely fall in the face of such an adversary. Huang Yingying was not alone. Despair echoed among the other junior members of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Alas, I have only just entered the inner sanctum. A promising future awaits me, and I have no desire to perish. Sigh, scattering and fleeing. I suppose saving even one is better than none. The elder, the last remaining member of the team, paused with a soft sigh, ceasing his escape and instead confronting the approaching Demon King. Elder Yang. No, cried several disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Elder Yang, known for his kindness within the sect, was always willing to assist anyone seeking his guidance, earning him the deep affection of his disciples. Now, as he prepared to face the Demon King in a bid to secure a sliver of hope for them, many disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion wept openly. How touching! Gu Changqing's voice gradually emerged. He was not mocking. The scene was indeed profoundly moving. No one wished for death, and Elder Yang was no exception. Yet he charged forward without hesitation for the sake of his disciples. As Gu Changqing's words fell, a radiant white sword light erupted instantaneously. This strike seemed to pierce the void, arriving before the Demon King in an instant. The Demon King, sensing the impending danger, raised its arms in a futile attempt to block the blow, but the sword light sliced through it as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, cleaving a deep chasm into the sea behind it. The Demon King's massive form was split in two, its blood staining the ocean crimson. In that moment, Elder Yang, Huang Yingying, and the other disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion were all filled with stark astonishment. The Demon King, of the Xianwang level, had perished? Just like that? A beast of such caliber, comparable to a human king-level expert. Everything transpired so swiftly that they hardly had time to comprehend it. Unconsciously, their gazes shifted from the Demon King's remains to the strikingly handsome young man in white hovering above them. That sword strike had been his doing. A king-level expert. Standing in midair, he had vanquished the Demon King with a single stroke. Undoubtedly, this young man, who appeared to be quite youthful, was a formidable king-level expert. What shocked Huang Yingying even more was the youthfulness of this king-level expert. He seemed scarcely older than herself, perhaps even younger. What sort of prodigy was this? In his 20s, a king-level expert? The Xuanwang-level Demon King was nothing in comparison. Gu Changqing, suspended in the air, paid no heed to the incredulous expressions of Elder Yang and the disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion. He gracefully descended to the surface of the sea, retrieving the Demon King's remains into his storage pouch. Though not particularly large, Gu Changqing's storage pouch barely accommodated the entirety of the Demon King's corpse, which was a treasure in itself, likely worth a substantial sum of spirit stones. Gu Changqing felt a twinge of astonishment. But it was not the kind stemming from the Demon King's remains. Rather, it was a realization of his own strength. Initially, he had estimated himself to be at the early stage of Xianwang, but that recent battle had illuminated the fact that his abilities might far exceed his expectations. The early stage of Xianwang could not even withstand a single strike from him. The Chaos Sword body, it seems, had been underestimated. At this moment, Elder Yang and the members of the Dust Heart Pavilion finally emerged from their earlier shock. Elder Yang hurriedly bowed and clasped his fist in gratitude, thanking Gu Changqing for his timely rescue. I am Yang Zhan, and I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness, esteemed senior, he exclaimed. The others, including Huang Yingying and the disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion, echoed their thanks. Having narrowly escaped death, they had just moments ago believed their fate was sealed. Today, as fortune had swung to extremes, if it were not for the timely intervention of this senior from the King Realm, they would surely have perished, a true act of salvation. Do not mention it. It was but a mere effort, Gu Changqing replied. However, this area has been stained with the blood of the Demon King, and it is likely to attract numerous beasts. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. With that, Gu Changqing took a step forward, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the sea. Farewell, esteemed senior. Elder Yang had intended to offer a precious item from his possession as a token of gratitude, but Gu Changqing had left in an instant, denying him the opportunity to reciprocate. Huang Yingying gazed in the direction of Gu Changqing's departure, her eyes filled with admiration. She had always considered her senior brother to be extraordinarily gifted, having reached the 8th level of true spirit cultivation at just over 20 years of age, placing him among the elite talents of the surrounding sections. However, in comparison to the youth clad in white, She realized that her journey had exposed her to a true paragon of excellence, a 20-year-old at the king realm. Such a notion had never even crossed her mind. Surely, he must be a prodigy on the Qingbang list. Only those exceptional talents listed there could achieve such a feat at such a tender age. Elder Yang spoke slowly, expressing his astonishment at having the opportunity to witness a Qingbang prodigy. Qingbang prodigy? Inquired one of the disciples, puzzled. Elder Yang, what is the Qingbang? Elder Yang lifted his gaze, a look of yearning on his face. The Spirit Domain's Spirit List is a compilation that encompasses nearly all the prodigies of our realm. The list comprises 1,000 individuals, each a genius among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies. 1,000? That many? One disciple exclaimed in surprise. Elder Yang shot him a disapproving glance. Is that too many? Do you comprehend the vastness of the Spirit Domain and the multitude of its inhabitants? Take the Han Empire. For instance, it alone boasts a population of hundreds of millions. And there are hundreds of empires like the Han within the Spirit Domain. Do you still think 1,000 is excessive? The disciple fell silent, realizing the number was indeed not only reasonable, but rather scarce. Was that gentleman we encountered a Qingbang prodigy? Huang Yingying asked. Most likely, Elder Yang replied, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. We are not in the interior, and my knowledge of the Qingbang is limited. Chapter 10. An unfathomable sense of familiarity. Who is he? After several days of soaring through the skies, Gu Changqing had nearly depleted his internal spiritual energy. He located a ship bound for Sea Moon Island and descended onto its deck. Given that it was late at night, the deck was sparsely populated, and thus he attracted little attention. The ship was grand, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 people, equipped with various amenities, including inns, tea houses, gambling establishments, and brothels. Gu Changqing reserved a splendid guest room and settled in, intending to depart once his internal spiritual energy had sufficiently recovered. The following evening, he slowly opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. After consuming 2 third-grade recovery pills, the majority of his spiritual energy had returned, and within a day or two, he would be ready to set forth again. For someone accustomed to soaring through the skies, the speed of the sea vessel felt excruciatingly sluggish. As dusk approached, and the setting sun painted the sky in hues of crimson, the atmosphere aboard the ship grew lively, filled with song and dance. And the deck was bustling with people. Gu Changqing chose a favorable spot and ordered a table laden with food and drinks. Having not eaten for several days while on the road, he was not starving but certainly felt a pang of hunger. With some leisure time at hand, he indulged in the melodies wafting through the air, suddenly feeling a wave of nostalgia for his past life. On the second floor of the tea house, over 20 young men and women were seated, all adorned in garments embroidered with the same emblem, suggesting they hailed from the same sect. Many gazes frequently swept towards the second floor, their eyes filled with envy. This group comprised disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Renowned as one of the premier sects in this maritime region, the disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion were revered wherever they went. Among the 20 or so individuals, one girl stood out, surrounded by admiration like a celestial body amidst a constellation. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, yet she commanded an undeniable presence, suggesting a high status. Sister Gu, you have slain a total of 23 sea demons this time, including 2 at the 5th level of the true spirit realm. I dare say the first place is undoubtedly yours. Indeed, the deputy pavilion master will surely be overjoyed to hear this. The flattery from those around her made the young girl feel somewhat elated, though the compliments were somewhat clumsy. She relished the sensation of being in the limelight. Her name was Gu Changqing, a core disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion. However, her prominence was not solely due to her accomplishments. Gu Changqing was also the daughter of the deputy pavilion master, who had no sons and cherished her as his sole treasure. Since childhood, she had been showered with adoration, surrounded by sycophants and admirers, which had fostered a somewhat willful disposition in her. As she scanned the surroundings and noticed the absence of a certain junior sister, Gu Changqing's brow furrowed slightly. Her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Where is Gu Changqing? Why hasn't she returned yet? Have I been too kind to that little wretch lately? Just then, a plainly dressed girl ascended the stairs. Though her attire was unadorned, it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Ah, you've returned? Gu Changqing, how did the sales go? Gu Changqing observed the approaching Gu Changqing, a flicker of jealousy crossing her features as she sneered. Gu Changqing's attitude instilled fear in Gu Changqing, who timidly produced a storage bag from her arms and presented it to her, saying softly, I'm sorry, Sister Gu, I only managed to sell 1/3. With a sharp slap, Gu Yuexian struck Gu Qing's delicate face, exclaiming, "You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you? Why not step aside? I shall return and inform my father of your incompetence. Your presence in the Dust Heart Pavilion serves only to squander resources." Indeed, Sister Gu granted you a mere 3 days, and you managed to sell but 1/3 of the goods. What a waste of Sister Gu's trust in entrusting you with this task. A number of onlookers echoed these sentiments. And though a few male disciples glanced at the beaten Gu Changqing with a hint of sympathy, none dared to speak up for her, opting instead to align with Gu Yuexian. 3 days prior, Gu Yuexian had entrusted a collection of materials obtained from slaying demon beasts to Gu Changqing, instructing her to sell them at the trading post aboard the ship. However, the quantity of materials was indeed excessive. It was utterly impossible for her to sell them all within such a limited time frame. This was clearly an intentional ploy to make things difficult for Gu Changqing. Everyone was well aware of this, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, merely acknowledging that Gu Changqing was simply unfortunate to have been placed in this group. Gu Changqing was merely an outer sect disciple, while Gu Yuexian was the daughter of the vice pavilion master. They understood all too well the reason behind Gu Yuexian's animosity towards Gu Changqing, jealousy over her superior beauty. Additionally, Gu Yuexian had recently developed a particular fondness for a senior brother in their sect, who, regrettably, was a suitor of Gu Changqing. This only further fueled Gu Yuexian's displeasure. "I'm sorry, Sister Gu," Gu Changqing murmured, covering her bruised cheek, tears glistening in her eyes. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She was acutely aware of Gu Yuexian's targeting, but found herself powerless to retaliate, having to apologize instead. Her family had exerted tremendous effort to secure her position in the Dust Heart Pavilion. If she were to withdraw, how could she face her family or her father? Thus, she endured in silence. Ah, what a handsome young man. Gu Yuexian had intended to further torment Gu Changqing, but her gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure of Gu Changqing, and her heart skipped a beat. Gu Changqing was strikingly handsome, enjoying a quiet moment with wine and music, capturing the attention of several young women. Gu Yuexian, upon this realization, felt a flutter of interest. She was a connoisseur of beauty, and her affection for the senior brother stemmed solely from his appearance. Yet, Gu Changqing's allure surpassed that of any man she had encountered before. Rising from her seat, Gu Yuexian made her way downstairs. The disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion exchanged glances, while Gu Changqing exhaled in relief. Her gaze turned towards Gu Changqing, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. Had it not been for Gu Yuexian's sudden change of focus, she would likely have endured further torment. Gu Changqing murmured softly. It wasn't solely Gu Changqing's looks that intrigued her. Though undeniably handsome, she was not as superficial as Gu Yuexian. What truly captivated her was a sense of familiarity she felt towards him. Was it merely an illusion? After scrutinizing Gu Changqing for several moments, she realized she did not actually know him. This was their first meeting. Yet, why did she experience such a peculiar sensation? How strange. Chapter 11. The Gu Clan Branch. "Cousin Gu Changqing, excuse me, may I join you?" Gu Yuexian approached Gu Changqing's table, shedding her previous haughty demeanor and inquiring sweetly. Although she was inquiring, she had already seated herself. Gu Changqing cast her a glance. No. As soon as the words left his lips, he turned his attention elsewhere, completely disregarding Gu Yuexian as if she were merely a figment of the air. Huh? Gu Yuexian was taken aback. She had contemplated numerous possibilities. Yet this outcome had eluded her imagination. She had been firmly rejected, and the abruptness of it left her face fluctuating between shades of green and white. Gu Changqing's terse dismissal had effectively silenced all the words she had meticulously prepared. The commotion from the second floor had been too conspicuous for Gu Changqing to ignore. He felt no inclination to engage with this headstrong girl. It seemed a futile expenditure of his time. Suppressing her inner fury, Gu Yuexian rose to leave. Upon returning to the second floor, her countenance darkened as she gazed at Gu Changqing, who sat apart from the crowd, her anger flaring anew. "What right does a mere outer sect disciple like you have to sit here? Go downstairs." At her words, Gu Changqing silently rose and descended to the lower level. Choosing a random spot to sit, "Gu Shiji, do not be upset. That insufferable brat truly knows not what he has lost," her admirers consoled her. Indeed, Gu Shiji's favor is a boon for him. If he knew you were the daughter of the vice leader of the Qingxin Pavilion, he would surely regret his folly. Were it not for the prohibition against fighting on the ship, I would certainly give him a proper lesson. A chorus of supporters began to offer their comfort to Gu Yuexian. After their reassurances, her expression finally softened somewhat. However, the scene that unfolded next ignited her fury once more. She fixated intently on the first floor, where Gu Changqing sat. There, Gu Changqing had unexpectedly appeared before Gu Changqing. Engaged in conversation, Gu Yueshuan's chest heaved with indignation, clearly agitated. The disciples of the Qinxin Pavilion also witnessed this spectacle, left speechless. Now, they found themselves at a loss for words of consolation. This was undeniably a slap in the face. Just moments ago, Gu Yueshuan had approached Gu Changqing with the intent to strike up a conversation, yet he had barely acknowledged her, treating her as if she were invisible. Now, the very Gu Changqing who had dismissed her so coldly was actively seeking out Gu Changqing. Gu Yueshuan's anger surged. Why? Why do all the men gravitate towards that little vixen? Brother Han acted the same way, and so did Gu Changqing. What was it about her looks that rendered her more desirable than herself? On the lower level, Gu Changqing initiated the conversation with Gu Changqing, not merely due to her appearance. While Gu Changqing was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to his beloved Jiang Lianxin. What intrigued Gu Changqing was the inexplicable connection he felt towards Gu Changqing. As Gu Changqing was approached by Gu Changqing, she shrank back like a startled rabbit. Casting a glance at the second floor, where Gu Yueshuan's expression was one of utmost distress, realizing that this was not a favorable situation. May I sit down? Gu Changqing inquired with a smile, observing the anxious Gu Changqing. Why yes, Gu Changqing replied timidly. After taking a seat, Gu Changqing remarked, you may find it hard to believe, but I sense a hint of familiarity about you, even though this is our first meeting. Upon uttering these words, he felt a twinge of regret, fearing that his statement might be misconstrued as a mere pretext for flirtation. Indeed, it bore a semblance to such an excuse. Yet he genuinely felt an inexplicable familiarity with her, which was peculiar given their initial encounter. Suddenly, Gu Changqing turned her gaze towards Gu Changqing. Do you feel the same? Sir? I do as well, yet we are complete strangers. She inquired, might your surname be Gu? A thought struck Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing nodded vigorously. I am Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing was taken aback, realizing that he too bore the surname Gu. Thus, the sense of familiarity between them did not seem to be mere illusion. Gu Changqing began to grasp the situation. Gu Changqing was not a direct relative, but rather a member of the same clan. The Gu family, in its most illustrious period thousands of years ago, boasted tens of thousands of direct descendants, with even more collateral branches. However, as time passed, the clan declined, fracturing and dispersing throughout the spiritual realm, with some branches even departing from it. Today, remnants of the Gu family that still endure are likely few, yet they do exist. The Gu family to which Gu Changqing belonged was one of the former branches of the revered Gu clan. The Gu family in Jianglin City, where Gu Changqing hailed from, was also among them. So, Brother Changqing and I are of the same clan? No wonder I felt an indescribable connection upon first seeing you. It is because we share the same bloodline, Gu Changqing exclaimed with excitement. She recalled her father mentioning the grandeur of the Gu clan in the past, and it was only after that she learned how formidable they once were. However, her father had also mentioned that the Gu family had dwindled to a few surviving branches, and their current whereabouts remained uncertain. They might even be the last of their line. Over the years, her father had been seeking information about the descendants of the Gu clan, but to no avail. Ironically, she had encountered a member of another branch before he did. The Hanshin Empire? How distant. No wonder my father has been unable to uncover any news. It is far too remote. During their conversation, Gu Changqing learned that Gu Changqing's family resided on an island named Huaqin Island, which was considerably weaker than the Gu family in Jianglin City, lacking even a single transcendent expert. The strongest among them was Gu Changqing's father, who had reached the pinnacle of the true spirit realm, which was indeed rather disheartening. The two continued to converse for a considerable time, with Gu Changqing exhibiting an unusual exuberance. I can hardly wait to share this news with my father. He will surely be overjoyed to learn of this. Meanwhile, observing their cheerful exchange from the second floor of the tea house, Gu Yueshuan became increasingly agitated. With a flick of her sleeve, she retreated to her private quarters, choosing to avoid witnessing their camaraderie, her mind already concocting plans to torment Gu Changqing, the little imp. That night, Gu Changqing and Gu Changqing conversed until the late hours, and only then did Gu Changqing reluctantly part from their delightful dialogue. Brother Changqing, I must return, otherwise Sister Gu will surely be upset. Gu Changqing stopped her, gesturing for her to take a seat. What difference does it make whether you return early or late? Even if you return early, will she let you off the hook? Gu Changqing was rendered speechless. Gu Changqing spoke the truth. Sit down. From this moment on, with me here, no one shall bully you. As for the Changqing Pavilion, if they are all of such character, then it is better not to associate with them. Gu Changqing was determined not to let Gu Changqing go back. Previously unaware of her kinship, he now understood their connection. And he not only refused to allow her to return, but also intended to address the matter of Gu Yuexian bullying her. His clan members were not to be trifled with. However, Gu Changqing hesitated. From Gu Changqing, she learned about the Gu family in Jiaolin City, which, though slightly stronger than the Gu family of Wanqin Island, was still limited. Confronting a colossal entity like the Changqing Pavilion was daunting, especially considering they had a half-step king realm expert in their midst. If she returned, she would merely face some bullying and humiliation. She did not wish to implicate Gu Changqing and the Gu family of Jiaolin City in her troubles. There is no need for hesitation. Shortly, I will arrange a room for you right next to mine. Gu Changqing's manner was resolute, leaving no room for Gu Changqing to refuse. Chapter 12. Senior, is it you? The following day, after Gu Yuexian awoke, the disciples of the Changqing Pavilion gathered together, yet Gu Changqing was notably absent. Dong Hao, where is that little wretch? She hasn't returned since last night. The disciple named Dong Hao quickly replied, Sister, Gu Changqing has not returned. What a shameless person. On the very first day of acquaintance, she ends up with someone and doesn't come back. How disgraceful. Gu Yuexian had hardly slept a wink the previous night, her anger palpable. Hee. What has transpired to vex you so, Shiena? Come, tell Uncle Wang. An elder entered as the hall doors swung open, observing Gu Yuexian's ire with a bemused expression. During this excursion, the Changqing Pavilion had sent forth several teams, each led by 2 to 3 elder experts. This elder, who introduced himself as Uncle Wang, was named Wang Chong and was the leader of Gu Yuexian's team. Unlike other teams, Gu Yuexian's only had 1 elder guardian. Yet Elder Wang Chong's strength surpassed that of the combined might of 2 or 3 elders from other groups. This arrangement was made personally by the Vice Pavilion Master. Given that this was the team of his daughter, Uncle Wang, upon seeing him, Gu Yuexian immediately adopted a posture of feigned innocence. It is Gu Changqing. She spent the night with a man she just met and did not return, bringing shame upon our Changqing Pavilion. What purpose does it serve to keep such a person here? Oh, is that so? Elder Wang's gaze swept the room, and everyone nodded in agreement. However, he remained somewhat skeptical. He knew Gu Yuexian all too well, headstrong and willful, relying on her father's position as the Vice Pavilion Master. She often behaved arrogantly. The words she spoke might not reflect the truth. At that moment, the main door swung open once more. Elder Yang, why have you only just returned? Entering was another team participating in the trial. If Gu Changqing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize these individuals as the very ones he had recently saved from the Dust Heart Pavilion. Why are only you few here? Where are Elder Mei, Elder Ping, and the other disciples? Observing the diminished group of Yang Jin, Huang Yingying, and the others, Elder Wang expressed his confusion. They have all perished? Yang Jin replied with a heavy heart. What? All dead? The faces of the crowd changed dramatically. A team should have consisted of at least 20 to 30 disciples, and now only a handful has returned. The casualties are quite severe. What transpired? How could dozens of disciples have died? This is a grave matter. For those who ventured out for training were the elite disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion, core members, inner disciples, and several outstanding outer disciples. Each loss represents a significant blow to the pavilion. The demise of dozens is undoubtedly a severe setback. During our training expedition, we encountered a king-level demon. In their desperate bid to buy us a moment to escape, Elders Mei and Ping both fell. Boom. The crowd was struck with immense shock. What? A king-level demon? Lao Yang, are you jesting with me? Wang Zheng's voice was somber. It was not that he doubted Elder Yang. He knew Yang Jin too well to think he would fabricate a tale to evade responsibility, yet the situation was indeed hard to believe. How could a king-level demon appear in the shallow sea region? I would never joke about such matters. There were numerous witnesses at the time, and soon enough, word will spread throughout the sea. Then how did you survive? Wang Zheng inquired again. If they truly encountered a king-level demon, survival would have been impossible. A king-level expert happened to save us. Otherwise, our entire team would have likely perished. Yang Jun said with a bitter smile, still feeling a profound sense of guilt for failing to protect the disciples of the sect. Wang Zhong sighed and patted Yang Jun on the shoulder. This is not your fault. Even I, or the pavilion master, would meet our end before a king-level demon. Your survival is indeed fortuitous. We must return to the sect immediately and inform the pavilion master. Just then, the door burst open, not gently, but with a resounding crash. Gu Changqing entered, accompanied by Gu Changqing. "Oh, you shameless wretch. How dare you return here with your paramour?" Gu Yuexian immediately spotted Gu Changqing beside Gu Changqing. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Changqing struck her with a resounding slap. Bang! With a dull thud, Gu Yuexian was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere, unable to even scream in agony. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one anticipated that Gu Changqing would dare to act against Gu Yuexian in front of elders Wang Zhong and Yang Zhen. Wang Zhong himself was taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, his expression darkened significantly. Initially, he was already in a state of great agitation due to the fall of his disciple. Now, someone had brazenly attacked a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion without uttering a word, and that individual was none other than Gu Yuexian, whom the Vice Pavilion Master had explicitly instructed him to look after with utmost care. If anything were to happen to Gu Yuexian, how could he possibly explain himself to the Vice Pavilion Master upon his return, just as he was about to take action? A single word from Yang Zhen halted him in his tracks. "Senior, is it you?" Yang Zhen exclaimed, looking at Gu Changqing with astonishment. The impression Gu Changqing had left on him was indelible. He had effortlessly slain a king-level demon with but a single sword strike, truly terrifying. Yet, he never anticipated encountering Gu Changqing once more in this place. "Senior?" Wang Zhong questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Yang Zhen, yet refraining from continuing his assault. Yang Zhen's call of senior sent a ripple of unease through Wang Zhong. As an elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion with a cultivation level reaching the 6th stage of the Tribulation Realm, though not as formidable as Wang Zhong himself, anyone capable of being addressed as senior by Yang Zhen must indeed be a powerful figure, the very same individual who had previously rescued them, a king-level powerhouse. Boom. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone felt a tremendous shock within their hearts. Gu Changqing, a king-level powerhouse? What a ludicrous notion, except for a select few, including Yang Zhen and Huang Yingying. The immediate reaction from the majority was disbelief. A king-level powerhouse in their 20s? What an absurdity. Gu Changqing recognized Yang Zhen and the others but chose to ignore them, as his perception of the Dust Heart Pavilion had soured considerably. Gu Changqing, standing behind Gu Changqing, was equally taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Brother Changqing, is he truly a king-level powerhouse?" On the ground, Gu Yuexian slowly rose, still dazed from the slap that Gu Changqing had delivered. Her right cheek was already a bloody mess, and she covered her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. Had she truly been struck? In her entire life, not even her father had ever laid a hand on her. "When you humiliated Qing, did you ever consider that such a day would come?" Gu Changqing advanced step by step towards Gu Yuexian. This senior, bam, Wang Zhong was sent flying off the ship. To plead for her again would mean death. The disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion felt their scalps go numb. Elder Wang Zhong, one of the strongest elders of the Dust Heart Pavilion, could not even withstand a single attack from Gu Changqing. They had completely come to believe Yang Zhen's earlier words. A king-level powerhouse, this youth was indeed a being of king-level strength, more formidable than the pavilion master. For many present, it was their first time witnessing a being of king-level status, and their hearts were stirred with tumultuous waves. "Dare to bully my clan sister? How do you wish to perish?" Chapter 13. If he were still alive, I would annihilate the Dust Heart Pavilion. Clan sister? Gu Changqing was the sister of this king-level powerhouse. In that moment, everyone finally understood why Gu Changqing sought to protect Gu Changqing. However, was not Gu Changqing's family a small clan lacking even a Tribulation Realm member? How could she possibly be related to a king-level powerhouse? Yet, no matter how incredulous they were, the truth lay bare before them. "I was wrong, senior. I shall never dare again. I did not know Gu Changqing was your sister." Woo-woo. Gu Yuexian knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy, tears streaming down her face as she prostrated herself, but Gu Changqing remained unmoved. A sharp, ethereal sword pierced through, and the life force within Gu Yuexian rapidly dissipated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Chong, the elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion, who had been sent flying by Gu Changqing's sword, returned to the ship, his condition dire, severely wounded. Gazing at Gu Yuexian's lifeless body, he felt a tumult of emotions but dared not utter a word. Gu Changqing departed with Gu Changqing, but not before uttering a chilling remark. "To raise a daughter of such caliber, her father is likely no virtuous man. I suggest your pavilion master behead him. Soon, I shall pay a visit to the Dust Heart Pavilion, and should that Vice Pavilion Master still be alive, every soul within your ranks shall perish." Such words sealed the fate of the Vice Pavilion Master with a single stroke. After delivering this ominous decree, Gu Changqing and Gu Changqing vanished into the void, leaving the members of the Dust Heart Pavilion in a hushed state of disbelief. They exchanged glances, and while sorrow was not the prevailing sentiment, many disciples felt a sense of grim satisfaction. Gu Yuexian had brought this upon herself. Her daily arrogance within the sect had oppressed many, silencing their anger. But she had finally encountered a formidable adversary. It was a fitting end. Elder Yang approached and glanced at Elder Wang, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Wang Chong shook his head. "I won't perish." That elder showed mercy. Indeed, he had, for otherwise, Wang, a mere 7th-level tribulation cultivator, would have been unable to withstand even a casual blow from a king-level expert. "I just don't know how to explain this to the Vice Pavilion Master when I return. He had specifically instructed me to look after Xianer." "Explain? To a corpse?" Elder Wang suddenly realized, as the truth dawned upon him. 3 days later, Gu Changqing and Gu Qing arrived at Haley Island. This island was modest in size, home to only one city named Haley City. Their timing was fortuitous, as in 2 days, the grandest auction in Haley City, hosted by the Haley Auction House, would take place, featuring a plethora of exquisite items. The Haley Auction House was jointly controlled by the 3 prominent half-royal families of the island. Gu Changqing planned to attend the auction before accompanying Gu Qing back to the Gu family on Huaqin Island. En route, they would pass by Dust Heart Island, home to the Dust Heart Pavilion. Gu Changqing's previous warning was no idle threat. Should he learn that the Vice Pavilion Master had survived or escaped, the existence of the Dust Heart Pavilion would no longer be warranted. Meanwhile, on Dust Heart Island, the Pavilion Master, the Vice Pavilion Master, and the high-ranking members of the Dust Heart Pavilion awaited the return of their disciples from training. Soon, as ships docked at the harbor, it signified the return of the elders and disciples from their arduous journey. The Pavilion Master, clad in a blue robe and appearing to be around 40, was no ordinary figure. Over 2 decades ago, the Changqing Pavilion was merely an ordinary sect among the Blue Tide Islands. However, since he assumed the position of Pavilion Master, it has experienced remarkable growth over the ensuing years, transforming from an obscure sect into one of the most formidable factions in the archipelago. He has become something of a legendary figure, and given his relatively young age, there remains a possibility that he may one day step into the realm of kings. The Vice Master of Changqing Pavilion, named Gu Ming, is an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, he stands as the strongest individual in the pavilion, second only to the Pavilion Master himself. Today, he is in good spirits, having successfully located the spirit what his daughter requested for decorating her room. He eagerly anticipates her return, wishing to surprise her. The Pavilion Master, having no sons and being blessed with a daughter late in life, dotes on her dearly. Regardless of the requests made by Gu Yuexian, he strives to fulfill them. The reason for Gu Yuexian's increasingly spoiled and willful demeanor largely stems from Gu Ming's excessive pampering. As disciples and elders return, Gu Ming finally catches sight of Elder Wang and hurries over. "Elder Wang, you have returned. Where is Xianer? Come quickly. I have prepared a surprise for her." Recently, she had persistently mentioned her desire for a piece of primordial spirit wood to adorn her room, and after much effort, he has finally procured it. Elder Wang gazes at the excited old man before him and shakes his head. "Primordial spirit wood? Just right for crafting a splendid coffin for your daughter." "Huh." Gu Ming is momentarily taken aback, thinking he misheard. "A coffin? What do you mean?" Elder Wang disregards his confusion and turns to the Pavilion Master and the other high-ranking members of Changqing Pavilion. "What are we waiting for?" Prior to his return, he had instructed someone to notify the Pavilion Master in advance, fearing that Gu Ming might flee. If Gu Ming were to escape, the entire Changqing Pavilion would be doomed alongside him. A sense of inexplicable crisis wells up within Gu Ming. He instinctively wants to retreat, but suddenly, the Pavilion Master, standing beside him, strikes with a powerful palm, crashing down upon Gu Ming's back. With a spurt of blood, Gu Ming gazes incredulously at the Pavilion Master behind him. "Why, Master? I have devoted myself to the Changqing Pavilion for all these years and have never wronged it." "Why?" "Because your precious daughter has attracted an untouchable existence to our Changqing Pavilion," the Pavilion Master replies, his expression calm and his tone cold. "A formidable being from the realm of kings. Moreover, this is not an ordinary king-level powerhouse. A sword has slain a king-level demon lord at around 20 years of age. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" This king-level entity is not only exceptionally gifted, but is likely to hail from a major power, the Holy Land Divine Court. Only forces of that caliber could nurture such a prodigy. A 20-year-old in the realm of kings. Just the thought is terrifying. I warned you that your indulgence of your daughter would eventually lead to trouble, but you did not heed my words. That king-level powerhouse has declared that if you do not perish, then the hundreds of us in Changqing Pavilion shall meet our demise. Do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon yourself and your precious daughter. Furthermore, did you truly believe you owe no apologies to the Changqing Pavilion? Is that statement one you genuinely stand by? Do you truly think that I am unaware of your clandestine dealings? Go on, join your daughter. The elders of the Changqing Pavilion surrounded Gu Ming. Chapter 14. A remarkable presence arrives in the sea of 10,000 beasts upon arriving at Haiyu City. Gu Changqing promptly sought refuge in an inn with Gu Changqing, as the auction was nearly 2 days away. This interval allowed for leisurely exploration of the island. Although Gu Changqing had inhabited this world for over a decade, it was his first visit to such a bustling marketplace for cultivators and warriors, and he found it utterly fascinating. After imparting a few instructions to Gu Changqing and leaving behind a sound transmission talisman, Gu Changqing departed the inn, making his way to the Haiyu auction house. He possessed numerous medicinal pills and materials from a beast king, all of which he intended to consign for auction. Haiyu City truly lived up to its reputation as a trading hub within the nearby sea, with bustling streets lined with vendors selling an array of weapons, spiritual herbs, and the pelts and bones of demonic beasts. As he strolled down the street, he eventually reached the Haiyu auction house, a towering edifice standing approximately 30 zhang high at the center of the city. Welcome. Are you here to consign items, or for another purpose? Upon entering the auction house, a manager greeted him with great enthusiasm and courtesy. I wish to consign items. Please summon your auction house's supervisor, Gu Changqing replied. The items he intended to consign, including materials from a beast king and various high-tier spiritual pills, were of significant value, beyond the purview of a mere manager. The manager furrowed his brow at Gu Changqing's words, awkwardly responding, "May I inquire what items you wish to consign? I am one of the managers here, and I can handle most transactions." "Oh, you can handle materials from a royal-grade beast?" Gu Changqing retorted, casting a discerning glance at him. "A royal-grade beast?" The manager was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Gu Changqing with renewed interest. Without further ado, Gu Changqing produced a storage bag, tossing it towards the manager. The manager caught it and probed its contents with his spiritual sense. Upon discovering the enormous corpse of a demonic beast lying within, he gasped in astonishment. I shall summon the supervisor immediately. Please, wait a moment." His voice trembled as he returned the storage bag to Gu Changqing and called out, "Someone, quickly escort this esteemed guest to the VIP room." Under the guidance of the staff, Gu Changqing arrived at an opulent and elegant chamber. Shortly thereafter, a captivating woman clad in exquisite purple satin appeared before him. "My apologies for the wait. I am Mu Zi, one of the supervisors of the auction house." The enchanting woman, in her 30s, exuded a mature allure, reminiscent of a ripe, luscious fruit that one could not resist savoring, her every gesture imbued with seduction. Even Gu Changqing found himself momentarily entranced. A charming physique? Gu Changqing mused, checking with his system, and indeed it was confirmed. Naturally charming physique. Blue. A charming physique it may be, yet it was not of the highest caliber, merely rated blue. However, individuals endowed with alluring physiques are exceedingly rare, perhaps one among millions. Such individuals are inherently suited for commerce and are highly coveted as partners by countless practitioners. They are the epitome of human excellence. This Mu Zi is fortunate to have been born in a semi-royal power like the Sea Moon auction house. Otherwise, she would have long been seized as a concubine or a vessel for others' desires. After the introductions, Gu Changqing swiftly approached the matter at hand and presented a storage bag. Mu Zi, however, was somewhat taken aback. When Gu Changqing first laid eyes on her, he merely experienced a fleeting moment of distraction before regaining his composure, displaying a level of self-control far superior to that of most young men she had encountered. Typically, those young gentlemen who first meet her are so enamored that they seem as if they would swallow her whole. At just over 20, a time brimming with youthful vigor, few can withstand her charm at this age. Upon receiving the storage bag from Gu Changqing, Mu Zi extended her consciousness to probe within. Although she had been informed beforehand, witnessing the massive corpse of a demon king with her own eyes still left her momentarily speechless. despite being one of the largest auction houses in the nearby sea. The number of Demon King corpses auctioned by the Sea Moon Auction House is exceedingly limited. The probability of encountering a Demon King in coastal waters is astonishingly low. One would need to delve deep into the Bent Sea to hunt them, and few possess the strength for such endeavors in the southern regions of the myriad Demon Sea. Even those at the King Realm dare not venture into the deep sea lightly. It is the territory of ferocious beasts, and their presence there often spells doom. Young Master Gu, may I be so bold as to inquire about the origin of this Water Wolf King's corpse? She asked, adding hastily. As if fearing Gu Changqing might misunderstand her, I mean no offense. I am simply curious. If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, I completely understand. It was at this moment that Gu Changqing realized the name of the Demon King he had slain, smiling as he replied, I killed it myself. Mu Zi rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that if he did not wish to share, he needn't fabricate such an obviously implausible story. Her reaction was anticipated by Gu Changqing. It was only natural for her to be incredulous, as anyone else would have reacted similarly. However, the truth of his words remained intact. Would it be deemed more believable if I masqueraded as an old man? Gu Changqing shrugged, refraining from further explanation. The veracity of his claim was irrelevant to him. Whether Mu Zi believed it was entirely her concern. In addition to this, there is also a collection of medicinal pills. I shall not auction these. Instead, I propose you evaluate what price your auction house might offer. If it is suitable, I will sell them directly to you. Gu Changqing produced another storage bag and handed it to Mu Zi. As she glanced into the storage bag, her previously settled emotions surged once more. Within lay an array of commonly sought pills, recovery pills, chi-gathering pills, ice heart pills, and detoxification pills, among others, with quantities that were quite substantial. Yet, the true highlight was that nearly all of them were of the pill pattern grade. Such pills are notoriously difficult to concoct. Even a high-ranking alchemist may struggle to produce pill pattern grade pills when crafting lower-tier ones, such as a third-grade alchemist attempting to create first-grade pills. Moreover, the elixirs contained within this storage pouch boast an array of intricate patterns, some reaching the esteemed 9-pattern and 8-pattern levels. The individual responsible for concocting these elixirs must surely be a Dan Emperor, wouldn't you agree? A Dan Emperor? In the expanse of the myriad beast sea, does such a figure truly exist? Historically, there have been instances, yet for centuries, one could scarcely find even a Dan King, let alone an emperor. Casting a thoughtful glance at Gu Changqing, Mu Zi pondered whether it was mere fortune that led him to discover a hidden cave left behind by some illustrious ancestor. Here lay the complete remains of a Demon King alongside a substantial collection of high-grade elixirs. After considering the 26 returning essence elixirs, 3 with 8 patterns and 10 with 7 patterns, Mu Zi arrived at a valuation. The auction house was prepared to offer 53,000 low-grade spirit stones for the elixirs in young Master Gu's possession. What do you think, young Master Gu? Prior to his arrival, Gu Changqing had familiarized himself with the market prices of various elixirs, and Mu Zi's offer was indeed substantial. As for the Demon King's remains, should they be auctioned, the Highwell auction house would take a 5% commission from the final sale price. How does that sound to you, young Master Gu? Rest assured, once entrusted to the Highwell auction house, Zi will exert every effort to secure a price that satisfies you. Very well. Gu Changqing was disinclined to haggle over a mere handful of spirit stones. This venture at sea had yielded an unexpected boon. The corpse of the Water Wolf King was worth more than all the elixirs in his storage pouch combined. By the way, if there are more elixirs with intricate patterns, would your auction house be able to accommodate them? Just before departing, Gu Changqing inquired. While he currently possessed no elixirs, he was capable of crafting more. If the Highwell auction house could indeed take them, it would save him the trouble of seeking other venues for sale. You still have some? Mu Zi was taken aback. The storage pouch Gu Changqing had presented contained an ample supply of elixirs, and she had assumed it was all he possessed. Yet, judging by his words, it seemed he had more? None at the moment, but I can refine more. If your auction house can accept them, we might establish a long-term partnership. In Mu Zi's mind, Gu Changqing's claims were becoming increasingly absurd. Slaying a Demon King and producing second and third-tier intricate pattern elixirs. Did he believe himself to be a Dan Emperor? Very well, young master. We can accommodate whatever quantity you possess. Elixirs, particularly those for healing, restoring spiritual energy, and detoxification, are perpetually in high demand. In the southern region of the Myriad Beast Sea, with so many sects and cultivators, the need for elixirs represents an exceptionally vast figure. There is no concern of them going unsold. That's excellent. Without lingering, Gu Changqing departed, leaving Mu Zi visibly perturbed. Watching his retreating figure, she shook her head. Her impression of Gu Changqing was far from favorable, primarily due to his erratic manner of speaking. One moment, he spoke of slaying demon kings. The next of refining intricate pattern elixirs. After Gu Changqing's departure, an elderly man appeared behind Mu Zi, seemingly from nowhere. Masterine. The sudden appearance of the elder startled Mu Zi, prompting her to hurriedly bow in respectful greeting. The Sea Moon auction house is jointly controlled by 5 prominent semi-royal families, each of which boasts at least one semi-royal member. The Mu family ranks second among these esteemed clans, with 2 semi-royals. Present in the chamber is one of them, the venerable Yin Taishang. Xiao Er, what do you think of this individual? The person referred to by Yin Taishang is naturally the recently departed Gu Changqing. Not much. Just a mouthful of lies, Xiao Er replied. Yin Taishang smiled faintly. You're mistaken. His words may not be entirely deceitful, merely too outrageous in your eyes. This time, it was Mu Zi who was taken aback. Not all lies. What do you mean? Just a day prior, I received news that in the southern region of the myriad demon sea, a Xuanwang-level demon king had appeared, only to be swiftly slain by a passing royal realm expert, allegedly with just a single strike. If my conjecture is correct, the demon king mentioned in the rumors is the very one contained within your storage ring. Moreover, the elixirs he provided are all of the diamond grade, round and plump, still exuding a faint medicinal fragrance, evidently freshly refined within the last 3 months. What? Mu Zi's face was filled with astonishment. Is what Gu Changqing said true? Did he not utter a single falsehood throughout? Was her disbelief merely a misunderstanding? At 20 years of age, a royal realm expert, such an extraordinary individual has graced the myriad demon sea, Yin Taishang lamented. Xiao Er, when this esteemed Gu gentleman returns, be sure not to treat him lightly. Establishing a good rapport with him would undoubtedly be a significant boon for our Mu family. Yin Taishang did not fault Mu Zi. The situation was indeed too far-fetched. A royal realm expert at 20 is a prodigy of the spirit rankings. And to think such a figure would appear in the diminutive southern myriad demon sea. Xiao Er understood, but Mu Zi was still reeling from the shock. A royal realm expert at 20, this is indeed rather outrageous. The southern myriad demon sea is not devoid of talent. There exists a certain individual from the true martial sect who reached the tribulation realm at the tender age of 20. Yet, in comparison to Gu Changqing, they are not of the same caliber, nor are they comparable concepts. Amidst her astonishment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Would her recent actions provoke his displeasure? Xiao Er, if my memory serves correctly, you are yet to be wed, are you not? You are not so young anymore. This Gu gentleman seems quite admirable, exceedingly so. Yin Taishang chuckled, causing Mu Zi's face to flush with embarrassment. Taishang, please do not jest. If what you say is true, he would never look my way. A naturally charming physique is a rare sight. To marry such an individual, even as a concubine, would be a tremendous opportunity for you. I merely speak casually, I shall take my leave now. With that, Yin Taishang's figure vanished from the private chamber. Chapter 15. A royal realm at 20. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Upon exiting the Sea Moon auction house, Gu Changqing did not return directly to the inn. With over 50,000 spirit stones in his possession, he intended to visit the marketplace to procure some alchemical materials. 50,000 spirit stones is certainly a substantial sum. It is worth noting that the entire wealth of the Gu family amounts to merely around 5,000 spirit stones. The alchemist truly embodies a lucrative profession, largely owing to the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra and the Azure Fire Dan body. While it is indeed true that alchemists earn substantial fortunes, the rate at which ordinary alchemists accumulate wealth pales in comparison to that of Gu Changqing. Presently, Gu Changqing concocts pills of the 3rd grade and below, nearly all of which attain the level of Dan patterns. It is only when crafting 3rd grade and even 4th grade pills that a majority fail to reach the Dan pattern level, a feat that many 5th grade Dan Emperors struggle to achieve. Although Gu Changqing is not a Dan Emperor himself, he surpasses them in the realm of low-tier pill creation. After half an hour, Gu Changqing had procured most of the spiritual herbs and materials he needed, spending nearly 20,000 spirit stones, a sum he did not regret in the slightest. The more one invests, the greater the returns. The value of the pills he could produce from this batch of materials, aside from his personal use, would exceed 100,000 spirit stones. Upon completing his purchases, Gu Changqing began to meander around the island, soon arriving at a restaurant named Listening to the Rain Pavilion. It is said that Listening to the Rain Pavilion is the finest establishment on Sea Moon Island, boasting a history of over 1,000 years. Its menu has been refined and developed by successive masters, not only offering exquisite flavors, but also providing significant benefits for cultivation. The ingredients are sourced from the rarest delicacies across the southern sea of 10,000 demons. Some have claimed that a meal at Listening to the Rain Pavilion is equivalent to a month of intensive meditation. Thus, while the dishes are indeed costly, their price is justified. The ingredients themselves are far from inexpensive, attracting numerous cultivators from the southern waters. The pavilion comprises 4 floors, with the first being the largest, accommodating around 100 patrons, where entry is granted to anyone with sufficient wealth. However, ascending to the second floor and beyond requires not only wealth, but also a cultivation level of at least the Tribulation Realm, specifically the 7th level or higher. To gain access, the 3rd floor is reserved for those at the Half-King Realm, while the 4th floor is for those at the King Realm. The higher one ascends, the more exclusive the menu becomes, with the 4th floor even offering beast meats of the Demon King level. Gu Changqing reserved a private room on the 4th floor and sent a message to Gu Changqing, who was at the inn, inviting her to join him. After accumulating such wealth, how could he not treat himself? Moreover, he wished to ascertain whether the culinary offerings at Listening to the Rain Pavilion were indeed as miraculous as rumored, capable of equating to months of arduous training. Although Gu Changqing had not yet reached the king level, his strength surpassed that of a first-level King Realm cultivator, the Xian King Realm. After a brief assessment, Gu Changqing received a jade token marked with the character Tian for the 4th floor private rooms. The elder assured him that future visits would require no further testing. He need only present the token. Should he discover rare ingredients in the future, he would be prioritized for notification, provided he remained in the Sea of 10,000 Demons. Of course, the owner of Listening to the Rain Pavilion, a half-king level cultivator, personally escorted Gu Changqing to the 4th floor. Upon seeing Gu Changqing, he was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the youthfulness of this King Realm elder. He respectfully handed over a jade token engraved with the character Tian before withdrawing. In the southern seas, individuals of the kingly realm are a rarity. Even at the Listening Rain Pavilion, it is unlikely to host more than a few such guests in a year, thus their significance cannot be overstated. Before departing, the owner specifically instructed the steward that all dishes ordered by Gu Changqing would be offered at a 70% discount. This would remain the case henceforth. 70%? The steward was taken aback. At such a rate, the Listening Rain Pavilion would not only fail to profit but would incur losses. A 20-year-old in the kingly realm, do you comprehend the implications of this? The owner cast a sidelong glance at the steward. A 20-year-old kingly being has the potential to aspire towards becoming a sovereign. The Listening Rain Pavilion has never hosted any sovereign in its storied history. For a prodigy of this caliber, merely maintaining a connection would be invaluable, far beyond the worth of any number of spirit stones. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing spent quite some time inquiring before she finally located the Listening Rain Pavilion. Upon beholding the resplendent structure, reminiscent of a grand palace, a wave of nervousness washed over her. Gu Changqing? Just as she was about to enter, a voice called out from behind her. Turning around, she saw a rather handsome young man approaching, his expression one of astonishment. Accompanying him were several young men and women. Changqing, is it truly you? After a brief moment of surprise, his face transformed into one of sheer delight. He had not anticipated encountering Gu Changqing here. Su Sheng? Gu Changqing took some time to recognize him. She too had not expected to meet Su Sheng in this place. The 3 prominent families of Huaqin Island included her own Gu family, alongside the Su and Chui families. The young man before her, Su Sheng, was the eldest son of the Su family and one of Gu Changqing's ardent admirers. Before her journey to the Dust Heart Pavilion, Su Sheng had pursued her relentlessly, akin to an unyielding piece of chewing gum, trailing her daily to the point of exasperation. After arriving at the Dust Heart Pavilion, she had finally managed to distance herself from him. Later, she heard that Su Sheng had joined a major sect, though she was not particularly interested in the details. Her feelings towards him remained non-existent, as they had always been. Junior brother Su, is this young lady your friend? A handsome youth, adorned with a gentle smile, approached Su Sheng. His gaze was fixed intently on Gu Changqing, and the admiration in his eyes was unmistakable, clearly captivated by her beauty. Yes, indeed. Allow me to introduce. This is senior brother Tanjun, Su Sheng replied, gesturing towards him. However, the way senior brother Tan regarded Gu Changqing caused Su Sheng to frown slightly. His senior brother was notorious within the sect as a notorious libertine, having caused distress to numerous female disciples. Additionally, his grandfather was a high elder, allowing him to act with impunity, even earning the deference of the elders. Su Sheng instinctively wished to prevent any excessive interaction between Tan Jun and Gu Changqing. But now that they had been introduced, it would be inappropriate not to acknowledge it. Gu Changqing observed the unfolding scene without uttering a word. The way Tan Jun looked at her made her feel quite uncomfortable. She had no desire to familiarize herself with these individuals. Upon hearing this, Brother Tan did not exhibit any anger. Instead, he smiled and suggested, "Since we haven't seen each other for quite some time, why not sit down and reminisce? I have reserved a room in the Listening Rain Pavilion, a distinguished Xian-class private chamber. Would you care to join me, Miss Ching'er?" The mention of the Xian-class chamber drew the attention of many around them. Securing a token for such a prestigious space indicated that Brother Tan had at least one formidable ally of the 7th level of the Calamity Realm backing him, a stage regarded as the latter part of the Calamity Realm. A status that commands respect across the entire southern sea of 10,000 beasts. The younger disciples, including Su Sheng, were fortunate to accompany Brother Tan into the Xian-class chamber on the 2nd floor of the Listening Rain Pavilion. "May I inquire, are you Miss Gu Changqing?" Just as Gu Changqing was about to decline, a maid descended from the 2nd floor and addressed her. Realizing that this was a messenger sent by her elder brother, Cha Ching, she nodded in agreement. "Esteemed guest, please follow me to the 4th floor." The maid gestured invitingly. Gu Changqing glanced at Brother Tan and Su Sheng, softly declining. "No, my brother is already waiting for me." With that, she proceeded to follow the maid to the 4th floor without further delay. The mention of the 4th floor caused Brother Tan's expression to darken, as he doubted his hearing. Did the maid indeed say the 4th floor? Su Sheng and the others, having heard her clearly, nodded in acknowledgement, yet their hearts were tumultuous with disbelief. Prior to arriving at the Listening Rain Pavilion, Brother Tan had taken the time to educate them about its hierarchy. Ordinary individuals, regardless of wealth, were confined to the 1st floor. Only those of sufficient strength or with backing from a 7th-level Calamity Realm expert could ascend to the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor required being on the cusp of the King Realm. As for the 4th floor, only individuals of the King Realm or those with extraordinary connections to such could enter. The most astonished of them all was Su Sheng, who felt as though he were caught in a dream. He was well aware of Gu Changqing's family, merely a small clan on Huaqin Island, devoid of any Calamity Realm experts. How could this be? Su Sheng found himself perplexed, yet the reality before him left no room for doubt. Chapter 16. Approaching a Breakthrough. The auction commences after Gu Changqing ascended to the 4th floor. The dishes ordered by Gu Changqing had already been served. Steamed longtail fish, abyss shark head, Xylan ginseng, and South Region bluewater demon meat. Each delicacy a rare treasure, costing hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. Gu Changqing gazed at the array of exquisite dishes, swallowing hard. Many of these dishes she had neither tasted nor even heard of before. "Brother Changqing, how many spirit stones did this feast cost?" Gu Changqing hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, feeling as though this banquet was worth more than she was. "Approximately 2,000 spirit stones," Gu Changqing replied, savoring a piece of longtail fish. 2,000 spirit stones. Gu Changqing nearly dropped her chopsticks in shock. It was no longer a mere feeling. This banquet truly exceeded her worth. During her time at the Dust Heart Pavilion, she received only a few low-grade spirit stones each month. To her, 2,000 spirit stones felt like an astronomical figure. "Please eat quickly, or it will cool down. Do not be overly astonished. Your elder brother, Gu Changqing, is a formidable figure of the King Realm. For a being of such stature, an expenditure of 2,000 spirit stones for a meal is hardly excessive." Gu Changqing was rendered speechless. Indeed, for a King Realm expert, several thousand spirit stones are inconsequential. After the meal, Gu Changqing felt quite satisfied. It must be said that the culinary skills of the chefs at Listening Rain Pavilion are truly exceptional. This meal stands as the most exquisite he has savored since arriving in this world. Initially, Gu Changqing hesitated to indulge, but could not resist as Gu Changqing persistently served her dishes. The second thunder tribulation was imminent. Gu Changqing could distinctly sense a substantial surge in his spiritual energy. Having reached the threshold of the spirit realm, the first stage of the tribulation was now complete. This meal was indeed worth it. Gu Changqing, being merely at the true spirit realm, experienced even more pronounced effects. Originally at the first stage of the true spirit realm, she has now ascended to the perfection of the second stage, and this is before the ingredients have been fully digested. Once fully assimilated, she might even attain the 3rd stage of the true spirit realm. Gu Changqing was utterly astonished. Previously, each breakthrough for her took several months. And after reaching the true spirit realm, cultivation became increasingly arduous. She had been stagnating in the early stages of the true spirit realm for over 2 months without any sign of progressing to the mid-stage. Yet, this single meal propelled her directly from the early stage of the true spirit realm to the perfection of the second stage. Does this imply that with a few more meals? Do not overthink it. The effects of these ingredients are most pronounced only upon first consumption, with subsequent enhancements diminishing significantly, akin to the properties of cultivation elixirs. Gu Changqing blushed. How did Gu Changqing know what she was contemplating? After their meal, Gu Changqing and Gu Changqing returned to the inn, awaiting the day of the auction. In the following days, the highway auction house began extensive promotions for the Water Wolf King's remains. The already bustling Highway Island saw an influx of visitors, many hailing from powerful factions in the surrounding seas, including several semi-kings. Gu Changqing welcomed this development with open arms. The more, the merrier. The higher the bids, the better. On the day of the auction, Gu Changqing and Gu Changqing arrived early at the highway auction house. The establishment does not feature VIP seating. After obtaining their bidding number, Gu Changqing joined the throng entering the auction hall. A grand-tiered hall encircled the central auction stage. The auction house, though not vast, accommodates around 1,000 attendees. As one of the largest auction houses in the nearby seas, Highway Auction House boasts a high caliber of clientele. Only those of considerable standing are granted entry. Those seated within are high-ranking figures from various factions in the region, including stewards, elders, and even the leaders of these powers. This was Gu Changqing's first encounter with such a grand spectacle, and she appeared like an inquisitive child, gazing around in wonder, clutching her bidding number 188. She was swiftly guided to her designated position by an attendant. As the curtain rose, Mu Zi, adorned in a purple gown, gracefully emerged, making her way to the auction stage with a smile. Greetings, everyone. It has indeed been a while. Yes, it is I once more, the auctioneer for this event. With a figure that captivates, an exposed back and fragrant shoulders, and an exquisitely beautiful visage, accompanied by an innate allure. The presence of Mu Zi has stirred quite a commotion among the attendees. It is rather amusing to note that some young gentlemen appear not to be drawn by the auction itself, but rather by the enchanting Mu Zi. Gu Changqing could distinctly sense that, with Mu Zi's entrance, many previously disinterested males seemed to awaken, their gazes sweeping over her as though they wished to consume her entirely. Now, without further ado, let us proceed to the main event. Following a brief introduction, Mu Zi delved into the auction, elegantly gesturing to reveal a delicate jade bottle upon the auction table. The first item up for bid is a third-grade soul sculpting pill, adorned with 2 intricate pill patterns. Renowned for its remarkable efficacy in healing soul injuries, with a starting bid of 300 spirit stones. Those in need may now commence their bidding. Though categorized as a third-grade elixir, the soul sculpting pill's ingredients are exceedingly rare, resulting in a price that often rivals that of certain fourth-grade pills. 800 spirit stones. As Mu Zi's words faded, a man in black attire, holding the number 307 paddle, immediately called out, raising the bid by 500 spirit stones. Gu Changqing cast a glance at him. The man bore severe soul injuries that, if left unaddressed, could prove fatal. No wonder he was so eager. 99 spirit stones. 1,000. The auction continued, yet Gu Changqing found little interest in these proceedings. The second item, 3 formation flags, held no appeal for him either. He had perused the auction list, which contained several items of interest, such as a third-grade spirit sword, but it had yet to come up for bid. Currently, Gu Changqing's formation of the extermination sword array comprised 4 swords, only one of which was third-grade, the rest were second-grade. Fourth-grade spirit swords were elusive, and he intended to assemble a complete set of third-grade swords first. Once he acquired 4 third-grade swords, his power would see a significant enhancement. However, for a true qualitative leap, he must seek a 4th-grade spirit sword. At last, Gu Changqing found himself intrigued by the third item for auction, the blood spirit fruit. A third-grade spiritual fruit, which could serve as the primary ingredient for the essence blood pill or as a supplementary material for the beauty pill. The starting bid was set at 1,100 spirit stones. Yet, Gu Changqing was aware of a third application for the blood spirit fruit, the 9-transmutation purple gold pill. An ancient recipe documented within the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra. The 9-transmutation purple gold pill is classified as a 5th-grade elixir, which Gu Changqing himself did not require. But his soon-to-be-born child would certainly benefit from it. He was determined to ensure they started ahead in life. 1,500 spirit stones. Gu Changqing raised her paddle. Number 188, placing the bid on behalf of Gu Changqing. 1,300 spirit stones, called out the holder of paddle number 258, a lovely woman clad in blue. The majority of those bidding for the blood spirit fruit were women, and their motivation was clear, who wouldn't desire to enhance their beauty and youth. If we were to assign a score out of 100, Gu Changqing might receive an 80, while Mu Zi would earn a commendable 91, and Gu Changqing an impressive 95. As for Jiang Lianxin, her perfect score speaks for itself. The bidding for the blood spirit fruit has reached 1,500 spirit stones, and Gu Changqing is determined to secure it. Number 188, 1,500 spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? Mu Zi immediately recognized Gu Changqing. Her heart stirred. 1,700 spirit stones. The woman from number 258 frowned slightly, realizing that Gu Changqing was her sole competitor. She, too, was resolute in acquiring the blood spirit fruit. She had prepared all the primary and auxiliary herbs for the beauty elixir, even securing a skilled alchemist. All that remained was this coveted blood spirit fruit. 1,700 spirit stones. Dong Yin is quite affluent, someone remarked. Isn't the fiancé of the Mo family's young master expected to be wealthy? Many present were familiar with the young woman in blue, hailing from the Dong family of Highway Island. However, this familial connection held little significance, as the Dong family was merely a small clan with only 2 or 3 early-stage Tribulation Realm experts. Yet, Dong Yin's other identity was far more formidable. She was the betrothed of the young master of the Mo family, one of the 5 semi-royal families of Highway Island. This status alone was enough to deter numerous factions, far stronger than the Dong family, from crossing her. 2,000 spirit stones. Nonetheless, Gu Changqing remained oblivious to these dynamics. And even if he were aware, he would not have cared. He continued to raise his bid. 2,000 spirit stones. His lavish expenditure elicited astonishment. He truly was extraordinarily wealthy. The market price for the blood spirit fruit hovered around 1,500 spirit stones, and Dong Yin's earlier bid of 1,700 was already significantly above the norm. Although the blood spirit fruit was rare, it hardly warranted a price of 2,000 spirit stones. It seemed he had an abundance of wealth with no place to spend it. Unbeknownst to Gu Changqing, he had quietly acquired the reputation of a foolishly affluent individual. 2,300 spirit stones. Dong Yin was resolute. She had prepared this sum as her utmost limit for the blood spirit fruit. If her opponent raised the bid again, she would have no choice but to concede. Yet, she felt a deep reluctance. How long had she prepared for this beauty elixir? The blood spirit fruit was already a rarity, and its next appearance was uncertain, perhaps in 6 months? A year? Who could say? Esteemed sir, this fruit holds immense importance for me. May I ask you to grant me this favor and allow me to acquire it? As she sensed her financial resources dwindling, she resorted to veiled threats. Her words elicited derisive laughter from many in the auction house. The Dong family? Merely a small clan, what influence could they possibly wield? Yet, who could forget that she was the fiancée of the young master of the Mo family? Rather than rely on the meager reputation of the Dong family, she invoked the weight of the Mo family to pressure Gu Changqing. In truth, Dong Yin had no desire to coerce others. However, the blood spirit fruit was of such paramount importance to her that she could not bear to let it slip away. Beside Gu Changqing, a local cultivator quietly cautioned him. Young master, you do not appear to be a practitioner from this island. The insignificant Dong family holds no weight. Yet Dong Yin is the fiancée of the young master of the Mo family. The Mo family is one of the 5 major semi-royal families of Highway Island. To offend them for a mere herb is unwise. It would be prudent to let this go. This individual sensed that Gu Changqing might not be aware of Dong Yan's background, hence his warning. On the auction stage, Mu Zi observed this scene in silence. Logically, Dong Yan's intimidation was already a breach of the auction house's rules, yet Mu Zi refrained from reprimanding her, choosing instead to watch quietly. It was not merely because of Dong Yan's status as the Mo family's young master's fiancée, but rather because when she intended to issue a warning, she was thwarted by Yin Taishang. The island was too small, and the 5 families shared meager profits, which was excessive in itself. A single remark made Mu Zi instantly comprehend the situation. In seat number 188, Gu Changqing remained expressionless, undeterred by Dong Yan's threats. He regarded her and the Mo family with indifference. What did the combined might of the 5 semi-royal families hold for him? 2,300 spirit stones. If there were 2 blood spirit fruits today, He would have conceded one, but the auction list contained only this single item, if Dong Yin desired it. So too did Gu Changqing. Why should he offer her any deference? 2,300 spirit stones. Are there any other bids? Mu Zi's voice resonated slowly. After a considerable pause, silence persisted, prompting her to continue. 2,300 spirit stones for the first time. 2,300 spirit stones for the second time. 2,300 spirit stones for the third time. Let us congratulate the guest in seat 188 for securing this blood spirit fruit at the price of 2,300 spirit stones. Congratulations. Watching Gu Changqing successfully acquire the blood spirit fruit, Dong Yin seethed with fury, struggling to suppress her rage as she gritted her teeth and said, "Very well. I will remember you." Gu Changqing could hardly be bothered to glance at her. Throughout, he had not considered her a threat. Had it not been for the desire to maintain the integrity of the auction and the anticipation of his own prized water wolf king yet to be auctioned, he would have swiftly dealt with this insolent woman. How dare an insignificant insect threaten him? One would think that with Mu Zi's decisive hammer, this matter would have reached its conclusion. However, the arrival of a young man clad in a dark robe and splendid attire added an intriguing twist to the proceedings. Mo Haobai, the young master of the Mo family. Many began to observe with keen interest. Now, a spectacle was at hand. After Mo Haobai's entrance, he strode directly towards Dong Yin. "What brings you here?" A look of surprise illuminated Dong Yan's face. Prior to the auction, she had extended an invitation to her fiancé to attend, but Mo Haobai had cited prior commitments, hence his absence. Why had he suddenly appeared now? "After taking care of some matters, I thought I would come and see." Mo Haobai noticed Dong Yin's expression of grievance and paused in surprise. "What happened? Who has wronged you?" Dong Yin cast a glance in the direction of Gu Changqing. Mo Haobai glanced at Gu Changqing, his brow slightly furrowed. "Speak to me. What transpired? Who dares to bully my woman? Are they tired of living?" Dong Yin, with a face full of grievance, recounted the events to Mo Haobai, embellishing the tale somewhat. "Oh, how intriguing! On Sea Moon Island, someone dares to disregard my Mo Haobai and the Mo family." Mo Haobai patted Dong Yan's shoulder, signaling her to sit down, assuring her that he would handle the matter. Coincidentally, the next item up for auction was a spiritual herb that Gu Changqing also desired. 5 blue star herbs. Starting bid at 1, 300 spirit stones. 1, 500 spirit stones, Gu Changqing called out. 2, 000 spirit stones. Although many were prepared to bid. Upon seeing that the one offering 2, 000 spirit stones was Mo Haobai, the young master of the Mo family, they abruptly halted. Another glance at Gu Changqing revealed an impending spectacle. The young man, unaware of the consequences, dared to offend the Mo family on Sea Moon Island. The item was secured. But would he manage to leave Sea Moon Island unscathed? Chapter 18. If you have the ability, bid again. 2, 100 spirit stones. 2, 500 spirit stones. As soon as Gu Changqing's voice fell, Mo Haobai's voice resonated. Gu Changqing cast a glance at Mo Haobai's position and the smug Dong Yin beside him. As if to say, "Aren't you wealthy? Go on, continue." Gu Changqing refrained from raising his bid further and inquired, "Are you standing up for her?" Mo Haobai chuckled coldly. "Since this is an auction, naturally, it is the affluent who prevail. Come, bid again. This young master possesses an abundance of spirit stones. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. On Sea Moon Island, not everyone can afford to offend. With me, Mo Haobai, present, if you manage to secure any item, it will be considered your skill." With a laugh, Gu Changqing unsheathed a gleaming sword, seemingly conjured from thin air, and struck towards Mo Haobai's direction. The dazzling sword light illuminated half the venue, causing the auction house's array of runes to flicker wildly. Bang! Several disposable protective talismans on Mo Haobai detonated. Reacting swiftly, he withdrew his arm just in time, otherwise, that strike would have severed his limb. Even so, Mo Haobai was drenched in cold sweat. The onlookers in the auction house were utterly shocked. No one anticipated Gu Changqing would dare to act so boldly in the auction house, especially against Mo Haobai, the young master of one of the 5 major semi-royal families on Sea Moon Island. Feeling the terrifying remnants of that strike, everyone's hearts tightened. This individual is formidable. Gu Changqing did not launch a second strike, but regarded the pale, disoriented Mo Haobai. "You are wealthy? You have many spirit stones? Come, if you have the ability. Bid again." Gu Changqing returned to his seat, growing increasingly impatient. From now on, if Mo Haobai dared to raise the bid again, Gu Changqing would strike him down. Boom. The minds of everyone in the auction house surged with tumultuous waves. If you have the ability, bid again. One sword strike, coupled with that declaration, made all present acutely aware of Gu Changqing's dominance. Regardless of your identity as the young master of the Mo family, should you dare to raise your bid, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. As for Dong Yen, she now finds herself collapsed upon the ground, utterly terrified. Although Gu Changqing's previous strike was not aimed at her, its residual force still left her in a state of sheer panic. Had that strike been directed at her instead of Mo Haobai, she shudders to think of her fate, for she possesses far fewer talismans for self-preservation than he does. It is a humiliating blow indeed. Just moments ago, Mo Haobai had boasted that with him present, Gu Changqing would be unable to secure any item at the auction. How swiftly the tables have turned. The slap of reality echoes resoundingly. After a prolonged moment, Mo Haobai finally emerged from his initial shock, his gaze fixated on Gu Changqing. His expression a portrait of utter dismay. Yet, he dared not utter a single word, unwilling to gamble on whether Gu Changqing would show him mercy. Observing Mo Haobai's demeanor, Gu Changqing discerned his unspoken defiance and sneered coldly. I am Gu Changqing, and I shall remain on Highway Island for a day or two. Do not think I will deny you a chance for vengeance. However, let me make one thing clear. Should you fail to take my life, I shall extinguish your entire family. Such audacity. The magnitude of Gu Changqing's arrogance is palpable to all present. This time, he threatens not merely Mo Haobai, but directly challenges the Mo family, one of the 5 prominent clans on Highway Island. Even the semi-king powerhouses in attendance feel a chill run down their spines. He is undeniably a formidable figure. To threaten one of the 5 great families, some of the semi-kings present reflect on their own lack of courage in such a situation. The Mo family ranks as the 3rd among these esteemed clans, with 2 semi-kings standing guard. During the subsequent auction, Gu Changqing successfully acquired all the items he desired. Following the earlier incident, not only did Mo Haobai refrain from challenging Gu Changqing's bids, but others also harbored a certain trepidation towards this ruthless individual, resulting in little opposition to his offers. Mo Haobai and Dong Yen departed early, unwilling to endure further humiliation. Ultimately, the remains of the Water Wolf King, including its teeth, bones, fur, and entrails, fetched a total of 130,000 spirit stones, much to Gu Changqing's satisfaction. Upon returning, Mo Haobai sought out his father with a sense of urgency. When had he ever endured such disgrace? If he did not reclaim his honor, how could he face the world on Highway Island? Yet, upon hearing his son's grievance, the head of the Mo family remained remarkably composed. My son, he began, you are no longer a child. As the heir of the Mo family, how can I entrust the family to you when you present yourself in such a manner? You must cease your frivolous associations and focus on your responsibilities. Mo Haobai was taken aback, not anticipating such a response from his father. The threat extended beyond him. It implicated the entire Mo family. This was a matter of the family's dignity. If they did not respond, what would become of their standing? How would others perceive the Mo family, if even a mere individual dared to threaten them, to provoke them? Seeing Mo Haobai still filled with confusion, the head of the Mo family felt an even deeper sense of disappointment and self-reproach. He realized that in the years spent engrossed in clan affairs, he had somewhat neglected the cultivation and guidance of Mo Haobai. Use your brain, think carefully. At 20, you should at least be at the initial or even mid-stage of tribulation. How could a sect that nurtures such prodigies be an ordinary force, residing in Highway City? How dare such a person threaten the Mo family? Do you wish for your life to be cut short? Or are you eager for the Mo family's demise? As the head of the Mo family missed his opportunity with Mo Haobai, he patted his shoulder. Haobai, it is time for you to mature. If the Mo family were to fall into your hands in this state, it would not be long before we are erased from this maritime realm. With that, the head of the Mo family departed, leaving Mo Haobai in a state of stupor. After hearing those words, he swiftly regained his composure. Recalling the calm demeanor of Gu Changqing at the auction house, which sent a shiver down his spine. To dare threaten him and the entire Mo family on their own territory could stem from only 2 possibilities. First, the adversary completely disregarded the Mo family. Second, the adversary was a fool, lacking in mental acuity. Yet, could a person capable of reaching the tribulation realm at around 20 years of age truly be a fool? Mo Haobai suddenly felt profoundly foolish. Chapter 19. The execution of the immortal sword array begins in the ensuing 2 days. Gu Changqing did not rush to depart. After collecting spirit stones from the auction house, he returned to the inn with Gu Changqing. It was not out of a desire to wait for retaliation from the Mo family. Gu Changqing was not that idle. The affairs of the Mo family had long been cast aside, never truly occupying his mind. If they chose not to retaliate, that was perfectly fine. Should they decide to act, Gu Changqing would not mind seeing the Mo family erased from Highway Island. He was no saint. I have offered you a chance. And if you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. The reason Gu Changqing remained on the island was for alchemy. With a substantial collection of alchemical materials at hand, he intended to complete his concoctions before departing, so as to avoid making another trip to Highway Island for any missing ingredients later on. 2 days later, having finished refining his elixirs, Gu Changqing noticed that the Mo family had not enacted any form of retaliation. On the day he and Gu Changqing were preparing to leave Highway Island, suddenly, the tranquil sky over Highway Island became enveloped in dark mist, and from afar, dozens of figures clad in black emerged, descending upon Highway City on flying demonic beasts. These individuals were uniformly at the threshold of the half-king realm. Leading them were an elder in a black robe and another in a white robe, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss. Gu Changqing, possessing sharp spiritual awareness and formidable consciousness, discerned at a glance that these two had far surpassed ordinary half-kings. Half-king perfection? Gu Changqing's heart stirred. Half-king perfection was but a step away from the king realm. In the entire southern expanse of the myriad demon sea, they represented the pinnacle of existence. Nearly invincible as long as no kings emerged. With over 10 half-kings under their command, it was evident that this was no insignificant force. At this moment, with the arrival of the figures clad in black, they enveloped the entirety of Qiongming Island in a shroud of darkness, collectively establishing an imposing seal formation. The elder in the black robe gazed down impassively. Both he and the elder in white hailed from the southern region of the Wanyao Sea, a sect of formidable power known as the Wuyue Xuanzong. Although Wuyue Xuanzong lacked any sovereign-level experts, both he and the elder in white stood at the pinnacle of the semi-sovereign realm, bolstered by a retinue of over 10 semi-sovereigns. Despite being a semi-sovereign force, Wuyue Xuanzong was evidently far more powerful than the 5 major semi-sovereign families of Highway Island. The combined strength of the 5 families totaled 8 or 9 semi-sovereigns. Yet most were in the mid-stage, with only 2 in the late stage, and none at the perfected semi-sovereign level. Soon, the entire Qiongming Island was thoroughly sealed off, the dense black mist isolating the interior from the exterior, as an unfortunate soul of the true spirit realm attempted to leave the island. He collided headlong into the mist-laden sky, eliciting a chilling scream that echoed through the air, culminating in the black-robed foundational cultivator extracting his withered corpse, having drained him of all his vital essence, leaving only a storage pouch behind. Witnessing this scene, countless individuals on the island were thrown into a panic, filled with terror. What was happening? Why had someone sealed off the island? Outside cultivators, eager to depart, were now frantic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within Highway Island, nearly 10 figures surged forth simultaneously. These were the semi-sovereign powerhouses from the 5 major families of Highway Island, recognized by the cultivators within Highway City. The leader of the 5 families, the patriarch of the Wang family, emerged, frowning as he surveyed the group of black-robed figures sealing off Highway Island. These individuals did not come with benevolent intent. The patriarch of the Wang family furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at the black-robed elder at the forefront. His voice heavy with gravity. What is the meaning of this, esteemed ones? Hand over the item. The elder in black spoke slowly from above. What does the esteemed elder mean? This junior does not comprehend. What item? The black-robed elder's gaze sharpened. Do not feign ignorance. Shiyuan Island. Do you understand? Shiyuan Island. The patriarch's expression remained calm, yet his heart trembled violently. How is this possible? How could they know? It turned out that not long ago, the patriarch had discovered a jade tablet at a relic located in a sea area known as Qiongming Island. This jade tablet was related to a fallen sovereign-level expert from the Wanyao South Sea and was likely the key to unlocking a hidden abode. After obtaining this key, he had refrained from mentioning it to anyone, even to his closest confidants. How could these black-robed individuals have learned of it? Logically, it was inconceivable. Wang family patriarch. What does this signify? The semi-sovereigns from the other prominent families of Highway Island also turned their attention to him. What was unfolding here? Clearly, they were unaware of the Wang family patriarch's acquisition of the sovereign-level expert's abode key and found themselves bewildered, inadvertently entangled in this matter. Although the 5 semi-sovereign families of Highway Island shared a common interest, their relationships were far from amicable. The group of black-robed figures sealing off Highway Island seemed to be intricately linked to the Wang family patriarch. At this moment, the patriarch of the Wang family maintained an impassive expression, concealing his emotions with utmost care. With a cold snort, he declared, "I have no idea what they are discussing." Regardless, he could not admit to having attracted the attention of the figure in the black robe. Observing the patriarch's refusal to acknowledge the truth, the elder in black, unfazed, let out a sinister smile, saying, "Your denial matters not. Once they are eliminated, the treasures shall naturally belong to me. Ensure that Highway Island is sealed off. Not a single fly must escape." This matter pertained to the lair and legacy of a Wang-level powerhouse, which could not be taken lightly. It was better to err on the side of caution than to let any potential threat slip away. In the eyes of the elder in black, everyone on Highway Island was as good as dead. Though the Wuiwei sect was not an evil sect, today, it seemed they would be compelled to engage in malevolent deeds. Meanwhile, the elder in white furrowed his brow, remarking, "Eliminating the Wang family and seizing the jade tablet is sufficient. To slaughter all the cultivators on the island may be unwise. If word of this spreads, it could incite the ire of the Wang-level powers in the southern sea of 10,000 beasts." The elder in black's eyes gleamed with coldness as he retorted, "What of their displeasure? Once we acquire the lair of that Wang-level powerhouse and ascend to their ranks, the Wuiwei sect will also be a force to be reckoned with. What do we have to fear? Moreover, should we truly provoke those Wang-level powers, we can simply retreat far away, beyond the southern sea of 10,000 beasts, or even beyond this realm. Once we achieve Wang-level status, the world will be ours to traverse." Their conversation was not concealed from the others, hovering above. They regarded the cultivators in the marketplace of Highway Island as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. However, upon the revelation of their intentions, the elder in black exuded a merciless killing intent that enveloped all the cultivators on the island. Very well, the elder in white conceded. Recognizing the necessity for unity within the Wuiwei sect, the lair of the Wang-level powerhouse and the legacy of ascension were of paramount importance. It was an unparalleled opportunity for the two of them. Boom, boom. The two semi-Wang-level perfected experts unleashed their oppressive auras simultaneously. The skies above Highway Island were rendered impenetrable, shrouded in a swirling black mist that transformed into venomous serpents, coiling around the island, flicking their tongues and glinting with the cold light of arcane runes. In this moment, even semi-Wang-level cultivators found escape to be impossible. This oppressive force was alarming. It was the presence of semi-Wang-level perfection. Cursed be it, they were indeed semi-Wang-level perfected. It was over. It was all over. Had the intruders merely been a greater number of semi-Wang-level cultivators, even with late-stage semi-Wang-level beings among them, the 5 great families of Highway Island could have banded together to fight back, preserving some chance for survival. But with the presence of semi-Wang-level perfection, sheer terror gripped everyone. Their faces ashen. In the marketplace, many foreign cultivators who had come to trade on Highway Island, as well as scattered practitioners, were filled with indignation upon hearing the elder in black's intent to indiscriminately slay all cultivators on the island. Countless cultivators, desperate, cried out, "You have grievances with the Wang family. Seek them out. What do we have to do with this? We are outsiders here to participate in the auction, unrelated to the Wang family. Might you spare us a chance at survival?" As a result, the crowd awaited a response that never came. Clearly, the elder in the black robe and the one in the white robe hovering in the sky would not spare anyone. Within the confines of Highway City, numerous disciples from semi-king factions were filled with fury. Among them were some who merely passed through, drawn by the allure of the Highway Island auction, never anticipating such calamity would befall them. Many cultivators shared their plight, yet the members of the Wuiwei sect above showed no mercy, directly forming formations to seal off the area, ruthlessly eliminating several rogue cultivators attempting to flee the island. It seemed they intended to silence all witnesses. Before the inn, Gu Changqing gazed helplessly at the sky. He had only just contemplated leaving when this incident transpired. Was it truly such a coincidence? Addressing the elder in black, he asserted, "I wish to remain uninvolved in this matter. I am unaware of your various conflicts, and this is a dispute between you and the Wang family. Why must you involve others?" The others Gu Changqing referred to were not the inhabitants of the island, but himself. The fates of those on the island held no significance for him. He only desired to depart with Gu Chang'er. At that moment, many recognized Gu Changqing, the audacious youth who had dared to threaten Mo Haobai and even the Mo family within the auction house. Astonishingly, after threatening both, Gu Changqing remained unscathed. Mu Zi and Yin Taishan also noticed him. Their earlier despair transformed into profound relief upon seeing Gu Changqing. They had believed he had already left, which would have spelled their doom. The elder in black, peering down from the sky, scrutinized Gu Changqing closely. The youth was exceedingly young. Mu Zi and Yin Taishang felt a surge of anxiety, genuinely fearing the elder might acquiesce. However, the elder's subsequent words brought them solace. Sometimes life unfolds in such a manner. To cultivate to the tribulation stage at your age indicates remarkable talent. Yet alas, the vicissitudes of fate prevail. Today, none shall depart. Even if you are a prodigy from a royal power, the elder declared. Gu Changqing's gaze deepened. Are you truly unwilling to let me leave? The elder chuckled softly. Offering no reply, the answer was abundantly clear. The Wei Xin sect had descended upon Haiwei Island to seize the key to a royal realm stronghold, and he had no intention of allowing any potential informants to escape. Even those uninvolved were not exempt. In the realm of martial arts, countless corpses have littered the path. One could only blame their ill fate. Very well, Gu Changqing shrugged. He had no desire to entangle himself in these affairs. Yet circumstances dictated otherwise. Fixing his gaze upon the elder in black, he could only hope. May you not come to regret this. Regret? In my lifetime? There has not been a single action that has evoked such feelings within me. The elder began, but before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. A chilling aura of death enveloped him, and his pupils widened in shock. Gu Changqing surged forth like an immortal sword piercing the heavens, radiating an intensity that was utterly formidable, aimed directly at the elder in black. Execution of the immortal sword formation, commence. Flash. With a single strike. It was a guaranteed kill. Chapter 20. A single sword, total annihilation buzz. The radiance of the sword enveloped the figure of the elderly man in black robes. The moment Gu Changqing unsheathed his sword, the black-robed elder sensed impending doom. However, the strike was so swift that the elder scarcely had time to flee. As the pure white light of the sword dissipated, the fabric of space warped slightly, and the black-robed elder's presence was utterly erased from existence, leaving no trace behind. In that singular moment, silence descended upon Haiwei Island, as every soul felt the tremors of disbelief. Had a perfected half-king truly perished in such a manner? This was no mere triviality. He stood just a step away from the realm of kings. In that instant, every gaze directed at Gu Changqing brimmed with reverence. What had once been absent was now profoundly present. Gu Changqing gazed calmly at the spot where the elder had stood. Regret? Gu Changqing was convinced that in his final moments, the black-robed elder must have been engulfed in remorse, regretting his overconfidence and lamenting his decision to impede Gu Changqing's departure. If only he had allowed Gu Changqing to leave unscathed, perhaps he would have escaped his grim fate. Yin Taishang, too, was unsettled. He had always believed Gu Changqing to be a formidable king-level powerhouse, yet in that moment, it was clear that Gu Changqing's aura only suggested the early stages of the calamity realm. The shock within Yin Taishang intensified rather than diminished. Had Gu Changqing truly been a king, the astonishment would have been far less profound. A king effortlessly slaying a perfected half-king was to be expected. Yet, Gu Changqing was not of the king-s realm. He was merely in the early stages of the calamity realm. To vanquish a perfected half-king with a single stroke was almost surreal. Below, Mo Haobai, the young master of the Mo family, stood agape, a deep-seated terror rising from within, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Not long ago, he had foolishly considered confronting Gu Changqing, challenging a being he believed to be a king. Had he a death wish? Fortuitously, his father had intervened in a timely fashion to awaken him from his folly. Reflecting on it now, Mo Haobai was engulfed by dread. Had the Mo family dared to retaliate against Gu Changqing, the consequences would have been dire. Many who had attended the auction were familiar with Gu Changqing's earlier brazen display, where he had audaciously threatened Mo Haobai and the Mo family, one of the 5 great half-king clans. At that time, they had thought Gu Changqing would struggle to depart Haiwei Island alive. Now, however, they began to comprehend the audacity that had fueled his arrogance at the auction. To slay a perfected half-king with a single stroke, such power rendered the 5 great families of Haiwei Island insignificant in his eyes. If matters ended here, it would be one thing. But should the Mo family dare to seek vengeance against Gu Changqing, extinguishing them would likely pose no challenge for him. The onlookers finally understood why Gu Changqing had confidently proclaimed his intention to linger on Haiwei Island for 2 days, undeterred by the Mo family's lack of action following the incident. The Mo family, it seems, has long been aware of certain developments. Their inaction is not due to a lack of capability, but rather a profound fear of taking any decisive steps. The Those who had previously mocked the Mo family for their timidity now find themselves realizing that they are the truly foolish ones. Flee. After witnessing the black-robed elder being obliterated by a single strike from Gu Changqing, the more than 10 semi-king powerhouses of the Wuyuexian sect, including another fully realized semi-king in white robes, were left in a state of shock. Their immediate reaction was not to join forces to eliminate Gu Changqing in retaliation for the black-robed elder, but rather to escape. The dozen or so semi-king powerhouses transformed into streaks of light, scattering in all directions. This scene left the onlookers on Haiwei Island utterly astounded. The previously arrogant figures clad in black, who had boasted of sealing off Haiwei Island and exterminating all its inhabitants, were now fleeing. Yet, considering Gu Changqing's terrifying strength, it became clear, faced with such a formidable opponent, a being of royal caliber, was there any choice but to flee, lest they meet their demise? However, would Gu Changqing allow them to escape? Whether it was a single kill or a multitude, he would not hesitate to eradicate them to prevent future troubles. With a mere thought, the 4 spiritual swords that formed the foundation of his formation shot through the air. In an instant, the 10 or so semi-kings were nearly annihilated. Only the fully realized semi-king in white robes remained, captured by Gu Changqing, struggling and pleading for mercy. "Spare me, esteemed elder. I am a senior elder of the Wuyuexian sect, willing to serve you like cattle or horses, if only you would grant me my life." Initially, Gu Changqing had intended to crush him without hesitation, but the elder's words stirred something within him. Within the Gu family, he was the sole king-level entity. Although Jiang Lianxin was extraordinarily gifted, she was still some distance from attaining royal status, and her current pregnancy had hindered her cultivation. Should he venture out? The Gu family would be left without a second royal protector. While the white-robed elder was not a king, he was a fully realized semi-king. For Gu Changqing, facilitating a semi-king's ascension to royal status was not a daunting task. The Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra contained an ancient 4th-grade pill formula known as the Sanyuan Breakthrough Pill, which significantly enhances the chances of breaking through to the royal level. Moreover, he had already concocted 3 of these pills. Naturally, Gu Changqing had no need for them himself, as his innate talent rendered such enhancements unnecessary. However, for some individuals close to him, such as his father and the 1st and 2nd elders, who would reach the 9th level of the tribulation realm, such pills would prove beneficial. Having prepared 3 pills as a reserve, it now seemed they might need to be utilized sooner than anticipated. "I could let you go," Gu Changqing declared, tossing a black pill towards the white-robed elder. "Consume this, and I shall spare your life." The elder glanced at the black pill and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. At this juncture, his sole desire was to survive. Any hesitation could provoke Gu Changqing's ire, sealing his fate. Upon ingesting the black pill, the white-robed elder felt as though an invisible hand was clutching his very soul. With a mere thought from the other, he could perish instantly. This pill, concocted by Gu Changqing days prior, possessed the ability to control another's soul. And its effects were precisely as the elder envisioned. No matter where he was, if Gu Changqing wished to kill him, it could be accomplished with but a thought. Was there a hint of reluctance? Gu Changqing regarded the elderly man in white robes and inquired, "Are you not afraid?" The old man quickly knelt down, exclaiming, "I would not dare." "Indeed," Gu Changqing nodded. "Following me may not be a misfortune for you. Given your talents, without encountering significant opportunities, you would never hope to attain the king realm in this lifetime. Yet, by aligning yourself with me, the king realm is merely the beginning." Gu Changqing was not engaging in deception or false promises. He possessed the genuine capability to fulfill his words. The white-robed elder was already at the pinnacle of the half-king stage, just a step away from the true king realm. However, this so-called step had ensnared countless half-king powerhouses, and for many it was a lifetime of stagnation. The elder's emotions were tumultuous at this moment. He mourned the loss of his freedom. Yet he rejoiced at the prospect of potentially breaking into the king realm in the future. He held unwavering faith in Gu Changqing's words. Gu Changqing's innate talent was evident. Even in the early stages of tribulation, he possessed strength equivalent to that of a king realm expert. Such potential was indeed remarkable, perhaps even akin to the legendary prodigies of the spirit ranking. For the elder, this was a fortuitous opportunity. Should such an individual rise to prominence, not only would he, a mere half-king, be eager to follow Gu Changqing, but many genuine king realm experts would also yearn to ally themselves with him. Perhaps there would come a day when Gu Changqing would implore him to depart, and he might even be reluctant to leave. "Master, my name is Bai Huan." He introduced himself. Chapter 21. Assisting you into the King Realm, the crisis of the Dust Heart Pavilion, the Sanyuan Breaking Barrier Pill. Though not created by the esteemed Qingmu Pill Emperor, traces its origins back to the ancient era and has long since become extinct. In those ancient times, breaking into the King Realm was not as arduous, and numerous ancient pills existed to enhance the probability of such breakthroughs. The current difficulty in ascending to the King Realm largely stems from the loss of these ancient pill formulas. Thank you for your generous kindness, revered elder. Voices of gratitude resonated from below in Haiwa City, including those from the 5 major half-king families. Had it not been for Gu Changqing, they would likely have perished here today. The family head of the Wang clan hesitated for a moment before producing a golden jade tablet from his robes and presenting it to Gu Changqing. The existence of such a treasure would surely spread throughout the entire southern sea of 10,000 beasts in no time. And he knew he could not protect it for long. Rather than risk this, he chose to gift the jade tablet to Gu Changqing, doing so in front of everyone. This was the only way to ensure the survival of the Wang family. Gu Changqing glanced at him and accepted the tablet. Even he felt a surge of temptation at the prospect of a king realm's secret treasure. However, it was not yet time to pursue it. He would attend to it after returning to his own family. In the following days, Gu Changqing remained in Haiwa City, entering seclusion to cultivate. As if flowing naturally. A few days later, he effortlessly weathered the thunder tribulation, advancing to the 2nd level of the Calamity Realm. Remarkably, it had been less than a month since he had broken into the Calamity Realm, a pace of cultivation that could hardly be described as merely swift. After reaching the 2nd level of the Calamity Realm, Gu Changqing consumed a cultivation-enhancing pill he had recently refined, causing the spiritual energy within him to surge once again. A few days later, Gu Changqing officially emerged from his seclusion. At this moment, with the aid of the elixir, Gu Changqing's realm has ascended from the 1st level of the Tribulation Realm prior to his seclusion to the 3rd level of the Tribulation Realm now. Outside the door, Baidu and Gu Changqing have been waiting for quite some time. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough. As soon as Gu Changqing stepped outside, Baidu respectfully bowed to him. Have you reached the King Realm? Moreover, your aura is stable, indicating that your realm has been thoroughly consolidated. It seems the elixir has proven effective. Gu Changqing discerned Baidu's current realm at a glance. He was no longer a half-king, but had truly attained the 1st level of the King Realm, the Xian King Realm. All of this is thanks to you, Master. Without the spirit elixir bestowed by you, I fear I would have never reached such heights in this lifetime. Baidu's voice carried an unmistakable excitement. Even now, he felt as though it were somewhat surreal. The King Realm, an aspiration long coveted by numerous half-step kings. Yet, the successful ascension is exceedingly rare. Among 100 half-kings, it is unlikely that even one would achieve promotion, illustrating the immense difficulty. How many half-kings have fallen to the tribulations of the King Realm? Previously, Baidu and that old man in black had risked being hunted by king-level forces for a mere chance to break through to the King Realm, even resorting to exterminating everyone on Highway Island. Who could have anticipated that with just a single spirit elixir, he would attain what was nearly an impossible breakthrough to the Xian King Realm, and without any after-effects? Meanwhile, Gu Changqing, over the past half-month, has also experienced rapid growth in her strength, reaching the 5th level of the true spirit realm. This remarkable enhancement is not solely attributed to the elixir provided by Gu Changqing, but also to her cultivation of the newly created Gu family's Tai Xian Heart Method, which emerged from Gu Changqing's integration of the 1st chapter of the Tai Xian Canon and the Gu family's heart technique. The original Gu family heart method was merely of the low king grade, but the current Gu family's Tai Xian heart method is of the imperial grade. This is vastly superior to the heart method Gu Changqing initially practiced. The Tai Xian Canon is too extraordinary to be easily granted to others, even to family members. Yet the Gu family's Tai Xian heart method, refined by Gu Changqing, is permissible. His next plan involves a trip to the Gu family on Wanqin Island, returning after escorting Qing'er back, and then heading back to the Hanshin Empire. On their journey to Wanqin Island, Gu Changqing intends to stop by the Qinshin Pavilion to ascertain whether they have indeed subdued the deputy pavilion master as claimed. If not, then the Qinshin Pavilion shall face annihilation. A day later, Gu Changqing and his companions took to the skies, departing from Highway Island. Their destination, Wanqin Island, Gu family. The Blue Creek Archipelago consists of 2 large islands and countless medium and small islands. Qinshin Island, where the Qinshin Pavilion resides, is one of those 2 large islands, while Wanqin Island, home to the Gu family, is one of the many smaller islands. The Blue Creek Archipelago is dominated by two major half-king factions, the Changqing Pavilion and the Jinxia sect. For years, these two powers have maintained a delicate balance. With conflicts arising frequently, the grudges between them are irreconcilable, and each side wishes to eliminate the other to become the sole sovereign power of the Blue Creek Archipelago, monopolizing all its resources. By the time Gu Changqing and his companions arrived at the Blue Creek Archipelago, 3 days had already passed. Initially intending to infiltrate the Dust Heart Pavilion and discreetly ascertain whether the claims regarding the removal of the Deputy Pavilion Master were true, I discovered that the current state of the Dust Heart Pavilion was rather peculiar. The protective array was activated, and disciples were barred from entering or exiting. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire sect, with the core leadership, including the Pavilion Master, gathered within the main hall. The Pavilion Master, alongside individuals from the Golden Cloud sect and the ever-changing sect, had sealed off the waters surrounding Dustheart Island. Although the outer disciples had received news, many encountered formidable forces from these two sects on their return, suffering grievous losses. Elder Yang expressed his sorrow over the situation. Indeed, the Dustheart Pavilion had been facing considerable adversity of late. The sudden loss of a fully realized 9th-stage Tribulation Realm Master, second only to the Pavilion Master, had significantly diminished the pavilion's strength. However, even in this weakened state, they need not fear the Golden Cloud sect. Yet, not long ago, the Deputy Sect Master of the Golden Cloud sect broke through to the Half-King realm. Furthermore, an external force not originally from the Blue Tide Archipelago, the ever-changing sect, had formed an alliance with the Golden Cloud sect, intent on eradicating the Dust Heart Pavilion from the archipelago entirely. The ever-changing sect, hailing from beyond Blue Tide Archipelago, was also a formidable half-king power. Their participation tipped the scales dramatically. With 2 half-kings from the Golden Cloud sect and 1 from the ever-changing sect, the situation seemed overwhelmingly dire. Both the leaders of the Golden Cloud sect and the ever-changing sect were at the late half-king stage. Akin to the Pavilion Master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, the addition of the ever-changing sect rendered the outcome of this impending conflict inevitable. The Pavilion Master, though strong, could not withstand the combined might of 3 half-kings. Even the 2 from the Golden Cloud sect alone would prove to be a formidable challenge, let alone with the presence of another late half-king from the ever-changing sect. The vast main hall was currently enveloped in a chilling silence, a palpable sense of despair permeating the hearts of all present. The Golden Cloud sect, it seemed, had made some unknown sacrifice to persuade the ever-changing sect. Cursed be it. Elder Wang Chong slammed his palm down on the jade stone table, shattering it to dust. There was no escape, if that were the case. Then a desperate struggle was in order. The Pavilion Master slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, brimming with fierce battle intent. Even in death, I shall take a few of those beasts from the Golden Cloud sect with me. Many elders rose in indignation. Elder, you are the strongest in the Dust Heart Pavilion aside from me. When the battle commences, seize the opportunity to lead several true disciples through the blockade. The Pavilion Master instructed, casting his gaze upon a few of the true disciples, those among the younger generation with the greatest talent, the hope of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Should you succeed in escaping, do not forget to avenge the Dust Heart Pavilion. Though he spoke thus, the Pavilion Master was all too aware of the slim chances of success. Faced with the combined forces of 2 sects whose power far surpassed that of the Dust Heart Pavilion at all levels, escaping would be no trivial task unless a miracle were to occur. The Pavilion Master's true disciples were visibly moved by his words. Now, all of you, leave me for a moment of solitude, he said, reclining back into his wooden chair, as if the weight of the world had suddenly aged him significantly. In the grand hall, where the elders had departed, only the master of the Changqing Pavilion remained, gazing helplessly at the desolate surroundings. Suddenly, a youthful figure materialized silently within the hall. The master of the Changqing Pavilion, who had been seated upon a wooden chair, widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the young man who had appeared before him. The faint smile on Gu Changqing's face sent shivers down the master's spine. Who is he? When did he arrive in the hall? How could I have been so oblivious? This is inconceivable. As a being of semi-kingly rank, even a true Xuanwang-level powerhouse could not entirely evade his perception. How had this youth achieved such a feat? I can assist you with the current plight of the Changqing Pavilion, but first, you must hand over something to me. What? The master instinctively inquired. The corpse of your deputy master, Gu Ming. With this single utterance, the master instantly recognized the identity of the young man before him. Chapter 22, from today onward. The Changqing Pavilion shall be under my command. This was the individual who had sent messages through Elder Wang and Elder Yang, instructing him to eliminate the deputy master. The first impression the master had of the young man was that he was remarkably youthful. It seemed that the words of Elder Wang and Elder Yang were not exaggerated in the slightest. Although the master was no stranger to king-level powerhouses, Gu Changqing was undoubtedly the youngest he had ever encountered. Suddenly, another figure appeared in the hall, standing beside Gu Changqing. It was an elderly man clad in white robes. The significance of his presence was overshadowed by the potent aura he exuded. Another king, the master of the Changqing Pavilion, was taken aback. Two king-level powerhouses had arrived at the Changqing Pavilion. Furthermore, judging by the respectful demeanor of the white-robed elder, he appeared to be a subordinate of the youthful king. Without hesitation, the master retrieved the corpse of Deputy Master Gu Ming from his storage ring. "It seems you did not take my words lightly," Gu Changqing remarked, nodding slightly. With his strength, verifying whether the corpse belonged to the Deputy Master was a trivial task. "I would not dare," the master quickly replied. "Is what you said true? Are you willing to aid the Changqing Pavilion in overcoming this crisis?" Despite the seemingly insurmountable predicament facing the Changqing Pavilion, should Gu Changqing choose to intervene, this so-called deadlock could be effortlessly resolved. A king-level powerhouse, in the absence of any emperor, was nearly invincible in the vast South Sea of 10,000 beasts. Indeed, it is true, but you must agree to one condition. Please, speak freely. From this day forth, the Changqing Pavilion shall be under my command. Upon hearing this, the master's heart sank. He had anticipated that there would be no free lunch, yet Gu Changqing's subsequent words left him utterly bewildered. In return, I will assist you in breaking through to the Xianwang realm. Originally, Gu Changqing had merely intended to pass through this area, confirming the demise of the deputy master before departing. However, he subsequently altered his course of action. The Gu family, where Gu Chang'er resided, was situated within these blue tide islands. After departing, the Gu family on Wangqin Island found themselves without any means of protection, facing the vast and perilous South Sea of 10,000 demons, where their existence could be effortlessly erased at any moment. If they were under the aegis of the Dust Heart Pavilion, their safety would be significantly enhanced. Throughout these recent days of interaction, Gu Changqing developed a considerable fondness for his cousin Gu Chang'er, who shared the same bloodline. Perhaps influenced by his father's teachings from a young age, Gu Changqing placed great importance on familial bonds. His father had always instilled in him the notion that should he encounter any branches of the Gu family in the future, he must extend his assistance whenever possible. The descendants of the Gu clan are few and far between now. Restoring the Gu family to the pinnacle of the spirit domain was also his father's long-held aspiration. Thus, Gu Changqing expressed his thoughts. Facilitating the Dust Heart Pavilion's ascension to a royal-level force would provide ample protection for the Gu family on Wangqin Island. Moreover, having the Dust Heart Pavilion at his disposal would greatly ease his burdens. In the future, he would not need to undertake the arduous journey to the Sea of 10,000 Demons or Sea Moon Island for medicinal herbs. He could simply entrust the task to the Dust Heart Pavilion. "I will help you break through to the royal realm." A simple declaration. Yet it caused the pavilion master of Dust Heart to widen his eyes in astonishment. It was not disbelief, for Gu Changqing, despite his youth and royal status, claiming he could assist others in breaking through was indeed a bold assertion. Recently, he had reached the pinnacle of the half-royal stage. Ahem, standing nearby, succinctly commented. But his words hinted at much more. Not long ago, he had been at the half-royal pinnacle, and now he was at the royal realm. This implied that the elderly figure in white beside Gu Changqing was the one who facilitated this young man's ascension. Dust Cloud, I pay my respects to the master. After a brief internal struggle, the pavilion master of Dust Heart fell to his knees before Gu Changqing. For him, there was no room for alternative choices. Without Gu Changqing's assistance, Dust Heart Pavilion would be unable to withstand the onslaught from the Jinxiao sect and the Wanhua sect. He feared not for his own life, but the thought of watching countless elders and disciples of Dust Heart perish before his eyes was unbearable. Furthermore, should Gu Changqing genuinely help him break through to the royal realm, aligning himself under Gu Changqing would not only be advantageous, but a monumental opportunity. Even in a hypothetical scenario where Gu Changqing could not elevate him to the royal realm, following such a young and immensely promising royal powerhouse would not be an insurmountable prospect for either the Dust Heart Pavilion or himself. From now on, I shall assist you in breaking through to the royal realm. However, keep this matter discreet for the time being. we must not alarm them. The them Gu Changqing referred to were undoubtedly the Jinxia sect and Wanhua sect that had encircled the waters surrounding the Dust Heart Pavilion. Once you achieve the royal realm, the Dust Heart Pavilion shall ascend to a royal-level power. The individuals from Jinxia sect and Wanhua sect will serve perfectly as sacrificial offerings. In 2 days, the forces of Jinxia sect and Wanhua sect would arrive at the gates. Had it not been for the sect's grand formation, the powerful disciples of the two factions would have likely stormed the mountain gates long ago. From the elders to the disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion, they stood armed and resolute, their eyes filled with a determination to face death. They vowed to share the fate of their sect. This scene stirred Gu Changqing's emotions slightly. Dust cloud, come forth and face your demise. Above the horizon, a thunderous roar echoed as 3 figures stepped into the void, appearing above the Dust Heart Pavilion. Though semi-king level warriors cannot soar through the skies like their king level counterparts, they can certainly hover briefly in midair. The trio consisted of the sect master and deputy sect master of the Golden Cloud sect, along with the leader of the 10,000 Transformations sect. Their presence significantly bolstered the morale of both the Golden Cloud sect and the 10,000 Transformations sect, inciting a flurry of cheers among their ranks. From within the Dust Heart Pavilion emerged an elderly man with hair as white as snow. His gaze was fixed upon the 3 figures above. A grave expression etched upon his face, his aura unmistakably that of a semi-king. The Grand Elder. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The white-haired elder was not the master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, but rather its esteemed Grand Elder. The Grand Elder has broken through. Splendid. Now we possess 2 semi-king level warriors. Yet, the sentiment of elation was tinged with despair. No one could have anticipated, not even those from the Dust Heart Pavilion, that the Grand Elder would achieve such a breakthrough at this critical moment. Alas, despite this newfound strength, the situation of the battle remained dire. The Golden Cloud sect and the 10,000 Transformations sect boasted not only 3 semi-king warriors, but also 2 who had reached the later stages of that realm. Damn it! If it weren't for that wretched 10,000 Transformations sect, how could our Dust Heart Pavilion ever fear the Golden Cloud sect? The members of the Dust Heart Pavilion were filled with resentment. Oh, you old fool. I thought you were nearing your end. Yet you've managed to break through to the semi-king level. This comes as quite a surprise to me, the sect master of the Golden Cloud sect remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment as he regarded the Grand Elder, who had now reached the semi-king level. However, a mere novice in this realm cannot alter the outcome. Had it not been for the alliance with the 10,000 Transformations sect, the Golden Cloud sect might have struggled against the Dust Heart Pavilion. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs in this world. He had paid a considerable price to convince the leader of the 10,000 Transformations sect. Today, the Dust Heart Pavilion must be annihilated. Chapter 23. The Master enters the King Realm, adding another king-level subordinate concealed in the void, the Master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, Gu Changqing, and Bai Hong were also observing the unfolding events, though they did not rush to reveal themselves. The aura emanating from the Pavilion Master was no longer that of a semi-king, but rather that of a true mystic king. With the aid of the 3-yuan barrier-breaking pill, Chun Yun encountered little resistance and successfully weathered the king-level tribulation. The Grand Elder's breakthrough to the semi-king level was unrelated to Gu Changqing, as it stemmed from his own unprecedented potential unleashed in the face of desperation. Another has arrived. Today is indeed lively, Gu Changqing mused as he sensed yet another formidable aura swiftly approaching Dust Heart Island, another semi-king. Let them come. Today, we shall slay them all. He shrugged nonchalantly. As the 3 conversed, the owner of the approaching aura had already arrived above the Dust Heart Pavilion. Ah, how festive. Such a lively scene. How could my spirit-binding sect be absent? The voice was chilling, evoking an uncomfortable sensation. His arrival prompted frowns from all present, including the 3 semi-kings of the Golden Cloud sect and the 10,000 Transformations sect. The name Spirit-Binding sect was one that none in attendance found unfamiliar. In the realm of the Southern Sea of 10,000 beasts, both the Dust Heart Pavilion and the Golden Sunset sect boast a formidable presence, each led by a half-king at the peak of their power. The Master of the Transformational Gate has only recently ascended to this level and, lacking the robust support that the Golden Sunset sect and the Dust Heart Pavilion possess, is somewhat weaker in comparison. As for the Spirit Convergence sect, it surpasses both the Dust Heart Pavilion and the Golden Sunset sect in strength. The sect leader, also a half-king, is accompanied by a deputy leader who is at mid-half-king level. Master Song, what brings you here? Inquired the leader of the Golden Sunset sect. gesturing for the two deputy leaders and the master of the transformational gate to remain calm, as they were yet uncertain of the intentions of the spirit convergence sect leader. Haha, I shall not beat around the bush. The spiritual mind of the Dust Heart Pavilion on Dream Island is now under the purview of the spirit convergence sect. The sect leader chuckled, continuing, if both of you sect leaders agree, I shall refrain from intervening in today's matters. Dream Island is the Dust Heart Pavilion's largest spiritual mine, a vital asset. To claim it would equate to seizing nearly a third of the Dust Heart Pavilion's wealth. Upon hearing this, the expression on the Golden Sunset sect leader's face turned ominously dark. The spirit convergence sect certainly has a voracious appetite. With a single statement, they aim to appropriate a significant portion of the Dust Heart Pavilion's assets. What if I refuse? The Golden Sunset sect leader's question thickened the atmosphere with tension. The spirit convergence sect leader smirked. Should you decline, it seems I would have no choice but to ally with the Dust Heart Pavilion. With the Grand Elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion having recently broken through to Half King, alongside the Pavilion Master and two other Half Kings from my sect, we would present a formidable front. The threat was palpable. Below, the members of the Dust Heart Pavilion wore grim expressions. Once a significant force, one of the two premier sects of the Blue Tide Archipelago, they now felt as vulnerable as fish upon a cutting board, at the mercy of others. Very well. I acquiesce, the Golden Sunset sect leader managed to utter through clenched teeth. His fury was palpable, yet he found himself with no alternative. As the Spirit Convergence sect leader had pointed out, should they truly join forces with the Dust Heart Pavilion, it would spell disaster. Ha ha ha, splendid. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Rest assured, I am not one to take advantage without reciprocating. The Pavilion Master shall be dealt with by me. In the midst of their banner, the interests of the Dust Heart Pavilion were thoroughly dissected. A sense of despair enveloped the members of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Merely the alliance of the Golden Sunset sect and the Transformational Gate had driven them to the brink. Now, the Spirit Convergence sect, equally if not more powerful, had emerged. It felt as if fate itself conspired against the Dust Heart Pavilion. Esteemed guests, to divide the interests of the Dust Heart Pavilion in our presence, do you not think that a trifle disrespectful? The Pavilion Master manifested in midair. Gazing down at the leaders of the Spirit Convergence sect and the Golden Sunset sect, his voice calm and steady. Master, the elders and disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion cried out in unison. Dust Yun, you finally show yourself. I thought you were too frightened to appear. The Golden Sunset sect leader sneered, not missing a chance for derision. Our long-standing grievances between our sects are at last to find resolution. The master of the Dust Heart Pavilion gazed at him, filled with a sense of reflection. Indeed, it was time to draw a conclusion. His gaze turned towards the leader of the Fulling sect. Leader of the Fulling sect, there exists no enmity between us. My Dust Heart Pavilion has not engaged in any conflict with your Fulling sect. I offer you a chance. If you depart now, I shall overlook today's events. The leader of the Fulling sect regarded Shen Yun as if he were a fool. Do you truly believe that is possible? You will come to regret this. The leader of the Fulling sect nearly laughed aloud, thinking that Shen Yun might be suffering from some grave delusion, failing to grasp the current situation. Just as the leader of the Fulling sect prepared to speak, a terrifying pressure, overwhelming all present, erupted from within the Dust Heart Pavilion. Simultaneously, the figures of Gu Changqing and Ahem appeared above Dust Heart Island, forming a triangular formation with the master of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Encircling the leader of the Fulling sect and all members of the Jinxia sect and Wanhua Gate, the three formidable sovereign-level beings unleashed their oppressive auras. The terrifying presence caused the leader of the Fulling sect and the Jinxia sect master to turn pale. This aura, it was sovereign level. The master of the Dust Heart Pavilion had actually broken through to the sovereign realm. Moreover, there were two other sovereigns present. The four half-sovereign powerhouses roared in disbelief. Their eyes filled with incredulity. They understood that reaching the late half-sovereign stage, let alone the peak, was a considerable journey. How had he achieved a breakthrough to the sovereign realm? How was this even possible? Furthermore, what was the situation with the other two sovereigns? The three sovereigns, positioned at three distinct points, sealed off all their escape routes, leaving no possibility for retreat. At that moment, not only the leader of the Fulling sect and the members of the Jinxia sect and Wanhua Gate were stunned, but even the elders and disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion were bewildered. Their master had actually broken through to the sovereign realm? Despair swiftly transformed into ecstatic joy. Chapter 24. The master actually addresses him as Supreme Lord. I warned you that you would come to regret this. The master of the Dust Heart Pavilion spoke in a calm tone, and in an instant, he struck. The forces of heaven and earth surged violently, coalescing into a colossal spiritual hand, which descended upon the 4 leaders of the Fuling sect. No, the 4 half-sovereign powerhouses attempted to flee, but to the sovereign-level beings. Their speed was akin to that of a tortoise. With a resounding crash, countless elders and disciples of the Jinxia sect in Wanhua Gate were obliterated into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even a single complete corpse behind. A single sovereign strike was thus terrifying. The gap between true sovereigns and half-sovereigns was insurmountable. Even a half-sovereign at full maturity was but a slightly larger ant in the presence of a true sovereign. Though the master of the Dust Heart Pavilion had merely just entered the sovereign realm, his foundation yet to be solidified, it was still far easier to crush several late half-sovereigns than to squash a few ants. Were they dead? The leader of the Fuling sect, the master of the Jinxiao sect, and the high-ranking members and disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion below were left in shock. Those were half-step sovereigns. Each one was a renowned powerhouse within the Blue Creek Isles and the surrounding seas. Yet, before the master, they were utterly powerless. Was this the might of the sovereign realm? It was simply horrifying. The once leaderless Jinxia sect and the Wanhua sect began to scatter in all directions, fleeing without exception. Gu Changqing spoke slowly. He was never merciful towards his adversaries. "Yes, my lord," replied the masters of the Dust Heart Pavilion, Bai Hung, and the 2 powerful figures of the King Realm, who simultaneously sprang into action. In but a fleeting moment, all the invading foes were utterly annihilated. The utterance of "my lord" by the Pavilion Master and by Hang sent a tremor through the hearts of the Dust Heart Pavilion members below. Huang Yingying, Elder Wang, Elder Yang, and the others had recognized Gu Changqing. He was the unparalleled sword cultivator who had once vanquished a King Realm beast with a single stroke upon the ocean's surface. The Pavilion Master referred to him as "my lord." The members of the Dust Heart Pavilion thought they might have misheard. Once the threat was eliminated, Gu Changqing instructed Bai Hong, "Pay a visit to the Fuling sect and eradicate it. Leaving future troubles is not my way." To deal with enemies, Gu Changqing's principle was to ensure their complete destruction. "Understood, my lord." Bai Hong clasped his fists in acknowledgement and soared into the sky. In less than an hour, Bai Hong's figure appeared at the gates of the Fuling sect. At that moment, the people of the Fuling sect were oblivious to the calamity that had befallen them. Without warning, Bai Hong descended like a tempest, unleashing a single palm strike that obliterated the island housing their gates, sinking it into the depths of the ocean. The members of the Fuling sect, including the vice sect master, who was in secluded cultivation at Mid-King Realm, had not even comprehended what was happening before they were reduced to mere dust by that earth-shattering blow, sinking alongside the island into the vast sea. Witnesses of this scene were left in utter shock. The Fuling sect was regarded as one of the most formidable sects in this maritime region. Even the 2 sects of the Lanxi Islands, the Dust Heart Pavilion and the Jinxia sect, were considered inferior in comparison. Yet, this seemingly invincible sect, boasting thousands of members, was annihilated in a single stroke, with not a soul escaping. It would not be long before this event echoed throughout the entire southern sea of 10,000 beasts. The witnesses were profoundly shaken. The Pavilion Master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, Chen Yun, had completed his explanations to the high-ranking elders, including the matter of submitting to Gu Changqing. From now on, the Dust Heart Pavilion would also become a force under Gu Changqing's command. They bore no significant resistance to this change. Instead, they felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Gu Changqing. Were it not for him, the Dust Heart Pavilion would likely have been destroyed, and they would not have survived. Now, with Gu Changqing's assistance, not only had the Pavilion Master broken through to the King Realm, but the Dust Heart Pavilion was also poised to ascend to the ranks of a king-level power. This was a reality that the elders of the Dust Heart Pavilion had never even dared to dream of, and yet it had come to pass. The southern sea of 10,000 beasts was vast, encompassing countless sects, both large and small, numbering in the thousands. Even among the half-king level forces, there were many. However, the king-level forces in the southern sea of 10,000 beasts numbered merely a handful. Although the Pavilion Master was still relatively young, there lingered a glimmer of hope for a future breakthrough to the King Realm. Yet, such breakthroughs were far from easy. Beneath the King Realm's tribulations, countless bones and souls had perished. The fact that Gu Changqing could assist Pavilion Master Chen Yun in breaking through to the King Realm was nothing short of miraculous, a feat that could be described as transcendent. Moreover, it is highly probable that Gu Changqing is a prodigy of the spirit ranking, destined to ascend to imperial status in the future. To follow such an extraordinary genius is undeniably an honor for them. As for Gu Changqing, being Gu Changqing's cousin, she has been directly appointed as the Holy Maiden of the Dust Heart Pavilion by the Pavilion Master, making her the sole Holy Maiden. Gu Changqing, with her petite head held high, found herself somewhat bewildered. Not long ago, she was merely a minor outer disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, not even part of the inner sect. Yet now, she has transcended the inner sect and core ranks to become the Holy Maiden of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Among the disciples who were already acquainted with Gu Changqing, envy ran rampant, particularly among some core inner disciples who felt a tumult of emotions. Once the dust settled, Gu Changqing sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough, prompting him to enter seclusion within the Dust Heart Pavilion. The Pavilion Master, in turn, began to consolidate his realm in preparation for the forthcoming congratulations from all directions. Within a mere few days, the battle of the Dust Heart Pavilion reverberated throughout the vast southern sea of 10,000 beasts. The news of the Pavilion Master breaking through to the King Realm, along with the rumored existence of two other King Realm powerhouses within the Dust Heart Pavilion, could not be concealed and swiftly spread. As a result, numerous prominent forces and sects from the surrounding maritime regions dispatched envoys to extend their congratulations. The Dust Heart Pavilion officially ascended to the rank of a king-level force, establishing itself as one of the premier sects in the southern sea of 10,000 beasts. The nearest king-level force to the Dust Heart Pavilion is the Qingyuan Palace, an esteemed, long-established king-level sect that has endured for millennia. The current palace master not only holds the king realm, but is also a perfected Xian king. On the verge of entering the heavenly king realm, the vice master of Qingyuan Palace personally arrived to convey their felicitations, demonstrating their goodwill. This vice master is also a formidable Xian king, highlighting the significance that Qingyuan Palace places on this occasion. If it were merely a newly ascended king realm, it would not warrant such attention from Qingyuan Palace. However, in the eyes of the palace master, the Dust Heart Pavilion is rather extraordinary. The seemingly unremarkable Qingyuan, who should not have broken through to the king realm, has forcefully leaped over the threshold of half-king perfection to directly ascend to the king realm. Coupled with the presence of two mysterious king realm powerhouses within the Dust Heart Pavilion, all of this emanates an aura of complexity, shrouding the sect in an enigmatic veil. Seizing upon this momentum, the Pavilion Master announced that 1 week hence, a grand ceremony would be held to welcome new disciples. The number of disciples within the Dust Heart Pavilion has always been limited, and with the recent losses, it has dwindled even further. Now, as a newly promoted king-level force, the number of disciples is indeed rather sparse. In comparison to other established king-level forces, which boast thousands, if not tens of thousands, of disciples, this is a stark contrast. Upon the announcement, the talented individuals, both within and beyond the Blue Creek Isles, could no longer remain idle. Although their talents might not reach the level required for disciples of a king-level force, the Dust Heart Pavilion, as a newly established king-level sect, is likely to have less stringent requirements than older, established ones. Each sought to take a chance, for who knows, should they be accepted as disciples, they would be considered part of a king-level force, regardless of being mere outer disciples, who would dare to look down upon them or provoke them. Chapter 25. Ascending to king-level force, congratulations from all sides. Beyond Wanqin Island, at the residence of the Gu family, several young heirs were preparing for their departure, while the head of the Gu clan, Gu Qian, bid them farewell. These young men and women not only hailed from the Gu family, but also represented the most gifted among the younger generation. Xia, this is your first time leaving the island. The world beyond is vastly different from Wanqin Island. You must heed the words of Elder San, do you understand? Gu Qian gently adjusted his second daughter's hair as he spoke. As the patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Qian had no sons, only 2 daughters. His eldest daughter, Gu Changqing, had joined the Qinshining Pavilion a few years prior. Although she was merely an outer disciple, she had written a letter over 6 months ago expressing her intent to advance to the inner sect. It remained uncertain how she fared now. His second daughter, Gu Xier, aged merely 15, possessed considerable talent, perhaps even surpassing that of Gu Changqing. In earlier times, her admission to the Qinshining Pavilion would have been a mere formality, requiring no gifts or backdoor favors. However, the Qinshining Pavilion had transformed. It was no longer a mere semi-king level force, but had ascended to a true king level power. This single word made all the difference. With the elevation in status, the criteria for accepting disciples had naturally become much more stringent. Thus, Gu Qian felt uncertain about his youngest daughter's chances of passing the assessment and gaining entry into the Qinshining Pavilion. Nevertheless, one must attempt. Hence, this farewell was arranged. Not only Gu Xier, but several other promising young members of the clan sought to seize this opportunity. If chosen, if they succeeded in the trials, becoming disciples of the Qinshining Pavilion would indeed elevate them to unimaginable heights. Many shared this ambition throughout the Blue Shi Islands. Gu Xier possessed an enchanting visage, her porcelain-like face blushing with youthful vigor, bearing a resemblance to her elder sister Gu Changqing. Regarding her father's admonition, she nodded earnestly. "Father, I understand. I will certainly heed Elder San's words. Rest assured, we shall act with discretion and avoid provoking any troubles." The other Gu heirs echoed her sentiments. Gu Qian nodded with satisfaction, stroking his beard as he continued. "Oh, remember to seek out your sister first. I wonder if she has advanced to the inner sect. If she has, she might be able to assist you in some way. Once at the Qinshining Pavilion, find a way to contact your sister Qing'er." "Sister, it's been over a year since I last saw her." Gu Xier's beautiful eyes reflected her longing. The sisters had always shared a close bond, with Gu Xier being Gu Qing'er's devoted follower until her sister was sent to the Qinshining Pavilion a few years ago. After bidding their farewells, the group, led by Elder San, gradually made their way toward the port, where they would embark on a sea vessel bound for Qinshining Island to participate in the grand recruitment ceremony. The ship sailed through the archipelago for nearly 2 days, drawing ever closer to the island that housed the Qinshining Pavilion. Gu Xier and her companions meticulously adhered to the family head's admonition. While venturing outside, they must avoid causing any disturbances. Once they departed from Wanqin Island, no one recognized the Gu family, nor would anyone extend them any courtesy. The elder responsible for escorting them, although a true spirit at the 8th level, was merely adequate within Wanqin Island, yet insignificant across the vast expanse of the Blue Shi Islands. Fortunately, after 2 days, they maintained a low profile, rarely stepping out of their lodgings to avert any conflict, thus avoiding any altercations. The ship was en route to Qinshin Island, home to the esteemed Qinshin Pavilion, and predominantly carried young individuals eager to participate in the pavilion's grand recruitment ceremony. Many were akin to Gu Xier, hoping to grasp a stroke of luck. As the day of arrival at Qinshin Island approached, the elder permitted the youngsters to stretch their legs after being cooped up in the inn for 2 days, nearly driving them to the brink of restlessness, particularly Gu Xier, who was experiencing the sea for the first time. She eagerly gazed around, marveling at everything in her surroundings. "Elder, what kind of fish is that? It's so beautiful. It's a riot of colors, just like a rainbow," Gu Xier exclaimed. "And that one, Elder, what is it? It's enormous. Will it really not attack our merchant ship?" Like an inquisitive child, she peppered the elder with questions, brimming with excitement. The elder, overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries, could only shake his head with a wry smile. Their reluctance to venture out from the inn was largely attributed to Gu Xier. She had inherited the remarkable genes of both the family head and her mother, possessing a beauty that could bewitch and ensnare, rivaling even her sister Gu Changqing. The saying "beauty brings disaster" was not mere folklore in this realm. Countless stunning women had been seized to serve as consorts or sacrifices, and such occurrences were far from rare. The elder's concerns were not unfounded. Tales of such events were rampant. It was only upon nearing the vicinity of Qinshin Island that he felt secure enough to allow Gu Xier a chance to step outside. As anticipated, Gu Xier's presence swiftly attracted the attention of many around them, with some gazes tinged with ulterior motives, especially upon realizing that the strongest among them was merely the 8th level of true spirit. Fortunately, being within the boundaries of Qinshin Island, those with malicious intent dared not provoke trouble. Young Master Chui has arrived, just as Gu Xier and her companions entered the hall. Seeking a tavern to savor dishes and fine wines unavailable on Wanqin Island, they were met with a tumult of voices resonating from the vicinity. The attention that had initially been riveted on Gu Xier shifted towards the entrance of the hall. There, a handsome young man wielding a folding fan gracefully strode into the hall, surrounded by a throng of sycophants eager to curry favor. "Who is he?" one of the Gu family members inquired, bewildered. It seemed all within the hall recognized this young man, save for Gu Xier and her companions. Naturally, having refrained from venturing out over the past few days, they were oblivious to the notable figures aboard the ship. "It appears you few have scarcely emerged since boarding," someone remarked. "This is young Master Chui Yong, the heir of the Chui family from Chanyuan Island, and his background is anything but ordinary." A woman seated at the adjacent table gazed at Cui Yong with a hint of admiration as he entered the hall. Noticing that Gu Changqing and her companions were unfamiliar with him, she took it upon herself to elucidate. Chongyuan Island? The Cui family? Yet, Gu Changqing and her companions remained perplexed. Among them, this was Gu Changqing's first venture onto the sea, leaving her utterly unaware of matters beyond Huaqin Island. As for the other young members of the Gu family, though they had sailed before, their knowledge of the larger islands and powerful factions within the Lanchi archipelago was scant. The woman, initially eager to showcase her knowledge, found herself disheartened upon realizing the ignorance of these country bumpkins. What was there to boast about in front of them? Her vanity was left unfulfilled, rendering her efforts a waste of time. The young members of the Gu family felt a twinge of embarrassment. They indeed lacked knowledge in this regard. However, the third elder, having heard of the Cui family and Chongyuan Island, seized the opportunity to explain to the younger generation. The Lanchi archipelago is replete with islands, among which the two largest are dominated by the Dust Heart Pavilion and the former Golden Cloud sect. Beyond these major islands, there are 5 medium-sized islands, one of which is Chongyuan Island, home to the most powerful family, the Cui family, boasting no fewer than 10 formidable experts in the realm of tribulation. Notably, the patriarch of the Cui family serves as an elder at the Dust Heart Pavilion. The younger members of the Gu family swallowed hard, their astonishment palpable. 10 experts in the realm of tribulation, along with a patriarch holding an esteemed position in the Dust Heart Pavilion. Such a family power ranks among the elite in the entire Lanchi archipelago, second only to the Dust Heart Pavilion. No wonder the woman referred to them as country bumpkins. Anyone with a modicum of experience at sea would be familiar with the Cui family, a top-tier family within the Lanchi archipelago. Seeing the shock on the faces of the Gu family's younger members, the woman's vanity received a slight boost. With a patriarch serving as an elder at the Dust Heart Pavilion, it seemed Cui Yong might not even need to undergo any assessments to gain entry there. How enviable. Yet, the envy was not hers alone. Everyone in the hall could not help but feel the same. The Dust Heart Pavilion is undeniably a prestigious power. Its entry requirements, though not as stringent as those of some older royal families, are still considerable. How many individuals were attending the admission ceremony at the Dust Heart Pavilion? Surely more than several thousand. Yet, only a few hundred would ultimately gain entry. At last, Gu Changqing and her companions understood why Cui Yong was surrounded by so many sycophants. With his status, winning his favor might just secure them a spot without the need for assessment. Truth be told, Gu Changqing and her companions felt a twinge of envy. Having an elder in the Dust Heart Pavilion meant one could become a disciple without even needing to take the entrance examination. Chapter 26. Her sister, merely an outer sect disciple. Suddenly, a young scion from the Gu family let out a soft gasp, gazing in astonishment at a youth standing beside Cui Yong, whose face was adorned with a veneer of obsequiousness. Was that not Changping? On Huaqin Island, there exist 3 prominent families: the Su family, the Chang family, and the Gu family, to which Gu Changqing and Gu Changqing belong. The Gu family scion was certainly no stranger to Changping, the second young master of the Chang family, who also hailed from Huaqin Island and was a familiar face in the community. The other Gu family members, including Gu Changqing, turned their attention to Cui Yong, and indeed, they beheld Changping's figure. How amusing, remarked a Gu family youth with a disdainful snort. The second young master of the illustrious Chang family has reduced himself to playing the sycophant. His tone was tinged with contempt. This remark caught the attention of a woman at a neighboring table, who cast a dismissive glance at the Gu family scion and smirked. What of it? With your standing, you wouldn't even be afforded the chance to fawn. You. The Gu youth rose in anger, only to be forcefully restrained by the third elder, who pressed him back into his seat. Clearly, this woman was an admirer of young Master Cui. Though her words were harsh, they did hold a grain of truth. In the hall, there were multitudes vying for Cui Yong's favor, wishing to ingratiate themselves with him. The few by his side were merely a fraction of those eager to catch his attention. Yet, even if others approached, it was uncertain whether Cui Yong would acknowledge them. Although no conflict ultimately ensued among the Gu family members, a considerable commotion was stirred, prompting Cui Yong to cast a glance in their direction. That fleeting glance rendered Cui Yong momentarily transfixed, his gaze riveted upon Gu Changqing's exquisitely delicate visage. She was a vision of ethereal beauty. Cui Yong could not help but marvel inwardly. As the heir of the Cui family, he was accustomed to the company of beautiful women. Yet Gu Changqing's allure eclipsed all the women he had ever encountered. Changping, observing that Cui Yong seemed momentarily immobilized, was filled with curiosity. Following Cui Yong's line of sight, he was suddenly taken aback. Gu Xie? How could he possibly be unfamiliar with her? The stunning sisters of the Gu family had captivated countless young talents on Wanqin Island, and the number of suitors eager to wed her could encircle the island itself. Changping was among those infatuated. Unfortunately, whether it was Gu Changqing or Gu Xie, neither had ever shown him the slightest interest. Realizing that Cui Yong's gaze was fixated on Gu Xie, Changping could not help but deduce the situation. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. Could it be that Cui Yong had taken a liking to Gu Xie? Cui Yong withdrew his gaze and turned to Changping. Inquiring, Gu Xie? Is that her name? Do you know her? Changping nodded vigorously. Of course I know her. We both hail from Wanqin Island. How could I not? Come, young Master Cui, allow me to introduce you. Changping was filled with excitement. This could very well be his opportunity. A chance to enter the Dust Heart Pavilion without undergoing the assessments. He harbored feelings for both Gu Xie and Gu Changqing, yet neither had ever regarded him with any interest. Since he could not possess them himself, he might as well seize the chance to become acquainted with such extraordinary beauty. Let us go. Cui Yong cast a lingering glance at Changping, offering him a look of appreciation that stirred great excitement within Changping. Meanwhile, Gu Xie, who had also noticed the approaching Cui Yong and Changping, felt an unsettling premonition. Remaining calm was essential. They had already entered the territory of Wanqin Island. And even if he was the young master of the Cui family, he should refrain from any outrageous behavior. The third elder furrowed his brow, attempting to comfort those around him. Xie, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here, Changping initiated, appearing overly familiar with Gu Xie, despite their mere acquaintance. Indeed. It is quite a coincidence, Gu Xie replied with a measured tone. She harbored a certain envy towards Cui Yong for his privilege of entering Wanqin Pavilion without the need for an assessment. However, envy did not equate to affection. Although Cui Yong made efforts to conceal his true intentions, Gu Xie could still discern a hint of lewdness in his gaze, a look she had encountered frequently and found deeply repulsive. Allow me to introduce. This is young Master Cui Yong from Changyuan Island, Changping began, but was abruptly interrupted by Cui Yong. Why bother with such formalities? I am Cui Yong. May I inquire your name, fair maiden? Changping's introduction seemed to serve as an ostentatious display of Cui Yong's status. After all, who aboard the ship was unaware of the identity of the Cui family heir? Such a boastful introduction was likely to elicit disdain from the lady. I am Gu Xie. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Cui, Gu Xie said with a frown, gradually rising to her feet. Though she felt a measure of aversion towards Cui Yong, his status compelled her to tread carefully, avoiding any overt offense. Consequently, after a brief exchange, she stood up, stating, I am feeling somewhat unwell and must take my leave. I hope you will not take offense, young Master Cui. At this moment, Gu Xie was solely focused on escaping the situation. Cui Yong did not impede her. They had indeed entered the precincts of Wanqin Island, and despite his illustrious lineage, he dared not act recklessly here. Although Gu Xie did not explicitly convey her disdain, her demeanor practically broadcasted her desire to sever any acquaintance with him. This left Cui Yong feeling somewhat humiliated, his expression darkening. As the young master of the Cui family, he was accustomed to the adoration of countless women. It was rare for him to take the initiative, only to face such rejection. Embarrassed and incensed, his true nature began to surface. This Gu Xie possesses quite an air of arrogance. Perhaps her backing is substantial, remarked a flamboyant woman beside Cui Yong, her words laced with scorn. While she longed for Cui Yong's attention, he deemed her unworthy, and witnessing his interest in Gu Xie sparked a flame of jealousy within her. Particularly vexing was Gu Xie's apparent reluctance to engage with Cui Yong, igniting a surge of unacknowledged rage. To be favored by young Master Cui is indeed a blessing. How ungrateful, others echoed, their taunts serving to slightly alleviate Cui Yong's displeasure. Asked Changping, does she have an elder sister? I heard you say she is also a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion? If she so easily disregards me, I can only assume her sister has instilled quite a bit of confidence in her. Surely, she is not just an ordinary disciple at the Dust Heart Pavilion? Changping scoffed and hastily clarified. What are you talking about, young Master Cui? She does have an elder sister at the Dust Heart Pavilion, but she is merely an outer disciple. Moreover, it was only thanks to her father's considerable offerings that she barely gained admission. Pfft. Haha. What? An outer disciple? I thought she was something extraordinary. So this is the source of her rejection towards young Master Cui? How amusing. Chapter 27. The the Saintess of Dust Heart Pavilion. Gu Changqing, or half a day later, the ship carrying Gu Sierra docked at Dust Heart Island. For the remainder of the day, Gu Sierra dared not venture outside her quarters. As soon as the vessel halted, several individuals hurriedly disembarked. They found a modest inn on the island to temporarily reside. Though Dust Heart Island was under the dominion of the Dust Heart Pavilion, it was not solely populated by its disciples. Numerous towns thrived there, coexisting peacefully under the pavilion's aegis. Gu Sierra did not forget her father Gu Changqing's admonition and made a trip to the entrance of the Dust Heart Pavilion before the grand recruitment ceremony commenced. At the foot of the mountain, Gu Sierra observed the bustling disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion, their faces radiating confidence and excitement. Not long ago, they were disciples of the Half-King sect. While the Half-King sect was no small matter, in the vast expanse of the 10,000 demons South Sea, they were hardly rare. It is worth noting that some Half-King sects boast disciples numbering in the tens of thousands, far exceeding that of the Dust Heart Pavilion. In the outside world, the Half-King sects held little prestige. Encountering fellow disciples from the same faction, one would hardly receive any respect, and there was no fear of offending anyone. However, the situation had changed. Now they belonged to a royal-level force. In the entire 10,000 demons South Sea, how many royal-level forces existed? The disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion never imagined they would one day bear the title of royal-level disciples. This was indeed a matter of a mere word, separating heaven from earth, especially for some outer disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion who were previously overlooked by their families. Yet, following the pavilion's ascension to royal status, even the heads of their families treated them with newfound respect. Former enemies now presented lavish gifts, seeking reconciliation, such as the deterrent power of a royal-level force. Even a mere outer disciple can invoke trepidation in many. This is why the grand recruitment ceremony of the Dust Heart Pavilion attracts so many hopefuls eager to try their luck. For certain individuals, becoming a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion is akin to an ascent to the heavens. Standing at the foot of the mountain gate, Gu Sierra paced back and forth, drawing the attention of numerous Dust Heart Pavilion disciples. The reason? This seemingly youthful maiden possessed an extraordinary beauty. Gu Sierra wished to inquire about her sister's whereabouts, but felt a wave of trepidation. Finally, with palms nearly dampened by sweat, Gu Sierra mustered the courage to halt a female disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion who was hastily making her way up the mountain. The disciple, eager to return and fulfill her tasks, was somewhat displeased at being interrupted. Upon realizing that the person obstructing her was not a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, her tone grew increasingly impatient. "Is there something you need?" Gu Sierra was taken aback by this tone, feeling a surge of anxiety. She timidly responded, This sister. I am looking for someone. My sister is a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, named Gu Changqing. I wonder if you might know her." After uttering this, Gu Sierra instinctively shrank her head, nervously eyeing the female disciple. "I don't know anyone named Gu." "Wait, who did you say?" The female disciple, eager to return and complete her task, instinctively attempted to brush Gu Sierra aside and leave quickly. However, she soon sensed something amiss. "What did you say your sister's name is?" "Gu Changqing. Do you know her, sister? Could you please help me deliver a message? Just tell her that her sister is looking for her." Gu Sierra, fearing rejection, hurriedly produced a pouch of spirit stones from her robe, appearing to have dozens, and directly offered it to her. "This is just a small token of appreciation. The Gu family is not a prominent clan, and this small pouch of spirit stones represented a considerable sum for Gu Sierra and her family." The female disciple did not reach for it, but shook her head, bewildered. "Your sister is really named Gu Changqing? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? What is your name?" "My sister is indeed named Gu Changqing, and I am Gu Sierra." It wasn't that she was disbelieving, but rather that it was hard to accept someone claiming to be the sister of the saintess, especially given that while Gu Sierra was indeed beautiful, her timid demeanor suggested she did not hail from an influential family. How could she possibly be related to the esteemed saintess? As the conversation progressed, the female disciple suddenly recalled that the saintess had once been an outer sect disciple herself before ascending to her current status. In that case, it is not entirely impossible. Gu Changqing or Gu Sierra. At this moment, the female disciple's gaze towards Gu Sierra shifted dramatically, her attitude undergoing a complete transformation. Gone was her earlier impatience, replaced by a beaming smile as she took Gu Sierra's hand, exclaiming, "Of course I know her, little sister Sierra. Come with me. I will take you to the reception hall of the sect and help you request an audience with the saintess." Gu Sierra was taken aback as she was led along. Was this sister's change in demeanor truly so swift? Was she really the same person? And what was this about the saintess? Excuse me, did you perhaps make a mistake? My sister is merely an outer sect disciple, not the saintess. Gu Changqing thought that this sister must have misunderstood something, as her sister was certainly not a saintess. An outer sect disciple? That only confirms it. Previously uncertain. The female disciple was now convinced that Gu Changqing was indeed the sister of the saintess. Rueya? As they turned a corner, a voice suddenly rang out. It belonged to a woman of approximately 30, whose presence suggested she held a significant status. "Ah, master," the female disciple exclaimed, startled upon seeing the newcomer. The elder woman, addressed as master, frowned slightly and spoke in an irritable tone. "I recall telling you to come find me immediately upon returning to the sect. Where do you think you're going?" Accompanied by a companion, she cannot possibly be a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, can she? Upon noticing the presence of Gu Changqing beside the disciple, the female elder's dissatisfaction grew. Instead of promptly reporting to her upon returning, she casually brings back someone who is not affiliated with the Dust Heart Pavilion. What kind of decorum is this? Sensing her master's impending wrath, Rueya hastily clarified, "Master, upon my return to the sect, my first thought was to seek you out, but an unexpected incident occurred. Although this young lady is not a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, she is the sister of the Holy Maiden." At these words, the elder's anger diminished significantly as she turned her gaze toward Gu Changqing with surprise. "You are the sister of the Holy Maiden? It has been many years since the Dust Heart Pavilion appointed a Holy Son or Holy Maiden." While the disciples might be unaware of the reasons behind the re-establishment of a Holy Maiden, the elders were well aware. It was due to her enigmatic brother, who is the true master of the Dust Heart Pavilion today. He elevated the sect from a semi-royal power to a royal-grade sect. Though Gu Changqing holds the title of Holy Maiden, her status far surpasses that of the elders. Even the pavilion master treats her with utmost respect. Strictly speaking, the status of the Holy Maiden is even above that of the pavilion master, for she is his sister. Upon closer inspection, Gu Changqing bore a striking resemblance to Gu Changqing. The elder's demeanor softened immediately. "I see, I understand now. Please inform the Holy Maiden. I shall personally receive her sister." "Yes, master." In the reception hall, Gu Changqing sat in the guest chair, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Even now, she found it hard to believe. What if she mistook someone? However, her anxieties dissipated as soon as Gu Changqing, no, her sister, appeared at the entrance of the reception hall. Gu Changqing's rosy lips parted in astonishment and confusion, but she also felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The elder beside Gu Changqing, upon seeing Gu Changqing arrive, quickly rose. "Holy Maiden." "Sister." The two embraced tightly, while Rueya and the others discreetly stepped back. Chapter 28. Members of the Gu clan, exempt from assessments, directly promoted. "Sierra, what brings you here? Did you come alone? Where's father?" After releasing Gu Changqing, Gu Changqing inquired. Before entering seclusion, Gu Changqing had mentioned that if she missed home, she could return without waiting for him. Yet, Gu Changqing insisted on waiting for him to return before going back to the Gu family on Wanqin Island. Little did she expect that before she could return, her sister would come seeking her, which was beyond her anticipation. Gu Changqing shook her head. "I did not come alone. The third elder and others are with me. We are here to participate in the Dust Heart Pavilion's recruitment ceremony." Gu Changqing paused, a smile forming on her lips. Her own sister did not need to participate in any assessments. It was merely a matter of her word. "But sister, how did you become the Holy Maiden? Just half a year ago, you wrote home stating that you were striving for a position among the inner disciples." In the small mind of Gu Changqing, a tumult of great confusion brewed. The term saintess struck her with overwhelming force. What transpired to elevate her from an outer disciple to a saintess? This tale is lengthy, and I shall share it with you gradually. Gu Changqing patiently began to elucidate, recounting her encounter with Gu Changqing and the events that unfolded during their time together. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing felt as though a tempest had erupted within her. At the tender age of 20, he had reached the realm of kings, single-handedly establishing a formidable king-level force and aiding the Lord of Dustheart in achieving the same exalted status. It was as if Gu Changqing were listening to a fantastical tale. This cousin, sharing the same bloodline, seemed almost too extraordinary to be true. Her curiosity about Gu Changqing soared to unprecedented heights. She longed to ascertain whether this elder brother possessed some extraordinary capabilities that rendered him so remarkable. The grand assembly was about to commence, so Gu Changqing was instructed to return and convene with the third elder. As for the assessment, there was no need for concern. Gu Changqing would seek out the assessment elder to ensure they could enter Dust Heart Pavilion without examination and indeed as true disciples. It must be noted that Gu Changqing had undergone considerable transformation during these days, as per Gu Changqing's request. He had continually impressed upon her that as the saintess of Dust Heart Pavilion, her status surpassed even that of the pavilion master. The saintess must embody the dignity befitting her role, no longer meek and submissive, exempt from assessment, and admitted as a true disciple right away. Sister, is this truly the case? Gu Changqing exclaimed. There was a time when, aboard the sea vessel, she envied Cui Yong, who could enter Dust Heart Pavilion without undergoing an assessment. But now, envy was unnecessary. She too could achieve this, and with far greater distinction, admission as a true disciple. Yu Shio understood well the significance of the term true disciple. Sister would not deceive you. Go ahead. I shall soon set out to find the assessment elder, as the grand assembly is about to begin. With excitement, Yu Shio departed from Dust Heart Pavilion and swiftly returned to the inn, sharing this news with the third elder and several members of the Gu family. Initially, they were all utterly bewildered, even skeptical. It was only upon seeing the Dust Heart Pavilion elder, arranged by Gu Changqing to accompany Gu Shio for her protection, that they were compelled to believe the astonishing news. Meanwhile, prior to the commencement of the Grand Assembly, Cui Yong sought out the elder from the Cui family serving within Dust Heart Pavilion. Yonger, you have successfully broken through to the true spirit realm. Excellent, excellent. This greatly increases your chances of passing the assessment, the elder remarked with a benevolent expression. However, Cui Yong was taken aback by the elder's words. Pass the assessment? Elder, I thought I was exempt from the assessment test? Cui Jia, the elder, stroked his beard and remarked, had this been before, it would indeed have been unnecessary. However, just yesterday, the master issued a decree forbidding any elder or high-ranking member from engaging in favoritism. No one is permitted to gain entry into the Dust Heart Pavilion through backdoor means. Although I hold the title of elder in the Dust Heart Pavilion, I am but one among many. Therefore, whether you can enter the pavilion, Yonger, ultimately depends on your own merit. Elder Chui's words cast a pall over Cui Yong's countenance. How could this be? He had boasted far and wide that as Cui Yong, the esteemed young master, he could bypass the assessments to enter the Dust Heart Pavilion. Yet now, he faced the harsh reality. Yonger, you have already transcended into the true spirit realm, and your chances of successfully passing the assessment are quite promising. Do not lose heart. I believe in you, Elder Cui encouraged, though he himself felt helpless, bound by the master's command. At that moment, Cui Yong's expression was more forlorn than tears could express. This was not merely a minor setback, it was about maintaining his pride. If his entourage learned that he too must partake in the assessments, where would he find the courage to face them? Elder, is there truly no alternative? Cui Yong persisted. A hint of reluctance in his tone, Elder Cui shook his head, affirming the absence of options. Thus, Cui Yong departed in disappointment. At noon, the grand ceremony at the Dust Heart Pavilion commenced. The Sex Plaza at the foot of the mountain brimmed with prodigies from the Lanshi archipelago and beyond, all eager to showcase their prowess in the forthcoming assessments. Those who performed admirably during the trials would have the opportunity to advance directly to the inner sect or even be taken as disciples by the elders. A few members from the Gu family, observing their surroundings, could not help but feel a sense of reflection. Look, isn't that Cui Yong, the young master? One of the Gu disciples pointed towards Cui Yong, whose expression was less than favorable, although his followers remained to decide. The fervor they once exhibited had dwindled after learning that Cui Yong too must undergo the assessments and could not directly enter the Dust Heart Pavilion. Not long ago, they had envied Cui Yong. Now, the tables had turned, and it seemed Cui Yong should now be the one envious of them. The elder from his clan was merely an elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion, and even if he could facilitate Cui Yong's entry without assessment, it would only grant him the status of an outer disciple or perhaps an inner one. Meanwhile, they were on the verge of becoming true inheritors. Even now, the group found it hard to grasp the reality of their situation. Cui Yong, despite noticing the Gu family members, paid them little heed. Initially, he had intended to pursue Gu Xie further upon arriving at the island, for his feelings for her had grown genuine. However, with the revelation that he too must face the assessments, romantic pursuits were the least of his concerns. His focus now shifted entirely to strategizing how to pass the test. For Elder Cui had assured him that if he succeeded, he could be accepted as a disciple, thereby earning the status of an inner disciple. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the elder proclaimed, "Silence, everyone. I shall now announce the examination rules." A resonant bell echoed throughout the gates of the Changqing Pavilion, and an elder stepped forth to deliver the announcement. In that moment, all fell silent. The chief elder responsible for the assessment was none other than the second elder of Changqing Pavilion, a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed upon the second elder, eagerly awaiting his words. However, before delving into the examination, the elder had another matter to address. "I will now call out several names. Those mentioned shall step forward. You are exempt from the 3 rounds of assessments and will advance directly." The names echoed: Gu Sierra, Gu Yang, Gu Zichu, Gu Lingwe. Chapter 29. By what right? By the favor of her sister, the Saintess. This scene ignited a stir among the previously quiet assembly, and envious gazes converged upon Gu Sierra and her companions. Yet, despite the envy, no one dared voice dissent. Above, the chief elder, the second elder, offered no explanation, and the contestants below tacitly refrained from expressing any discontent or grievance. In this world, fairness was but an illusion, and all present understood this truth. The privilege bestowed upon Gu Sierra and her companions to bypass the examination and enter Changqing Pavilion was undeniably backed by powerful connections. The shared surname of Gu was no mere coincidence. Speculation was rife, yet dissatisfaction remained unspoken. After this interlude, the second elder commenced the announcement of the subsequent examination rules. Meanwhile, Cui Yong wore an expression of shock. Incredulity etched across his features as he stared at Gu Sierra and her companions. He turned to Cui Taishang, seemingly questioning. "Didn't you say there would be no favoritism or backdoor dealings? What is the meaning of this?" Cui Yong was indeed taken aback. His companions beside him mirrored his astonishment, particularly those who had earlier mocked Gu Sierra for her supposed lack of awareness. They were now rendered speechless, their expressions revealing the embarrassment of having misjudged the situation. This unfolding drama was a rather profound slap in the face. They had dutifully participated in the examination, knowing that failure would lead them homeward, while those they had scorned, the Gu family, now stood beside Cui Yong. Cui Taishang felt a twinge of awkwardness, but quickly clarified. "These individuals are exceptions." "By what right?" Cui Yong clenched his fists in frustration. Cui Taishang's gaze turned cold. "By virtue of her sister being the current saintess of Changqing Pavilion. Is this answer satisfactory to you? If your sister were also a saintess, you could enjoy the same privilege." Observing Cui Yong's barely contained rage, Cui Taishang felt a flicker of irritation. How dare this young man challenge me, the ancestor? In his blind fury? The saintess? Cui Yong and his companions, including Changqing, gasped in astonishment. "Is what you say true, Taishang?" Cui Yong's face was a mask of disbelief as he looked at his superior. "Otherwise, do you think they could be exempt from the examination and enter Changqing Pavilion?" This was a direct command from the pavilion master. Cui Taishang retorted, exasperated. Cui Yong cast a sidelong glance at Changqing, his voice low. "Didn't you say her sister was merely an outer disciple of Changqing Pavilion? Are you deceiving me?" Changping spoke at length, yet found himself at a loss for words. In his memory, Gu Changqing was merely a disciple from the outer sect of the Dust Heart Pavilion, a fact well known throughout Wanqin Island. It was common knowledge that the head of the Gu family had exerted considerable effort and incurred substantial costs for a mere outer sect disciple spot. Upon hearing the words of Master Cui, Changping was incredulous. How could Gu Changqing transform into the Holy Maiden of Dust Heart Pavilion? On this day, deep within the Dust Heart Pavilion, a young man clad in white emerged slowly. He had attained the 4th level of tribulation. This excursion had proven immensely fruitful for Gu Changqing, as his strength had rapidly advanced. This was hardly surprising given his Chaos Sword body, Imperial level heart method, and the numerous ancient alchemical formulas he had obtained from the Alchemy Emperor's scriptures, which enabled him to concoct remarkable elixirs. During his seclusion, Gu Changqing not only broke through barriers, but also refined the spiritual herbs he acquired from the auction into potions. He had originally produced 3 breaking pill, a divine medicine for transcending the king realm. Gu Baiheng and Xinyan each consumed one, leaving him with one remaining. Now, Gu Changqing had crafted 3 additional pills. Furthermore, he had also prepared an ample supply of other elixirs, 300 chi-enhancing pills, 300 foundation-stabilizing pills, and 50 tribulation crossing pills, a substantial stock sufficient for both himself and his kin to cultivate for a while. Should he require more herbs in the future, he could easily enlist the Dust Heart Pavilion's assistance in procuring them. Next, it was time to return to his clan. After emerging from his seclusion, Gu Changqing, accompanied by Gu Changqing, visited the Gu family on Wangqin Island to present the revised Gu family Tai Xian heart method to Gu Qian. He also left behind some elixirs for cultivation before embarking on his journey home. It had been a while since he had departed, and Gu Changqing found himself missing Jiang Lianxin and his unborn twins. Qing'er, dedicate yourself to your cultivation and revitalize our Gu clan. I cannot do this alone. I hope that by our next meeting, you will have transcended the tribulation realm. Sheesh, you too, he encouraged. Elder brother Changqing, I cannot bear to part with you. Gu Changqing said, her eyes brimming with tears. During their time together, she had grown somewhat dependent on him. This was not a life and death separation. After all, she was now the holy maiden of a king-level sect. Why then was she crying? Gu Changqing gently ruffled her hair. I must go. After offering her some comfort, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the Blue Tide Islands. As for Gu Baiheng, long before Gu Changqing's retreat, he had instructed him to return early to the Han-Chin Gu family, since he no longer needed protection. It was better for Gu Baiheng to return and safeguard their home. Before his departure, Gu Changqing also requested the Pavilion Master of Dust Heart to inquire about the whereabouts of 4th-level artifact refiners. Such masters were akin to powerful king realm cultivators who had entered the 4th stage of cultivation, and they were exceedingly rare. The myriad demons of the South Sea had been eliminated, but Gu Changqing wished to know if any could be found in the other major seas. Including the 3rd-level spirit sword he had acquired at the auction, Gu Changqing now possessed 4 swords for his Zhuang Xian sword array, 2 3rd-level and 2 2nd-level swords. Do not speak of the 4th-tier royal weapons. Even the 3rd-tier armaments are rather elusive. In the past 6 months, the highway auction house may not have showcased a single piece, and even if one were to appear, it may not be a spiritual sword, but rather another type of weapon. As Gu Changqing set forth on his journey back to the Han-Chin Empire, Baidu, whom Gu Changqing had already arranged to return to the family, had arrived at Jiaoglin City, where the Gu family resides. At this moment, Gu Yuan, the head of the Gu family and Gu Changqing's father, was in the martial arts training ground, instructing the younger generation of the Gu clan. Meanwhile, Jiang Lianxin observed from the sidelines, occasionally placing her hand on her noticeably rounded belly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Since her pregnancy, Jiang Lianxin's own cultivation had significantly stagnated. With ample leisure time, she often came to observe the training of the younger family members and offer guidance. Jiang Lianxin had now fully embraced her identity as a member of the Gu family, considering the clan's descendants as her own juniors. With a celestial beauty like Jiang Lianxin overseeing their training, the younger members of the Gu family engaged in their practice with exceptional diligence. My husband, why do you not return? Lianer misses you. Jiang Lianxin gazed towards the horizon, her longing for Gu Changqing becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. At that very moment, a streak of light darted across the sky, moving with unparalleled speed, and in an instant, it arrived above the Gu family residence. This scene caused all the young members of the Gu family to halt their movements, including Gu Yuan and Jiang Lianxin, who all turned their attention to the beam of light. Walking through the air, a royal realm expert, Gu Yuan and Jiang Lianxin both felt a jolt in their hearts. Once the light subsided, they finally discerned the figure within, an elderly man clad in white robes, emanating a terrifying aura that constantly reminded everyone present of his status as a royal realm expert. The senior elders of the Gu family also sensed this formidable presence and rushed out of their dwellings, watching the white-robed elder with a degree of apprehension. The atmosphere within the Gu family was tense. A royal realm expert had suddenly arrived in the small Jiaoglin city, seemingly headed towards the Gu family. The question lingered, was he friend or foe? If he were an enemy? At this thought, Gu Yuan's heart sank. Currently, he was the strongest in the Gu family, at the 6th level of the tribulation realm. Yet, even at this level, he would be akin to an ant before a true royal realm expert, easily crushed. Jiang Lianxin, too, felt a wave of anxiety. While she was not particularly fearful for herself, her concern lay with the child within her. As the members of the Gu family watched the sudden appearance of the royal realm expert with trepidation, the elderly man in white quickly retracted his aura and descended, striding a few steps to stand before Jiang Lianxin. To the astonishment of all present, he knelt before her. This scene left everyone in the Gu family, including Jiang Lianxin, utterly dumbfounded. The individual kneeling was no ordinary person, but a genuine royal realm expert. The next words spoken by the white-robed elder further bewildered the onlookers. Subordinate Baidu, pays respects to the matriarch. Chapter 30. Husband, is he your master? Senior, what do you call me? Even the erudite Jiang Lianxin, once the pride of the Jiang family, found herself momentarily at a loss due to this unexpected turn of events. You may simply call me by Hung, and please refrain from addressing me as senior. It would be quite embarrassing for an old man like me. If the master were to learn of this, I fear I would not be easily forgiven. Bai Heng hurriedly replied. In the presence of the matriarch Jiang Lianxin, he dared not consider himself a senior, even though Jiang Lianxin's realm was merely the second stage of tribulation. At this moment, while Jiang Lianxin was astonished, Bai Heng was equally taken aback. As a powerful figure in the king's realm, he could immediately discern Jiang Lianxin's extraordinary nature. Is this a spiritual body or a spiritual bone? He wondered, astonished. Though he quickly regained his composure. What was he thinking? What kind of being was the master? How could his wife be anything but extraordinary? But this was indeed a spiritual bone or body. In the future, she had the potential to challenge the existence of an emperor. Casting a glance at the bewildered members of the Gu family and at Jiang Lianxin, Bai Heng suddenly remembered that he had yet to introduce himself. I am your master, Gu Changqing. The master is currently in seclusion at the South Sea of 10,000 Beasts, and before entering, he instructed me to return early to the Gu family to oversee matters. Qing'er is your master? Your husband is your master? Gu Yuan and Jiang Lianxin spoke almost in unison. If that were the case, then addressing her as matriarch seemed quite appropriate. Yet, how could a powerful figure in the king's realm willingly serve as a subordinate? Jiang Lianxin was somewhat more accepting, knowing her husband was a mysterious figure. Unlike any ordinary man, however, that only slightly assuaged her astonishment. This was a king's realm expert, even within the Jiang family. Such an individual held the status of an elder, a figure of utmost significance. Yet now, he was merely a servant to Gu Changqing. Fearing that the Gu family and Jiang Lianxin might still harbor doubts, Bai Heng produced a sound recording talisman given to him by Gu Changqing. After listening, all skepticism dissipated. In truth, even before Bai Heng presented the talisman, the family head Gu Yuan and others had already believed to a significant extent. A dignified king's realm expert would have no need to deceive the Gu family. Currently, all members combined were no match for even a half-king, let alone a true king. There was no reason or motive for ill intent. A week later, Gu Changqing returned to Jianglin City. Husband, you have returned, Jiang Lianxin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she rushed into Gu Changqing's embrace. Qing'er, master, Gu Yuan and Bai Heng approached in succession. Subsequently, Gu Changqing had a private conversation with his father, Gu Yuan, during which he presented several elixirs meant to nurture and enhance the family's strength. Here are the Qi-enhancing pills and the solidifying origin pills, all of which are of talisman grade. This transcendence pill is for you, father. After handing over some of the elixirs, Gu Changqing produced a manual. This is the revised Gu family heart method, which I have named the Gu family Tai Xian heart method. This heart method ranks among the imperial tier, and all clan members may cultivate it. However, when teaching them, it is imperative that you do not mention this heart method to any outsiders. So many Qi-enhancing pills and solidifying origin pills, an imperial tier technique? Gu Yuan exclaimed, astonished. I understand that you have surpassed me in strength, Qing'er. It appears that the position of the family head should be passed on to you. Under your leadership, the Gu family is bound to flourish and even regain its former glory. However, Gu Yuan's expression suddenly turned somewhat melancholic. Father, let it be. I have no interest in the position of family head, and I will not remain within the clan for long. Thus, it is best to leave the management of the family to you. Gu Changqing resolutely declined. Compared to being the family head, he preferred to be a hands-off manager, enjoying a more relaxed and carefree life. But father's strength. Gu Yuan began. Who says the strongest must be the head of the family? Gu Changqing's words left Gu Yuan momentarily speechless. Moreover, father, your strength will improve. Even if it requires the use of medicinal pills, I will ensure your power increases. As the leader of the clan, one cannot be too weak. Do not hesitate to use the spiritual elixirs I have provided. I have plenty more. Gu Changqing smiled as he added, once you reach the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, I will present you with an item that will guarantee your easy passage through the king-level thunder tribulation. An easy passage through the king-level thunder tribulation? Qing'er, do not jest with me. I have never heard of such a spiritual elixir. Gu Yuan chuckled. Father, do you know that Bai Heng was merely at the peak of the half-king level just a few months ago? Without my assistance, he would never have stepped into the king-level realm. Helping you achieve the same is certainly not beyond my capabilities. Gu Yuan was taken aback. What? Elder Wang was able to break through the king level with your help? Baiheng currently holds the position of guest elder within the Gu family. Of course, otherwise, how could he possibly accept me as his master? After discussing a few matters, Gu Changqing took his leave. Before departing, he added, by the way, father, do not publicize these matters for now. For the Gu family at this stage, developing quietly is the wisest choice. It is not yet the time to be ostentatious. We should proceed cautiously until our family truly grows strong, at which point we can deliver a small shock to the world. That day is not far off. Gu Changqing departed, but his words remained etched in Gu Yuan's heart. Watching Gu Changqing's retreating figure, Gu Yuan reflected, Qingya has truly grown up. As night fell, the couple, long separated, naturally indulged in a moment of intimacy. Afterward, Gu Changqing examined Jiang Lianxin's condition, his brow slightly furrowed. Xinjing, you appear quite weak. Jiang Lianxin's current state was indeed concerning. It was not due to any injury, but rather a depletion of spiritual energy and insufficient vitality. Her complexion pale, as if she had suffered from a grave illness. Yet, how could Jiang Lianxin, who possessed the holy bone, fall ill, even if she were pregnant? Her body should not be in such a frail condition, for she bore the holy bone. Her constitution was formidable, surpassing that of countless physical cultivators. Moreover, the spiritual energy within you. Gu Changqing's brow furrowed deeper as he began to investigate further. Jiang Lianxin, too, felt perplexed by her condition. Recently, I have been feeling exceptionally fatigued, despite scarcely moving at all. Yet, as night falls, an overwhelming weariness envelopes me, akin to having battled my husband in a relentless contest for 300 rounds. Ahem, Gu Changqing felt somewhat awkward. The spiritual energy within me has inexplicably been depleted. I mentioned this to my father, who provided me with some elixirs to replenish my spirit, and I felt somewhat better. At this moment, Gu Changqing had regained his composure. He had begun to grasp the situation. Do not worry, my dear. I have a notion of what is transpiring. The spiritual energy within you has not vanished into thin air. It has been absorbed. Absorbed? Jiang Lianxin was taken aback. Indeed, it is not just anyone absorbing your vital essence, but rather our yet-to-be-born precious child. Jiang Lianxin was unaware, but Gu Changqing was acutely aware. The child she carried was no ordinary offspring. It was two extraordinary prodigies, especially the daughter. The purple cloud thunderbody, a supreme divine physique of the 9th grade. However, Gu Changqing was astonished to realize that these two little beings had begun to cultivate using their mother's spiritual energy even before their birth. Chapter 31. The Birth of Children. Celestial Phenomena. Gu Changqing becomes a king as the days drew closer to the birth of the two little ones. Jiang Lianxin's exhaustion intensified. Fortunately, Gu Changqing had journeyed overseas to concoct a substantial quantity of elixirs for restoring spiritual energy. Otherwise, Jiang Lianxin would have been utterly drained by the two little ones. Gu Changqing was increasingly eager for the arrival of these two children. Have you ever witnessed a 7- or 8-year-old child effortlessly overpowering the most gifted individuals on the spiritual rankings? You have not. Once my little ones are born, you shall have the opportunity to witness such marvels. In the final month before their birth, Gu Changqing deliberately took Jiang Lianxin away from Jiaolin City to a desolate, uninhabited place, where he personally set up a concealed grand formation. The birth of his two children would undoubtedly provoke celestial phenomena, and amidst the crowd in the city, there would be too many prying eyes. Gu Changqing constructed a wooden cabin in the forest for Jiang Lianxin and invited the finest midwife from their clan. They awaited the moment of the twins' arrival. On that day, under a vast, clear sky, an unusual occurrence transpired. One moment, the sun blazed overhead, and the next, darkness enveloped the sky as if night had fallen. A peculiar crimson beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the wooden cabin where Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing resided. Yet it inflicted no harm. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and a colossal, divine silhouette gradually materialized amidst the clouds. This ethereal figure exuded solemnity and sanctity, resembling a supreme empress, evoking an irresistible urge to worship. My husband, Jiang Lianxin whispered, while Gu Changqing grasped his beloved wife's hand tightly, signaling her to remain at ease, for he was there. Jiang Lianxin had initially believed that her husband had brought her to this secluded place merely for tranquility. However, it was now evident that this was not the case. The celestial phenomena rendered Jiang Lianxin awestruck. Was it merely the act of bringing a child into the world that could incite such a tremendous commotion? Such celestial phenomena? The midwife they had summoned from their clan was now unconsciously kneeling and worshipping before the divine figure in the heavens, her body entirely beyond her control. Gu Changqing remained unaffected due to his chaos sword body. Fortunately, the celestial phenomenon did not persist for long. After the burning of a stick of incense, the extraordinary signs dissipated, restoring the previously clear skies. However, Jiang Lianxin began to experience intense abdominal pain. It was time to give birth. The midwife, disregarding prior events, hurried over to assist Jiang Lianxin in her delivery. After a brief period, through the midwife's diligent efforts, both mother and children emerged safely. "My dear Exiner, you have worked hard," Gu Changqing said gently, cradling the two children in one arm while holding Jiang Lianxin's delicate hand. "It was not difficult. Exiner is very happy. Quickly, let me see our little ones," Jiang Lianxin replied. Gu Changqing knelt down and placed the two wailing infants beside Jiang Lianxin. First layer of true spirit? Third layer of true spirit? Jiang Lianxin was left in a state of shock upon inspection. The two little ones had been born with such remarkable talent. How could she possibly describe her children in such a manner? It was no wonder Jiang Lianxin was astounded. Even she, a prodigy, had only broken through to the true spirit realm at the age of 10. As for Gu Changqing, he had struggled until near adulthood to achieve the same. Truly, the comparison was disheartening. Thankfully, they were her own children. Otherwise, the couple might have felt envy. Even Gu Changqing, who was somewhat prepared for this, was taken aback by the extraordinary abilities of the infants. It was evident that they had begun their cultivation while still in the womb. All the resources he had expended were not in vain. If it were not for his innate chaos sword body, he might have been overshadowed by these two little prodigies in the future. Subsequently, Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin rested in the wooden cabin for several days before returning to their family. Upon seeing the two little ones, Gu Yuan was overjoyed, carrying them around the Gu family residence several times. As for the celestial phenomenon, Gu Changqing only disclosed the matter to his father and chose to keep it from everyone else. The fewer people who knew, the better. A genius capable of inciting such phenomena would surely attract attention, even from revered emperors. If their intentions were malevolent, Gu Changqing, with his current strength, would be unable to defend against them. Hence, it was prudent to maintain secrecy. As for the midwife who assisted with the delivery, Gu Changqing erased her memory of that portion of the event. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Gu Changqing was 19 years old, while the two little ones, Gu Yunqi and Gu Qichen, had also reached the age of 2. Although they were merely 2 years old, their rapid physical development made them appear as if they were 4 or 5. Over these 2 years, Gu Changqing dedicated most of his time to cultivation, with the remainder spent with Jiang Lianxin and nurturing their 2 children. This span of time allowed Gu Changqing to progress from the 4th level of tribulation stage to the mid-level of profound king. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. It is important to recognize that as one's strength increases and the realms ascend, the path to further enhancement becomes increasingly arduous. In the ordinary tribulation realm, advancing a single stage can require a year or even several years of effort. However, Gu Changqing has astonishingly transcended to the king realm within just 2 years, achieving a remarkable completeness in the mid-phase of the Xian King realm, standing but a step away from the late phase of the Xian King realm. Yet, this merely pertains to his cultivation level. In terms of strength, although Gu Changqing has not encountered a 4th-tier artifact master, he has successfully acquired 4 3rd-tier spirit swords, which have significantly augmented the might of the Zhuxian sword array. Furthermore, he has progressed to the 2nd volume of the Taishan Classic, exhibiting an almost terrifying speed in absorbing spiritual energy. Gu Changqing's rate of cultivation is sufficient to render the so-called prodigies of the spiritual rankings utterly ashamed. Even Jiang Lianxin, who possesses sacred bones, finds herself unable to compare. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Lianxin has also made remarkable strides, elevating her power from the 3rd level of the tribulation realm to the semi-king realm. While she cannot be compared to Gu Changqing, her progress is still quite extraordinary. Besides her sacred bones, she has greatly benefited from transitioning her cultivation to the 1st volume of the Taishan Classic bestowed by Gu Changqing. With ordinary clan members, Gu Changqing exercises restraint. Yet with his closest kin, such as his wife Jiang Lianxin, his father Gu Yuan, and his 2 children, he has unreservedly shared the true imperial-grade heart method of the Taishan Classic. As for his 2 little ones, his daughter Gu Yunqi has reached the 6th level of the tribulation realm, almost catching up to her mother. It is no surprise. considering she possesses the divine body of the 9th rank. His son Gu Changqing is at the first level of the tribulation realm. At birth, the gap between Gu Yunqi and Gu Changqing was minimal, one at the 3rd level of true spirit and the other at the 1st. However, as they age, the disparity in their talents becomes increasingly pronounced. Is Gu Changqing's talent lacking? Certainly not. He boasts an orange fate, indicative of a celestial being. Yet, he is overshadowed by his exceptionally gifted sister, Gu Yunqi. During this 2-year period, the Jiang family seems to have forgotten that they have a daughter married into the Gu family, as they have not visited since. Meanwhile, the Changqing Pavilion has flourished remarkably with Gu Changqing's assistance, firmly establishing its presence. In addition, not long ago, the Changqing Pavilion welcomed the emergence of another King Realm expert, none other than the pavilion's Grand Elder. Presently, the Changqing Pavilion boasts 2 formidable King Realm powerhouses, placing them well above many King-level factions across the myriad demon seas. Chapter 32. Who elevated whom? On this day, Gu Changqing emerged from his seclusion, having thoroughly solidified his mid-phase completeness in the Xian King realm. His next endeavor will be to challenge the late phase of the Xian King realm. Glancing at his storage ring, he found a substantial quantity of medicinal materials, predominantly of the 2nd and 3rd tiers, with only a few 4th-tier herbs, which had been gifted by the master of the Changqing Pavilion. For Gu Changqing, who has now attained the mid-phase completeness of the Xian King realm, the utility of 2nd and 3rd-tier elixirs is negligible. As for the high-tier medicinal materials, it is not that Gu Changqing lacks the spirit stones to purchase them. Over the past 2 years, he has amassed a considerable fortune through his alchemical prowess as a king-level alchemist. However, the primary and auxiliary materials for high-tier elixirs are generally scarce and seldom available for auction. In simpler terms, both the Han and Qin empires, as well as the vast demon sea of the south, pale in comparison. Many high-grade spiritual herbs are simply non-existent here. Upon exiting seclusion, Gu Changqing discovered an atmosphere of exceptional festivity enveloping the Gu family. Lanterns were lit, and the air buzzed with excitement. He casually halted a maid and inquired, "What celebration is taking place today? Why is the clan so lively?" The maid respectfully bowed and replied, "Young master, indeed it is a joyous occasion. Miss Gu Yunqi is to be engaged today to the eldest son of the Yin family from Yuewu City, in Yang. The clan leader and others have gone to the reception hall to await the arrival of the Yin family, and since you have been in seclusion, the master instructed that no one should disturb you, hence you weren't informed." Yunqi? In the Gu family, numbering scarcely 100, Gu Changqing knew each member well. Gu Yunqi, the daughter of the 2nd elder, possessed an unremarkable appearance but remarkable talent, ranking among the top 10 of the younger generation in the Gu family. To think that Yunqi was to become engaged, when did this transpire? It was during the months of his seclusion. With the maid's explanation, Gu Changqing finally grasped the sequence of events. Several months prior, during an outing for training, Gu Yunqi had met the young master of the Yin family, and they fell in love at first sight, swiftly solidifying their relationship. The Han Qin Empire comprises 21 prefectures, and the Gu family's Jianglin city is situated within the 21st prefecture known as Wangzhou. Jianglin city is merely a small town in Wangzhou, while Yuewu city serves as its principal city, akin to a provincial capital on Earth in Gu Changqing's previous life. The Yin family is one of the 4 prominent clans in Yuewu city, wielding considerable power, akin to a semi-royal authority. From the maid, Gu Changqing learned that this romance initially faced substantial opposition, particularly from the Yin family. The greater the clan's influence, the more they emphasized social standing. As a scion of the Yin family, the young master's bride could not be of significantly lesser status. However, the Gu family, situated in the remote Jianglin city and being merely a tribulation-level family, soon encountered fierce disapproval from the parents of Yang and their clan. Particularly, Yang's mother had already selected a suitable match for her son, one whose family background was not inferior to that of the Yin family. Nevertheless, Yang was genuinely in love with Gu Yunqi, declaring her to be his only choice. Ultimately, he reportedly resorted to threats of self-harm and caused quite a stir within the clan, which compelled the Yin family to relent. Thus, the engagement was arranged. Gu Changqing smiled, surprised to learn of such a backstory, and Yang proved to be a devoted soul. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Yin family truly acquiesced. This deviated from the melodramatic plots he had encountered in his past life. "Little girl, you seem to know quite a bit," he remarked. The maid's cheeks flushed. Was the young master complimenting her or teasing her? "Come, since I have emerged from seclusion, I shall go and take a look. At that moment, a lengthy welcoming procession had already formed outside the Gu residence, with the second elder personally greeting guests at the entrance. As for the family head, Gu Yuan, he was notably absent from the gathering. The second elder personally welcomed them outside, bestowing ample respect upon the Yin family. As the head of the Gu family, if he were to greet them outside as well, it would imply a degradation of status, suggesting that the Gu family is inferior to the Yin family. The outside world might perceive it as the Gu family reaching out to the Yin family. However, in Gu Yuan's eyes, it remains uncertain who is truly elevating whom. The Gu family is no longer the same as it once was. Presently, they boast two formidable experts of the Xianwang realm. Gu Yuan himself recently ascended to the semi-king realm, and his daughter-in-law, Jiang Lianxin, though merely at the 8th level of the tribulation realm, possesses strength that far surpasses his own. Furthermore, his beloved granddaughter, Gu Yunxi, at just 2 years old, has already achieved the 6th level of the tribulation realm. Her combat prowess comparable to that of a semi-king. With 2 Xianwang and 3 semi-kings, who is truly elevating whom? The current Gu Changqing strength is also unfathomable. While the Gu family has not deliberately showcased its power, there is no longer any necessity to hide it. Outside the Gu residence, the family members who had been waiting for a considerable time finally saw the arrival of the Yin family. Though few in number, those who came were prominent figures. Led by the patriarch of the Yin family, and Yang's father, accompanied by a beautiful woman, presumably and Yang's mother. Behind them trailed several elders of the Yin family, all of whom were no weaklings. Kaya and Yang immediately spotted Gu Yingkai, who was standing beside the second elder, and excitedly rushed over to embrace her tightly. For the two young lovers, this brief separation felt like an eternity. Young Gu, Kaya, I promised I would marry you. Here I am. Yes, I know. The second elder, observing the affectionate couple, cleared his throat, reminding them that they were not alone in their company. You have traveled far, esteemed guests. Please, come inside. The second elder warmly led the Yin family members in. He could see that Yang was deeply in love with Yingkai, even willing to create a scene at the Yin family to be with her. Naturally, the second elder felt joy for his daughter, happy for her to marry such a devoted individual. However, Yang's mother wore an unfavorable expression as she watched the couple obliviously embrace one another. She was the most opposed to this union within the clan. Had Yang not threatened to take drastic measures, she would never have permitted her son to marry a girl from such a humble family. The second elder of the Gu family was merely at the 2nd level of the tribulation realm, and Yang's mother saw through the second elder's realm at a glance. Feeling a sense of disdain, with such strength, he could barely serve as a steward in the Yin family. How could a mere second elder be sent to welcome them? The Gu family only sent a second elder to greet us? Where is your patriarch? Why is he not here to welcome us? And Yang's mother scanned the members of the Gu family and found only the second elder to have come forward, intensifying her displeasure. A hint of anger began to simmer within her. This was too dismissive of the Yin family. They had come to arrange a marriage, with their patriarch present. Yet the Gu family had only sent a second elder to greet them? Who do they think they are? The patriarch and his companions were currently awaiting the arrival of the elders in the reception hall. The second elder furrowed his brow, sensing that his esteemed mother-in-law seemed to harbor ill intentions. The head of the Gu family certainly wielded considerable influence. Mother. And Yang's mother attempted to articulate her thoughts further, yet was interrupted by the increasingly solemn expression of Yang, who wished to avoid any mishaps on this auspicious day. Nevertheless, a tinge of reproach towards the Gu family lingered in his heart. After all, the disparity between the Yin family and the Gu family was stark. One was a semi-royal lineage, while the other was merely a small-town clan. In order to facilitate this engagement, he had persuaded his parents to attend in person. Yet, the Gu family and Yang's mother huffed in disdain but refrained from expressing further grievances. Under the guidance of the second elder, they slowly entered the Gu residence. Chapter 33, Gu family a royal? The stunned and patriarch guided by the second elder, the group swiftly arrived at the reception hall, where Gu Yuan and the senior elder, along with other prominent members of the Gu family, had been waiting for some time. As the Yin family entered, they were greeted by the sight of Gu Yuan, the head of the Gu family, seated at the forefront with a serene smile. And Yang's mother was instantly filled with indignation. They had come to formalize a betrothal, not to endure such disrespect. From the moment they stepped inside, she felt no semblance of the respect she deemed appropriate, further fueling her dissatisfaction with the impending union, which she had already been hesitant about. This sentiment was partly influenced by the preconceived notions held by the Yin family. They believed this marriage to be fundamentally unequal and had looked down upon the Gu family, assuming they were the ones seeking to elevate themselves through the family. Thus, they perceived the Gu family's hospitality as inadequate and lacking in decorum. In truth, such feelings were entirely misplaced. It was not Gu Yuan's daughter who was being married off. And as the head of the Gu family, Gu Yuan could not afford to appear overly subservient, for it would undermine the family's dignity. He represented the Gu family's honor. Moreover, in Gu Yuan's eyes, it was indeed the family that sought to elevate themselves through the Gu family, rather than the other way around. Esteemed guests from afar, I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Please, take your seats, Gu Yuan said with a gentle smile, rising in a manner that was neither obsequious nor arrogant. A lack of proper reception? And Yang's mother scoffed internally, perceiving Gu Yuan's demeanor as hypocritical. The Gu family had no genuine desire to offer a warm welcome, did they? Meanwhile, the patriarch, upon casting his gaze at Gu Yuan, suddenly froze. His momentary astonishment quickly transformed into a flicker of shock. He initially believed his senses had betrayed him and shook his head, looking again at Gu Yuan. Yet, the conclusion remained unchanged. A semi-royal? Although the patriarch was not a semi-royal himself, he was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of tribulation. He had expected that under his discerning perception, the cultivation levels of everyone in the Gu family would be laid bare before him. Instead, he found himself detecting an aura emanating from Gu Yuan that was akin to that of the family's ancestor, a presence belonging to the threshold of the semi-royal realm. The head of the Gu family was a semi-royal? This revelation startled the patriarch. Wasn't the Gu family merely a small-town clan? Logically speaking, they should have barely any practitioners at the tribulation level, let alone a semi-royal. The previously encountered elder was merely at the third level of the tribulation realm. And even within the family, he was somewhat inadequate to serve as a steward. Casting his gaze upon the others, the third elder and the great elder were also at the tribulation realm, yet they hovered around the first and second levels, with the strongest among them, the great elder, barely reaching the fourth level. However, it was the head of the Gu family, Gu Yuan, who drew attention. Suddenly, the clan leader of the family sensed an unsettling anomaly. This slight disturbance caused an involuntary shiver to course through him, and with a hint of trepidation, he turned his gaze toward Bai Hang, who stood beside Gu Yuan. Initially, upon learning that Gu Yuan was a semi-king, the clan leader had only felt astonishment, but now, as he looked at Bai Hang, fear flickered in his eyes. The aura emanating from Bai Hang felt as profound and unfathomable as an abyss. Was it true? A perfected semi-king? No. Could it be a king-level powerhouse? When the clan leader of the family met Bai Hang's gaze, Bai Hang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With just a single glance, Bai Hang quelled the chaotic energy within the clan leader, as though he had encountered an ancient ferocious beast. The clan leader felt a wave of dread wash over him. A king-level powerhouse in the Gu family? This revelation roared within the depths of his heart. At that moment, he felt as if he had encountered a ghost. Thus, witnessing his wife's displeasure and preparing to utter a sarcastic remark, he hastily restrained her. The clan leader suddenly found Gu Yuan's failure to personally greet them entirely justifiable. The head of the Gu family, a dignified semi-king, personally welcoming them. A mere group of tribulation realm cultivators? Even though he, as the clan leader of the family, was a perfected ninth-level tribulation realm cultivator. This proximity to a semi-king was a chasm that many could never traverse throughout their lives. A perfected ninth-level tribulation realm cultivator? In the presence of a semi-king, it was utterly insignificant. Furthermore, the king-level powerhouse beside the head of the Gu family, not even the patriarch of the family, let alone the ancestral elder, had the standing to warrant such a personal reception. Taking a deep breath, the clan leader suppressed the shock surging within him. Yes, it was indeed an elevation beyond his reach. Yet, it was not the Gu family that sought to elevate themselves through the family, but rather the family that aspired to ascend through the Gu family. Initially cold-faced upon entering, his tone and demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Ah, no, no. Esteemed Gu family head, you flatter me." The sudden shift in demeanor startled his wife, the mother of Yang, who looked at her husband in bewilderment. Yet, the clan leader was fervently signaling his wife with his eyes. Consequently, the members of the family fell silent. Bai Hang observed this scene with a smile. Previously, he had intentionally revealed a hint of kingly aura. Otherwise, these family members might have mistakenly assumed that the Gu family was merely a commonplace clan from a remote border town. They ought not to overestimate their own significance. The Yin family was merely a small semi-king family, easily obliterated in the eyes of the Gu family, as the patriarch of the Yin family believed he had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the Gu family. The unexpected arrival of Gu Changqing and his wife left him utterly astounded. Another demi-king and a king-level individual? Although Jiang Lianxin had not yet reached the demi-king realm, her strength far surpassed that of an ordinary demi-king. Her aura was equally formidable, if not more so, than that of a demi-king. And to think she was so youthful. At that moment, the astonishment on the patriarch's face was unmistakable as he gazed in disbelief at Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin, along with their two children who were slowly entering the hall. Wait, the children. The patriarch's gaze swiftly diverted from Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin to the two little ones, each being held by one of the parents. They appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, resembling exquisite porcelain dolls, perfectly inheriting the fine genes of their parents, destined to grow into strikingly handsome young men and women. However, that was not the focal point. The true matter of significance lay in the realms of these two youngsters. The little boy was at the first stage of the calamity realm, while the little girl had reached the 6th stage. The patriarch nearly fainted from shock, his mind racing with disbelief. Was he dreaming? One incredible revelation after another unfolded before him, each more astounding than the last. 2 demi-kings and 2 king-level figures were already extraordinary enough, but to have 2 children, one at the first stage of the calamity realm and the other at the 6th stage? Was this all truly possible? The patriarch cursed inwardly, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. The Gu family was nothing short of extraordinary, a king-level individual in their 20s, and children of merely 4 or 5 years old at such impressive stages. This was simply preposterous. Luckily, the patriarch was unaware of the children's actual ages. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed with disbelief. These little ones had developed rapidly, appearing 4 or 5 years old, but in reality, they were merely over 2 years of age. After some discussions, the Yin family did not depart but chose to reside temporarily with the Gu family, continuing to deliberate on wedding details in the following days. Even as the evening banquet concluded and they returned to the modest courtyard arranged for them, the patriarch still felt a sense of unreality. He had never witnessed such extraordinary occurrences in his lifetime. Meanwhile, his wife, the mother of Yang, returned home visibly displeased, unable to comprehend her husband's drastic change in demeanor. Moreover, in the living room, her husband exhibited an unusually humble attitude, which left her feeling utterly humiliated and perplexed. Upon their return, she began to question him, seeking clarity. "Are you confused?" she asked sarcastically. "Let me explain, and you shall understand." The patriarch quickly recounted to his wife all that he had discovered that day. The head of the Gu family is a demi-king, just like our ancestor. What? There are also king-level individuals? Those 2 little ones are at the calamity realm? One at the first stage and the other at the 6th stage? My dear husband, you must be ill to speak such nonsense. It was no wonder that she found it hard to believe. The revelations from the patriarch of the Yin clan are truly astonishing, particularly the notion of 2 children, merely 4 or 5 years of age, possessing the ability to rob a realm? A little girl, no less, at the 6th level of realm robbery? How could this be anything but a jest? I understand this is incredibly hard to believe, yet every word I utter is the truth. We have severely underestimated the Gu family, far beyond what we imagined. This is no mere small-town clan. It can be likened to a noble dynasty, a fact that even the patriarch of the Yin clan acknowledges. However, one must question, could even a royal family cultivate such prodigious talents? It took a considerable amount of time for Madame Yin to recover from her shock. Yet she still found the situation utterly absurd. The Gu family must be an illustrious hidden clan. Your demeanor tomorrow must not mirror today's. Do you understand? The wife nodded continuously. In other words, it is not the Gu family that has elevated our Yin family, but rather the opposite. Indeed, the patriarch of the Yin clan asserted with conviction, a tinge of excitement in his tone. This presents an opportunity for our Yin family. An opportunity to connect with a hidden clan of the Gu family's stature. Chapter 34, The Xian Emperor's Secret Realm. Father, I wish to go as well. The wedding of Gu Yingkai was originally scheduled for 2 weeks hence, but an unexpected event necessitated a postponement. It is said that the Xian Emperor's secret realm has exhibited unusual activity. Is the Xian Emperor's secret realm about to be opened? This news has spread throughout the myriad beast sea, leaving no room for doubt. The Xian Emperor's secret realm is well known among the cultivators of the Han Empire and the myriad beast sea alike. The Xian Emperor, a supreme ruler from a millennium ago, established the dominant force known as the Qian Heaven Palace in the Myriad Beast Sea. During that era, the Qian Emperor was unequivocally the foremost sovereign, instilling fear in the hearts of the beast monarchs who dared not venture into the outer seas. The Myriad Beast Sea is comprised of 5 major oceanic regions, with the 4 outer seas encircling the central inner sea. The inner sea is the domain of ferocious beasts, a forbidden zone for human cultivators. Even kings or emperors of the human race would not dare to tread lightly within. The circumstances surrounding the Qian Emperor's demise are shrouded in mystery. As if she vanished into thin air, along with her establishment, the Qian Heaven Palace, which subsequently disappeared from the Myriad Beast Sea. Shortly after the Qian Emperor's disappearance, entrances to secret realms began to manifest at the junction of the inner and outer seas. Initially, people did not associate these secret realms with the Qian Emperor. It was only when remnants of the Qian Heaven Palace and the Qian Emperor's artifacts were discovered within the realms that it became evident that this was the site of her fall. Thereafter, it was conclusively established that the Qian Emperor was not missing but had indeed perished. This incident caused a considerable uproar at the time. Particularly, the beast monarchs of the inner sea, upon learning of the Qian Emperor's demise, surged forth from the inner sea and engaged in a monumental battle with humanity. That battle resulted in catastrophic casualties among the human forces in the outer seas, with several emperors falling in the fray. The South Sea suffered the most grievous losses, with nearly all participating emperors perishing, rendering the South Sea the weakest among the outer seas for the ensuing millennium. In the present day, the South China Sea remains the only one among the 4 great outer seas devoid of a sovereign. As the Xinhuang secret realm is set to open, the Gu family convenes a family meeting. Seated at the head of the table are 2 individuals, Gu Yuan and Gu Changqing. Although Gu Yuan is the patriarch of the Gu family in the hearts of all its members, including his own, Gu Changqing is regarded as the true cornerstone of the clan. How many years has it been since the last opening of the Xinhuang secret realm? Gu Changqing inquired, his knowledge of the realm being rather limited, especially considering that the last occurrence transpired decades ago, before his own birth. 37 years ago, came the reply. The opening of the Xinhuang secret realm is notoriously unpredictable, with the longest interval between openings said to span a full 50 years. Yet, each occurrence draws countless factions and powerful individuals, particularly those seeking breakthroughs or those in their twilight years, who venture forth in hopes of seizing a fleeting opportunity for advancement. Each opening of the Xinhuang secret realm births a new cohort of formidable warriors. The realm forbids entry to those above the sovereign level, yet imposes no lower limit. Thus, even those at the body refinement stage may enter. Typically, however, only those of at least the true spirit realm make the journey. As the body refinement stage is far too feeble, easily torn apart by even the most mundane of beasts, the Xinhuang secret realm is abundant in opportunities, yet fraught with peril. Even those at the king level cannot guarantee their safe return, with many having perished within its confines. Moreover, regardless of whether they entered in groups, they would be randomly dispersed throughout the secret realm upon entry. Gu Yuan patiently elucidated this to Gu Changqing. Although it was also his first visit, he possessed a greater understanding than Gu Changqing. Who wishes to venture forth? Gu Changqing surveyed the hall, which not only housed the senior elders of the Gu family, but also several outstanding members of the younger generation. I do. Brother Qing, I wish to go as well, exclaimed many in eager response. Notably, this included the first elder, the third elder, and the 9th elder. Among the younger generation, Gu Ling, Gu Yuan, and Gu Wangxian stood out as the top 3 prodigies. With Gu Changqing's assistance, their powers had rapidly ascended over the past 2 years, and they were now all in the true spirit realm. Very well, but you must prepare yourselves mentally. The Xinhuang secret realm is exceedingly dangerous. Once inside, you will be randomly scattered, and I cannot provide you with much assistance. Everything will depend on your own capabilities. I understand, Brother Qing. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against fate. If one is to fear this and that, what is the point of cultivating? Would it not be better to live an ordinary life? The responses from Gu Ling and the others greatly pleased Gu Changqing. In truth, given their circumstances, they could easily refrain from participating. With the elixirs provided by Gu Changqing, they had no concerns regarding cultivation resources. Yet, their decision to embark on this journey showcased remarkable resolve. Once the participants were determined, Gu Changqing prepared to set off with them. Bai Heng remained behind to oversee the Gu family. Bai Keqing, you must be approaching a bottleneck in your cultivation, am I correct? Thanks to our master. Bai Heng's cultivation has reached the initial perfection of the Xianwang stage. Bai Heng replied, reflecting on the past 2 years spent within the Gu family, where he thrived remarkably. Achieving advancement at the Xianwang level is notoriously arduous for the average practitioner. Progressing from the initial to the perfected stage could take a decade or even several decades. Yet, he accomplished this feat in merely 2 years. Bai Heng felt immense gratitude towards Gu Changqing. Without him, he might have perished long ago, and even if he had survived, he would likely have remained stagnant at the half-king perfection until his lifespan ran out. After breaking through to the king realm, his lifespan has significantly increased, and he has a long journey ahead. Moreover, with his current pace of cultivation, the realm of the emperor no longer seems an unattainable dream. The mere thought of becoming an emperor stirred excitement within Bai Heng. When I return, I shall assist you in breaking through to the mid-stage. Indeed, my lord. As they prepared to set forth, 2 little ones approached Gu Changqing. Daddy, Daddy, I want to go too. I want to go, exclaimed Sheer. Sheer is already very strong. Even Grandpa is not a match for her. The 2 children tugged at Gu Changqing's hands, playfully. However, Gu Yuan, who stood nearby, wore a look of exasperation. What do you mean? Even Grandpa is not a match for you. Though it was true, such words ought not to be uttered. Oh well, children speak without restraint. I suppose I can tolerate it, being my granddaughter. Nonsense. What do you 2 think you're doing? This isn't a game. The secret realm is fraught with peril. Stay home and behave. Before Gu Changqing could voice his concerns, Jiang Lianxin's reprimanding voice rang out. The 2 little ones, while not weak in strength, one at the first level of the tribulation realm and the other at the 6th, were still only a little over 2 years old, making it impossible for Jiang Lianxin to feel comfortable letting them venture out. Yes, when you are a bit older, I promise you can go out, all right? For now, focus on your training at home. Once you reach the king realm, you may go wherever you wish, and I will not interfere. Gu Changqing added in agreement. The 2 children appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, yet their actual age was just a little over 2, indeed still too young. Oh, very well then. We will wait at home for Daddy and Mommy to return. Gu Yunxi sweetly kissed Gu Changqing on the cheek. Although the 2 little ones felt somewhat disappointed, a glint of cunning sparkled in Gu Changqing's dark eyes. After Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin departed, the 2 little ones began to whisper conspiratorially. Sister, do you want to go to the Su Enhuing secret realm? Of course I do. But Daddy said we are too small and cannot go. Oh dear. We possess the life-preserving talisman bestowed by Father. What is there to fear? Let us venture forth quietly and return unnoticed, for Father will be none the wiser. It is said that upon entering the Xianhuang secret realm, everyone will be dispersed. Given the vastness of the realm, it is unlikely we will encounter Father and Mother. However, the obedient Gu Yunxi felt a twinge of apprehension. She had always been the most obedient to her parents, with only her mischievous brother Gu Changqing to challenge her. Humph. Sister is a coward. If you won't go, I shall. Are you truly going? If Father finds out, we will be in trouble. Even if he does, it matters not. Father and Mother adore us and would never be harsh. At worst, we would receive a scolding. When the time comes, you can say I persuaded you to go. You little rascal, wait for me. I shall join you. Gu Yunxi reassured herself, believing her concern was solely for her brother, not wanting him to venture alone. Thus, the 2 little ones stealthily made their way to the Xianwang secret realm. Chapter 35. The Jiang clan mobilizes. Farewell to Mu Zi. Meanwhile, the Jiang clan convened all those who would embark on this journey, preparing for departure. This time, the Xianwang secret realm was of paramount importance to the Jiang clan, with even King Jiang making an appearance. King Jiang had reached the pinnacle of the king realm decades ago, being but a single step away from the god king realm. Yet, that step proved insurmountable. After years of seclusion, he had made no progress, feeling no hint of a breakthrough. Thus, when the Xianwang secret realm opened once more, he was determined not to miss the opportunity. This was not his first time entering the Xianwang secret realm. He had been there during its last openings, and his rise to prominence was closely tied to that experience. It was after returning from the last expedition into the Xianwang secret realm that he broke through to the king realm. Among the younger generation of the Jiang clan, Jiang Baiwei stood at the forefront. Now, she had become the most illustrious prodigy among the youth of the Han Qin Empire, without question. Having ascended to the 5th level of the tribulation realm, she had shattered several barriers in merely 2 years since awakening her spiritual physique, far surpassing Jiang Lianxin of yore. As for her half-sister, Jiang Baiwei had nearly forgotten her. Ever since Jiang Lianxin married into the Gu family, Their contact had ceased entirely. Their father had never mentioned her, as if she had never existed. Though her sister resided in a small border town, she remained within the Han Qin Empire and likely still heard tales of Jiang Baiwei's accomplishments. After all, in the past 2 years, Jiang Baiwei had made quite a name for herself, challenging all the so-called prodigies of the Han Qin Empire. Now, when people spoke of the Jiang clan, the first name that came to mind was King Jiang, followed closely by Jiang Baiwei. As for Jiang Lianxin, how many still remembered her? Never mind. Why dwell on such thoughts? She and I are no longer of the same world. With a smile, Jiang Baiwei swiftly cast aside such musings. In the South Sea of 10,000 monsters, at the Chengxin Pavilion, all preparations were complete, and they were ready to embark for the Xianwang secret realm. A colossal flying vessel was anchored at the entrance of the Chengxin Pavilion, adorned with the banner of the Qingyuan Palace. At this moment, the entrance of the Dust Heart Pavilion was not only occupied by its own disciples, but also by elders and disciples from the Qingyuan Palace. Ever since the Dust Heart Pavilion ascended to a royal-level power, Qingyuan Palace had consistently demonstrated goodwill, fostering a strong relationship with them. Over the past 2 years, the bond between these two royal factions had grown exceedingly close, resulting in increasingly frequent exchanges among their disciples. Gu Changqing had successfully transcended the tribulation realm and had become one of the prominent figures among the younger generation of the South Sea. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, she garnered countless admirers. However, Gu Changqing had yet to express any affection for anyone. In her heart, these suitors paled in comparison to her brother, Gu Changqing. After 2 years of separation, Gu Changqing found herself longing for him. Throughout this time, she had diligently practiced her cultivation, determined not to disappoint her brother and yearning to hear a word of praise from him upon their reunion. "Miss Gu, what are you pondering?" "It's time to set off. Let us depart," said a dashing young man beside her, who was not a disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, but a member of the Qingyuan Palace, holding a respectable position as one of its holy sons, named Yuan Fei. He was also one of Gu Changqing's admirers. Indeed, Gu Changqing nodded, boarding the flying vessel. This vessel belonged to the Qingyuan Palace, and the leaders of both sects had agreed to travel together to the entrance of the secret realm for mutual support. They had instructed their disciples that if they encountered members of either faction within the secret realm, they could team up to explore it together. The disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion were naturally delighted. However, the Qingyuan Palace harbored a different sentiment. As a newly established royal-level faction, the combat prowess of the Dust Heart Pavilion's disciples was still lacking, while the elders and disciples of the Qingyuan Palace, being an established royal-level faction, far surpassed them in strength. The secret realm was inherently perilous, and bringing along what they perceived as the burdens of the Dust Heart Pavilion would simply hinder their progress. Nevertheless, if it were Miss Gu, the male disciples of Qingyuan Palace would be more than willing to assist. Her sister would suffice as well. Days later, as Gu Changqing and the Gu family passed by the Dust Heart Pavilion, Gu Changqing probed the surroundings with his divine sense and discovered that the pavilion's master and Gu Changqing had already departed, presumably heading to the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm ahead of schedule. Therefore, Gu Changqing chose not to linger at the Dust Heart Pavilion and continued his journey toward the inner sea. The entrance to the Xianyuan secret realm had 4 locations, situated at the junction of the 4 outer seas and the inner sea. Near the inner sea lay an island known as Tianbi Island. To reach the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm from the South Sea, one must pass through this island. Upon arriving at Tianbi Island, one would find themselves quite close to the entrance of the secret realm and not far from the inner sea. Consequently, the beasts inhabiting this area were exceptionally formidable, far surpassing those found elsewhere. If a major faction or a grand sect, such as the Dust Heart Pavilion or Qingyuan Palace, had a royal realm expert to escort them, they would naturally feel untroubled and could traverse this treacherous sea to reach the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm. However, within the vast expanse of the South Sea of 10,000 beasts, there were only a handful of royal-level powers. Without a royal realm expert for protection, navigating this perilous maritime territory was far from safe. Even the mightiest of semi-kings faced the peril of downfall. As for those cultivators beneath the semi-king rank, such as those in the true spirit realm and the calamity realm, the majority tend to find refuge on Tianbi Island, seeking to form teams or secure the protection of stronger beings. This significantly enhances their chances of traversing the treacherous waters and reaching the entrance of the Xianwang secret realm. While the true kings scoff at such endeavors, some semi-kings, in a bid to augment their income of spirit stones, willingly take along lower-tier cultivators, as they too must journey to the Xianwang secret realm. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement to earn a little extra spirit stones. However, for those low-tier cultivators not hailing from powerful factions, these spirit stones represent a substantial fortune. As dawn breaks, the port of Tianbi Island buzzes with activity. The Qingyang ship, led by a semi-king elder, offers tickets for 600 spirit stones, available on a first-come, first-served basis, and positions are dwindling. Hey there, I see you possess considerable strength. Would you care to join our team? Everyone here is a Calamity Realm expert. What do you think, my lady? Have you given it any thought? 500 spirit stones. A fair deal, with a semi-king elder ensuring your safety. Standing at the port is a woman clad in purple, appearing to be in her 30s. Clutching a pouch of spirit stones, contemplating whether to accept the offer. If Gu Changqing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Mu Zi, the alluring figure he encountered at the auction in Highway Island, who is one of the managers and auctioneers at the Highway Auction House. In comparison to 2 years ago, Mu Zi has undergone significant changes. She appears considerably haggard, devoid of her previous air of nobility. A transformation that is closely tied to her experiences and tribulations over the past 2 years. Though 2 years may seem neither long nor short, many events have transpired on Highway Island since then. Of the 5 prominent semi-king families, only 4 remain. The Mo family, which once had conflicts with Gu Changqing, has been utterly annihilated. The perpetrators were not external forces, but rather the Duan family, one of the 5 semi-king families. Once the most inconspicuous among the 5. The Duan family experienced an inexplicable surge in power following the return of their ancestor, achieving complete semi-king status. No longer content to share the profits of the Highway Auction House with the other 4 families, they sought to monopolize it, driving the remaining families from Highway Island. Naturally, the other 4 families resisted, uniting to oppose the Duan family. Yet, a fully realized semi-king is formidable. Even when united, the 4 families could not prevail, resulting in the total obliteration of the Mo family. As for Mu's family, they now stand on the brink of ruin, facing potential annihilation at any moment. The 2 semi-king experts of the Mu family have suffered one loss, leaving only the elder Yin alive, albeit gravely wounded, while nearly half of the clan's high-ranking members have perished. Fortunately, amidst the onslaught from the 4 families, the Duan family's newly ascended semi-king ancestor has also sustained injuries. Having just reached full semi-king status, he acted too rashly. Had he waited to solidify his realm before confronting the 4 families, he might not have been wounded. In the present moment, both parties at the semi-king level are afflicted with injuries, resulting in a stalemate. The outcome now hinges on which side's wounds will heal first. To treat the injuries sustained by Yin Tai, the Mu family has nearly exhausted their resources. This explains why a mere 500 spirit stones pose such a dilemma for Mu Zi. Unlike before, 500 spirit stones are no trifling sum for her at this juncture. Her journey to the Xianwang secret realm serves not only to address Yin Tai's injuries but also to ensure the survival of her family. 500 spirit stones seem excessive. Could we perhaps negotiate for a lesser amount? Mu Zi is inclined to attempt a discussion regarding the price. Her own meager strength renders her perilously vulnerable should she traverse the treacherous waters ahead alone. The likelihood of her survival would be slim. However, if she could accompany a semi-king powerhouse, her safety would be significantly enhanced. The merchant in question, having cast a glance at Mu Zi, revealed a hint of lewdness in his smile. Despite her current pallor, she could not conceal her striking figure and beauty. The subtle allure she exuded was undeniably captivating. Furrowing her delicate brow, Mu Zi prepared to depart. In the sky above, a streak of light suddenly darted by, prompting many onlookers to gaze upward with expressions of yearning. A king-level powerhouse. This elder from the king realm appears remarkably youthful. The ability to soar through the air is the hallmark of a king-level being. Those present were filled with envy. Such a being could effortlessly traverse the perilous waters without concern for the dangers therein. As this region was not entirely within the inner sea, Mu Zi also noticed the luminous figure. Upon raising her gaze, she was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the leader of the streak, Gu Changqing. In the air, Gu Changqing sensed a vaguely familiar aura below and glanced down. Their eyes met, and he too recognized Mu Zi, the former enchanting auctioneer from the Highway Auction House. Gu Changqing had initially intended to pass through Tianbi Island without pause. Yet now he found himself lingering. "Dear husband, do you know this young lady?" inquired Jiang Lianxin with a smile. Unfazed by the prospect of Gu Changqing taking a concubine or a second wife, even wholeheartedly approving of it. Over the years, Gu Changqing's strength had not only grown formidable, But his prowess in intimate matters was astonishing as well, leaving her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The idea of acquiring a concubine or a second wife to alleviate her own burdens seemed splendid. She had broached the subject with him before. Gu Changqing nodded and addressed Mu Zi below. Miss Mu, shall we proceed together? He was perplexed by her presence in this place. Was she not supposed to be at Highway Island, overseeing the auction house? Was the Mu family devoid of defenders? How could she possibly be journeying to the Xianhuang secret realm? Uncertain of the circumstances, but sensing that Mu Zi's situation appeared dire, she lacked any powerful escorts. Not even a guardian. Her demeanor was markedly haggard, a stark contrast to her vibrant self from 2 years prior. Gu Changqing's invitation drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Their gazes filled with envy as they focused on Mu Zi. Including the earlier man who had some ulterior motives towards Mu Zi, everyone was momentarily taken aback. This Zi woman is acquainted with that esteemed Wang Jing elder? Cold sweat trickled down uncontrollably. Senior Gu, may I? Mu Zi did not anticipate encountering Gu Changqing here, nor did she expect him to remember her, this insignificant character. Of course, Gu Changqing replied with a gentle smile. This was hardly a major matter. Whether he took one more person or one less made little difference to him. Since they were familiar, why not bring her along? Amidst the envious gazes of countless onlookers, Gu Changqing took Mu Zi with him and soared into the air. This is my father, and this is my wife, Jiang Lianxin. Gu Changqing introduced Mu Zi one by one. When he mentioned Jiang Lianxin, Mu Zi's gaze momentarily dimmed before quickly reverting to normal. Senior Gu's wife is truly beautiful. Mu Zi had seen many beauties and considered herself not lacking, yet compared to Jiang Lianxin, she felt significantly inferior. For the first time, Mu Zi encountered someone whose beauty overshadowed her own, leaving her with a tinge of bitterness. In comparison to her, she felt diminished. After some inquiry, Gu Changqing finally understood why Mu Zi had appeared on Tianbi Island and was headed to the Shuangguang secret realm. He was astonished to learn of the significant changes that had transpired in Highway Island and the Mu family over the past 2 years. At Highway Auction House, I prefer collaborating with familiar faces. After listening to Mu Zi, Gu Changqing remarked, leaving her somewhat perplexed. You should not go to the Shuangguang secret realm. Your strength is insufficient. Instead, visit the Qinxin Pavilion and seek the elder there. He will assist in resolving the crisis facing the Mu family. Gu Changqing continued. Although the master of Qinxin Pavilion has gone to the Shuangguang secret realm, the elder remains stationed at the pavilion. Mu Zi was even more bewildered. Seek Qinxin Pavilion? Resolve the Mu family's crisis? She was naturally familiar with Qinxin Pavilion, the newly emerged royal-level power in the South Sea, which had produced a royal-level expert in less than a year since its ascension. Today, Qinxin Pavilion stood at the zenith of the myriad demons in the South Sea. However, Mu Zi did not know the elder of Qinxin Pavilion. Yet, Gu Changqing's next words left her astounded. Gu Changqing smiled. Qinxin Pavilion is one of my subordinate forces. What? Mu Zi opened her mouth in shock. The Qinxin Pavilion, that newly elevated royal sect, was actually under the command of Senior Gu? This revelation was profoundly shocking for Mu Zi. After a moment of reflection, however, given Gu Changqing's evident talent and strength, it suddenly seemed plausible. Senior Gu's great kindness. Zi shall never forget. From now on, Zi is willing to follow you, serving as your humble servant, the excited Mu Zi declared, kneeling before Gu Changqing. His words instantly resolved the crisis currently besetting the Mu family. No matter how strong the Duan family was, they were merely a half-royal family, even with a perfected half-royal. They were but an insignificant insect in the face of a royal-level force like Qinxin Pavilion. The Dust Heart Pavilion necessitates no display of force, a mere utterance suffices, rendering the Duan family hesitant to lay a finger on the Mu family. Such is the formidable deterrent power of a royal-level force. Servitude may be dismissed. Yet should the Mu family desire, they could join my ranks, akin to the Dust Heart Pavilion. Gu Changqing shook his head. He had no need for servants. Yet incorporating the Mu family under his banner would indeed be a prudent choice, allowing him to amass spirit stones. It would spare him the trouble of refining pills to sell when he finds himself in need of them. Before Mu Zi could express her agreement, Gu Changqing continued. Do not rush to acquiesce. Return and consult your ancestor. This matter is not one I shall impose upon you. Even if you are unwilling, my promise remains intact. The Dust Heart Pavilion will resolve your crisis. Gu Changqing retrieved a flying beast from his storage ring and presented it to Mu Zi. This creature, known as the Flying Cloud Eagle, is a calamity-level beast that will escort you to the Dust Heart Pavilion. Gu Changqing raised these flying beasts not for his own use, but as companions for his 2 children. Although considered pets, he often fed them spirit pills, endowing them with considerable strength, albeit still at the calamity level. As she prepared to depart on the flying cloud eagle, Mu Zi cast a lingering glance at Gu Changqing. "Thank you, Senior Gu." She understood that his assistance could not be repaid merely with words of gratitude. Yet, she vowed to exert herself. Aware of what Gu Changqing valued in her, the ability to conduct business and generate profit, Mu Zi swore she would not let him down. The flying cloud eagle soared swiftly, and within days, they arrived at the Dust Heart Pavilion. Upon presenting the voice transmission talisman bestowed by Gu Changqing to the pavilion's Grand Elder, the elder was taken aback. Within the pavilion, Gu Changqing's words held greater weight than even the pavilion master's. Consequently, Mu Zi was treated as an esteemed guest. "Do not fret, Miss Mu. I shall personally accompany you to Highway Island. The island lies not far from the Blue Tide Archipelago, and a royal realm expert can traverse the distance in 2 or 3 days." The Grand Elder intended to escort Mu Zi himself, recognizing the significance of Gu Changqing's personal directive. 3 days later, Mu Zi and the Grand Elder returned to Highway Island. The once thriving Highway city had transformed into a desolate shadow of its former self, devoid of the bustling vibrancy it had exuded 2 years prior. The internal strife among the 5 major semi-royal families had driven many cultivators to shun Highway Island, with numerous indigenous inhabitants beginning to evacuate to avoid being caught in the turmoil. It was evident that until a resolution emerged from the conflict among the 5 semi-royal families, Highway City would struggle to regain its past liveliness. "Miss Mu, shall we eradicate or spare the Duan family?" In midair, the Grand Elder had already locked onto the Duan family, whose ancestral figure, a perfected semi-royal expert, remained in seclusion, healing from injuries. "I implore you, Grand Elder, assist me in annihilating the Duan family." Mu Zi's gaze turned icy as she slightly cupped her fists in respect. The Duan family had slaughtered countless members of her Mu family. How could she possibly let them go unpunished? Very well. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder directed a mighty palm strike toward the location of the Duan family. A strike of royal caliber, it sent tremors through the heavens and earth. The immense spiritual hand, formed from the convergence of celestial energies, swiftly took shape above the Duan family estate. Moments later, it came crashing down upon the residence. Within the confines of the Duan household, the ancestral elder suddenly opened his eyes and burst forth from his dwelling. At that instant, everyone within the Duan family became acutely aware of the looming spiritual hand above, filled with dread. A practitioner of the King realm, manipulating the forces of nature. This was indeed the intervention of a King realm expert. In this moment, not only the Duan family, but the entire Haizhou city bore witness to this spectacle. The ancestral elder of the Duan family was equally terrified. "Who dares to attack my Duan family? Although we are not a prominent clan, surely the kings of the South Sea will not remain indifferent to such an unprovoked attempt at annihilation." In a moment of desperation, the elder invoked the names of the kings from the southern domain. However, his words only elicited amusement from the Grand Elder of the Changqing Pavilion. In the face of imminent death, he began to speak nonsensically. "What do the kings of the South Sea have to do with you? Do you think that invoking their names will intimidate me?" Navi. The colossal hand descended with fury. With a single strike, it reduced the Duan family to ruins. The ancestral elder, along with hundreds of members of the Duan family, perished without a single survivor. Chapter 37. Reduced to ruins. The shock of Yintai within the Mu family, Yintai, who was in seclusion to heal, instantly opened his eyes. As he stepped out of his chamber, a family member rushed towards him, stumbling in haste. Elder, what has transpired? What was that tremendous noise? Was it an attack from the Duan family?" A sense of dread enveloped Yintai. No, it was not the elder. The Duan family had been obliterated. A single strike had turned the entire clan, along with their ancestral elder, into rubble. What? Yintai eyes widened in disbelief. One blow to annihilate the Duan family. This must be the work of a King realm elder. When did the Duan family offend such a powerful entity? Ha, truly. The heavens have favored our Mu family. The normally stoic Yintai erupted into laughter. He never anticipated that the conflict among the 3 semi-royal families and the Duan family would conclude in such a manner. He felt a profound sense of gratitude towards that unidentified King realm elder. Otherwise, once the Duan family elder recovered, the 3 semi-royal families would be in peril. "Elder, the young miss has returned." "Oh, Xiao Yi has returned just in time. Inform her of this development. She need not hasten to seek healing potions any longer. Mu Ziyi had previously intended to secretly venture to the Xian Huang secret realm without informing any family members, including Yin Taishang. She understood that if she revealed her intentions, the elder would undoubtedly prohibit her from going, deeming her strength too weak for such a perilous journey, where survival was highly improbable, essentially a venture into death. Thus, upon her return, Yin Taishang merely regarded her as having gone out to procure healing elixirs. Shortly thereafter, Mu Ziyi's figure appeared in the hall, accompanied by the Grand Elder of the Changqing Pavilion. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yi, your return is fortuitous. The crisis facing our Mu family has been averted. The Duan family, unbeknownst to which formidable force they had offended, found their estate reduced to ruins by a single strike from a powerful elder. At that moment, Yin Taishang was filled with elation and could hardly contain his excitement when Mu Ziyi returned, eager to share the news. Yet, upon hearing it, Mu Ziyi cast a peculiar glance at the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion standing beside her. The one who obliterated the Duan family is no nameless sovereign. It is this esteemed elder beside me. Her words rendered Yin Taishang's smile frozen as he suddenly became aware of the Grand Elder's presence, bewilderment washing over him. What did Xiaoyi just say? The elder beside her annihilated the Duan family? Yin Taishang, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion. The Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion? At this moment, Yin Taishang remained in a daze. He was well aware of Changqing Pavilion as a sovereign power. But why would they assist the Mu family? Perceiving the confusion in Yin Taishang's eyes, Mu Ziyi promptly began to explain, including her clandestine visit to Tianbi Island in pursuit of the Xianhuang secret realm. It was indeed Elder Gu. Initially, he had presumed that the Duan family had provoked some powerful faction that sent a sovereign to eliminate them, but it now appeared otherwise. Thank you, Grand Elder, for rescuing my Mu family from peril. After listening, Yin Taishang bowed deeply to the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion. Were it not for his intervention in vanquishing the Duan family, it was highly likely that the three major semi-sovereign families, including the Mu family, would have been annihilated alongside them. Do not mention it. I merely acted on orders. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, had it not been for Gu Changqing, he would not have involved himself in the conflict of Highway Island. Subsequently, Mu Ziyi discussed with Yin Taishang the matter of aligning themselves under Gu Changqing's banner. Without hesitation, Yin Taishang acquiesced. There was truly no reason for hesitation. Not to mention that without Gu Changqing's intervention, the Duan family would likely have met a dire fate. Furthermore, to serve under a figure of Gu Changqing's caliber was a significant fortune for the Mu family. Changqing Pavilion served as a prime example. Once merely a semi-sovereign sect, it bore little distinction from the Mu family. Yet now, Changqing Pavilion had ascended to a sovereign power, fortified by the presence of two formidable Xianhuang realm experts. Individuals of Gu Changqing's stature invariably attracted numerous followers. This presented an opportunity for the Mu family, one that Yin Taishang could not afford to decline. On Tianbi Island, amidst the treacherous waters leading to the entrance of the Xianhuang secret realm, a small ship accommodating around 100 individuals sailed swiftly through perilous seas. The cultivators aboard were predominantly of the true spirit realm, with a few being early-stage robbery realm experts. These individuals were all scattered practitioners lacking sufficient spiritual stones to board vessels manned by semi-sovereigns or higher-tier robbery realm experts, thus forming this makeshift team for mutual protection against potential sea beast attacks. Despite the limitations in their strength, they were not entirely defenseless in the face of danger. Such ad hoc teams were, indeed, quite prevalent. After all, among those who venture into the mysterious realm of Su-In Huing, cultivators below the tribulation realm constitute the majority, predominantly being loose cultivators. The legends surrounding the Su-In Huing secret domain are countless. For instance, there was a supreme elder from the Xianyu sect who began as an outer disciple at the true spirit level. However, by sheer fortune, he discovered the legacy of a powerful king-level being from the Su-In Tian palace within the Su-In Huing secret realm. Since then, he has ascended uncontrollably to the rank of a king-level cultivator and is now one of the three supreme elders of the Xianyu sect. From an outer disciple to a supreme elder, and from the true spirit realm to the king level, all due to a single journey into the Su-In Huing secret domain that bestowed him with opportunities. Many such tales abound. It is these legends and accounts that draw countless cultivators and loose practitioners from beyond the seas. Who wouldn't wish to emulate that supreme elder of the Zhenwu sect? To receive a legacy, to rise against the odds, and ultimately to stand atop the South Sea. On a small maritime vessel, a Tribulation Realm cultivator, adept in spiritual consciousness, sat with eyes tightly shut, commanding the ship while striving to evade the ferocious beasts of the sea. This location marked the boundary between the inner and outer seas. Though not as teeming with Tribulation Realm beasts as the inner sea, it was still rife with danger. The group of over 100, bolstered by several Tribulation Realm experts, could manage to contend with ordinary Tribulation beasts, but should they encounter beasts of the mid-4th stage or higher, it would spell certain doom. Thus, the proficient Tribulation cultivator remained vigilant and cautious. Suddenly, an ominous warning echoed. Danger! A Tribulation beast is swiftly approaching. Everyone, prepare yourselves. In an instant, a fierce gale swept across the vessel, and the cultivator specializing in spiritual consciousness opened his eyes, his expression grave as he gazed towards the rear of the sea. Through his perception, he sensed a formidable beast drawing near, not one, but two, as he detected yet another beast within his spiritual range. His countenance transformed into one of sheer terror. Before long, two sea monsters appeared, one in front of the other, entering the sight of all on board. Wait, something's amiss. Why are there people on the backs of those two Tribulation sea monsters? Someone exclaimed, and soon, others noticed the small figures perched atop the beasts. Upon closer inspection, they were utterly astonished. There were not just any individuals, but two children, a little boy and a little girl, seemingly no older than 4 or 5 years. This bizarre scene left everyone in a state of bewilderment. What could be happening here? Chapter 38. You are called Chen Wang. And I am called Shi Huang, the girl exclaimed. Sister, it swims so fast. Let us catch up. We can ride it to the entrance of the secret realm. The boy, gripping the fur of the sea monster, bounced with joy. What kind of beast is this? I want father to get me one. Could these two beasts perhaps be spirit pets? Someone on the ship ventured, and many nodded in agreement, as this notion allowed them to grasp the situation with a semblance of acceptance. However, the powerful Tribulation cultivator shook his head, asserting, no. These two sea monsters are not spirit pets. The malevolent aura and wild essence they emanate could never belong to mere pets. Though he was reluctant to believe it, the truth remained undeniable. Thus, there was but one possibility, yet it was so astonishing that they were loath to accept it. Two children, merely 4 or 5 years old, had subdued two sea monsters of the abyssal realm, the abyssal sea demons. Every gaze directed at Gu Changqing and Gu Yunxi was akin to that of onlookers witnessing monstrous aberrations. The ability to tame two abyssal sea demons implied that these two youngsters possessed strength at least equivalent to the abyssal realm. What a world they were living in. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it utterly implausible. Roar! At last, the sea demon ridden by Gu Changqing could no longer endure the situation. Seizing the moment, it violently shook its body, attempting to dislodge the little imp perched upon its back. However, Gu Changqing clutched tightly to the demon's fur, refusing to be thrown off. Good fellow, you're not being very obedient. Annoyed at nearly being flung off, Gu Changqing delivered a forceful punch to the demon's head. Boom. The impact of Gu Changqing's punch was akin to a full-force strike from a formidable practitioner of the 3rd or 4th level of the abyssal realm. While the demon beneath him was merely at the 2nd level, that single blow was enough to deliver a fatal strike. With a nimble leap, Gu Changqing bounded onto the back of the sea demon ridden by his sister, beaming as he patted it. You're still obedient. This scene left the scattered cultivators aboard the ship utterly dumbfounded. Those who had previously harbored doubts and hesitations were rendered speechless in that moment. An abyssal sea demon felled by a single punch. This little creature was indeed of the abyssal realm, and not of the ordinary sort. Suddenly, the crowd recalled the words of the adept in spiritual consciousness, who had earlier remarked that the two sea demons, one in front and the other behind, were the weakest of their kind. Unanimously, their gazes shifted to the slightly older little girl, who, though not gripping the fur of her sea demon, commanded it with an authority that left no room for disobedience. This little girl was indeed a heavyweight. The image of this scene was indelibly etched in their minds. What they witnessed today would surely be met with disbelief if recounted in the future. Others would likely dismiss it as mere fabrication. The sea demons did not assault the small vessel, but instead swam swiftly towards the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm. Little Chun, remember, once we enter the Xianyuan secret realm, you must not reveal your true name, understand? Gu Yunxi instructed. Why not? Gu Changqing inquired, puzzled. We can't let father get into trouble. Then what should I be called? Gu Yunxi furrowed her adorable brows and thought before responding. You shall be known as King Chun. King Chen. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment, finding satisfaction in the name. And what about you, sister? I shall naturally be Su Huang. Gu Changqing immediately expressed his discontent. Why am I King Chen, while you are Su Huang? The little one was visibly dissatisfied. Gu Yunqi promptly tapped her brother's head, causing him to wince in pain, nearly shedding a tear. Because I am stronger than you. Because I am your elder sister. What is the matter, little Chen? Are you unwilling to accept it? Gu Yunqi clenched her fist, casting a threatening glance at her younger brother, as if to say, do you dare to resist? Have you forgotten who the real authority is? Throughout their lives, Gu Changqing had often been the target of Gu Yunqi's bullying. Not merely because she was his sister, but also because he was no match for her prowess. Gu Yunqi's strength far surpassed that of Gu Changqing, nearing the formidable abilities of Jiang Lianqi. With the physique of the purple sky thunder erosion, she possessed a divine body of the 9th rank. Above in the heavens, streaks of light flashed by, capturing the attention of the two young ones. Powerful beings at the realm of Wang, and not just one. Little Chun, quickly conceal your aura. Gu Yunqi instructed as both siblings, upon noticing each other, became aware of the figures above them riding on the back of the sea demon. Why are their children here? Zhang Baiwei paused momentarily upon spotting the duo. These two appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old. How could they possibly be in such a perilous maritime region? They were nearing the depths of the ocean. Their parents must have had quite the audacity. Indeed, the group soaring through the sky was none other than the Jiang family. En route to the Xianyuan secret realm, Zhang Baiwei's exclamation prompted the meditative Jiang Tianwang to slightly open his eyes and glance downward. Upon doing so, his gaze faltered. Even someone of Jiang Tianwang's experience was taken aback by the siblings' cultivation levels. Although the two had immediately concealed their presence upon realizing Jiang Tianwang's party. He was a sovereign of the kingly realm, and no amount of concealment could escape his keen perception. In a single glance, the siblings' cultivation realms were laid bare. What happened? Ancestor? Jiang Baiwei inquired, puzzled by the astonishment on Jiang Tianwang's face. Surely, 2 young children could not possibly shock someone of his caliber who had reached the kingly realm? Jiang Tianwang cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Baiwei, speaking in a measured tone. These 2 little ones are no ordinary children. Oh, in what way are they extraordinary? Jiang Baiwei scrutinized them again, but found nothing particularly remarkable about Gu Changqing and Gu Yunqi. If one were to argue, it was merely the mystery of how these 2 had ventured into such a dangerous area. They concealed their aura the moment we arrived. Which is why you couldn't detect it, Jiang Tianwang elaborated. Among them, the young boy is at the first level of the catastrophe realm. What? Jiang Baiwei's body trembled, and the following revelation from Jiang Tianwang left a look of shock crossing her delicate features. The young girl is at the 6th level of the catastrophe realm. The 6th level of the catastrophe realm? Jiang Baiwei's voice was laced with disbelief. These 2 appeared merely 4 or 5 years old. One at the 1st level and the other at the 6th level of the catastrophe realm? What sort of absurdity was this? Yet, such words emerged from Jiang Tianwang's lips, leaving her no choice but to accept their veracity. Especially regarding the little girl, the 6th level of the catastrophe realm at merely 4 or 5 years old. It was worth noting that Jiang Baiwei was already 20 years of age and, after awakening her spiritual body, prided herself on being no less than the Jiang Lianqi of her youth, if not superior. Yet, even she had only attained the 5th level of the catastrophe realm. No wonder even the ancestor was taken aback. What are these 2 children? They are nothing short of little monsters. Jiang Baiwei suddenly felt as though she had lived the past years in the guise of a dog, after years of arduous cultivation. She found herself outmatched by mere toddlers of 4 or 5. This realization struck her profoundly. Let us depart. The forces behind these 2 children are likely extraordinary. In all my years, I have yet to encounter such prodigious beings, King Jiang remarked, shaking his head as he and his companions bypassed the siblings, continuing their journey toward the Xianyuan secret realm. However, before leaving, King Jiang cast another glance at Gu Yunqi and Gu Changqing. For reasons unknown, these 2 little ones evoked a peculiar feeling within him, though he could not articulate what was odd about them. Strange, indeed. Chapter 39. The Spiritual Rankings of Talents. The separated siblings. The entrance to the Xianyuan secret realm manifested as a spatial rift towering over Tianzhong, situated upon an island at the intersection of the inner and outer seas. When Gu Changqing and his party arrived, they were astounded by the scene before them. People everywhere, from all corners of the world. Not only were there cultivators from the myriad demons of the southern sea, but also individuals from 7 or 8 neighboring empires. Countless factions represented. The sheer number of individuals was overwhelming. Gu Ling patted her chest, as it was her first encounter with such a multitude. The population of Jianglin City, where the Gu family resided, scarcely amounted to a fraction of this throng, excluding those already within. Once inside, if you encounter anyone from our clan, strive to remain together. Furthermore, if you come across individuals from the Changqing Pavilion, you may seek their protection, Gu Changqing advised before entering. The existence of Changqing Pavilion as a faction under Gu Changqing's command was a revelation to the Gu family, as he had never mentioned it before. Indeed. Let us proceed, Gu Changqing declared, and as he moved to enter the rift, he suddenly paused, turning his gaze toward a specific direction. There, 2 graceful young women stood elegantly. The one in front possessed a beauty rivaling that of Jiang Lianxin, making her one of the most stunning women Gu Changqing had ever encountered, second only to Jiang Lianxin. If Jiang Lianxin were to be rated a perfect score of 100, this woman would receive a near-perfect 98. However, what primarily drew Gu Changqing's attention to them was their formidable strength. More specifically, the young woman in the green robe stood at a comparable age to Gu Changqing, and she too was at the realm of the Xinhuang. Intriguing, he mused. This woman is likely a prodigy on the spiritual rankings. I wonder what her rank might be. As Gu Changqing observed them, they too scrutinized him. Miss, what captivates your attention? Are feelings stirring within? The girl behind the green-robed woman chuckled. The green-robed woman shot her a sideways glance and softly replied, "This individual eludes my comprehension. I never anticipated such a figure to emerge from the relatively humble myriad demons Southern Sea. Even you cannot see through him?" The girl behind the green-robed woman expressed astonishment, scrutinizing Gu Changqing more closely. Yet, after a prolonged examination, she could discern nothing particularly extraordinary about him, aside from his handsome appearance. The entrance to the Su Enhuing secret realm welcomed a steady stream of adventurers. After a while, 2 young riders atop sea monsters finally arrived at this destination. Is this truly the Su Enhuing secret realm? So many people. Gu Changqing gazed wide-eyed at the throng surrounding him, his mouth agape in astonishment. Once we enter, you must stay close to me, understand? Gu Yunxi grasped her brother's hand and stepped directly into the rift. The scenery around them shifted rapidly, and a blinding light enveloped them, compelling the siblings to close their eyes. When Gu Changqing reopened his eyes, everything had transformed. They were no longer on the barren island, but instead found themselves amidst a lush jungle. Is this the Su Enhuing secret realm? Sister? Sister? Gu Changqing suddenly realized that Gu Yunxi, who had been firmly holding his hand, was no longer by his side. Looking around, he saw only desolation. He was utterly alone. Sister. Gu Changqing's voice rose in pitch, tinged with anxiety and the pangs of fear of the unknown. Why, sister, sister. Upon realizing that his sister was truly absent, large tears began to cascade down his porcelain-like cheeks. Throughout his life, Gu Changqing had always been inseparable from Gu Yunxi. He was her devoted shadow. Although he had previously caused quite a ruckus at sea, utterly oblivious to the concept of fear, that was only because his sister had been there. Now, thrust into an unfamiliar realm where he did not know his sister's whereabouts, a profound sense of dread took hold of him. Both Gu Changqing and Gu Yunxi were unaware of the nature of the Su Enhuing secret realm. They did not know that upon entering, one could be randomly transported to various locations within it. Gu Changqing collapsed onto the ground, sobbing loudly while calling for his sister. In that moment, he was genuinely frightened. After crying for a while, without summoning Gu Yunxi, a young woman, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, approached, drawn by the sound of his cries. Upon arrival, she was taken aback by the sight of the child, whose face was streaked with tears, resembling a little flower cat. Child? The young woman, Yin Mingqi, was a disciple from the outer sect of the Lanyu Palace, a semi-royal sect within the southern sea of 10,000 monsters, boasting thousands of members. With the opening of the Su Enhuing secret realm, not only the core disciples, but also many outer sect members had come, Yin Mingqi being one of them. Her cultivation talent was mediocre, and her family had arranged a marriage for her with someone she did not love. Reluctantly, she accepted her fate. The sudden opening of the Su Enhuing secret realm presented her with an opportunity. If she could seize a chance within, even if it were not a grand fortune, merely ascending to the inner sect would empower her to reject her family's wishes and this unwanted union, thus taking control of her own destiny. Having just entered the realm, she was preparing to explore when she heard the sound of a child's cries, which led her to this spot. To her dismay, she found indeed a small boy, seemingly around 4 or 5 years old. She could not help but feel a twinge of reproach toward his parents. What a vast heart one must possess to allow such a small child to venture into the Xianhuang's secret realm. It is indeed quite irresponsible. Yan Mingqi hurriedly approached. Gu Changqing, sensing someone else's presence, initially thought it was her sister. She wiped her tears and ran towards Yan Mingqi, but halfway through, upon realizing that the newcomer was not her sister Gu Yunqi but a stranger, she began to cry even louder. Yan Mingqi quickly scooped Gu Changqing into her arms. Do not cry, little one. Are you in search of your sister? Your sister is also within the Xianhuang secret realm, is she not? Shall I assist you in finding her? Gu Changqing, already a picture of cuteness, melted Yan Mingqi's heart with her tears. Cradling Gu Changqing, she offered her comfort. With Yan Mingqi's soothing words, Gu Changqing's cries gradually subsided until she was silent. With her eyes slightly swollen and red, she gazed intently at Yan Mingqi. Sniffing as she inquired, Big sister, can you truly help me find my sister? Of course, little brother. What is your name, and what is your sister's name? How old is she? I shall take you to her right away. Yan Mingqi gently set Gu Changqing down and wiped her tears, smiling as she asked. My name is Chen Wang, and my sister is called Shi Huang. We are twins, the same age, Gu Changqing replied, but then suddenly recalled her sister's warning not to reveal their true names to anyone. Chen Wang, Shi Huang. What peculiar names, Yan Mingqi remarked, curiosity piqued. Your sister is the same age as you? What of your parents? This was entirely different from what Yan Mingqi had imagined. She had assumed the little girl's sister would be nearly her own age, yet here was another child. My parents? They are also in the secret realm. Gu Changqing replied. Never mind, just follow me, and I will help you find your sister and your parents. By the way, you may call me Sister Yan. Despite her words, Yan Mingqi understood that helping this little one locate her sister and parents within this vast secret realm was nearly an impossible task. The realm was too expansive, and unless they were extraordinarily fortunate, the odds of encountering them were exceedingly slim. Yet, the compassionate Yan Mingqi could not bring herself to abandon the child. Thus, she decided to take her along, planning to reassess the situation once they exited the Xianhuang secret realm. And so, this duo, comprising one adult and one child, embarked on their adventures within the Xianhuang secret realm. Chapter 40. Gu Changqing, disdained Sister Yan. Look, I have found some spiritual herbs for you. Gu Changqing exclaimed, her chubby little hands clutching a few freshly uprooted spiritual herbs from the soil, which she presented to Yan Mingqi. Several hours had passed since the two entered the Xianhuang secret realm. Thanks to Yan Mingqi's cautious approach, diligently avoiding areas inhabited by beastly creatures, they had encountered very few monsters during their journey. Before entering the secret realm, Yan Mingqi had meticulously devised a plan: avoid any confrontation with beastly creatures and steer clear of conflicts with other cultivators whenever possible. After all, she possessed only the strength of the first level of true spirit, a realm that placed her nearly at the bottom within the mysterious realm of Xianhuang. In the fierce competition for treasures and the inheritance of relics, she was far too insignificant to partake. Her sole ambition lay in the medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits scattered throughout the Xianhuang secret realm. She did not disdain the lower-grade items. Should fortune smile upon her and she encounter a few higher-tier herbs or spiritual fruits, her hopes for advancement to the inner sect would be rekindled. Shaochen, the herbs you have gathered are yours alone. Do not feel compelled to share them with me, Gu Changqing asserted, possessing formidable spiritual awareness. She had amassed a collection of spiritual herbs several times that of Yan Mingqi. Yet Gu Changqing held little interest in these lower-grade specimens. Apart from consuming a few spiritual fruits, she had relinquished the rest to Yan Mingqi. Throughout their journey, Yan Mingqi had been exceedingly nurturing towards Gu Changqing, treating him as if he were her younger brother, which greatly endeared her to him. I do not want them. They are all for my sister, Gu Changqing responded, shaking her head. The spiritual herbs were too trivial for her, as she was accustomed to the third and fourth-tier spiritual fruits that Gu Changqing casually bestowed upon her, rendering these first and second-tier herbs rather beneath her notice. Very well, I shall keep them for you until we exit, and then I will return them, Yan Mingqi replied, gathering the herbs before crouching down to gently ruffle Gu Changqing's hair. Additionally, Shaochen, you must lower your voice, do you understand? My strength is limited. Should we attract the attention of beasts or unscrupulous cultivators, we would find ourselves in grave peril. Oh, I understand, Gu Changqing replied, though he yearned to assert his lack of fear. However, Upon meeting Yin Mingqi's gentle gaze, he lowered his head, resembling a child who had erred. "All right, let us proceed," she said, affectionately tousling his hair. She was not chastising him. Rather, she was merely imparting the survival rules of the weak. "Senior Sister Yin, someone is approaching." Gu Changqing suddenly halted, glancing toward the right front as he sensed a dozen auras swiftly drawing near. Yin Mingqi furrowed her brows, having sensed it as well. She quickly took Gu Changqing's hand and concealed them behind a massive rock, suppressing their presence. Brother Lan, Brother Lu?" As they crouched behind the rock, Yin Mingqi's eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing the newcomers, and her tension dissipated in an instant. These individuals were disciples of the Lanyue Palace, and among them, Brother Lan and Brother Lu were true inheritors of the palace, boasting strengths above the 7th level of true spirit. Realizing that they were fellow disciples, Yin Mingqi no longer felt the need to conceal themselves and stepped out from behind the rock with Gu Changqing. "Brother Lan, Brother Lu." The group spotted Yin Mingqi, though they did not recognize her. As an outer sect disciple of Lanyue Palace, she was but one among many, and it was natural that the inner sect true inheritors would be unfamiliar with her. However, upon noticing the moon emblem embroidered on her chest, they acknowledged her as one of their own, their wariness swiftly dissipating. "Ah, it is a junior sister from the outer sect, since we have encountered one another. Let us proceed together," Brother Lan, clad in resplendent robes, remarked with a faint smile. Yet, he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to the side of Yin Mingqi, momentarily taken aback. "Who is he?" "This young boy is someone I encountered while exploring the mystic realm." I swiftly narrated the story of how he met and journeyed alongside Yin Mingqi to Brother Lan and the others. Upon hearing this, Brother Lan remained silent, but Brother Lu, who stood beside him, spoke up. "A mere child is nothing but a burden. You have no ties to him. Cast him aside. You may accompany us, but he cannot." Brother Lu cast a glance at Gu Changqing, then turned his eyes toward Yin Mingqi with a hint of reproach. "You truly have a grand heart. This is the mystic realm of Xinhuang, fraught with peril, unlike the outside world. Carrying such a small being could very well lead to your demise. Do you understand?" Suddenly admonished, Yin Mingqi felt a bit at a loss. "Yes, junior sister, abandon him and come with us," echoed Brother Lu. "You are misplacing your kindness." Many disciples of the Lanyue Palace chimed in, agreeing with Brother Lu. His words may have been harsh, yet they held a kernel of truth. This was no ordinary realm, and bringing along a child of such tender age would only serve to hinder oneself. Yin Mingqi understood this notion, yet she could not bring herself to abandon Gu Changqing. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Gu Changqing clutched Yin Mingqi's hand tightly, fearful that she might forsake him as well. With his sister absent, Yin Mingqi had become his sole anchor. This display of reliance tugged at Yin Mingqi's heartstrings. "Brother Lu, I comprehend your words, yet I cannot comply. I possess many spiritual herbs that I can offer you, if only you would permit me to bring Xiaochen along." "Very well, take him then," Brother Lan interjected, waving his hand dismissively, refusing the spiritual herbs offered by Yin Mingqi. Brother Lan was also a kind-hearted individual, well-liked among his fellow disciples. Faced with Yin Mingqi's heartfelt pleas, he felt a pang of compassion. Brother Lu frowned, snorted derisively, and turned to leave. "If you wish to take him, then I shall not accompany you. I have no desire to partake in this charade of benevolence." "Brother Lu," the other disciples called out in protest. "Those who wish to follow me, come along. Those who prefer to remain here can stay with your kind-hearted Brother Lan." The dozen or so disciples of Lanyue Palace exchanged glances between the departing Brother Lu and Brother Lan, caught in a dilemma. "Brother Lan, I apologize," one disciple said, stepping forward to follow Lu. "Brother Lan, including Brothers Lan and Lu, there were 12 in total, of whom 7 chose to follow Brother Lu, leaving only 3 behind. The disciples who sided with Brother Lu did so not only because they agreed with his sentiments, but primarily due to his superior strength. Brother Lu had attained the 8th level of true spirit, while Brother Lan was still at the 7th level. In this treacherous mystic realm of Xinhuang, it was undoubtedly safer to align oneself with the more powerful Brother Lu. "Are you not coming along?" Brother Lan gave a self-deprecating smile, surveying the 3 who remained. These individuals were not particularly strong, possessing only the 1st or 2nd level of true spirit, with 2 from the outer sect and 1 from the inner sect. A wry smile adorned their faces as they stood there. "We wished to accompany Brother Lu, yet it appeared he was not inclined to have us along. Throughout our journey, although Brother Lu never explicitly stated his disdain, his actions and demeanor were rife with contempt for the 3 of us, likely due to our perceived lack of strength, which he deemed a hindrance. It seemed Brother Lu had long desired to rid himself of us, and this incident provided him with the perfect excuse. Brother Lon nodded in agreement. These 3 disciples were not foolish. Join me, he said. While my strength may not rival that of Lu Yang, I, Lon Wang, shall never abandon any of my junior brothers and sisters. Brother Lon smiled gently and addressed Yin Mengqi, saying, Sister, do join us, and bring along that little fellow by your side. Thank you, Brother Lon, Yin Mengqi replied, her voice brimming with excitement. Thus, what began as a duo transformed into a cohesive team of 6. Chapter 41. A punch for each calamity. Gu Changqing's strength as days passed. The group gradually embraced the delightful presence of Gu Changqing. He was well-behaved and remarkably perceptive, adhering to Yin Mingqi's every instruction without causing any disturbance. However, fortune had not smiled upon them. Aside from a handful of low-tier spiritual herbs, their efforts had yielded little. Finally, one day, as they traversed the terrain, they sensed an area rich in spiritual energy, suggesting the presence of a rare treasure. They hastened towards it. Upon arrival, they were left in awe. It was a medicinal garden. A disciple of the Lanyue Palace swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over a vast expanse filled with numerous medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits, all of considerable quality. Second-tier soul fruits, third-tier Sun Yuan grass, third-tier Ziyang roots. The excitement among the group was palpable. This garden of spiritual herbs was a veritable windfall. If submitted to the sect, it could yield an astonishing amount of points, enough to sustain them for several years, perhaps even a decade, without concern for cultivation resources. Quickly, gather the herbs before others discover this garden, Brother Lon urged, equally exhilarated, as he rallied his junior brothers and sisters to begin the harvest. I will assist, Gu Changqing declared, rolling up his sleeves to join in. Half an hour later, under their collective efforts, the medicinal garden was stripped bare. Beholding the contents of their storage bags, the group beamed with joy. However, before they could revel in their triumph for long, a formidable presence approached with alarming swiftness. The newcomer was a gray-clad cultivator, nearing 50 years of age. His gaze fell upon the barren garden, excitement flickering in his eyes. What a vast medicinal garden, he mused. Then, turning to Brother Lon and the others, he chuckled ominously. Hand over your storage bags, and I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, death awaits. At the utterance of that final word, a wave of oppressive energy, characteristic of a calamity-level powerhouse, surged forth from him. The spiritual force whipped against the faces of Brother Lon and the others, causing them to flinch in pain. A calamity-level expert. The hearts of Brother Lon and the others sank, enveloped in despair. They had just finished harvesting the garden. Was fate truly this cruel? Had they known, they would have refrained from such avarice and departed halfway through the collection. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Moreover, who could have foreseen such an outcome? Refuse, and you shall meet your demise. Though filled with reluctance, Brother Lon and his companions dared not refuse. The formidable beings of the robbery realm were beyond their capacity to confront. Previously immersed in euphoric delight, the members of the Lanyue Palace now found their spirits deeply dampened. They had anticipated that, with their recent gains, they would be free from worries regarding cultivation resources for at least several years, if not a decade. Yin Mingqi shared this sentiment, believing that her outing would surely secure her promotion to the inner sect and allow her to withdraw from the arranged marriage. Little did she expect such an outcome. Why should this be so? Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, prompting everyone to turn in unison towards the speaker. Gu Changqing. The young lad, brimming with defiance, glared angrily at the robed cultivator. Yin Mingqi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. His words plunged a heavy weight into the hearts of all present. In a moment like this, provoking the gray-clad robber cultivator was far from a wise decision. Brother Lon was frantically signaling to Gu Changqing, imploring him to desist, for his actions might spell doom for them all. Yet, Gu Changqing remained undeterred, his gaze fixed in fury upon the gray-robed cultivator. Why should he relinquish the spirit herbs he had so painstakingly gathered to this gray-clad figure, the gray-robed robber cultivator? Now noticing the child, who appeared no older than 4 or 5, scoffed at the audacity of such a youngling. Who was this little brat? What right did he have? Merely because I possessed strength superior to yours. With that, the gray-robed cultivator swiftly launched an attack, his patience wearing thin. His initial target was none other than Gu Changqing. He harbored no mercy for those who dared defy him. Regardless of who they were, death was the only outcome. Look out, little Chun. Yin Mingqi's instinct was to shield Gu Changqing, but before she could act, he darted forward with the agility of a sleek panther, surging into action. with a single strike. The gray-robed cultivator was sent hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. In that fleeting moment, Gu Changqing seized the cultivator's head and forcefully slammed it into the ground. With a dull thud, the gray-robed cultivator seemed to be embedded into the earth. Old fool, who do you think you're confronting? The entire scene unfolded with such rapidity that it was almost instantaneous. By the time Brother Lon and the others regained their composure, the gray-robed cultivator lay lifeless, his demise a gruesome sight, his head buried beneath the ground. This spectacle left onlookers trembling, their gazes fixed on Gu Changqing. They regarded him as if he were a monster. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? This scene was undoubtedly astonishing. A child of but 4 or 5 years had single-handedly slain a cultivator of the robbery realm with a mere blow. What kind of prodigy was this? What sort of creature? Junior sister Yan Mingqi, are you certain that what you found was merely a child and not a little monster? Little Chun Yu. Yan Mingqi's voice trembled. She could scarcely fathom that the little one she had brought back was capable of effortlessly defeating a being of the robbery realm. How young was he? She recalled how, not long ago, she had to hide with him at the slightest hint of danger, even from a mere true spirit realm beast. In retrospect, she felt utterly foolish. Little Chen likely shares a similar sentiment. If even a cultivator at the tribulation stage can be effortlessly vanquished, one can only imagine how easily he could obliterate a formidable beast of the true spirit realm with a mere punch. With such extraordinary prowess, why didn't Ti disclose it sooner? How foolish of me to have worried about his safety while he remained alone in the Xianhua secret realm. At that moment, Yan Mingqi felt a surge of grievance. But you didn't even ask, Sister Yin, Gu Changqing replied, feigning innocence. Chapter 42. This is my father. Yan Mingqi found herself momentarily speechless. It appeared she had indeed neglected to inquire. Upon seeing Gu Changqing's youthful visage, nearly 4 or 5 years old, she subconsciously categorized him as a child yet to embark on the path of cultivation. However, could she truly be blamed for this? Who could have anticipated that a child of such tender years would possess the might of a tribulation-level warrior? It was not merely unheard of. Yan Mingqi had never even conceived of such a possibility. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier departure of senior brother Lu and his companions. A burden? A mere prodigious child capable of dispatching even a tribulation-level expert with ease was considered a liability by them? How absurd. You're so powerful. What of your twin sister? Yan Mingqi pondered, recalling Gu Changqing's mention of his twin sibling. My sister is vastly superior. 100 of me would be no match for her. Gu Changqing replied candidly. In truth, his statement was but a modest understatement. Not merely 100, but even hundreds of him would fall short against Gu Yunqi. Yan Mingqi mused, what manner of creature is this? And to think there exists another like him. If he claims his sister is even more formidable, how powerful could she be? At the 5th or 7th level of tribulation? Never mind, it's too much to contemplate. Senior brother Lon and his companions had never experienced such astonishment before. From that moment forth, they ceased to regard Gu Changqing as merely a child. Yan Mingqi's attitude towards him underwent a significant transformation, much to Gu Changqing's dismay. He preferred the previous demeanor she had shown him. After filling their storage bags to the brim, the group departed the medicinal garden, but not far along their path. They sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy approaching from nearby. No, it was not one surge, but several. Soon, within the perceptive range of senior brother Lon and his companions, dozens of formidable auras were racing towards their location with alarming speed. What was transpiring? Senior brother Lon was somewhat shaken. In his awareness, those dozens of auras were extraordinarily potent, predominantly belonging to tribulation-level cultivators. He even detected a few that surpassed the tribulation stage entirely. Those belonged to king-level warriors. Moreover, they seemed to be fleeing. What could possibly compel king-level experts to retreat? This is dire. We must withdraw. No sooner had they taken a step back than several auras pierced through the air toward them. Their eyes widened in terror, filled with despair and astonishment, as if they had encountered an unspeakably terrifying entity. There is the third elder. I see the third elder. Suddenly, several disciples of the Lanyue Palace pointed toward a figure rapidly approaching them in the distance. It was an elderly and disheveled man, accompanied by a few others, none other than Lu and his companions, who had recently parted ways with Brother Lon and Yan Mingqi. The third elder of Lanyue Palace, in a desperate flight, also noticed the presence of his disciples. Damn it, he muttered, glancing back to see the relentless pursuer gaining on them far too quickly to escape. With no hope of flight, he resolved to hide. Fortunately, Although the silver-armored stone golem possessed formidable combat prowess, its spiritual perception was not particularly keen. Quick, come over and conceal your presence. As disciples of Lanhua Palace, including Brother Lan, a true disciple, the third elder could not abandon them to their fate. Upon finding refuge in a stone cave, he beckoned Brother Lan and Yin Mingqi to join him and suppress their auras. Although the group was oblivious to the unfolding events, they dared not question him and hastily entered the cave to regroup with the third elder and the others. Shu, remain silent. It's coming. The third elder's voice dropped to a whisper as he gestured for silence, his gaze directed toward the sky. Following his lead, Brother Lan and Yin Mingqi looked up to see a silver-armored stone golem, brandishing a long spear. With each swing, it claimed the lives of countless cultivators. A sudden flash of blood cascaded from above, causing the group to widen their eyes in shock. Striding through the void was a King Realm cultivator. They were astounded to witness such a disparity in power. How could a King Realm cultivator be so easily dispatched? What immense terror was this? In mere moments, the silver-armored golem had slain dozens. Once it found no more victims in sight, it came to a halt. This action sent a chill through the hearts of the concealed cultivators, who dared not even breathe. The third elder and his companions shared the same trepidation. To slay a King Realm cultivator with such ease was a testament to the golem's terrifying strength. If discovered, their demise was assured. At that moment, even Gu Changqing's expression turned grave. This was no jest. The silver-armored golem was horrifyingly powerful, far surpassing the Xian King, perhaps even reaching the Tian Wang or even the divine level. The golem began to survey the area, and suddenly, it thrust its spear, instantly annihilating a few concealed cultivators amidst the rubble, their cries silenced before they could escape. With a single step, the golem appeared around the stone cave where the third elder and the others were hiding. The third elder's heart raced, teetering on the brink of despair. Who would have imagined that such a terrifying silver-armored golem lurked within that sacred temple? Initially, he and the other cultivators had discovered a sacred hall. Filled with excitement as they ventured inside, they had indeed obtained treasures, and the third elder had gained much from the experience. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a foolish soul had triggered the temple's mechanisms, unleashing this invincible silver-armored golem that now sought to slaughter the intruders. Had it not been for the foresight of the three elders, who wisely departed the sacred hall without succumbing to avarice, they might have perished within its confines. The resounding footfalls of the silver-armored stone figure echoed ominously, each sound causing the hearts of the onlookers to tremble with fear. Gu Changqing tightly gripped a jade talisman that hung around her neck. Suddenly, the silver-armored figure fixed its gaze upon the stone chamber where several individuals were congregated, and with a swift motion, hurled its long spear in their direction. Alas, my life is forfeit, sighed the third elder, resigned to the inevitability of death. However, Gu Changqing reacted with remarkable swiftness. The instant the silver figure detected their presence, she shattered the jade talisman. A brilliant white light materialized, swiftly coalescing into a spectral form resembling her father, Gu Changqing. This talisman had been painstakingly crafted from the essence of Gu Changqing's blood, intended as a safeguard for his daughter, son, and Jiang Lianxin. Once shattered, it summoned an astral projection of Gu Changqing, possessing approximately 10% of his original strength. As the projection emerged, it firmly grasped the incoming spear. Despite the spear's ferocity, once held by Gu Changqing's projection, it could advance no further. What is that? Who is that apparition? How could it withstand a blow from the silver-armored figure? All witnesses to this extraordinary event were left astounded, particularly those who had narrowly escaped the sacred hall, cultivators of the Tribulation realm and the Wang realm. No one understood the terror of the silver-armored figure better than they did. Xiaochen, what is that? Yin Mingqi gazed at Gu Changqing in disbelief, having clearly seen the projection emerge from the jade talisman. The third elder, Brother Lan, and other disciples of the Lanhua Palace shared her astonishment. This projection was indeed born from Gu Changqing's talisman. That is my father, Gu Changqing replied earnestly. Though a pang of melancholy struck him, his father had warned him that the creation of such a talisman was extraordinarily difficult and required his own blood essence. It was to be used only in dire circumstances. Gu Changqing felt trepidation at the thought of his father discovering this incident, fearing he would be reprimanded. If only he hadn't ventured into this Xianhuang secret realm, he would not have had to employ the jade talisman. What? Your father? The crowd was left dumbfounded. The projection that withstood the spear of the silver-armored figure was indeed the father of this child. especially for Brother Lu and others, who were utterly perplexed. Their minds short-circuited in confusion. Brothers Lan and Yin Mengqi, however, understood the extraordinary nature of Gu Changqing, thus maintaining their composure compared to the third elder and Brother Lu. Yet within, they too were engulfed by tumultuous waves of astonishment. After catching the spear, Gu Changqing casually tossed it back to the silver-armored figure. Simultaneously, for spiritual swords descended from the heavens. Pseudo-deicide sword array activate. At that moment, all manifestations of Gu Changqing were merely projections, including the deicide sword array, which, while lacking the potency of its original form, still held considerable might. Empowered by the deicide sword array, the spear seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space as it struck the silver-armored figure with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, the silver-armored stone figure staggered backward, its armor splintering. The word death escaped Gu Changqing's lips as a spirit sword materialized in his grasp. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was before the silver-armored stone figure. With a single strike, a hum echoed as the silver-armored stone figure was cleaved in two, shattering into countless fragments. Gu Changqing, too, dissipated after the figure's destruction, transforming into a beam of white light that returned to the jade talisman around Gu Changqing's neck, though the talisman now bore signs of damage. Had the silver-armored stone figure truly perished? Many stood in a daze, as if caught in a dream. The creature that had once hunted them down with such ferocity, its power rivaling that of a deity, had simply vanished? Reflecting on the earlier scene, those present were left in awe. In merely 2 moves, the shadowy projection had reduced what appeared nearly invincible to mere rubble. What level of power is this? This is merely a projection? What, then, must the true form possess? The gazes of the third elder and others upon Gu Changqing resembled those directed at a monster. Not only was he extraordinary, but so too was his father. Although the details remained unclear, it was evident that the shadow was a young man, seemingly no older than 20. In a nearby location, a young girl gently patted her chest. The earlier appearance of the silver-armored stone figure had frightened her considerably, nearly leading her to believe her end was near. Had Gu Changqing's true form been present, he would have recognized her as the attendant of the blue-clad maiden he encountered before entering the Xianwang secret realm. My lady, the individual you mentioned is not merely impressive, he is a true monster among monsters. The attendant, having grown up alongside her mistress, understood her talents all too well. She had never considered her lady inferior to anyone, even those prodigies at the forefront of the spirit rankings. Yet, having witnessed Gu Changqing's terrifying strength, she now felt her mistress could not measure up to him. One could only wonder how her proud lady would react upon learning of this individual's power. Surely, the blow to her pride would be significant. Gu Changqing, with his small frame, leaped directly in front of the shattered silver-armored stone figure, eager to assess his spoils. This creature was so formidable, the stones it bore must be of great value. He intended to collect them all to bring back to his father. The little one swiftly produced a storage bag and began gathering the remnants of the silver-armored stone figure. Despite the brave facade he displayed when sneaking out, fear lingered in his heart regarding Gu Changqing. Should his father discover his clandestine venture into the Xianwang secret realm, he would likely face a severe reprimand. Perhaps presenting these precious stones could spare him from a harsh punishment. This spectacle elicited envy from many onlookers. While Gu Changqing was unaware of the stone's true worth, they recognized them instantly. Red silverstone. The body of the silver-armored stone figure was crafted entirely from red silverstone. This rare 4th-tier mineral could be employed to forge 4th-tier royal weapons. Even a mere fragment could command a price nearing 10,000 spirit stones in the outside world. The sheer abundance of crimson silver stones was beyond imagination, undoubtedly representing a staggering value. Yet, none dared to seize them. The memory of Gu Changqing's decisive strike against the silver-armored stone statue lingered vividly. To attempt to rob Gu Changqing would be tantamount to courting death. After summoning Gu Changqing's projection, although the jade talisman around Gu Changqing's neck bore some cracks, it remained unshattered, indicating it was not a consumable item. Thus, despite their overwhelming desire, no one dared to act. Once he had gathered the crimson silver stones, Gu Changqing departed with the group from the moon-gathering palace. However, shortly after leaving, he paused, retrieving several pieces of crimson silver stones from his storage ring. He tossed the largest one to Yin Mingqi and distributed the smaller ones to Brother Lan and others. Amidst the throng, though he was small, Gu Changqing was astute. While the crowd did not dare to rob him, it was uncertain whether they would extend the same courtesy to Yin Mingqi and the others. Once he left, those individuals would likely not spare them. Possessing something precious, especially within the confines of the Xianwang secret realm, made one a target. Had those individuals not been aware of his hidden trump cards, even knowing his formidable background, they might not have spared him. As for Elder San and Brother Lu, he offered them nothing. Elder San was irrelevant to him, as they were strangers. Gu Changqing harbored no fondness for Brother Lu, nor for the disciples of the Moon Gathering Palace who had departed with him. He remembered them all. Though he was young, he was clear about gratitude and grievances. He reciprocated kindness and remembered those who wronged him. Sister Yin, thank you for accompanying me thus far, but we may need to part ways. I sense the presence of my kin. I might need to seek my sister, Gu Changqing stated sincerely. Indeed, he had sensed a faint trace of bloodline resonance in the area, suggesting that a member of the Gu family, sharing his lineage, had passed through here and subsequently departed. Gu Changqing was uncertain if it was indeed his sister, but he felt compelled to investigate. As for Yin Mingqi, she had already reunited with her sect's elders, so there was no need for concern regarding her safety. Meanwhile, Brother Lu and his companions watched in envy as Gu Changqing tossed several pieces of crimson silver stones to Yin Mingqi and Brother Lan. The desire in their hearts was palpable. After all, those were fourth-tier essence ores. The disciples of the Moon Gathering Palace beside Brother Lu were consumed by regret. Lamenting their earlier decisions, they were not angry at Gu Changqing for not sharing, but rather at themselves for their folly. Why had they chosen to leave with Brother Lu? Had they stayed, they too could have secured a piece of crimson silver stone, while they might not need the stones for themselves. Turning them into their sect would yield significant merit points, or they could auction them, potentially fetching several thousand spirit stones. Oh, no, Little Chen. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. This is a fourth-tier essence, or... Yin Mingqi shook her head, returning the crimson silver stone to Gu Changqing. It was simply too valuable. The piece of crimson silver stone in her possession was valued at over 10,000 spirit stones. To put this in perspective, during her time as an outer disciple of the Moon Gathering Palace, she could scarcely accumulate a mere 10 inferior spirit stones from the resources allocated by the sect each month. Therefore, this singular crimson silver stone, worth more than 10,000 spirit stones, was an astronomical figure for her. It was far too much. She felt unworthy to accept it. If not for Sister Yin, I would still be wandering aimlessly. Sister Yin, please accept it. I promise to visit you at the Moon Gathering Palace in the future. I will remember. Gu Changqing uttered these words primarily for the benefit of Elder Lu and the others present, conveying an underlying message. Do not covet Sister Yan's crimson silver stone. For I will indeed come to the Moon Gathering Palace, and if I discover that her crimson silver stones have been pilfered, I shall not spare you. As Gu Changqing departed, Yin Mingqi gazed at his diminutive figure, suddenly feeling a pang of reluctance. Although their acquaintance had been brief, spanning merely a few days, she had developed a fondness for this adorable and obedient little fellow, akin to a younger brother. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing emerged from an ancient palace, his expression tinged with frustration. Not long ago, he had been drawn to a soaring beam of light, anticipating the emergence of a grand treasure, only to find nothing of worth. The ancient palace behind him radiated potent waves of spiritual energy, and with a formidable guardian stationed at the entrance, anyone would assume that treasures of extraordinary nature lay within. Certainly not mundane artifacts. Given such remarkable spiritual fluctuations, one would expect treasures of at least 4th or 5th rank. Yet it was all a ruse. The palace contained numerous treasures, but they were merely illusions, utterly devoid of reality. Within the vast expanse of the palace, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Casting a glance at the guardian stationed at the palace entrance, Gu Changqing departed without a second thought. Oh well, this expedition into the secret realm had not been a total loss. Although he had failed to uncover any genuine treasures within the palace, rather, there had been none to find. Such an outcome was not entirely unexpected. With Gu Changqing's prowess, it was impossible not to have discovered real treasures if they had existed. Everything within the palace was a mere facade, including the guardian at the entrance, who was not a living being but rather the projection of a powerful figure long since departed from this world. The projection was formidable, possessing strength at the level of a heavenly king. Had it encountered an ordinary individual, it would likely have led to their demise. However, it was unfortunate for it to have crossed paths with Gu Changqing. Prior to entering, Gu Changqing had already vanquished it. To his surprise, it reappeared upon his exit. It seemed that it could not be easily dispatched, or perhaps was simply not meant to be destroyed. This place was likely a hunting ground, designed specifically to ensnare those outsiders who ventured into the Xian Wang secret realm. It emitted the aura of a treasure, luring cultivators into its grasp, only to hunt them down. Who could have orchestrated such a scheme? Gu Changqing could not be bothered to ponder it further. There were no treasures to be found here, and lingering any longer would only squander time. He decided to leave. Although this excursion into the palace yielded no tangible gains, Gu Changqing had not returned entirely empty-handed over the past few days. Beneath an ancient subterranean palace, Gu Changqing stumbled upon a fourth-tier spiritual sword, a regal weapon of unparalleled significance. This singular fourth-tier royal weapon alone rendered Gu Changqing's journey worthwhile. The incorporation of such a weapon would undoubtedly elevate the potency of his Excalibur sword array to an unprecedented level. Yet, he mused, should he discover 3 additional royal weapons, forming a complete array rooted in fourth-tier craftsmanship, he could anticipate a profound enhancement in his capabilities. Alas, the pursuit of royal weapons proved exceedingly challenging. Despite his entreaties to the Dust Heart Pavilion for information, 2 years had elapsed with little to show for his efforts. The scarcity of royal weapons was matched only by the rarity of fourth-tier artisans. Even if such a master were found, the materials requisite for forging royal weapons remained elusive. The challenges were formidable. As Gu Changqing departed, unbeknownst to him, the sentinel stationed at the palace entrance began to blur and ultimately transformed into an exact replica of Gu Changqing himself. Apart from the expressionless visage, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The treasures lay within this ancient palace, pulsating with an intense aura of spiritual energy, suggesting the presence of remarkable riches. Shortly after Gu Changqing's departure, waves of cultivators arrived at the scene. He was the first to discover this place and had already explored the palace before they arrived. Among the throngs were many who had witnessed the soaring beam of light alongside Gu Changqing, yet their pace was no match for his. By the time they reached the palace, Gu Changqing had already departed, leaving them to arrive in a staggered fashion. Gu Changqing was aware that the palace held nothing of substance. It was but an illusion. However, the newcomers, having never set foot inside the palace, remained oblivious to this truth. Observing Gu Changqing standing guard at the entrance, they refrained from rash actions and began to scrutinize him closely. In their eyes, Gu Changqing was undoubtedly the guardian of the treasures within. To gain entry, they would likely need to vanquish or even slay this sentinel. As more and more cultivators gathered, impatience grew among them. The increasing numbers intensified competition, thus, seizing the opportunity before others arrived became paramount. If they delayed, they risked leaving empty-handed, especially with the potential arrival of formidable beings from the king's realm. At last, one individual could no longer contain himself. A middle-aged figure clad in blue, wielding a longsword, charged toward the palace entrance. With the sound of slicing air, several others followed suit, emboldened by the blue-robed man's lead. A cold snort escaped Gu Changqing's lips as he faced the intruders encroaching upon his domain. Drawing his sword, he executed a swift, sweeping motion. An invisible blade of light surged forth with an uncanny speed, cleaving through the oncoming cultivators, reducing them to mere corpses in an instant. The astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? They gasped in disbelief. The cultivators at the tribulation stage could not withstand a single strike from the guardian. Many individuals felt their pupils constrict, particularly those who had hastily emerged from the blue-robed realm. Some who were eager to advance found themselves abruptly halted. A single sword strike had effectively subdued everyone present. At that moment, no one dared to act recklessly. The ability to slay several beings from the realm of tribulation with a mere sword demonstrated an extraordinary power. Even if not at the king level, it was at least akin to a half-king. However, this display did not extinguish their covetous desires for the palace. In fact, some became even more animated. The greater the strength of the guard, the more it suggested that the treasures within the palace were exceptional. The presence of Gu Changqing kept those gathered from rashly stepping forward, yet none chose to depart, all contemplating how to partake once the guardian was defeated. As time passed, an ever-increasing number of cultivators and powerful beings assembled, including several at the half-king level. Remarkably, even a king-level figure made an appearance. He was a man clad in resplendent robes in his 30s, who, upon stepping through the air, swiftly captured the attention of all present. A king-level powerhouse had arrived. I recognize him. He is Sheng, an elder from the Xuanjiao Palace in the East Sea. In his youth, he was one of the prominent figures of the East Sea. Although Sheng had only recently ascended to the level of a profound king, his strength was formidable. He had once achieved the astonishing feat of enduring dozens of rounds against a king-level adversary while at the pinnacle of the half-king stage. To withstand 10 moves from a king-level opponent is nothing short of prodigious. It is essential to note that the chasm between king-level and half-king is notoriously challenging to traverse. In my estimation, Gu Changqing stands on par with the prodigies listed on the spiritual rankings. The Xuanjiao Palace? That is an imperial-level sect. Among those present, many hailed from the East Sea of the myriad demon seas and instantly recognized the resplendent figure hovering in midair, leading to a surge of excited murmurs. An imperial-level sect. Many cultivators from the South Sea felt a profound tremor within. Of the 4 great outer seas of the myriad demon domains, only the South Sea lacked an imperial power. Conversely, the East Sea is the most powerful among these outer seas, boasting 2 imperial-level forces, one of which is the Xuanjiao Palace. This promises to be an intriguing spectacle. One wonders how long the Guardian can withstand Gu Changqing's prowess. 3 moves? No, I believe it would only take 1. Many are confident in Gu Changqing, particularly those hailing from the East Sea, who are well acquainted with his illustrious reputation. He has faced even the older generation of half-king powerhouses with apparent ease and has managed to remain undefeated against true king-level figures for 10 moves. Chapter 45. One man stands guard, none shall enter. The flattery from the crowd was of little concern to Gu Changqing. As a former super prodigy of the Xuanjiao Palace, he had heard such sycophantic praises far too many times. He regarded Gu Changqing, stationed before the ancient palace gates, with a touch of seriousness in his gaze. The Xianhuang's secret realm is fraught with peril. He would not allow himself to become arrogant due to the empty words of others. With a single step, Gu Changqing's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear within the attack range of the Guardian, Gu Changqing. Upon noticing this, Gu Changqing slightly raised his head, locking his gaze onto Gu Changqing. In an instant, Gu Changqing felt as if he were under the scrutiny of death itself, causing a shiver to run through his heart. Not far ahead, the figure of Gu Changqing gradually became indistinct. A sense of foreboding gripped Gu Changqing's heart, and he realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he shattered the precious jade talisman meant for his protection, summoning a colossal golden shield that instantly shielded him. A sharp clang resonated as the long sword in Gu Changqing's hand lunged toward him with uncanny speed the moment the golden shield materialized. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered. In that fleeting instant, Gu Changqing transformed into a streak of light, escaping the range of Gu Changqing's assault. Having failed to eliminate Gu Changqing with a single strike, Gu Changqing did not pursue further but returned to the entrance of the ancient hall. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing, having narrowly escaped, gazed in terror at Gu Changqing, gasping for breath. He had barely preserved his life after utilizing 2 trump cards. If he had delayed even a moment longer in activating the protective jade talisman, he would surely have met his demise. Silence enveloped the surroundings of the ancient hall. As those who witnessed the scene were rendered speechless, the stillness almost unnerving. Clearly, they were shaken by the brief clash that had just transpired. Particularly, those who had boasted that Gu Changqing would fall before Gu Changqing in a single move now wished for the earth to swallow them whole, utterly humiliated. A single strike? Indeed, neither could withstand such a blow. Yet, the roles had been reversed. It was not Gu Changqing who faltered before Gu Changqing, but rather the latter who could not endure against Gu Changqing. Had it not been for the 2 protective jade talismans, the renowned prodigy of the Xuanjiao Palace would have perished on that very spot. Many inhaled sharply, astonished. The Guardian was not merely formidable, he was astonishingly powerful. Even the elite of the Xuanjiao Palace stood no chance against him and nearly faced annihilation. Ha ha ha, Gu Changqing, you are truly in a dire predicament. A voice laced with mockery suddenly echoed from a distance. A streak of purple light traversed the sky, ultimately halting before them. The crowd turned their gazes to the source. It was a man clad in purple robes who, upon his arrival, regarded the panting, pallid, and visibly shaken Gu Changqing with a mocking expression. Tianjin sect, Jian Nanqing. The cultivators from the East Sea recognized him once again. The 2 imperial powers of the East Sea, the Xuanjiao Palace and the Tianjin sect, were now assembled. Jian Nanqing, a peer of Gu Changqing, was even more formidable. Gu Changqing was one of the top prodigies of the East Sea, while Jian Nanqing was unparalleled. The true first among the youthful elite of the East Sea. Since their emergence, Jian Nanqing had consistently overshadowed Gu Changqing, leaving the younger generation of the Xuanjiao Palace unable to hold their heads high before the Tianjin sect. As they reached the age of 30, The gap between them not only remained but expanded further. Gu Changqing had only recently broken through to the Xianwang realm, while Gu Changqing had mastered it years prior. In the present day, Gu Changqing is no longer regarded as a rival by Gu Changqing, however, as one of his former adversaries. And considering the strained relationship between the two powerful royal factions, Gu Changqing could not resist the urge to mock him upon their encounter. A flicker of coldness passed through Gu Changqing's eyes. It was evident that Gu Changqing had overlooked the moment when he had nearly perished, even after deploying 2 hidden cards. Furthermore, in contrast to Gu Changqing, Gu Changqing displayed an overwhelming arrogance, bordering on disdain for others. This was somewhat understandable, as he was once hailed as the foremost young talent of the East Sea, a position that naturally fostered a sense of superiority. Oh, how easy it is to talk. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Gu Changqing provocatively regarded Gu Changqing. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, their hearts racing with anticipation. Realizing that Gu Changqing was scheming to ensnare Gu Changqing, no one dared to caution Gu Changqing, as it would undoubtedly offend Gu Changqing. Of course, I will step up. I am no worthless fool. With a disdainful snort, Gu Changqing, armed with a sword, charged into the fray. Just watch. You worthless. Gu Changqing had barely uttered the last word when Gu Changqing, who had previously been at a distance, inexplicably appeared at his side. And the crowd barely registered how swiftly Gu Changqing had drawn his sword. Chapter 46. This is the supreme of my Dust Heart Pavilion. A faint line of crimson traced from Gu Changqing's forehead, cascading downward. His vitality swiftly waned, and a blend of confusion and disbelief swirled within him. This was the final turmoil of Gu Changqing's mind before his demise. Gu Changqing, a prodigious talent of the Tianjin sect, had once overshadowed all his contemporaries in the East Sea, rendering countless gifted individuals unable to hold their heads high. And now, he had fallen to Gu Changqing's blade, all with a single strike. Is Gu Changqing truly dead? The crowd was struck with unparalleled astonishment. The former pinnacle of the East Sea's youth had perished so abruptly. His bravado was merely superficial. Yes, his talents and strength surpassed mine. But did that yield any benefit? Did he live longer than I? Gazing at Gu Changqing's lifeless body, Gu Changqing sneered. Even a cautious individual like Gu Changqing had nearly met his end at Gu Changqing's sword. As a superlative genius of the Tianjin sect, it was inconceivable that Gu Changqing lacked means for self-preservation. Alas, he had not even the time to employ them before Gu Changqing struck him down. The one who brought about his doom was none other than himself. His own haughty disposition had led to his demise, effortlessly eliminating a potential future threat to the Xinyu Palace. Gu Changqing nearly laughed aloud. The more arrogant he had been, the more tragic his end. Casting a glance at the ancient palace and the vigilant Gu Changqing at the entrance, Gu Changqing lingered not a moment longer, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. In Gu Changqing's estimation, with Gu Changqing serving as the guardian, the prospect of acquiring treasures from the ancient palace was virtually impossible. Rather than squander time here, it would be more prudent to seek opportunities elsewhere. As time flew by, throngs of people came and went outside the ancient palace. Among those who wished to test their mettle, many were deterred upon witnessing the lifeless form of Gu Changqing. If a genius and formidable warrior of his caliber could meet such an end, it was clear that they were best advised to reconsider their ambitions. Not long after, news of an ancient palace in the vicinity spread like wildfire, attracting numerous visitors, not in pursuit of treasures, but merely to catch a glimpse of the legendary Invincible Guardian. Within that ancient palace, it was certain that unparalleled treasures lay hidden, yet none dared to enter. They could only gaze upon it from afar. The indomitable guardian outside the grand hall was capable of slaying even those at the king realm in an instant. The corpses strewn before the hall served as a constant reminder to those who coveted the palace's treasures. Without sufficient power, one should never venture forth lightly, lest they too become mere corpses. Though there were many storage rings and bags atop the bodies, no one dared to claim them. Once one stepped into the guardian's attack range, only one fate awaited them: death. On this day, a group of unique visitors arrived outside the palace. Fortunately, the guardian was merely a replica of Gu Changqing, not the man himself. Otherwise, he would have recognized that among the group were several individuals clad in the garb of the Changqing Pavilion. Old man, you speak so mysteriously. Is that guardian truly as formidable as you say? Inquired the third elder of the Changqing Pavilion, his voice slow and measured. If what the ninth elder of the Qingwan Palace stated were indeed true, then that guardian was no ordinary foe. The ability to dispatch King Realm warriors in an instant signified an extraordinary level of power. Was he a consummate Xian king or perhaps a heavenly king-level warrior? Among the group were disciples of the Changqing Pavilion, led by the third elder, and disciples of the Qinghuan Palace, led by the ninth elder. Prior to their entrance, an agreement had been established. Should they encounter elders or disciples from the opposing sect, they would act in concert and look out for one another. While the notion of mutual support was posited, the disciples of the Qinghuan Palace were aware that the palace master's directive was primarily aimed at encouraging them to extend protection and care to the disciples of the Changqing Pavilion. As for any reciprocation from the Changqing Pavilion, that seemed unlikely. Although the Changqing Pavilion was classified as a royal-level power, its foundation was lacking. It only barely met the standards of a royal-level force in terms of its king realm capabilities, and its elders and disciples were inferior even to those of ordinary royal-level factions, let alone when compared to venerable royal powers like the Qinghuan Palace. Take, for instance, the ninth elder of the Qinghuan Palace and the third elder of the Changqing Pavilion. Despite being a ninth elder, the Qinghuan Palace's representative was a genuine semi-king-level warrior, whereas the third elder of the Changqing Pavilion was merely at the ninth layer of the Tribulation Realm, far from being a semi-king. Thus, the notion of mutual care was, in reality, a directive for the disciples of the Qinghuan Palace to extend their protection to the Changqing Pavilion. The disciples of the Qinghuan Palace harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet being aware of the palace master's intentions to cultivate a good relationship with the Changqing Pavilion, they felt compelled to comply. However, along the journey, it was inevitable that expressions of disdain or contempt would occasionally surface. The disciples of the Changqing Pavilion were acutely aware of this, yet were left powerless in the face of the significant disparity in strength between the two sections. It was only natural for the Qinghuan Palace to harbor some disdain. Nature is indeed real, though I have yet to witness it myself. I have merely heard tales. The ninth elder of the Qinghuan Palace, known as Elder Man, nodded in acknowledgement, quickening his pace as they approached their destination. Behold, there stands the indomitable guardian of the ancient palace. In no time, the venerable palace materialized before the members of Qinghuan Palace and the Changqing Pavilion. At first glance, a solitary figure stood before the time-worn edifice, devoid of any vitality. Clearly not a living being. He was extraordinarily handsome, a paragon of male beauty, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, indifferent to any who approached, provided they did not encroach upon his realm of attack. The third elder followed the direction of his gaze and soon beheld the young guardian stationed at the entrance of the ancient palace. Upon that first sighting, he was momentarily taken aback. Shifting his focus, he scrutinized the figure once more. His mouth slightly agape, disbelief flickered in his eyes, causing him to halt in his tracks. What has transpired, third elder? Why have you stopped? Elder Man of the Qinghuan Palace inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the astonished third elder. It was not solely the members of Qinghuan Palace who were perplexed. Even the newly initiated disciples of Changqing Pavilion turned their curious gazes toward him, as they were unfamiliar with Gu Changqing. What is the matter, third elder? Why do you appear as if you have seen a ghost? Elder Man pressed. Is this guardian truly the individual you spoke of? Following the third elder's pointing finger, Elder Man's gaze fell upon Gu Changqing, who stood silently at the palace's entrance. Nodding, he responded, Indeed, that is he. What is amiss? He is the supreme elder of our Changqing Pavilion. The third elder's voice trembled slightly. He could hardly fathom that the invincible guardian spoken of by Elder Man and the others was, in fact, their own supreme elder. No, not merely the supreme elder. The third elder was now utterly confounded. He could not comprehend why this guardian bore an identical visage to that of the supreme elder. Gu Changqing held a position within Changqing Pavilion, serving as its supreme elder. What? Upon hearing this revelation, Elder Man, along with the members of Qinghuan Palace and the disciples of Changqing Pavilion, displayed expressions of astonishment. This guardian was the supreme elder of Changqing Pavilion? Surely, this is no jest. Third elder, this is a joke that ought not to be trifled with. Are you certain you have not mistaken him for someone else? Surely, he cannot merely resemble the supreme elder? Elder Man could not restrain his curiosity. No. I could never make such a mistake. This guardian may not be the supreme elder, yet his appearance is unmistakably that of the supreme elder. The impression Gu Changqing left on the third elder was simply too profound to be mistaken. This was no mere resemblance. It was an exact likeness. He was a veritable replica of the supreme elder, just as their minds were engulfed in astonishment. An overwhelming and formidable pressure descended upon the area in an instant. A powerful presence has arrived. At that moment, All eyes turned toward the source of the oppressive force. This aura signified the arrival of a being of at least the king level. A king-level entity has descended. The king realm comprises 3 tiers, with the Xian king representing the first of these 3 stages. Above the sovereign king lies the heavenly king. At this level, one is worthy of being revered as a formidable power. Such beings, in any empire, stand at the pinnacle of existence. In Chapter 47, titled Is He the Emperor? The Shock of the Divine King Shao, we find ourselves in the presence of the Yuan Yang sacred sect and its illustrious figure, Divine King Shao. Witnesses gazed in awe at the resplendent figure draped in elegant robes against the celestial backdrop. What? The Divine King? While some may not be familiar with the Yuan Yang sacred sect, the name Divine King Shao resonated clearly in their minds. The powerful presence that had descended was not merely a heavenly king, but a divine king. A tempest of emotions surged within the hearts of the onlookers. The Divine King, in the absence of an emperor, represented an invincible force. Yet, how many emperors exist across the vastness of the 4 seas of all demons? Moreover, often in seclusion. It could be said that the realm of the Divine King stands as the most potent force in the open seas. The Yuan Yang sacred sect is the foremost sect beneath the imperial power of the Northern Sea. Divine King Shao has long since ascended to the realm of the Divine King. Despite appearing to be in his 40s, his true age exceeds 200 years. Noticing that many were unfamiliar with this mighty being, several cultivators from the Northern Sea began to explain. With the arrival of the Divine King, surely the ancient palace doors would be breached this time. Anticipation filled the air. Those who had previously battled the guards, regardless of their talent, were ultimately mere sovereign kings. Not even heavenly kings. This time, however, they were confronted by a powerful being who had reached the 3rd stage of the king realm, the level of the Divine King. While they dared not covet the treasures within the ancient palace, curiosity loomed over what extraordinary artifacts might lie within. Upon his arrival, Divine King Shao wasted no time and unleashed a palm strike towards Gu Changqing, standing before the palace. A vast palm imprint blotted out the sky, prompting the onlooking cultivators to retreat far from the impending blow. Even the residual force of a Divine King's strike was beyond their capacity to withstand. Gu Changqing, stationed before the palace, seemed to sense the impending danger and raised his gaze towards the colossal palm descending upon him. His expression remained unchanged. With a single sword in hand, he ascended from the ground. The sword, pointed towards the heavens, instantaneously shattered the earth beneath him. A colossal sword, radiating a brilliant azure light, erupted from the fractured ground. Boom! As the giant sword collided with the palm imprint, the entire realm quaked. The thunderous sound was deafening. No one believed Gu Changqing stood a chance against the Divine King. Yet, a startling scene unfolded. As the giant sword and the palm imprint clashed, they held their ground for but a brief moment before the magnificent palm imprint fragmented like a spider's web. What? Those who witnessed the spectacle gaped in disbelief. Rendered voiceless, everyone stood frozen, their eyes filled with profound shock. What was anticipated to be an instant annihilation turned out to be a moment where the guard gained the upper hand. After all, that was a Divine King's strike. Even a casual blow could extinguish countless sovereign and heavenly kings. In that moment, the crowd comprehended the truth. They had grossly underestimated the strength of the guard. The power to slay a sovereign king in an instant. The perfected Su Nw can achieve such feats. And one can only imagine the prowess of a TNW. Initially, they estimated that the strength of the palace guard was roughly that of a perfected Su Nw, with little possibility of reaching TNW status. But now, a TNW? Even a SHNW found himself at a distinct disadvantage in a direct confrontation. As the palm strike shattered, the SHNW, high above in the firmament, experienced a backlash, retreating 2 steps before finally stabilizing his form. The SHNW did not anticipate that his strike could be so effortlessly severed. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was still a force of the SHNW level. How intriguing. A slight smirk graced the lips of the SHNW, and in the next moment, he stood before GCHNGQ. The battle commenced. In midair, the two engaged in a fierce clash. The terrifying shockwaves of their conflict, even from a distance, stung the faces of the onlookers, yet they remained unwilling to miss a single moment. A battle of the SHNW level was a rare spectacle indeed. At this tier, nearly all participants were leaders of major factions, who seldom intervened unless absolutely necessary. Is this the nature of clashes at the SHNW level? The area where they fought began to exhibit instability. This is dire. The SHNW-ing witnessed GCHNGU-ing unleash a breathtaking sword light, sending him reeling back hundreds of steps, a mouthful of blood expelled. His aura waning. What was expected to be a grand battle turned out to be a swift domination. With the SHNW-ing completely suppressed and injured after mere moments of engagement. Observing the blood that erupted from the SHNW-ing, who did not retaliate against the palace guard, sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. This singular strike not only wounded the SHNW-ing, but also propelled him beyond the ancient palace's confines. Upon exiting, GCHNGU-ing refrained from pursuit and returned to the palace entrance, closing his eyes. Invincible! In that moment, the only thought resonating in the hearts of the crowd was that of invincibility. If even a SHNW-ing could not withstand the palace guard, and fell so swiftly, who within the vast realm of the Su-in-huing secret could possibly challenge him? The Emperor? Forget it. The Emperor cannot even enter here. Does this imply that this ancient palace is utterly inaccessible? With a palace guard capable of besting even a SHNW-ing, who could dare to enter? The Emperor cannot breach the Su-in-huing secret. It is utterly insurmountable. Elder, are you truly certain that this palace guard bears an exact resemblance to your sect's supreme elder? Inquired the ninth elder of the Q-ing-lu-in palace, unable to restrain his curiosity once more. Chapter 48, Confronting the Beast Tide. What is Invincibility? Part 1. At this moment, even the third elder felt a tinge of uncertainty. He had not anticipated such a formidable presence within the Su-in-huing secret, one that even he could not contend with. The SHNW-ing cast a deep glance at GCHNGQ-ing, standing at the palace entrance. It had been many years since he had tasted the bitterness of defeat. The SHNW-ing did not linger longer, his figure gradually becoming indistinct. The injuries he sustained were neither particularly severe nor trivial. He needed to find a place to recuperate. Soon, the cultivators surrounding the palace dispersed entirely. Not even the divine king could find a way in. Entry was impossible unless, one day, the emperor could access this secret realm. The cultivators outside the ancient palace had largely departed. Although they had not unearthed any treasures here, it was inevitable, considering that even the divine king was unable to enter, let alone them. Furthermore, there was still ample time before the secret realm would close, enough for them to continue exploring the Xianwang secret realm. The elders of Qingwan Palace and Qinxin Pavilion chose to remain together. The third elder, still shrouded in confusion, resolved to seek clarity from the supreme elder when the opportunity arose. What connection did the palace guards have with him? Why did they bear such an uncanny resemblance? Almost identical? Elder 9, look, the sky is overcast. Is it going to rain? A disciple of Qingwan Palace suddenly pointed toward the distant horizon shortly after leaving the ancient palace. Don't speak nonsense. Though it is daytime within the Xianwang secret realm, there is no sun nor clouds. Elder 9 admonished the disciple, but his words abruptly faltered. Following the disciple's gaze, he indeed spotted a mass of dark clouds approaching. This shouldn't be right. It was indeed unusual. They had been in the Xianwang secret realm for many days and had never encountered any white clouds, let alone ominous ones. Wait, something feels off. Suddenly, Elder 9 furrowed his brow, closed his eyes, and expanded his spiritual sense to its utmost. When he opened his eyes once more, the light in them was replaced by terror. No, those are not clouds. They are demonic beasts. The last two words were nearly shouted in a frenzy. His agitation was warranted, as within his sphere of perception, an overwhelming presence of countless demonic beasts surged forth. In that instant, not only the people from Qingwan Palace and Qinxin Pavilion, but also many cultivators who had just left the ancient palace since the impending danger. Demonic beasts. So many demonic beasts. A glance revealed a dark mass that blotted out the sky. This was merely what hovered above, standing upon the ground. The crowd could feel the earth tremble beneath them. Heavens! How many demonic beasts could there be? Some even stuttered as they spoke. These beasts ranged from those of mere true spirit realm strength to those whose auras were reminiscent of demon kings. And not just one, but many. At that moment, the expressions of all cultivators within the vicinity shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Damn it, this is a beast tide, and its scale is beyond imagination. How could this happen? Could it be a consequence of the battle between King Xiao and the palace guards? It's highly probable. We shouldn't have been watching from there. How could I have overlooked this? There are countless demonic beasts within the Xianwang secret realm. Who could have anticipated this? Fear and despair filled the hearts of all. A roar echoed, particularly as the tide of beasts surged, teeming with numerous sovereign-level demon kings and even several heavenly kings. This commotion roused every creature within the vicinity. Countless beasts began to converge upon this location, and it wouldn't be long before the panicked creatures would be crushed beneath their feet. In this moment, not only the third elder and the ninth elder, both of whom were transcendent beings, but even the formidable kings themselves were seized by trepidation. Faced with such an overwhelming horde, none among the inhabitants of this region, save for the illustrious Xiao God King, could hope to escape. There was simply no avenue for flight. Soon, they would be ground to dust by the overwhelming tide of beasts, leaving no trace behind. What to do? What to do? I do not wish to perish. Ah, the ancient palace. Let us seek refuge there. Perhaps the guardians of the palace can shield us from this onslaught. Yet, with such an immense tide, can the palace guardians truly withstand it? They were acutely aware of the guardians' prowess. Even the Xiao God King could not prevail against them. Yet the scale of this beast tide was insurmountable. Even the Xiao God King, when confronted with such a vast horde, would have to evade its wrath. While escape was feasible, a direct confrontation would undoubtedly rend him to shreds. There were simply too many. Too many. Moreover, amongst them were numerous demon kings and even heavenly kings. There was no longer time for hesitation. Remaining here would lead to certain death. Returning to the ancient palace offered a glimmer of hope. No one lingered in doubt. The third elder of Qingwan Palace and the ninth elder of Qinxin Pavilion felt the same. Everyone began to retrace their steps to the ancient palace. Upon their return, Gu Changqing remained steadfastly guarding the palace entrance, unyielding as ever. However, should any dare to encroach upon the palace grounds, he would unleash his wrath indiscriminately. Follow me. We shall position ourselves behind the palace, allowing the guardians to fend off the beast tide. Remember, do not enter the palace grounds. Only in this manner do we stand a chance of survival. The speaker was a sovereign-level powerhouse, emphasizing the necessity for unity. To scatter would surely spell doom. Heeding his words, all gathered in a clearing behind the palace, precisely outside the reach of the guardians' attacks. There remained nothing else to do but pray. To beseech that the palace guardians could withstand the beast tide. In the face of such an overwhelming horde, their efforts seemed futile. All hope rested upon the seemingly invincible guardians of the palace. All they could do was pray. Darkness was rapidly consuming the earth, and before them lay an abyss. While behind, the skies were clear and bright. Gripping their weapons tightly, they awaited the impending tide of beasts in silence. At last, the beast tide clashed with the palace guardians. Chapter 49. Confronting the beast tide. What is invincibility? Countless beasts surged into the palace grounds. At that very moment, as the throngs of beasts flooded into the palace perimeter, Gu Changqing suddenly opened his eyes. A chill radiated from his gaze. Gu Changqing moved. For ethereal swords, poised at each cardinal point, erupted with a brilliant crimson glow. Gu Changqing stepped forward, unleashing a sweeping strike with his blade. The crescent-shaped beam of sword light he conjured obliterated all in its path, reducing countless monstrous beasts to mere carcasses scattered across the heavens. Yet, the sheer multitude of these creatures was overwhelming. They charged forth relentlessly, with one group perishing only to be replaced by another. The pungent scent of blood ignited the primal instincts within the beasts, driving the already frenzied tide of monsters into an even greater frenzy. In the face of this unending horde, Gu Changqing remained expressionless, his sword swirling continuously. With each swing, he claimed the lives of thousands of beasts. At this moment, Gu Changqing resembled an emotionless machine of slaughter, indifferent to the relentless onslaught. His singular command was clear: annihilate. No matter the quantity, he would slay them all. Not even the formidable Xuanwang level or Tianwang level demon kings were spared. In his hands, whether Xianwang or Tianwang, each fell to a single stroke. The mountain of beastly corpses sent a shiver down the spines of all who beheld from the palace's rear. Such power. The palace's guardian was utterly invincible. Amidst the relentless tide, he carved out a sanctuary where no beast could tread alive. One man and his sword pierced through the monstrous wave. Strangely, a flicker of gratitude emerged within the hearts of the onlookers towards the guardian of the temple. Though devoid of emotion and consciousness, his relentless defense had indeed saved them. Were it not for the guardian, they would have been torn to shreds by the monstrous tide in an instant. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened, signaling the retreat of the beast wave. Ultimately, they had survived. Some individuals even broke into foolish laughter, the harrowing experiences etched in their memories forever. Many bowed slightly in the direction of Gu Changqing, expressing their gratitude. Despite his lack of sentience, he had indeed saved them, and thus, they felt he deserved their reverence. Not far from this scene, a young man clad in white slowly appeared. Those who recognized him would undoubtedly know he was the very guardian of the ancient palace. Was the beast wave a consequence of the previous clash at the Divine King level? Gu Changqing cast a fleeting glance at the recently departed horde, momentarily taken aback. In recent days, he had not ventured far, remaining in this vicinity searching for treasures, yet found nothing of worth, merely some third and fourth-tier spirit herbs, with no fifth-tier items to be seen. It was only moments ago that he sensed a surge of Divine King-level spiritual energy emanating from this location, prompting him to investigate. As he approached the source of the energy fluctuations, Gu Changqing found himself at a loss for words. Was this not the very place he had visited before? Not far in the past lies the ancient palace I had once entered, a place devoid of substance, merely an illusion. What transpired after my departure? How could there still be beings of divine sovereignty engaging in combat here? With a sense of bewilderment, Gu Changqing hastened towards the location of the ancient sanctuary, which soon came into view. At that moment, the surviving cultivators were restoring their spiritual energy, having suffered considerable depletion during the recent beast tide. Suddenly, a flash of white light soared through the air, halting above the palace, causing all to freeze momentarily before they looked up. The sight nearly stopped their hearts. Gu Changqing, suspended in midair, was equally astonished, for before the entrance of the ancient palace, he beheld himself. No, not exactly. It was a being that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Gu Changqing was at a loss for words. He distinctly remembered that the guard stationed at the entrance did not resemble this figure at all, and was pathetically weak, merely at the Xinhuang level. Yet, the Gu Changqing before him seemed to possess the strength of a divine sovereign, perhaps akin to 1/10 of his own true power, if not less. Could the fluctuations from the earlier divine confrontation have originated from this doppelganger? Gu Changqing began to scrutinize this palace guardian closely. Meanwhile, the cultivators recovering their strength behind the palace were utterly dumbfounded. Two identical individuals? The only distinction being that the later Gu Changqing was undeniably a living being, whereas the one guarding the palace exuded no vitality, resembling a mere shell. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Questions swirled in everyone's minds. The Grand Elder? At that moment, the third elder of the Qinxin Pavilion, situated beside the ninth elder of the Qingwan Palace, suddenly spoke up. The third elder recognized that the Gu Changqing before the palace was not the Grand Elder, but he was certain that the later Gu Changqing was indeed the Grand Elder of their sect. Gu Changqing. This time, it was real. Upon hearing his name called, Gu Changqing shifted his gaze from the palace guardian to the third elder of the Qinxin Pavilion. Third elder? What brings you here? Gu Changqing recognized all the elders of the Qinxin Pavilion and immediately identified the third elder, marking the first familiar face he had encountered since entering this secret realm. The vastness of this realm had far exceeded his expectations, and he had thought it unlikely he would meet anyone he knew before the end. Yet here he was. Grand Elder, is it truly you? The third elder exclaimed, visibly excited. The younger disciples of the Qinxin Pavilion also regarded the figure suspended above with curiosity. These disciples had joined the Qinxin Pavilion later and were unfamiliar with Gu Changqing, yet they knew of the existence of a Grand Elder, a figure shrouded in legend, whom they had never seen. To their astonishment, they now found themselves in the presence of this legendary Grand Elder within the secret realm, igniting their intrigue. We arrived here not long ago, and this ancient palace exudes a powerful aura of spiritual energy as if a treasure lies within. However, there stands a guardian, an individual strikingly similar to the esteemed elder. The third elder pointed towards the palace guardian, who remained in a meditative state. Soon, he recounted the events leading up to this moment to Gu Changqing. I have entered this palace, and there is nothing inside, Gu Changqing remarked, somewhat incredulous. It seems that so many have perished here, all due to coveting a treasure that does not even exist within the ancient palace. If this is the case, one could only lament the tragic fate of those who lost their lives. Were they to know that the palace they sacrificed themselves for harbors no treasures, would they not rest in peace? What? You have been inside? There are no treasures? Gu Changqing's words astonished everyone present. Senior, you truly entered? Is that so? All present had witnessed the formidable power of the palace guardian. How could Gu Changqing have entered? Indeed, there is nothing inside. If you do not believe me, you may enter and see for yourselves, Gu Changqing declared, then descended directly towards the ancient palace. Senior, halt. You mustn't. Chapter 50. The disparity between the copy and the original. As Gu Changqing approached the lethal range of the palace guardian, the third elder was filled with dread. The palace guardian indiscriminately attacks anyone who steps into its domain. though Gu Changqing bore an uncanny resemblance to it. This thoughtless guardian would not spare him merely for their likeness. Yet, Gu Changqing walked in with an air of nonchalance. Buzz, as he crossed the threshold of the palace. The guardian's eyes sprang open, and it moved. It's over, the third elder lamented internally. However, the ensuing scene left them all in stunned silence. Gu Changqing raised his hand, summoning a spiritual sword, and with a swift strike towards the oncoming guardian, he cleaved through it. There was no grand battle. This straightforward blow obliterated the palace guardian, dispersing it into a myriad of spiritual essence. A swirl of azure flames ignited at Gu Changqing's fingertips. Begone! With a resounding crash. The countless particles of spiritual essence dissipated into nothingness. Regardless of the circumstances, a doppelganger must be eradicated. Seeing an entity resembling himself, even if it were not a living being, felt unsettling to Gu Changqing. This palace is indeed peculiar. I never imagined it could replicate me. Albeit this copy possesses less than a tenth of my true strength, Gu Changqing mused. Unbeknownst to him, the impact of his decisive strike against the palace guardian left the onlookers profoundly shaken. At that moment, even the faintest sound, a needle dropping to the ground, was distinctly audible. What had they just witnessed? The palace guards, revered as invincible in their hearts, had defeated the god King Shao and vanquished the beast tide. In their eyes, it seemed utterly impossible to conquer the palace guards unless a monarch intervened. Yet, astonishingly, they witnessed Gu Changqing effortlessly slay one with a mere stroke of his sword. The contrast was striking, to say the least. All gazes turned towards Gu Changqing, as if beholding an unparalleled terror. Were the palace guards truly that weak? Doubt flickered in the minds of the crowd, but they quickly dismissed the thought. No, it was not that the palace guards lacked strength. The cultivators regarded Gu Changqing with profound awe. The true strength lay within him. A singular thought emerged in many minds. Could Gu Changqing be a monarch? However, wasn't it a fact that monarchs could not enter the Xinyuan secret realm? If they could, those monarchs from the three great outer seas would have long since ventured inside. Go in. There is truly nothing within, Gu Changqing remarked, sweeping his hand to collect the fallen storage rings and bags. I shall take these storage rings. Do any of you have objections? No, senior. Please take them, they stammered, too intimidated to voice dissent. They had all witnessed the earlier scene in which Gu Changqing had annihilated the palace guards. The ninth elder of Qingyuan Palace was equally stunned. Realizing why the palace master had emphasized the importance of forging a good relationship with the Qinxin Pavilion, it became clear that this esteemed senior possessed an extraordinary presence, most likely a monarch. It is noteworthy that prior to Gu Changqing's emergence, the South Sea had not seen a monarch in quite some time. Elsewhere in the Xianyuan secret realm, Gu Changqing found herself confronting a group of blue-robed cultivators. Her entourage was not insignificant, comprising several disciples from the Qinxin Pavilion, alongside individuals from Qingyuan Palace. Leading the latter group was Yu Wenfei, one of Gu Changqing's suitors and a prominent figure within Qingyuan Palace. They had encountered each other on the third day after entering the secret realm and had since traveled together. Despite the camaraderie of the group, Gu Changqing yearned to explore the secret realm independently. However, Yu Wenfei, having set his sights on her, stubbornly refused to part ways, trailing her with a cadre of Qingyuan Palace disciples under the pretext of protection. Did Gu Changqing truly require his protection? Though Yu Wenfei was the holy son of Qingyuan Palace, he was not the strongest among them, and his abilities paled in comparison to Gu Changqing. In the face of adversity, it was uncertain who would protect whom. Moreover, Gu Changqing harbored little fondness for Yu Wenfei or the members of Qingyuan Palace, even feeling a tinge of aversion. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that Qingyuan Palace, as an established royal-level power, boasted greater strength than the newly elevated Qinxin Pavilion. This superiority fostered a subtle arrogance among the Qingyuan Palace disciples, who regarded themselves as superior to their Qinxin Pavilion counterparts, creating a rather uncomfortable atmosphere. Not long ago, Gu Changqing and her companions stumbled upon another mining site, rich in third-tier lapis lazuli, a treasure of considerable worth. Together with several disciples from the Dust Heart Pavilion and a dozen disciples from the Qingyuan Palace led by Yu Wenfei, they toiled for the better part of a day. Just as they were about to complete their extraction, an unwelcome group arrived. These were 4 blue-robed cultivators who now stood in opposition to Gu Changqing and her party. Though few in number, they were all formidable figures at the robbery realm. In contrast, Gu Changqing and Yu Wenfei were the only 2 at this level on their side, while the remaining disciples from the Dust Heart Pavilion and Qingyuan Palace, numbering around 10, were merely at the true spirit realm, offering little assistance in a confrontation. Fortunately, both Gu Changqing and Yu Wenfei were prodigies whose strength surpassed their own realms. Thus, they were not overly intimidated by the four blue-robed cultivators. "My friends, there is a certain order to matters," Gu Changqing remarked, her brow furrowed. "We have been mining this lapis lazuli for most of the day, and now you demand we hand over 80%? Is that not a bit excessive?" "What order? In this world, the one with the mightiest fist dictates the rules," retorted the leader of the blue-robed cultivators, a young man slightly older than Gu Changqing, with the others seemingly deferring to him. Upon hearing his words, Gu Changqing slowly placed her hand on the hilt of her white jade sword at her waist. It appeared that negotiation was futile. She might consider yielding the portion of the mine yet to be extracted, since they had already collected the majority, leaving only about 1/5. However, 80% was far too much. Their demand was outright robbery, and they expected them to work for free. Seeing Gu Changqing and her companions poised for action, the blue-robed youth sneered, "I am already being magnanimous by allowing you to keep 20%. Don't say I didn't warn you. My sect's elder is en route to this location. He is a king-level cultivator. Once he arrives, you will be lucky to retain even 10%, and you might even lose your lives. You have little time to choose." As his temper is not as forgiving as mine. Before he finished speaking, a streak of light soared through the sky towards them. The blue-robed youth's face broke into a faint smile. "Well, now you'll find it too late to escape." The radiant streak appeared above them, and both Gu Changqing and Yu Wenfei's pupils constricted. A king-level cultivator. Chapter 51. The Dreadful Presence of the King. Initially, Gu Changqing had not fully believed the blue-robed youth's claims. After all, it was conceivable that they fabricated tales to coerce them into relinquishing their lapis lazuli. However, it was now evident that he had not been lying. Elder Bien, the blue-robed youth and his companions bowed deeply to the elder hovering above. Elder Bien nodded slightly, his gaze piercing downwards, locking onto Gu Changqing and her group. A terrifying pressure descended upon them, making it increasingly difficult for Gu Changqing and her companions to breathe. "Esteemed senior, I hail from the Nanhai royal sect, the Qingwan Palace. Might you, out of respect for our esteemed palace, allow us to go free? We are willing to surrender all the lapis lazuli we have mined to you, esteemed Yu Wenfei," he stammered with difficulty. At this juncture, he could only invoke the name of the Qingwan Palace in an attempt to intimidate this formidable figure of the King realm. The Qingwan Palace is not an ordinary royal power. Its master is on the cusp of ascending to the heavenly king realm. Once that threshold is crossed, the Qingwan Palace will rise to become one of the top 5 sects in the myriad demons of the Southern Sea. The Qingwan Palace? Elder Bien let out a derisive laugh. What is this Qingwan Palace? He had never even heard of it. The sect he belonged to, the Injiao sect, was located in the Northern Sea, quite distant from the Southern Sea. Moreover, although the Injiao sect is not an imperial power, it ranks among the top sects in the Northern Sea, with its master being a consummate heavenly king. While he was unaware of the Qingwan Palace's exact origins, it was evident that it was not a particularly formidable sect. Otherwise, he would have at least heard its name. Elder Bien chuckled to himself, reassured upon realizing that the sect backing Yu Wenfei and his companions was not one he needed to fear. Just as he was preparing to strike down a few of them, he suddenly froze. His gaze fell upon Gu Changqing, standing beside Yu Wenfei, and he found himself momentarily stunned. He did not recognize her, but the attire she donned bore a striking familiarity. Had he seen it somewhere before? As he pondered, Elder Bien's eyes widened in realization. It was before the ancient palace. He finally recalled where he had encountered such garb, among the companions of that remarkable youth. Those individuals donned the same sect attire as this woman. It dawned on him that Elder Bien of the Injiao sect had been one of the Xianwang realm powerhouses who survived the beast tide. Recalling the moment when Gu Changqing had single-handedly dispatched the palace guards, Elder Bien involuntarily shivered. Those individuals referred to that extraordinary youth as the Supreme Elder, clearly indicating that he and this remarkable woman hailed from the same sect. This realization sent a chill down Elder Bien's spine. Fortunately, he had refrained from attacking. Otherwise, he would have invited considerable trouble. The Inju sect, while not weak, would be utterly insignificant in the face of a divine king, let alone someone far beyond that level, possibly even an emperor. Elder Bien exhaled a heavy sigh, waved his hand, and, accompanied by 4 disciples of the Injiao sect, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the scene. Witnessing this, Yu Wenfei and Gu Changqing breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had thought their demise was imminent. It seems the name of the Qingwan Palace still holds significant sway. I was genuinely terrified just now. Thankfully, Brother Wen invoked our sect in time. Those blue-robed cultivators were quite arrogant earlier, weren't they? Humph. Once they learned that Brother Wen is the holy son of the Qinghuan Palace, they scurried away in defeat. The pride was evident on the faces of the Qinghuan Palace disciples standing behind Yuan Fei. In their view, the elder of the border was undoubtedly frightened away after being expelled from the Qinghuan Palace by Brother Wen. Their gazes occasionally flickered towards the members of the Qingxin Pavilion, as if to convey, "Behold, this is the might of my Qinghuan Palace." Previously, Gu Changqing had displayed a disdainful demeanor towards Brother Wen, unwilling to team up with us. However, today, had it not been for Brother Wen and our presence, that earlier group would have likely annihilated us without hesitation. Let us depart. It is unwise to linger here. A proud smile graced Yuan Fei's face, for that recent spectacle would surely lead Gu Changqing to regard him with newfound respect. The prestige of the holy son of Qinghuan Palace is certainly unparalleled by any ordinary royal faction, though both are holy sons and holy maidens. The holy son of Qinghuan Palace and the holy maiden of Qingxin Pavilion, Gu Changqing, are evidently not comparable entities. Gu Changqing furrowed her delicate brows, paying little heed to Yuan Fei's words. Were those individuals truly intimidated into retreating by the Qinghuan Palace? Yet, she had observed clearly that when Yuan Fei revealed his identity as the holy son of Qinghuan Palace, a flicker of doubt and mockery had crossed the elder's eyes. Why then did his expression suddenly change so drastically? Surely, one would not possess such a lengthy reflex arc. But apart from the fear inspired by the Qinghuan Palace's reputation, there seemed to be no better explanation. With a hint of perplexity in her heart, Gu Changqing and her companions chose not to continue extracting the remaining fifth of the azure gold mine, departing alongside Yuan Fei and the disciples of Qinghuan Palace. Meanwhile, the four blue-robed cultivators, disciples of the Yingzhou sect, who had been abruptly taken away by the elder, stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Why had the elder departed so suddenly? What kind of force was the Qinghuan Palace that could instill such trepidation in the elder? Even the four blue-robed cultivators of the Yingzhou sect shared this sentiment. Elder the blue-robed youth could not suppress the questions swirling within him and began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by the elder. I know you are filled with doubts. Previously, I traversed an ancient palace and nearly met my demise. Elder Bien began recounting his experiences within the ancient palace, and with each word, the others grew increasingly alarmed. The beast tide, the palace guards, and the unparalleled youth. There was a high probability it was a royal. Upon hearing this, their hearts were profoundly shaken. Yet, what did this have to do with our decision to let those individuals go? Although Elder Bien had spoken extensively, it seemed disconnected from their earlier encounter. Chapter 52. A father-daughter reunion. Father is angry. Elder Bien cast a sidelong glance at him and casually remarked, "Those who followed that mysterious youth are clad in garments identical to those worn by the woman earlier." At this, their minds rang with realization. In that moment, everything became clear to them. So, it was like this. The Qinghuan Palace was utterly inconsequential. The elder's true apprehension, even fear, lay in the woman beside the holy son of Qinghuan Palace. Contemplating this, they felt a wave of trepidation. It was fortunate that the elder had refrained from taking action. Otherwise, the entire Yingzhou sect could have faced catastrophic ruin. Half an hour later, when Yu Fei and Gu Changqing, along with their companions, had completely departed from the vicinity of the lapis lazuli mine and arrived at an expansive plain, suddenly, a chilling roar from a monstrous beast echoed from afar, causing the group to exchange alarmed glances. A semi-king level beast. Quickly, hide, Gu Changqing exclaimed, her voice ringing clear as she darted behind a rock, with Yu Fei and the others hastily following suit. A beast would not spare you merely because you hailed from the Qinghuan Palace, nor would it show mercy even to disciples of the imperial forces. Wait, that semi-king level beast appears to be fleeing from someone? As the creature drew nearer, the group soon discerned two small dark figures pursuing the beast. What? Two children? Upon realizing that the pursuers were none other than two youngsters, Gu Changqing and Yu Fei were momentarily dumbfounded. Their eyes widened as they recognized the figures chasing the semi-king level beast, a little boy and a little girl. Indeed, these two were Gu Changqing and Gu Yunqi. After parting ways with Yin Mingxi and the members of Lanwei Palace, Gu Changqing had swiftly followed the bloodline aura and located a relative. Fortuitously, it was his sister, Gu Yunqi. Without delay, Gu Changqing presented the substantial haul of fourth-tier crimson silver stones he had acquired. Gu Yunqi found it hard to comprehend the enormity of her brother's fortune. As an elder sister, Though she had collected numerous treasures since entering the secret realm, their combined worth paled in comparison to the value of Gu Changqing's crimson silver stones, barely reaching a fraction of their worth. This left Gu Yunxi feeling somewhat discontented. Her younger brother had already secured an exemption token, while she had yet to obtain one. However, opportunities cannot be hastily sought after. Thus, unable to find any treasures of chance, Gu Yunxi resolved to embark on a fervent hunt for beasts specifically, those of the semi-king level. If the elusive treasures were beyond her grasp, then she would take matters into her own hands and confront the beasts within the secret realm. This led to the current scene of the two young ones pursuing the semi-king beast. While it appeared that the two were in pursuit, in truth, the semi-king level beast only truly feared Gu Yunxi. As for Gu Changqing, were it not for Gu Yunxi's presence, a single swipe from the beast could easily dispatch him. The semi-king level beast was swift, yet Gu Yunxi was swifter still. As the distance closed, she unleashed a brilliant arc of sword light. With a resounding hum, the sword light sliced through the heavens, instantly cleaving the semi-king level beast down. Hooray! Sister is amazing. Gu Changqing clapped enthusiastically. Realizing that such a formidable beast was beyond his capabilities, he could only cheer for his sister. When Yufei and the others, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, felt tumultuous waves of shock surging within them. The impact of this scene was profoundly staggering. In the face of a semi-king level beast, no. Even against a mere 4th or 5th level beast, they could only flee for their lives. Yet, here were two children, merely 4 or 5 years old, effortlessly slaying a semi-king level beast as if it were mere poultry. What in the world was happening? Was there no respite left for them? Skillfully storing the remains of a semi-king level beast into her storage ring, Gu Yunxi cast a glance at Gu Changqing and the others who were hiding behind the rocks. Through her spiritual perception, she discerned that Gu Changqing and her companions were merely at the first level of the tribulation realm, making it impossible for them to elude her gaze. Is this sister truly of the Gu clan? Gu Yunxi distinctly sensed the bloodline power within Gu Changqing, which was akin to her own. Yet, she had never encountered Gu Changqing before. The Gu family in Jianglin City was not large. Altogether, they numbered few, and Gu Yunxi was acquainted with each member. However, she was certain that she had never laid eyes on the Gu Changqing before her. Furthermore, regarding the affairs of the Gu family on Wangqin Island overseas, Gu Changqing had only mentioned it to her father. Thus Gu Yunxi was unaware that the Gu family extended beyond Jianglin City. How peculiar. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing, oblivious to any anomalies, remained unaware of the concealed bloodline aura of Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing, as the two little ones feared encountering their kin. Should their parents discover that they had ventured into the Xianhuang secret realm, a severe reprimand would likely ensue. As Gu Changqing observed the formidable little girl gaze in her direction, she instinctively took 2 steps back. Suddenly, a remarkable surge of spiritual energy emanated from a distance. Gu Yunxi, her brother, and Gu Changqing all turned their attention westward, where the energy fluctuation originated. The emergence of a treasure? Elation washed over Gu Yunxi's face. Her brother had already obtained a free pass, yet she had not. What if their parents truly learned that she and her brother had ventured into the Xianhuang secret realm? It would surely lead to a scolding. Though, to be fair, her father had never actually laid a hand on her. With her free pass still unacquired, Gu Yunxi felt a pressing urgency within her. Now, the free pass was within reach. Without hesitation, she and Gu Changqing swiftly made their way toward the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation. These two little anomalies must possess an extraordinary origin. Yu Wenfei even speculated about the Divine Court Imperial Palace. Only such transcendent powers could possibly nurture beings of this caliber, right? Let's go and take a look. Naturally, Yu Wenfei and the others were also eager to seize the opportunity, hoping to partake in the bounty. With that, the group hastily followed in pursuit of Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing. By the time the siblings arrived at their destination, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Was this a subterranean palace? Indeed, the intense spiritual energy fluctuation emanated from within that very palace. The arrival of Gu Yunxi and her brother instantly stirred quite a commotion. It was those two little anomalies. Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing had gained considerable renown in this region recently. One proclaimed himself as the King of Dust, while the other called herself the Empress of Dawn. Although they appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old, they possessed strength comparable to that of a semi-king in the tribulation realm, particularly the little girl, who could effortlessly slay semi-king level beasts, truly an eye-opener. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a child of such tender years could possess power on par with a semi-king. It was simply outrageous. Not only the demon beasts, But also some cultivators in this region suffer immensely. Whenever any treasure is encountered, if discovered by this pair of siblings, it is regrettably claimed by them. This duo of little troublemakers sends everyone scurrying away, fearful of attracting the attention of these mischievous little tyrants. Not far from this underground palace, Gu Changqing sensed a potent surge of spiritual energy. Shortly after departing from the ancient palace, Gu Changqing had separated from Elder Jiao and the others. With his formidable strength, he had no need for a team, as anyone accompanying him would merely be a burden. It was more prudent to venture alone. Brother Changqing? As Gu Changqing approached the vicinity of the underground palace, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. The voice oddly familiar. Turning around, he was astonished to find it was none other than Gu Chang'er. Qing'e? Gu Changqing had anticipated such a coincidence. The Xianyuan secret realm was vast, and although he had been within its confines for several days, he had only encountered Elder San as a familiar face. Beside Gu Chang'er, Gu Changqing also noticed several disciples from the Dust Heart Pavilion, along with some from the Qingyuan Palace. Brother Changqing, it truly is you. Initially, Gu Qing had merely thought the figure resembled her longed for Gu Changqing and tentatively called out. To her surprise, it was indeed him. Overjoyed, she rushed towards Gu Changqing. However, this display left the disciples from the Dust Heart Pavilion and Yu Wenfei utterly astonished. To them, Gu Chang'er had always been perceived as an icy beauty, maintaining an aloof demeanor with everyone. Yet now, as she blushed and allowed Gu Changqing to ruffle her hair, appearing as docile as a kitten, they began to doubt whether this was truly their esteemed saintess. Yu Wenfei's expression darkened. It seemed that Gu Chang'er was not cold or proud, nor was she the icy beauty they had imagined. She simply behaved that way in their presence. In front of this extraordinarily handsome youth clad in white, Gu Chang'er revealed her more feminine side. This place belongs to my sister and me. You all should leave at once. However, before Gu Changqing and Gu Chang'er could catch up, a somewhat childish voice piped up from the front. The voice seemed to belong to a young boy. This was not the main point, however. What truly mattered was that the voice sounded strangely familiar. Gu Changqing turned to look. What? At that moment, even the composed Gu Changqing found it difficult to maintain his calm. What had he just witnessed? Who had he just seen? That boastful little brat, full of bravado thanks to his invincible sister's support, was none other than Gu Chang'er's younger brother, Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's expression darkened significantly, brimming with anger. Meanwhile, not far away, Gu Yunxi, who was watching her boastful brother intimidate the surrounding cultivators, seemed to sense something and turned her gaze towards Gu Changqing's direction. Upon seeing him, Gu Yunxi's heart nearly ceased to beat. Chapter 53. Father? Little Chun. Gu Yunxi trembled slightly as she patted her brother. As Gu Changqing threatened the others to leave, he seemed to sense something amiss with his sister and turned to look behind him. He noticed his sister gazing in terror at a certain spot. What could possibly elicit such a reaction? It was worth noting that both siblings possessed life-preserving talismans bestowed by their father. Frankly, in the entire Xianyuan secret realm, there were few, if any, threats that could endanger them. So, what could instill such fear in his sister? Following Gu Yunxi's gaze, Gu Changqing also turned to observe. Upon doing so, his mind went blank, as if struck by a thunderclap. His expression was even more exaggerated than that of Gu Yunxi, as if he had seen a ghost. Upon spotting Gu Changqing, Gu Changqing finally grasped the reason behind his sister's fright. Gu Yunxi immediately seized her brother's hand, hastening toward Gu Changqing, while those in the vicinity instinctively parted to create a path. These two little troublemakers were not to be trifled with, even by those of the king's realm. The sheer terror of their power at such a tender age suggested that their backing was anything but ordinary. What was happening? Were they targeting someone else? Many had noticed the grim expressions of the two little ones as they approached Gu Changqing's direction. The unfortunate soul was likely to be in for a rough time, possibly due to past grievances with these two little demons. Some observers exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of pity. Why provoke these little monsters? As Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing approached with increasingly grim faces, disciples from Qingyuan Palace, including Yu Wenfei, and several members from Qinxin Pavilion began to grow anxious. They had witnessed the formidable prowess of these two little beings firsthand, particularly that of the little girl. Just as everyone anticipated that the two little troublemakers would unleash their wrath upon Gu Changqing and his companions, Gu Changqing suddenly knelt before Gu Changqing, wrapping his arms around his leg and bursting into tears. Gu Yunxi, too, was not faring much better. She clutched her clothing nervously, her head bowed in a display of remorse, unable to meet Gu Changqing's gaze. Father, The cries of father left the onlookers utterly flabbergasted, especially those who had just been mourning for Gu Changqing. In that moment, even Gu Changqing and Yu Wenfei were expressions of disbelief. Father? What was going on? Gu Changqing was the father of these two little ones? Not long ago, Yu Wenfei and Gu Changqing had witnessed the extraordinary power of these two children, capable of annihilating half-king-level demonic beasts with a single strike. The most astonishing aspect was that they appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old. In their minds, they had long associated these little monsters with the supreme divine palace, considering them to be at least descendants of divine emperors or even celestial lords. To their surprise, they turned out to be the children of Gu Changqing. However, Gu Changqing paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. With a somber expression, he inquired, "Whose idea was this?" "Sister, Little Chen." The two youngsters pointed at each other. Gu Yunshi glared furiously at Gu Changqing. "It was clearly your decision to come. I only followed because I was concerned for him. How dare you deceive father? Are you seeking a beating?" Gu Yunshi raised her fist, ready to strike Gu Changqing. I. Gu Changqing struggled to find an excuse, but as a child, particularly in front of their father, he stammered for quite some time without formulating a single rebuttal. At a glance, Gu Changqing discerned who was lying. As Gu Changqing turned his gaze toward him, the little one quickly rummaged through his pocket and produced a storage ring, presenting it to Gu Changqing. "Father, look, I found something wonderful. Please don't be angry with me. I just wanted to play after staying at home for too long." Gu Changqing wore a pitiful expression. Gu Changqing shot a fierce glare at Gu Changqing, his consciousness slowly probing into the storage ring. Inside, it was filled with various medicinal herbs and spirit fruits, along with a heap of crimson silver stones. Crimson silver stones, a 4th tier ore, suitable for forging royal weapons. It was one of the items Gu Changqing desired most. After wandering the secret realm for so long without finding a single piece, to discover that his son had found a whole stash was astonishing. This abundance was more than sufficient to forge 3 royal weapons. With the materials secured, all that remained was to locate a 4th-tier blacksmith to craft them, a sword formation composed of royal weapons. The mere thought sent a wave of anticipation through Gu Changqing. Much of his anger dissipated. "How did you find this?" Seeing their father's expression soften, Gu Changqing finally exhaled in relief, sparing himself from a beating. He quickly recounted all his experiences since entering the secret realm. "Oh, silver-armored stone statue? Interesting." Gu Changqing decided to let this incident pass, but warned, "This time, consider it a lesson." Yes. Gu Changqing and Gu Yunshi nodded vigorously. As Gu Changqing prepared to lead the two children and Gu Changqing into the underground palace, a beam of light streaked across the sky, halting above the palace. A formidable presence. Many gazes were drawn towards it. "It's him." Gu Changqing and Yu Wenfei, standing behind Gu Changqing, immediately recognized the formidable figure. Wasn't he the one they had encountered at the lapis lazuli mine? If memory serves, he was called Elder Bien. Recalling the incident when Yu Wenfei had frightened him off with the name of the Qingwan Palace sent a shiver down Yu Wenfei's spine. Thankfully, the mere mention of the Qingwan Palace was enough to instill fear. Otherwise, they might have truly met their demise there. Upon appearing, the elder from the Inmu sect did not conceal his aura. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze settled upon Gu Changqing and the others. He recognized Gu Changqing and Yu Wenfei, the young ones he had previously spared. Yet, his attention was not on them. Rather, it was directed toward the young man in white before them. Though Gu Changqing did not recognize him, Elder Bien had indeed recognized Gu Changqing. The impression left by the young man in white was indeed profound. "Senior, we meet again." Chapter 54. It turns out, he was not afraid of the Qingwan Palace. "Senior?" The surrounding cultivators were somewhat astonished. Observing Elder Bien bowing respectfully to Gu Changqing, their hearts quivered slightly. If merely addressing him as senior indicated that Gu Changqing's strength surpassed that of Elder Bien, the extent of that superiority remained ambiguous. However, to command such reverence from a formidable figure of the Wang realm suggested that Gu Changqing's prowess was not merely a matter of being stronger than Elder Bien. It implied an extraordinary degree of strength. Could he possibly be a heavenly king-level powerhouse? Some speculated that only a being of such caliber could elicit such deference from a profound king. Yet, these thoughts elicited a dismissive smile from Elder Bien. A heavenly king? Even such an entity would not compel me to bow in such a manner. This individual is an emperor. Beside Elder Bien, the disciples of the Yinjiao sect were equally taken aback. Dressed in white, he was strikingly handsome. Was this not the very person Elder Bien had previously mentioned? The one suspected to be an unparalleled emperor? He appeared far too youthful. Equally astonished were Yu Wenfei and others from the Qingyuan Palace. Yu Wenfei's gaze swept over Gu Changqing and then rested on Gu Qing'er, adorned in her sect attire. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He contemplated a certain possibility that rendered him acutely embarrassed, wishing for a hole to burrow into. Until now, Yu Wenfei had believed that Elder Bian was intimidated by the Qingyuan Palace he had invoked. However, it dawned upon him that the truth was quite the opposite. Elder Bian was not frightened away by his mention of the Qingyuan Palace. He was daunted by Gu Qing'er. Elder Bian knew Gu Qing'er. Or perhaps, he recognized the sect's insignia she wore. Yu Wenfei felt a wave of shame wash over him. How embarrassing. He recalled his earlier assertions that Elder Bian had retreated due to his references to the Qingyuan Palace. In reality, Elder Bian had never feared the Qingyuan Palace, but rather the Qinshin Pavilion. He had once felt proud, believing that Gu Qing'er and her companions were fortunate to be with him, for otherwise, encountering Elder Bian would have spelled certain doom. Now, it appeared that this sentiment was entirely misguided. Had they not been in Gu Qing'er's company, Elder Bian would likely have annihilated them without a flicker of concern. Brother, do you hail from the North Sea? What standing does the Yinjiao sect hold in the North Sea? Yu Wenfei inquired of a nearby young man of the Jia realm. He had recognized the individual when Elder Bian arrived. The Jia realm youth cast a glance at Yu Wenfei and replied nonchalantly, in the North Sea of myriad demons. The Yinjiao sect is considered an established Heavenly King-level sect, presided over by a perfected Heavenly King ancestor. At that moment, Yu Wenfei harbored no further doubts. A super sect with a perfected Heavenly King at its helm would hardly fear a mere Qingyuan Palace from the South Sea. Gu Changqing cast a glance at Elder Bian, nodded slightly, and then led the two little ones alongside Gu Qing'er and the disciples of Qinshin Pavilion into the underground palace. Before entering, Gu Changqing took a moment to observe. Above the grand entrance of the underground palace, a number was inscribed, 61? What could this number signify? Never mind. I'll ponder it later. Let us proceed inside. Upon entering the underground palace, Gu Changqing extended his spiritual sense, vigilant against any potential dangers that might arise. However, to his surprise, as they descended to the lowest level of the underground palace, they encountered no threats. The vast expanse below could accommodate thousands of individuals, with light streaming through the crevices in the stone, preventing the place from appearing entirely dark. At the very center of the underground palace stood a pure white stone tablet. What is this? Gu Changqing had limited knowledge of the Xianyuan secret realm, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Could this be the Heavenly Demon Tablet? Suddenly, Gu Qing'er exclaimed, her voice brimming with astonishment. The Heavenly Demon Tablet? My understanding of the Heavenly Demon Tablet is also scant. I only know that it is one of the greatest opportunities within the Xianyuan secret realm, but this opportunity is not something that everyone can seize. As a native of the Wan Yaoxi region, Gu Qing'er possessed greater insight into the Xianyuan secret realm than Gu Changqing. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Tablet does not appear every time the Xianyuan secret realm is activated. We must admit, our luck is truly remarkable. There are a total of 100 Heavenly Demon Tablets, scattered throughout the Xianyuan secret realm. The 61 inscribed on the door when we entered must indicate the identification number of this underground palace. All we need to do is close our eyes and extend our spiritual sense into the Heavenly Demon Tablet, which will allow us to enter the Heavenly Demon Illusion realm. Within this realm, we will encounter numerous extraterrestrial demons, with their strengths varying according to the realm of the entrance. The more extraterrestrial demons one defeats and the more challenges one overcomes, the higher the final score will be. Ultimately, a higher score translates to more substantial rewards. Thus, the trial of the Heavenly Demon Tablet does not merely assess one's realm. Rather, the stronger one's realm, the mightier the extraterrestrial demons faced. In essence, it is unrelated to the heights of one's realm, but rather dependent on one's own strength and innate talent. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow. The Heavenly Demon Tablet certainly piqued his interest. This means that even those at the true spirit tribulation stage could potentially rank high on the leaderboard, while semi-kings and kings might not necessarily secure a top position. This scenario is less favorable for those whose realms are inflated through the use of elixirs. Conversely, for those exceptional individuals capable of effortlessly surpassing their ranks, it undoubtedly serves as a splendid stage to showcase their prowess. Look, Brother Changqing. Words are appearing on the stone tablet. Gu Changqing glanced over, and indeed, the tablet emanated a faint glow, revealing rows of text. First place, Su Li score, 5. East C second place. Cheng Yuexiao, score, 5. East C third place. Chu Changfeng, score, 4. North Sea 4th place. Chu Mu, score 4. West Sea 5th place. The leaderboard comprised 100 names, and upon inspection, all positions were filled. The scores indicated how many challenges they had successfully navigated. Among the 4 seas, the East Sea reigns supreme, occupying the most positions on the leaderboard, with nearly 30% of its contenders hailing from this region. It rightfully deserves the title of the most powerful sea among the 4 great outer seas of the 10,000 Demons Sea. Following closely are the North Sea and the West Sea, with the South Sea trailing behind. The number of participants from the South Sea is scant, even fewer than those from several bordering empires. The Han Empire, too, finds itself in a rather dismal position. No, it is not just somewhat dismal, it is indeed quite dire. Gu Changqing scanned the leaderboard and noticed that as of now, there was not a single individual from the Han Empire listed. Of course, this is merely the beginning of the trial. As time progresses, an increasing number of prodigious talents will join the fray. It is likely that, before long, the names on the leaderboard will undergo a significant change. Whether those names will still grace the demon monument remains uncertain. It seems that quite a few have already started the trials ahead of us. Gu Changqing, however, remained unperturbed. According to Gu Changqing, each participant is granted but a single opportunity to partake in the trial, which determines their ultimate ranking. Thus, there is no need for haste. Whether one participates early or late will not affect their standing. Gu Changqing noticed an inscription beside the demon monument, detailing the rewards. Those who maintain the top position upon the conclusion of the trial will receive a single drop of mystic water essence. The second place will earn black gold sand, while the third place will be awarded sweet dew pills. Gu Changqing's gaze lingered on the first prize, the mystic water essence. This 5th-tier spiritual substance is exceedingly rare among its kind. Just a single drop is sufficient to elevate a powerful being of the profound king level by at least 1 realm. For those who have achieved the pinnacle of the profound king stage, it is even more invaluable, significantly enhancing their chances of advancing to the heavenly king level. This treasure shall be mine. Although black gold sand ranks 2nd and is not as precious as the mystic water essence, it is still highly coveted, as it serves as a material for forging 5th-tier royal weapons. Sire, I entrust this black gold sand to you. Whether it be the mystic water essence or the black gold sand, Gu Changqing could only declare, I desire them both. Aside from himself, the individual most likely to contend for a spot in the top 3 is Gu Yunqi. No, it is not merely a possibility. Gu Changqing firmly believes that no one can rival her for 2nd place. Even the young woman in the green robe encountered at the entrance of the Xianhuang secret realm pales in comparison. Though she is undoubtedly a prodigious talent on the spirit ranking, in terms of innate ability, she cannot match Gu Yunqi, nor even Gu Changqing. Chapter 55. The ranking of the demon monument. Jiang Baiwei enters the list after a period of time. As most of the prodigies and powerful beings within the Xianhuang secret realm have participated in the trials, the rankings on the demon monument have gradually stabilized. Particularly the top 10, which have not seen any new contenders for quite some time. 1st place, Yu Chifeng, score 37, East Sea 2nd place, Shang Wanli, score 36. East Sea 3rd place, Li Xuanjin, score 36, North Sea 4th place, Zhuqing, score 35, West Sea 5th place, Bai Shuang'er, score 35, West Sea 6th place, Chu Jing, score 35, East Sea 7th place, Meng Hansong, score 34, North Sea 8th place, Hualing, score 34, East Sea 9th place, Lung Qianqing, score 34. North Sea 10th place, Hua Mingwei, score 33, West Sea. This delineates the current top 10. Among these distinguished individuals, for hail from the formidable East Sea, with both the 1st and 2nd place being representatives of this realm. The North Sea and West Sea each contribute 3 contenders, while the South Sea remains unrepresented. Notably, only one individual from the South Sea, the esteemed disciple of the Zhenwu sect, managed to secure a position, albeit at a disheartening 91st place, almost at the bottom. Beside Gu Changqing, Gu Changqing was also somewhat disheartened. She had long been aware of the significant disparity in overall strength between the South Sea and the other 3 seas. Yet she had not anticipated such a stark contrast. Not only did they fall short compared to the other 3 seas, but they also lagged behind several major empires bordering the South Sea. Though the overall strength of these empires cannot compare to that of the East, North, and West Seas. They each had several representatives on the list, while the South Sea could boast of but one. Of course, apart from the South Sea. Another realm shared a similarly grim fate, the Han Empire, which had only one individual on the list, ranked 93rd. Jiang Baiwei? A scoff escaped Gu Changqing's lips upon seeing Jiang Baiwei's position at 93rd. Despite his lack of fondness for her, he acknowledged her considerable talent, especially after her awakening of the spirit body, which certainly qualified her for inclusion on the list. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the Xian Emperor's secret realm, the 37th underground palace was bustling with activity. Jiang Baiwei's expression was rather grim as she stood not far from a young man, a prodigy from the Zhongyan Empire. This individual was Tong Xinghe, the holy son of the Seven Stars sect, the foremost sect of the Zhongyan Empire. The Zhongyan Empire, neighboring the Han Empire, had a long-standing enmity, frequently embroiled in conflict, with their grievances extending far beyond mere days. The Jiang family, being one of the premier clans of the Han Empire, held significant animosity towards the Seven Stars sect. Currently, Tong Xinghe also held a ranking on the Demon Steel, placed at 87th, several positions above Jiang Baiwei. Additionally, the Zhongyan Empire had two other individuals listed, ranked 94th and 99th, respectively. Observing that the Han Empire had only Jiang Baiwei represented, Tong Xinghe began to mock her mercilessly. The so-called number one of the Han Empire? How laughable. The Han Empire is nothing but a collection of wastrels, with merely one individual on the list. Truly pathetic. Tong Xinghe's words not only ridiculed Jiang Baiwei, but also encompassed all present from the Han Empire, one and all. It is worth noting that there were several others from the Han Empire present in the 37th Underground Palace, not just Jiang Baiwei. Upon hearing his remarks, numerous cultivators from the Han Empire glared furiously at Tong Xinghe. However, no one dared to take action. Beside Tong Xinghe stood a figure of Wang Jing from the Qixing sect. Similarly, by Jiang Baiwei's side, there was also an elder of the Jiang family, Wang Jing. Both parties refrained from making any rash movements, especially within the confines of this underground palace, for any confrontation could incite the wrath of many. With no option to engage in physical conflict, they resorted to verbal exchanges. Unfortunately for them, the words of Tong Xinghe were beyond reproach by those from the Han Empire, given his superior ranking over Jiang Baiwei, the foremost figure of the younger generation of the Han Empire. Aside from Tong Xinghe, there were two others on the list, totaling 3. While the Han Empire had only Jiang Baiwei, who ranked below Tong Xinghe, this left the cultivators of the Han Empire lacking the resolve to counter or retaliate. At that moment, an extraordinary woman entered the 37th Underground Palace. Clad in a simple blue robe, her modest attire did little to conceal her inherent grace. Her arrival swiftly captivated the attention of numerous cultivators, particularly the males. In Jiang Baiwei's eyes, the beauty of this woman was not significantly inferior to that of her ethereal sister. If Gu Changqing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the blue-robed woman he encountered at the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm. Upon her appearance, the blue-robed woman seemed indifferent to the gazes around her, gracefully advancing toward the Tianma stele, which stood at the center of the underground palace. Su Ziyu cast a glance at the rankings on the Tianma stele, then gradually closed her eyes, allowing her consciousness to delve within. It was evident to all that she was about to commence her trial. Many grew intrigued. This blue-robed female cultivator was stunning, yet her true strength remained a mystery. Would she be able to make it onto the list? The crowd held a faint expectation. Chapter 56, Jiang Lianxin, first. After a while, when Su Ziyu slowly opened her eyes and emerged from the trial, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the Tianma stele, eager to see if there had been any changes in the rankings. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just as the crowd began to believe that this ethereal woman had failed to make the list, every individual on the rankings shifted down 1 place, including the one who had originally held the top position, Yu Qingfeng. And then, the name Su Ziyu gradually appeared in the first position. First place, Su Ziyu, score 49. Lingxiao Sacred Institute, a score of 49. Beneath the 37th Underground Palace, everyone gazed at the top position of the Tianma stele in disbelief. A score of 49 meant that Su Ziyu had successfully surpassed 49 levels in the Tianma trial. Those who had participated in the trial knew that as the levels increased, the difficulty escalated correspondingly. Even top-tier prodigies like Dong Haiyu Chifeng had only reached the 37th level. Until now, no one had achieved beyond the 40th level, and many had thought it unlikely that anyone would before the conclusion of the secret realm. Yet now, every gaze directed at Su Ziyu was filled with astonishment. This woman was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but possessed an extraordinary level of strength. The Lingxiao Sacred Institute. I have heard of it. One of the 4 great sacred institutes of the spirit domain. Is this woman a prodigy emerging from there? It is no wonder that, although this region lies on the fringes of the spirit domain, distant from its center, there are still a few individuals who have heard of the illustrious name of the Lingxiao Sacred Academy, one of the 4 great sacred academies of the spirit domain. Most people, though unfamiliar with the Lingxiao Sacred Academy, can grasp the significance of its status simply from its association with the top 10 sacred academies of the spirit domain. Could this Su Ziyu be one of the prodigies listed on the spirit rankings? It is certainly plausible, as such formidable talents are unlikely to emerge from the Wanyao Sea. How could a prodigy from the spirit rankings appear in the Wanyao Sea? It is understandable that the crowd is perplexed. Most of the prodigies on the spirit rankings hail from the dominant sects located in the heart of the spirit domain, typically confining their activities to the central regions. Thus, it seems improbable for them to venture to such a remote area. The Wanyao Sea and the nearby empires occupy the southernmost and most isolated corner of the spirit domain, logically implying that prodigies from the spirit rankings should not be found here. After all, each of those extraordinary individuals on the rankings is backed by substantial forces, typically linked to a realm of emperors. Although the Xian emperor is not an ordinary sovereign, it is unlikely that he could attract the attention of a prodigy from the spirit rankings. Amidst the astonishment, confusion prevails. Meanwhile, Su Ziyu pays no heed to the bewilderment surrounding her. She simply glances at her score and nods in satisfaction. A score of 49 is rather commendable. The 5th-level celestial demon possesses the strength of a perfected Xian king, a foe beyond her capabilities, defeating her in merely 3 exchanges. The crowd collectively exhales in relief. If she were indeed a prodigy from the spirit rankings, their hearts would feel much more at ease. Such prodigies, being absolute geniuses in the central spirit domain, would undoubtedly dominate here in the Wanyao Sea. Just as everyone is still reeling from their astonishment regarding Su Ziyu, the celestial demon tablet undergoes a transformation. Every participant on the leaderboard shifts down by 1 position. What? If it were merely the 2nd-rank Gu Changqing who shifted down, the crowd might not be as shocked. However, this time, the entire board has shifted, including Su Ziyu. This is the true source of their astonishment. Someone has surpassed Su Ziyu's previous achievements. Just moments ago, they believed that the record set by Su Ziyu could not possibly be broken before the closure of the secret realm. How long has it been since then? Even Su Ziyu finds herself momentarily dazed. Having reached the 50th level, she is acutely aware of its difficulty. She could not withstand more than 3 exchanges. Yet now, someone has actually surpassed it? Who could it be? The eyes of all present converge upon the name that gradually materializes on the board. First place, Jiang Lianqin, score 71. Hanqin Empire. What? 71 levels? This individual has surpassed 71 levels? A voice in the crowd falters, filled with disbelief. Not 51, not 61, but 71. This is more than 20 levels higher than Su Ziyu, who is suspected to be a prodigy from the spirit rankings. Su Ziyu's pupils constrict slightly. 71. How is that possible? Even as a prodigy from the spirit rankings, she is momentarily taken aback. No one understands the difficulty beyond the 49th trial better than her. Yet, there is another individual, who is not merely shocked but rather in a state of stupor. This person is, of course, Jiang Baiwei. Initially, she thought she must have misread, shifting her gaze only to discover that she was indeed correct. The name Jiang Lianqin proudly occupies the top position on the demon stele. A coincidence? As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Baiwei dismissed it immediately. If this Jiang Lianqin hailed from elsewhere, she might have considered it a mere coincidence. For in such a vast world, many share the same name. However, this Jiang Lianqin, like herself, originates from the Hanqin Empire. What a coincidence could this be? Such occurrences are far too rare. But her sister should not be a waste of potential, right? Having her spiritual root destroyed. Was she not supposed to be spending her days in the Jiangling city with the Gu family, alongside the young master of the Gu family? Could it be that her destroyed spiritual root has been restored? Yet, even with a restored spiritual root, her sister's talent would only be comparable to her own. How could she possibly conquer the 71st trial of the demon? This was a feat that even Su Ziyu, a prodigy of the spirit ranking, could not achieve. Jiang Baiwei could only hope that it was a case of sharing a name. A glimmer of hope remained in her heart. If this Jiang Lianqin truly is her sister, then the blow to her would be monumental. As for the Hanqin Empire, there was Tong Xinghe from the Songyan Empire's Qixing sect, whose focus diverged from others. He noted the 4 significant characters following the score. Hanqin Empire? Hanqin Empire. Chapter 57, Xian Wang, Demon Monarch. Are all of us in the Hanqin Empire worthless? Huh. Then what does that make your Zhongyun Empire? The dregs of the dregs? The earlier scene of Tong Xinghe mocking them mercilessly was not easily forgotten by the cultivators of the Han-Qin Empire. Now, with Jiang Lianxin claiming the top spot on the Demon Steel, it has undeniably brought honor to the Han-Qin Empire. The previously suppressed anger of the Han-Qin cultivators could no longer be contained. It was time for them to retort. The cultivators of the Zhongyun Empire seethed with rage. Yet they found themselves in a predicament similar to that of the Han-Qin cultivators earlier, desiring to argue, yet unable to muster any justification. Currently, the Han-Qin Empire has not only surpassed the Zhongyun Empire, but has eclipsed all others, including the mightiest of the four seas, the Eastern Sea. When Jiang Lianxin's name appeared at the pinnacle of the rankings, it stirred considerable excitement not just within the 31st Underground Palace, but throughout the entire Xianwang secret realm. Following Su Ziyu, another individual not from the myriad demon seas has ascended the Demon Steel. And she is none other than the first to do so from the Han-Qin Empire, not from the four seas. For the people of the Han-Qin Empire, this was particularly exhilarating. They had never anticipated that someone from their ranks could penetrate the top 10. It is worth noting that the top 10 positions were almost entirely occupied by cultivators from the myriad demon seas. Prodigies from the major empires found it exceedingly difficult to even enter the top 50. As for the first place, that had never crossed their minds. Yet, what they dared not even dream of has been accomplished by Jiang Lianxin. Jiang Lianxin? Isn't this the once disgraced prodigy of the Jiang family? I recall now Jiang Lianxin. Before Jiang Baiwei, she was the foremost genius of the Han-Qin Empire. Regrettably, she was stripped of her spiritual bones by the Kanglan sacred land and gradually faded from memory. It is said that she was later abandoned by the Jiang family and married into a minor noble family. Now, her formidable return raises questions. Has her spiritual bone been restored? Several years may seem neither too short nor too long. Many cultivators of the Han-Qin Empire still retain vivid memories of Jiang Lianxin, the former super talent. Yet, none anticipated her return in such a powerful manner. The first on the Demon Monument. She has triumphed over countless prodigies and formidable beings from the four seas and various empires, ascending to the pinnacle. In the 61st Underground Palace, Gu Changqing and her companions gazed in astonishment at Jiang Lianxin, who had overwhelmed all other prodigies and claimed the top rank. This woman is truly formidable. To dominate all prodigies from the four seas and establish a record at 71 levels, such a feat seems insurmountable. Just as Gu Changqing thought no one could surpass it. She suddenly recalled Gu Changqing and his two children before her. Perhaps it is not entirely impossible. Gu Changqing needs no introduction. His children are likewise prodigious talents. Father, it's mother. Mother is number one, exclaimed the two little ones, excitedly flailing their arms and bouncing about. However, their words left Gu Changqing and the others, as well as those from Qinghuan Palace and Yinjiao sect who entered the Underground Palace later, momentarily stunned. Mother? The woman who has eclipsed all prodigies and reached the top is the mother of these two little ones? Gu Changqing's wife? At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted. So, it seems the entire family is filled with extraordinary individuals, each more exceptional than the last. Let us begin. Gu Changqing smiled gently as he spoke. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, thinking, Shiner, I'm sorry. Your position as number one may not last long. Sister, I'm certain I can place in the top 3. Do you believe me? Gu Changqing mischievously winked at Gu Yunxi before the trial, brimming with confidence. I do not. To place in the top 3 means Gu Changqing must surpass both her father and herself, as well as her mother. Her younger brother's talent is not lacking, but it depends on whom he is compared to. Compared to their father, mother, and herself, well, one can only say he is merely a younger brother. Humph. You underestimate me. We shall see. Gu Changqing retorted, somewhat indignant. Next, it seems the top 4 on the leaderboard will likely be dominated by this family. Gu Changqing took a deep breath, harboring a hint of anticipation. This family is bound to bring a small shock to the four seas and the various empires. When Gu Changqing opened his eyes, he discovered he was no longer in the Underground Palace, but in a realm of chaos. Not far in front of him stood a being of exceedingly peculiar appearance. One might even say it was not human. Its skin was a crimson hue. Towering at around 5 meters, reminiscent of the extraterrestrial beings from movies of Gu Changqing's previous life. Is this the demon? The term outsider celestial demon is certainly familiar to all denizens of the Tianshan continent. These formidable beings once invaded and dominated the Tianshan continent for several hundred epochs. The strength of the outsider celestial demons is immense, rendering the human cultivators of the same realm nearly powerless against them. Only a select few among the human prodigies stand a chance to rival them. The outsider celestial demon before us is evidently not a corporeal entity, but rather a projection. Although it lacks the full might of a true celestial demon, it remains formidable nonetheless, representing a perfected projection of a mid-stage celestial demon. It is no wonder that so many participating cultivators have failed to surpass the first trial. How could an ordinary cultivator hope to contend with an outsider celestial demon? Even in its projected form? With Ahem, a sword is drawn, and the celestial demon is vanquished. The perfected projection of a mid-stage celestial demon, when faced with a human king of the same realm, is almost overwhelmingly crushed. Yet before Gu Changqing, it could not withstand even a single strike. In the second trial, the adversary is again a perfected projection of a mid-stage celestial demon, but this time, there are two. Nevertheless, for Gu Changqing, there is little difference. He surpasses the second trial effortlessly. As he progresses through the subsequent challenges, Gu Changqing loses count of how many trials he has overcome. The celestial demon projections have escalated from their initial mid-stage perfection to the realm of the heavenly king. Yet, to Gu Changqing, a heavenly king is still merely a single sword's worth of challenge. After a time, having eradicated 6 perfected heavenly kings with his sword, the chaos around him reveals no further traces of the celestial demons. Is it over? Gu Changqing ponders whether a deity-level celestial demon might appear, but to his surprise, this chapter concludes as such. Disappointed, just as he prepares to depart the trial space, a spectral figure gradually materializes before him. It is a woman, adorned with a phoenix crown, exuding an air of regal elegance, her beauty rivaling that of Gu Changqing's wife, Jiang Lianqing. This is the first time Gu Changqing has encountered a woman whose allure equals that of Jiang Lianqing. Who is she? From her, Gu Changqing senses not a trace of vitality. Upon the appearance of this extraordinary woman, she regards Gu Changqing with astonishment. You have actually pierced through the celestial demon steel? Who are you? I am Lan Qingxian. In the outside world, I am revered as the Xian Emperor. The Xian Emperor? You are the master of this secret realm. The Xian Emperor? Gu Changqing gazes at the stunning woman before him in surprise. She is indeed the master of this secret realm, the Xian Emperor? The legendary sovereign of the myriad demon sea from a millennium ago? The Xian Emperor shakes her head. I am the Xian Emperor. Yet I am not the master of this secret realm. That title belongs to the celestial demon. At this juncture, her gaze turns cold. I have been sealed here by the master of this secret realm, a celestial demon sovereign. And what of that celestial demon sovereign? Dead. Vanquished by my hand within this secret realm. However, to achieve the demise of that celestial demon sovereign, I have paid an exceedingly grievous price. The Xiantian palace was annihilated, and even I have been reduced to this solitary fragment of soul, sealed within the celestial demon steel. As she speaks, the Xian Emperor casts a grateful glance towards Gu Changqing. It was once believed that this emperor would remain trapped within the celestial demon steel until the end of time. Chapter 58, The Final Rankings. She was sealed within this celestial demon steel, and the only means of escape lay in a singular path. Someone must reach the final trial of this celestial demon steel and conquer it. Yet, in the eyes of the Xian Emperor, this seemed an impossible feat. The secret realm was situated in such a remote location that the prodigies or formidable beings of the spirit domain would never venture here. Even if they did, it was inconceivable that they could breach the final trial. There simply existed no individual of such caliber in the spirit domain. In return, this emperor could grant you one request. The Xian Emperor was no ordinary sovereign. Before her fall, she was the undisputed first emperor of the myriad beast sea, a transcendent being who had ascended to the realm of the divine emperor. The divine emperor realm encompassed figures of tremendous stature throughout the spirit domain. During her reign, even some giants of the spirit domain dared not provoke the myriad beast sea lightly. A request? How about following me for a century? The Xian Emperor regarded Gu Changqing with a hint of surprise and softly replied, I believe you might consider a different request. What? Do you think I am unworthy? Gu Changqing chuckled. The Xian Emperor gently shook her head. Gu Changqing's ability to breach the celestial demon steel was indeed remarkable. Although I have now emerged from the seal of the celestial demon steel, my true form has long been destroyed, leaving only this fragment of my soul. To reconstruct my true essence would require at least a century, and by then, given your potential, you would likely have ascended to a far greater height, rendering my protection unnecessary. In 1 year, at most, I can restore your true form, Gu Changqing asserted. Gu Changqing's interest in the Xian Emperor stemmed from a recent assessment he conducted using his system, Her talents were truly extraordinary, even surpassing that of Jiang Lianxin. Had she not encountered that celestial demon monarch back in the day, she might have already attained the status of a celestial sovereign by now. If she were to bear a child with her, the progeny would undoubtedly be exceptional. 1 year? The Xian emperor scrutinized Gu Changqing carefully. Were these words spoken by another? She might not have believed them. However, this young man was no ordinary individual. As a colossal figure from a millennium ago, she had encountered countless prodigies. Moreover, she herself was a superlative talent. Yet, she pondered, had she attempted to breach the celestial demon steel herself, she would surely have failed to reach this point. Very well. I accept your terms. To her, Gu Changqing had rendered a significant favor. Following him for merely a century was not a lengthy commitment for a divine emperor whose lifespan stretched over eons. Gu Changqing departed from the celestial demon steel's trial. While the Xian emperor remained within, her seal lifted yet her spirit exceedingly frail, rendering her unable to leave the steel or her secret realm. The Xian emperor informed him that should he one day discover a spiritual elixir capable of aiding her in reconstructing her true form, he should return to the entrance of her secret realm. Although she was not the master of this domain, she could create a small opening to allow Gu Changqing to enter. While Gu Changqing had proposed that she follow him, it was evident that his intentions extended beyond merely having her as a follower. Such exceptional talent should not be wasted. However, some matters cannot be rushed, especially considering the illustrious reputation of the Xian emperor. There are indeed many unexpected events that transpired in the past. The mysterious disappearance of the Su-En emperor and the downfall of Su-En-Ti-Ing are intricately linked to the otherworldly demons, and remarkably, the Su-En emperor did not perish. Instead, he was sealed within this secret realm, confined within the steel of the celestial demon. As Gu Changqing opened his eyes, he was struck by an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. Countless gazes were fixated upon the celestial demon steel. Gu Changqing followed their gaze. First place, Gu Yunxi, score 96. Han Empire. Second place, Jiang Lianxin, score 71. Han Empire. Third place, Gu Changqing, score 60. Han Empire. It appeared that the two young ones had concluded their trials and ascended the rankings of the celestial demon steel. The siblings had surpassed the 96th level and the 60th level respectively. It was only natural that they fell short compared to Gu Yunxi and Jiang Lianxin. This mother-daughter duo boasted a golden 9th-rank divine body and a golden 1st-rank sacred bone. It was not that Gu Changqing lacked potential. Rather, her sister and mother were exceedingly exceptional. Gu Yunxi, a score of 96? Surely, the celestial demon steel must be malfunctioning. Some individuals even preferred to believe that the steel was at fault rather than accept that someone could progress close to 100 levels. It is worth noting that Su Ziyu, a prodigy of the spirit rankings, only managed to reach the 49th level. Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing must originate from the same faction. The Gu family? I have not heard of such a powerful clan. Could they be a hidden lineage? Moreover, how has the Han Empire become so formidable? Among the major empires bordering the South Sea of 10,000 demons, the Han Empire was historically among the weakest. Yet, now, 3 prodigies emerging from this empire left the cultivators of the other major empires in disbelief. Fortunately, these individuals were unaware that Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing were merely toddlers under the age of 3. Had they known, it would likely have been even more difficult for them to accept. Father, am I impressive? Gu Yunxi proudly raised her head and ran to Gu Changqing, seeking his acknowledgement. Gu Changqing affectionately ruffled Gu Yunxi's hair and smiled, praising, as expected of my daughter, Gu Changqing. Well done. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxi pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Father, are you praising me or yourself? Of course, I am praising you. Gu Changqing then glanced at the silent and disheartened Gu Changqing beside Gu Yunxi, slowly crouching down to embrace him. Little Chen has done remarkably well too. Gu Changqing did feel a tinge of disappointment. He was aware that his talent paled in comparison to his sister S and mother S, but he had not anticipated the disparity to be so vast. It's all right. Little Chen, look what I have for you. With a wave of his hand, Gu Changqing conjured a young spirit cat that appeared on the ground, cautiously observing its surroundings. The little creature in his arms was instantly captivated by the adorable, fluffy spirit cat. The little one was small enough that worries came and went swiftly. This was a spirit cat cub that Gu Changqing had found within the secret realm, one that had recently lost its parents. He discovered it while passing through a dense forest. Initially, he had no intention of taking it with him, yet it had persistently followed him. Thinking that Sierra and Chun'er would undoubtedly adore this fluffy little creature, I decided to bring it along. Oh, what an adorable little spirit cat. Gu Yunqi's eyes sparkled with delight as she playfully interacted with the spirit cat cub alongside Gu Changqing. Let us depart. Accompanied by Gu Yunqi, Gu Changqing, and others, Gu Changqing exited the underground palace. As for the rewards, they would automatically be deposited into their respective storage rings following the conclusion of the Heavenly Demon Steel trial. Thus, there was no need to linger here. It was precisely at the moment when Gu Changqing turned to leave that a peculiar disturbance arose from the Heavenly Demon Steel. Including Gu Yunqi, who was ranked second, all participants saw their ranks drop by one. A new name emerged atop the Heavenly Demon Steel leaderboard. First place, Gu Changqing. Score, 290, Hanshin Empire. In that instant, the entire secret realm erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 59. Husband, please slay her for me. Within the secret realm, in a certain underground palace, Jiang Lingxin gazed at the leaderboard of the Heavenly Demon Steel, her anger boiling over. Gu Yunqi and Gu Changqing, those two little rascals. Their names appearing on the leaderboard meant something quite significant, a realization Jiang Lingxin was all too aware of. Those two little ones had sneaked away to this Xianhuang secret realm without her knowledge. However, she mused, they should be with her husband now. So there was no need for excessive worry. The names of the three had ascended the Heavenly Demon Steel leaderboard almost simultaneously, indicating that they were likely together at that moment. Looking at the illustrious Gu Changqing, who occupied the top position, Jiang Lingxin's eyes brimmed with affection. Such an exceptional man was her husband. Jiang Lingxin felt increasingly grateful for having married into the Gu family and for her union with her husband. One might say she owed a debt of gratitude to her dear sister, Jiang Baiwei. When Gu Changqing's name surfaced, the underground palace where Jiang Lingxin resided erupted in uproar. 290 levels? Surely, they must be mistaken. Perhaps it was a zero too many? Yet unbeknownst to them, Gu Changqing's ability to conquer the 290 levels was due to the fact that the Heavenly Demon Steel had only 290 levels, rather than him being limited to just that number. Another member of the Gu family, what is the true origin of this esteemed clan? Presently, among the top 5 on the leaderboard, 3 hailed from the Gu family, Gu Changqing in first place, Gu Yunqi in second, and Gu Changqing in fourth. Of course, what others did not realize was that the individual in third place also belonged to the Gu family. In the top 5, 4 were from the Gu family, with only Su Ziyu standing apart as unrelated. In the 37th underground palace, Jiang Baiwei stared blankly at the names on the leaderboard. Gu Changqing. Long-buried memories were suddenly awakened. The young master of the Jiang family's Gu clan, if she recalled correctly, was indeed named Gu Changqing, right? The one she had regarded as a waste, who she thought could not even compare to any slightly talented member of the Jiang family, now stood tall, surpassing everyone, including the gifted Su Ziyu, to claim the top spot. A waste? If Gu Changqing was a waste, then what did that make her? Jiang Baiwei's emotions were a tumultuous mix. When Gu Changqing's name appeared on the leaderboard, any lingering hope she had harbored dissipated entirely. The Jiang Lingxin on the board was her own sister. Gu Changqing is her brother-in-law. In just 2 short years, what transpired within the Gu family? She felt compelled to visit the Jiang family after her departure. Following the conclusion of the Heavenly Demon Steel trial, the rewards had been duly distributed according to the final rankings. The Xian Water Spirit Liquid and the Black Gold Sand were now in hand. As soon as the rewards were received, the 2 little ones presented them to their father. Being their own son and daughter, Gu Changqing did not hold back, particularly the Black Gold Sand, which held significant value for him. However, although the materials were acquired, the process of forging remained exceedingly arduous. Finding a skilled craftsman was no easy task. Even a 4th-tier craftsman was rare, let alone a 5th-tier royal-level craftsman, of whom there were likely but a few in the entire spirit domain. After this journey into the secret realm, it would be imperative for him to visit the center of the spirit domain. The Hanshin Empire and the Sea of 10,000 Demons were indeed too remote. Following the trial of the Heavenly Demon Steel, the expedition to the Xianyuan secret realm was also reaching its conclusion. 3 days later, Gu Changqing and his companions were abruptly transported out of the Xianyuan secret realm by a powerful force. As soon as they emerged, Gu Changqing sensed the presence of Jiang Lingxin and his father among others. "Father, Xiner," Gu Changqing exclaimed, instantly appearing before Jiang Lingxin and Gu Yuan with the 2 little ones in tow. "Mother." The 2 children, resembling guilty little ones, hid behind Gu Changqing, casting timid glances at Jiang Lingxin. This scene elicited a suppressed chuckle from Gu Yuan. He had intended to admonish them, But upon seeing their expressions, Jiang Lingxin's heart softened. "All right, you two little rascals. Let me see if you've sustained any injuries." Shaking her head, Jiang Lingxin crouched down to examine the two children closely. Upon confirming that her offspring were safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Let us go. We should return to the Dust Heart Pavilion." In the vicinity, Gu Changqing did not detect the presence of any familiar faces. It was unclear whether the people from Dust Heart Pavilion had yet to emerge or had already returned ahead of them. Before heading back, Gu Changqing wished to stop by Dust Heart Pavilion to check on the situation with Mu Zi, as it was conveniently along their route. However, shortly after Gu Changqing and his party departed the Xianyuan secret realm and entered an uninhabited sea area, they were unexpectedly intercepted by 4 unfamiliar individuals. There was 1 woman and 3 men. The woman was at the semi-king level, while the 3 men behind her were all at the king level. Among them, an elderly man clad in dark robes was an extraordinary king, having reached the heavenly king realm. Gu Changqing felt somewhat surprised. The heavenly king realm might not be deemed the pinnacle of strength in the other 3 seas, but in the weakest South Sea among the 4 outer seas. It undoubtedly represented the apex of power. It is worth noting that in the entire South Sea, only the Jinwu sect, renowned as the #1 sect in the South Sea, possessed a god king. A heavenly king was nearly invincible in the South Sea. An evil sect? The auras emanating from the group were exceedingly sinister, unlike those of righteous cultivators. "Run. Why have you stopped running?" The alluring woman leading the group coldly regarded Jiang Lingxin beside Gu Changqing, a flicker of deep hatred crossing her eyes. "Exioner, do you know her?" Gu Changqing inquired. The alluring woman fixed her gaze firmly on Jiang Lingxin as she spoke, indicating that their relationship was far from simple. It was evident that there was a significant history between them. Their acquaintance began in the secret realm, where she had competed with me for treasures. After being gravely wounded by my hand, she escaped only to return with 3 fully realized half-kings, pursuing me relentlessly for 3 whole days. Jiang Lingxin's eyes mirrored the cold intensity of the situation. Having endured such a relentless chase, she harbored a deep-seated frustration. Had it not been for the invaluable life-preserving talisman given to her by Gu Changqing, she would have readily ended the woman's life in that secret realm. During the pursuit, the woman had boasted that no matter where Jiang Lingxin fled, she would find her and make her regret crossing her path. To her astonishment, after exiting the secret realm, the woman had indeed come looking for her, and with 3 kings in tow. This suggested that the woman's status was likely formidable. "Flee? Who said I would run?" Jiang Lingxin laughed. "Husband, assist me in dispatching her." Now that she was out of the secret realm, did the woman truly believe Jiang Lingxin would cower? Today, she intended to demonstrate that, in terms of strength, the woman was no match for her, and in terms of backing, her husband was a far greater ally. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing drew his sword and unleashed a strike. Chapter 60, Breakthrough. A beam of pure white sword light seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space itself. The instant the pure white sword light was unleashed, the 3 king-level experts beside the enchanting woman underwent a dramatic transformation in expression. Even the heavenly king among them was no exception. Not good. As the sword light surged forth, the harbinger of death descended, and the 3 kings instantly sensed the impending peril. However, even should they perceive the danger, how could they hope to evade the sword that could instantaneously slay even a divine king? The speed of the pure white sword light was unparalleled. Though their conscious minds registered the threat, their bodies could not keep pace. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as the pure white sword light obliterated them. Wherever the sword light passed, space itself began to warp. The azure sea was cleaved, creating a long trench that extended for miles. With a single strike, 3 kings fell, one of whom was a heavenly king. Gu Changqing and the others from the Dust Heart Pavilion were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Gu Changqing fared somewhat better, but the other disciples witnessed Gu Changqing's prowess for the first time. 3 kings had perished just like that? The elderess' strength was astonishingly formidable. The remaining alluring woman trembled uncontrollably, her gaze fixed in terror upon the indifferent Gu Changqing. The others might have been able to dismiss it, but the deceased Wu Taishang was an authentic heavenly king. In terms of status and strength within the sect, he ranked just below her grandfather. At that moment, she regretted her decision to seek vengeance against Jiang Lingxin. "Senior, I am." Once more, Gu Changqing struck, severing the unfinished words of the alluring woman into nothingness before she could even utilize her life-saving measures. "No matter who you are, today you shall perish," Gu Changqing remarked. his gaze lingering where the woman had stood. With this brief interlude concluded, Gu Changqing and his companions resumed their journey back to the Dust Heart Pavilion. At this moment within the Dust Heart Pavilion, the third elder was reporting to the Pavilion Master and the Grand Elder about his experiences in the secret realm, including the astonishing event where Gu Changqing effortlessly vanquished the palace guards. Upon learning this, both the Grand Elder and the Pavilion Master were left in utter astonishment. Particularly the Pavilion Master, who, while aware of the Master's formidable strength, had no precise conception of its extent. Perhaps it was at the late stage of the Profound King, or even the pinnacle of the Profound King. These had long been the Pavilion Master's speculations. Yet now, the third elder informed him that Gu Changqing's prowess could easily slay even a divine king. What manner of strength was this? A half-step sovereign? Or even a sovereign? Half a day later, the group arrived at Dust Heart Island. However, Gu Yuan did not accompany Gu Changqing into the Dust Heart Pavilion. Instead, he instructed Gu Chang'er to take him to the Gu family on Wanqin Island to meet its head, who was also Gu Chang'er's father. Since discovering that Gu Chang'er bore the bloodline of the esteemed Gu clan, Gu Yuan had nearly taken her as his goddaughter. Inquiring incessantly about the recent affairs of the Gu family on Wanqin Island. Upon sensing Gu Changqing's presence on Dust Heart Island, the Pavilion Master and the Grand Elder hurried to greet him. Please arrange a secluded place for my retreat. I wish to enter seclusion for a period, Gu Changqing commanded. This journey into the Xian Emperor's secret realm had proven immensely rewarding for him. He had acquired a drop of Xian water essence, a fifth-tier liquid of such rarity that it would entice even a sovereign. Additionally, he obtained the Sweet Dew Pill, a spirit elixir that purifies spiritual energy impurities, rendering it more refined. While not as potent as the Xian water essence, it was still a fifth-tier elixir. Furthermore, he had gathered a considerable number of high-grade spiritual herbs, sourced by himself, Gu Yunxi, and Jiang Lianxin, all of which Gu Changqing intended to refine into pills. During this time, he aimed to enhance his strength. Having reached the mid-stage of the Profound King, it was time to break through. Gu Changqing divided the drop of Xian water essence into 4 portions, one for himself, Jiang Lianxin, Gu Yunxi, and Gu Changqing. Thus, Gu Changqing commenced his retreat within the Dust Heart Pavilion. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei had just exited the secret realm and recounted her experiences at the Tianma Stele to Jiang Tianwang and the head of the Jiang family. When Jiang Tianwang and the family head learned of this from Jiang Baiwei, their initial reaction was disbelief. Jiang Lianxin had suffered the destruction of her spiritual bone. Though not impossible to heal, it would require the intervention of a revered master or a master alchemist of the highest caliber. Such individuals were exceedingly rare throughout the spirit domain, let alone in a place like the Han Empire. Moreover, even if Jiang Lianxin's spiritual bone were restored, her talent would likely be comparable to that of Jiang Baiwei, making it implausible for her to ascend the Tianma Stele, especially to outshine the prodigies listed on the spirit rankings. Yet, Jiang Baiwei's subsequent words rendered them speechless. Besides Jiang Lianxin, the Gu family's young master, Gu Changqing, had also made the list. Furthermore, 2 other members of the Gu family were included as well. In such circumstances, the probability of mere coincidence was exceedingly low. Upon returning to the family, I shall personally visit this Gu family. Whether it is true or not will soon be revealed, the head of the Jiang family said slowly. 3 days later, a chilling aura descended upon Qinshin Island. At this moment, whether it be the mortals inhabiting the island or the disciples of Qinshin Pavilion, all eyes were drawn towards the direction of the pavilion's mountain gate. This ominous presence emanated from within the Qinshin Pavilion itself. Inside, Gu Changqing slowly opened his eyes. Instantly retracting his aura, he had reached the consummate stage of the Xian Wang realm. With merely a quarter drop of Xian water spirit liquid, Gu Changqing's cultivation soared from the mid-phase of the Xian Wang realm to the complete phase of the Xian Wang realm, just a step away from the Tian Wang realm. Furthermore, the spiritual sword, a king-level weapon acquired from the secret realm, had been successfully refined by Gu Changqing. The extermination sword array finally possessed a 4th-tier king-level spiritual sword. What is the extent of my strength now? Before my breakthrough and prior to refining the king weapon, Gu Changqing estimated that he could contend with an ordinary emperor. Now, not only had he advanced to the consummate phase of the Xian Wang realm, but with the king weapon as the foundation of the extermination sword array, what level of power might he now possess? Exiner, grant me a little more time. I will take you to the Kanglan Holy Land and avenge the grievances of the past. Gu Changqing seldom mentioned this matter in front of Jiang Lianxin, as it was a source of pain for her. Yet, he had never forgotten it. This was the very reason he had exerted himself so diligently over the past 2 years. He sought vengeance for Jiang Lianxin. He would ensure that the Kanglan Holy Land vanished from this world entirely. The Kanglan Holy Land, one of the premier sanctuaries in the southern region of the spiritual domain, not only housed emperors but was also said to possess beings of the Tianhuang realm. The King realm comprises 3 stages, while the Emperor realm consists of 4, Xianhuang, Tianhuang, Shunhuang, and Shenghuang. The disparities between each stage are far greater than those within the King realm. It remained uncertain whether Gu Changqing could face a Tianhuang directly against one at the peak of the Tianhuang realm. Defeat was almost assured. Grant me a bit more time. Once I step into the Shenhuang realm, it shall be the hour of the Kanglan Holy Land's demise. With these thoughts, Gu Changqing stepped out of his meditation chamber. Chapter 61. Gu Changqing sought out Yin Mengqi. Welcome back from seclusion, Supreme. The figure of the Qinxin Pavilion master appeared within the room. Gu Changqing nodded in acknowledgement. With a probe of his divine sense, he discerned that Jiang Lianxin had already emerged from her seclusion and was currently on the island, enjoying an outing with Gu Yunxi in the city beneath the mountain gate of Qinxin Pavilion. However, Gu Changqing's whereabouts were unknown. It was unclear where he had wandered off to. Half-King. This period of seclusion had not only greatly enhanced Gu Changqing's strength, but Jiang Lianxin and Gu Yunxi had also made remarkable advancements. First, Jiang Lianxin's cultivation had reached the consummate stage of Half-King, mere steps away from the King realm. Similarly, Gu Yunxi, this prodigious child, had also attained the consummate stage of Half-King, and in terms of strength, she had likely already surpassed her mother, Jiang Lianxin. It was indeed astonishing. As for their son Gu Changqing, he remained unseen, leaving his progress unknown. The Xian water spirit liquid truly lived up to its reputation as a rare 5th-tier spiritual material, divided into 4 portions. It had enabled several individuals to achieve such significant enhancements. Of course, there was also the Gonlin pill. By the way, what has transpired with the Mu family? Gu Changqing suddenly recalled the matter concerning Mu Zi. I have successfully managed the affairs of the Mu family. The Mu family is now under the leadership of Miss Mu Zi, who has regained control of the highway auction house, and she does so independently. Qin Yun replied leisurely. Very well. Is the Mu family willing to join my ranks? Indeed. Good. From now on, we shall maintain closer relations with the Mu family. This vial of elixir. Please have someone deliver it to the Mu family on Highway Island, to be given to the Half-King of the Mu family. Gu Changqing tossed a jade vial, which contained not only the San Yuan breaking barrier pill but also several pills that could enhance cultivation, each adorned with 6 or 7 intricate pill patterns, sufficient for Yin Taishang to break through to the King realm. As a force under my command, it is imperative to have a king. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun felt a stir in his heart. If his conjecture was correct, the pills within the jade vial were of the same kind that Gu Changqing had previously given him to achieve the King realm. Indeed, in addition to those for the Mu family, Gu Changqing also threw out several vials of strength-enhancing pills. You and the Grand Elder should cultivate diligently, striving to break through to the Heavenly King realm at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, Taishang. What a Qingchen. Gu Changqing, realizing he had not sensed Gu Changqing's presence near the Qinxin Pavilion, inquired. After the young master emerged from seclusion, he insisted on going to the Lanyue Palace, seemingly to find an elder sister he met in the secret realm. The matriarch could not dissuade him, so she allowed him to go. However, rest assured, I have instructed the Grand Elder to accompany him. There should be no danger, as Lanyue Palace is not far from my Qinxin Island, Qin Yun explained. This lad truly cannot sit idle for a moment. Very well, let him be. Gu Changqing was not concerned about safety. With the life-preserving jade talisman he had provided, there was no entity in the South Sea capable of threatening Gu Changqing. Upon returning to the sect, Yin Mingxi immediately submitted the piece of red silver or that Gu Changqing had given her to the sect. The red silver or held little significance for her. It was better exchanged for sect points to obtain cultivation resources. The same applied to Brother Lan and the others. They all understood the adage, possessing a treasure invites calamity. With Gu Changqing's warning in mind, within the Lanwei Palace, few dared to covet the red silver or they possessed. However, once outside the palace, the situation would be different. If word got out that they possessed 4th-tier red silver or even a small piece could bring about their destruction. Thus, submitting it to the sect was the wisest choice. Little did Brother Lan and the others know, the higher-ups of Lanyue Palace were also in a state of panic. Lanyue Palace was merely a half-king sect and not particularly strong among them. Upon their return, The palace master informed all elders and disciples privy to the situation that the matter of the red silver or must be kept strictly confidential. Should it leak, Lanyue Palace would face great peril. They needed to devise a way to auction off or dispose of the red silver, or as quickly as possible, the palace master mused. For Yin Mingqi, the experiences of these past few days felt like a dream. The sect points obtained from the red silver or would ensure that she would not have to worry about cultivation resources for a considerable time to come. Moreover, after witnessing the remarkable prowess of Gu Changqing and the formidable presence of his father, the third elder of the Lanyue Palace proposed to accept Yin Mingqi as his personal disciple shortly after her separation from them. The notion of being the cherished disciple of a half-king powerhouse was once a distant dream for Yin Mingqi. She had previously been nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary outer disciple. Now, with her new status as a direct disciple of the third elder, she ascended to the rank of an esteemed inner disciple of the Lanyue Palace. This prestigious position afforded her the privilege to easily decline any arranged marriages within her clan. A fortune bestowed upon her by Gu Changqing, Yin Mingqi felt immense gratitude and was fortunate that she had chosen to accompany the little crybaby, Gu Changqing. On this day, with the assistance of the miscellaneous disciples, Yin Mingqi had packed her belongings and was ready to move to her new residence for inner disciples. However, before that, she intended to return home to inform her parents about her promotion to inner disciple and to firmly reject the arranged marriage proposed by her clan. The Yin family, to which Yin Mingqi belonged, was also situated on Lanyue Island, where the Lanyue Palace resided. Lanyue Island was vast, hosting not only the Lanyue Palace, the most powerful force on the island, but also numerous other factions. The Yin family was but a small clan with only 2 or 3 Tribulation Realm members, the strongest being Yin Mingqi's father, the patriarch of the Yin family, at the 3rd stage of tribulation. The Yin family was not far from the Lanyue Palace's mountain gate, allowing Yin Mingqi to return swiftly to her family's small city, Wanshu City. Even within this modest city, the Yin family was not considered a prominent clan. Upon her return, the atmosphere in the family was particularly lively, suggesting a celebration of some sort. Sister Yin, a hurried young woman in white, preparing to leave, was taken aback to see Yin Mingqi at the family estate. Yin Mingqi recognized her as her cousin, Yin Xiaowu. Sister Yin, you arrived just in time. The patriarch was about to send me to the Lanyue Palace to summon you back. Yin Xiaowu was quite pleased, now that Yin Mingqi had returned. She was spared the trouble of making the trip herself. The He family has come to propose marriage. The second young master of the He family, who is to be your future husband, has arrived to formally seek your hand in marriage. A deep envy flickered in Yin Xiaowu's eyes as she spoke. The second young master of the He family was one of the 3 prominent young masters of Wanshu City, possessing talents surpassing even those of his brother. An inner disciple of the Lanyue Palace, with an immeasurable future ahead of him. I truly envy you, Sister Yin. Envy? Yin Mingqi smiled faintly. The He family was one of the 2 leading families in Wanshu City, and the second young master was indeed a figure of great renown among the younger generation, with many admirers. In terms of lineage and talent, he was undoubtedly impressive. However, Yin Mingqi felt no particular attraction toward him. Love cannot be forced. Disinterest is disinterest. It was fortuitous that the He family had come, as today she would sever this matter once and for all. As they walked along the corridor, the 2 soon arrived at the main hall. Upon entering the grand hall, besides her parents and several esteemed elders of the clan, Yin Mingqi also spotted the members of the He family seated on the opposite side. The 2 parties were engaged in lively conversation, exuding warmth and camaraderie. Chier, you have returned? Upon noticing her arrival, Yan's father immediately rose to his feet. Patriarch, I was just about to visit the Lanyue Palace to find Sister Yin, but unexpectedly. She has returned, explained Yin Xiaowu. Ha ha ha, your timing is impeccable. Come, quickly greet the He clan leader. As Yin Mingqi performed her respectful salutations, the He patriarch was also scrutinizing his prospective daughter-in-law. She was not lacking in beauty, though as an outer disciple of the Lanyue Palace, her talents were somewhat lacking. However, since his son was fond of her, it posed no issue. It was quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. Should he encounter someone more suitable in the future, he could always remarry. Xiao Qi, the He family's second young master, known as He Xiaofu, had not diverted his gaze from her since her entrance into the hall. Beside He Xiaofu sat a slightly older youth, clad in the attire of an inner disciple of the Lanyue Palace, presumably his elder brother. Father, Patriarch He, I must respectfully decline this marriage proposal. After completing her bows, Yan Mingqi's sudden declaration left all present in stunned silence. The patriarch's brow furrowed slightly. Following a brief moment of silence, Yan's father's furious voice resonated throughout the hall. Nonsense. This matter was agreed upon between your mother and me. How can you unilaterally refuse to marry? Faced with her father's wrath, Yan Mingqi felt a chill in her heart. I am now a true disciple of the Lanyue Palace. No one can compel me to marry, not even you, father. What? A true disciple of the Lanyue Palace? The moment her words escaped her lips, the initial reaction from everyone was not shock, but laughter. You? A true disciple? Even if you do not wish to marry my brother, there is no need to fabricate such a ludicrous lie. The youth beside He Xiaofu slowly rose to his feet. His gaze laced with mockery. He was the elder brother of He Xiaofu. Is there someone who has advanced to true disciple status? As an inner disciple of the Lanyue Palace, how could I be unaware? Advancing to true disciple is no trivial matter. It was not only the He family members who disbelieved her. Yan's father and the others were equally skeptical. Did he not know his daughter's capabilities? To say she was a true disciple was laughable. Even ascending to the inner sect was a far-fetched notion. At that moment, Yan's father felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. You could have simply stated that you do not wish to marry. Fabricating such absurd reasons will only bring shame to the Yin family. As the disbelief of the assembly loomed, Yan Mingqi was about to present the true disciple token bestowed upon her by her master, the third elder of the Lanyue Palace. When suddenly a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire island, including the Lanyue Palace. What is this? Countless individuals on Lanyue Island looked up in awe. They had never before experienced such an overwhelming force. A powerful being of the Wang realm has graced Lanyue Island. Those with some knowledge among the Jie realm experts felt a profound tremor within their hearts. The pressure emanating from this presence is undeniably beyond that which could be possessed by a mere half-king, and even a perfected half-king would not wield such an overwhelming aura. This is the domain of a true king. The arrival of this king-level powerhouse at Lanyue Island raises questions. What could possibly bring such an individual here? Has the Lanyue Palace offended them? A chill runs through many, as they silently pray not to be swept into the turmoil. A being of king-level stature, should they unleash their wrath indiscriminately, could easily submerge the entire island in a single strike. In a moment, the island buzzes with speculation, each voice echoing myriad theories. Young master, we have arrived. This is the Lanyue Palace. Above, the figures of the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion and Gu Changqing hover in midair. Chapter 62. For whom do you come? The king-level aura immediately stirs all the high-ranking members of Lanyue Palace, with the palace master being the first to appear in the sky, standing in solemnity alongside the Grand Elder and Gu Changqing. Accompanying the palace master are the Grand Elder and the Vice Palace Master. Although Lanyue Palace is a half-king force, it is not particularly formidable compared to other powers, having only one half-king master, and he is merely at the mid-stage of half-king. The Grand Elder and Vice Palace Master are both at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Tribulation Realm. Thus, the descent of a king-level figure sends chills down their spines. Humbly greeting the esteemed elder. Humbly greeting the esteemed elder. The three voices harmonize as they bow deeply in reverence. This scene sends ripples of shock through the numerous onlookers on Lanyue Island. Aside from a handful of knowledgeable Tribulation Realm experts, the others remain oblivious to the Grand Elder's true prowess. Hence, the impact of this moment is palpable. To witness the Palace Master perform such a grand gesture of respect, could this elder truly be a king-level being? Within the confines of the Yin family estate, He Xiaofu's elder brother experiences a tempest of emotions. The Lanyue Palace is indisputably the sovereign of Lanyue Island, and within the hearts of its disciples. The Palace Master is an exalted figure, a half-king level strength governing the entire island. Yet now, in the face of these two unexpected visitors, particularly the elder, who bows in deference, such reverence is astonishing. What kind of presence could compel a half-king to bow as a junior? Even a perfected half-king would find it impossible. Only a king, a true king. Lanyue Island has been graced by the presence of a king-level powerhouse. Little Chen, unlike the rest, who are fixated on the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion, Yan Mingqi's attention is drawn to the small boy beside him. Little Chen, could it be that you have come to seek me? Suddenly, she recalls that during their time in the secret realm, Gu Changqing had mentioned returning to find her after their emergence. At the time, Yan Mingqi had merely thought it a jest, a ploy to intimidate the third elder and Lu Shixiang. Little did she realize, it was no mere joke. Little Chen has truly come. In the air, the Grand Elder nods towards the Palace Master and the others, stating, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions. I have come solely to seek a friend of my young master. Young master? All eyes began to shift towards the young boy beside the grand elder, Gu Changqing. It seemed that this esteemed figure of the Wang realm was merely a retainer or protector of the child. This revelation sent a wave of shock through the crowd, accompanied by a profound sense of curiosity. What, indeed, was the true identity of this young boy? Upon hearing the grand elder of the Changqing Pavilion speak, the master of the Lanyue Palace finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had harbored fears that the visitor might not come in peace. A figure of the Wang realm, should they be an adversary rather than an ally, would spell disaster for the Lanyue Palace. Thus, he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what is the name of the young master's friend? I shall send someone to fetch them at once." However, barely had he spoken when a thought suddenly struck him. The boy in the crimson silver stone. He recalled something the third elder had mentioned to him. "Yin Mingqi, my sister is named Yin Mingqi." The grand elder remained silent, but the small boy beside him could no longer contain his excitement, having scanned the Lanyue Palace square with his dark, glistening eyes, yet failing to spot his sister Yin. Indeed, upon hearing the name Yin Mingqi, a shiver ran through the heart of the master of the Lanyue Palace. Originally, a mere former outer disciple would not have warranted his attention, yet after the expedition into the secret realm, this outer disciple was no ordinary one. Gu Changqing's youthful voice was unrestrained, thus those at the Yin family estate could clearly hear him. Yin Mingqi? After a brief moment of astonishment, the members of the Yin family, including Yin's father, turned their gazes towards Yin Mingqi, who stood nearby. "Sister Yin." At that moment, the little fellow in midair sensed Yin Mingqi's presence and immediately spotted her. He leapt down from the air, landing gracefully in the courtyard of the Yin family. "Little Chen." Yin Mingqi was filled with joy, rushing towards the small boy and lifting him into her arms. However, once she embraced him, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet, Gu Changqing clung to her like a koala, refusing to let go. "Sister, I missed you so much." Wrapping his tiny arms around her delicate neck, he nuzzled against her. At just over 2 years old, Gu Changqing's way of expressing affection was far from subtle. Unlike that of an adult, his emotions were refreshingly candid. "I missed you too," Yin Mingqi replied. During their time in the secret realm, she had regarded him as a younger brother, but upon learning of his extraordinary strength and significant background, she had grown somewhat distant. It wasn't true distance, rather, it was her own feelings of inadequacy that plagued her. Gu Changqing's potential was astonishing, suggesting he hailed from a formidable power, while she was merely a disciple of a semi-royal sect, and an outer disciple at that. The disparity in their statuses was immense. Thus, after parting from Gu Changqing, Yin Mingqi had thought it would be a final farewell, believing she would never again be entangled with him. Therefore, when Gu Changqing had declared, "I will come to find you," she had dismissed it as a playful jest, not taking it to heart. Little did she know, this young boy truly had returned. However, the two were oblivious to the profound impact their actions would have on Yan's father and the members of the Yin family, particularly the eldest son of the He family. This young master, accompanied by a formidable guardian of the Wang realm, had come for Yin Mingqi. The few present felt as though the ground had shifted beneath their feet. Chapter 63, A Choice That Determines a Lifetime. Yin Mingqi departed, leaving with Gu Changqing. She held little affection for her family, and the same could be said for her parents. To them, she was merely a pawn in a marriage alliance, a stepping stone to elevate the Yin family further. Her objections and feelings were of no consequence. Had it not been for the upheaval brought by Gu Changqing, her fate would have been to wed the second young master of the He family, a man she did not love, and spend her life in resignation. She would repay the debts of her upbringing, but she had no desire to set foot in the Yin family home again. Before her departure, she did not forget to brandish her true disciple token for all to see, particularly for the eldest son of the He family. He had previously asserted with conviction that Yin Mingqi could not possibly be a true disciple. What was his stance now? Each of her earlier words struck like tangible slaps against his face. Did it hurt? Undoubtedly. It turned out that everything Yin Mingqi had said was devoid of falsehood. It was merely their unwillingness to believe that had blinded them. Moreover, compared to her identity as a true disciple of the Lanyue Palace, her other identity seemed even more formidable. Though Gu Changqing was young, his background was astonishing. With a guardian of the Wang realm at his side, one could only imagine the terrifying existence that stood behind him. Their earlier camaraderie, resembling that of siblings, clearly indicated a relationship of great significance. Gazing at Yin Mingqi's retreating figure, hand in hand with Gu Changqing, Yin's father was beset by a tumult of emotions. When Yin Mingqi claimed her advancement to true disciple, his first reaction as her father was not to believe her, but to perceive her words as deceitful, as if she were fabricating these ludicrous lies to bring shame upon the Yin family. Subsequently, Gu Changqing lingered in the Lanyu Palace for 3 days before taking his leave, feeling a tinge of reluctance. He harbored a unique sentiment for Yin Mingqi. In the secret realm, no one knew the depth of his fear. This was not a matter of strength. It was the first time he had been separated from his sister Gu Yunqi, without his parents by his side, left utterly alone. It was a terror born of the unfamiliar and the unknown, though he appeared to be 4 or 5 years old. His actual age was barely over 2, just a small child. Yin Mingqi's arrival was like that of an angel, illuminating his world, comforting and soothing him, dissipating much of his fear. He would never forget the moment when he humbly implored senior brothers Lan and Lu to allow him to remain. Before his departure, Gu Changqing bestowed upon Yin Mingqi numerous elixirs to enhance her cultivation and heal her wounds, having specifically sought these from his mother, Jiang Lianqing. Sister Yin, I will return to play with you. Indeed, sister, should you encounter any troubles, take this jade token and proceed to the Changqing Pavilion. This establishment is one of the forces under my father's command and will resolve any difficulties you face. If they are unable to assist, I shall summon my father to intervene. Gu Changqing, with his chubby little hands, extended a jade token inscribed with the character Chen. This token was specifically sought by Gu Changqing for the Changqing Pavilion. Changqing Pavilion. Changqing Pavilion. She was certainly familiar with it. Situated in the South Sea, one could not be oblivious to this newly ascended royal-level force. Although it was a recently promoted royal sect, it was fortified by 2 formidable royal realm experts. For both the Lanyu Palace and Yin Mingqi, the Changqing Pavilion was undoubtedly a colossal entity. Yet, this royal force was merely one of the numerous factions under the command of Little Chen's father. The moment Gu Changqing's father was mentioned, Yin Mingqi's mind immediately conjured the image of Gu Changqing subduing the silver-armored stone puppet during their time in the secret realm. The ethereal young man clad in white was none other than Little Chen's father. The farewell between Yin Mingqi and Gu Changqing did not go unnoticed by many within the Lanwei Palace. Some individuals, particularly those who had previously parted ways with Yin Mingqi and Gu Changqing due to their reluctance to include Gu Changqing, felt a pang of regret. These were the same individuals led by Lu, who had chosen to abandon Gu Changqing in the secret realm. At this moment, their remorse reached its zenith. If only they had not opted to follow Lu, their circumstances might have been vastly different now. Those who had befriended Yin Mingqi, such as Brother Lan, had ascended to core disciples, while they remained merely inner sect members. As time passed, the chasm between them would only widen. Presently, even the palace master treated Yin Mingqi with the utmost courtesy and deference. With the connection to Gu Changqing, no less than a royal realm expert would think twice before acting against Yin Mingqi. An opportunity had once presented itself before them, one they had failed to cherish. And now they faced irrevocable regret. A single choice had irrevocably determined the course of their lives. Wherever there are people, strife is inevitable. The maritime region housing the Lanwei Palace was no exception. This area, known as the Fuhai, was a tapestry of intricate forces with undercurrents of conflict, housing no fewer than 6 or 7 semi-royal powers, with the Lanwei Palace being one among them. At this very moment, unbeknownst to the palace master, a clandestine extermination plan targeting the Lanwei Palace was quietly unfolding in a corner of the Fuhai, involving no less than 4 semi-royal factions. Leading this endeavor was the Tianming sect, a semi-royal sect that had been adversaries of the Lanyu Palace for many years. Within the Tianming sect, 3 semi-royal figures had gathered, 1 in the mid-stage and 2 in the early stage, along with another semi-royal yet to arrive. The mid-stage semi-royal was none other than the sect master of Tianming. In their quest to obliterate the Lanyu Palace, the 4 semi-royal factions had devised a meticulous plan, determined not to allow a single individual from the Lanyu Palace to escape. With the distribution of benefits already settled, they would commence their assault in 3 days. The sect master of Tianming's eyes glimmered with a cold light. The scheme for the annihilation of the Lanyu Palace had not been conceived in a day or 2, but had commenced over a year ago. However, at the outset, only the Tianming sect and another semi-royal family were involved, which was rather precarious. The strength of the Lanyu Palace is not to be underestimated within the Fuhai. Particularly, the master of Lanyu Palace possesses formidable power, capable of outmatching 1 or 2 mid-stage semi-royals. Yet now, among the 4 major semi-royals, there are 2 in mid-stage and 2 in early stage. With a swift motion, A figure clad in a dark robe appeared between the three. The newcomer, a middle-aged man named Feng Qing, is the master of the Fengyue sect, one of the semi-royal sects in Fuhai, and a mid-stage semi-royal, equal in strength to the master of Tianming sect. Upon arrival, Feng Qing's expression darkened. He took 2 steps forward and tore the meticulously crafted plans into shreds. Master of the Feng sect, what is the meaning of this? Feng Qing, what are you doing? The master of Tianming sect and the other 2 early-stage semi-royals frowned and rebuked him. What has gotten into Feng Qing? The plan to annihilate the Lanyu Palace has been completely revoked. Feng Qing glanced at the others and uttered a single sentence before turning to leave. Are you afraid? After a year of meticulous planning, Feng Qing's sudden change of heart left the 3 semi-royal powerhouses, including the master of Tianming sect, extremely displeased. It was unclear what had spurred Feng Qing to such a drastic decision. After a year of planning, you simply decide to cancel? If you are afraid, then you, Fengyue sect, may withdraw. We shall seek others, provided you maintain silence. The master of Tianming sect spoke coldly. Feng Qing was a pivotal force in the plan to obliterate the Lanyu Palace. Without him, the execution of the plan would falter. His abrupt withdrawal effectively disrupted all their strategies. Afraid? Feng Qing's steps momentarily faltered. Yes, I am afraid. If you wish to perish, do not involve me. I have just received news that a king-level powerhouse has arrived at the Lanyu Palace. Although I am unsure of the relationship with the palace, it is indeed a king-level being. With that, Feng Qing no longer lingered and vanished from sight. Chapter 64. The arrival of a great enemy? What? A king-level being? Feng Qing departed, but his words reverberated in the minds of the trio. At this moment, they finally comprehended the reason behind Feng Qing's sudden withdrawal. His actions had been a stark contrast to his prior intentions, all because of this. A king-level being. The closer one approaches the realm of kings, the more one understands the significance of these 2 words. What's semi-royal? It is merely a distinction created by individuals seeking to separate themselves from the realm of tribulation, thus fabricating a hierarchy. In ancient times, there was no such thing as a semi-royal. There was only the realm of tribulation, and beyond that, the realm of kings. The term semi-royal is merely a means of self-aggrandizement. In the presence of a true king-level being, semi-royals are akin to mere insects. Even a fully realized semi-royal is but a slightly larger insect before a king-level powerhouse, easily extinguished. The appearance of a king-level being at the Lanyu Palace, regardless of their relationship with the palace, is sufficient to render them unable to touch the palace in the slightest. Such is the deterrent power of a king-level being. Of course, it is also possible that this king-level individual is merely passing by the Lanyu Palace or has other reasons for being there, with little relation to the palace itself. Yet, no one dares to take that gamble. The Lord of Tianming dared not proceed, neither did the 2 semi-kings beside him. Should they miscalculate, a catastrophic fate awaited them. The wrath of a king's realm was not something mere semi-king forces could withstand. Thus, he resigned himself to the decision to personally visit the moon-gathering palace. The Lord of Tianming let out a deep sigh, though he harbored feelings of discontent. What could be done? Tianming, you intend to visit the moon-gathering palace? His pronouncement startled the 2 semi-kings. With a glance at the 2 timid figures, he remarked, "Is it truly so frightening that a couple of semi-kings are rendered so apprehensive?" It was no wonder they were alarmed. Should this matter implicate them, troubles would abound. And they were not keen on courting death. I shall go to the moon-gathering palace to extend an apology and make amends, transforming conflict into harmony. Do you understand? Prepare the gifts. The Lord of Tianming's words relieved the 2 semi-kings. Wait, we shall accompany you. On that day, the master of the moon-gathering palace summoned Yan Mingqi. In the grand hall, she also encountered her revered mentor, the 3rd elder. Master, I am at your service. What matters require my attention? Yan Mingqi inquired respectfully. Despite her connection to Gu Changqing, even the master treated her with deference. Yet, Yan Mingqi remained humble, fully aware that all she possessed was bestowed by Gu Changqing. The true concern of the master and others lay not with her, but rather with her relationship with Gu Changqing. It is nothing significant. I merely conferred with the master and concluded that it would be more beneficial for you to be personally instructed by her, the 3rd elder said with a smile. Does the master intend to take me as her disciple? Yan Mingqi was taken aback. That is indeed the case. The master of the moon-gathering palace nodded. However, I have already pledged myself to the 3rd elder, she said, casting a glance at him. Fear not. Following the master would be far more advantageous than remaining with this old fool. The 3rd elder chuckled lightly. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Mengqi bowed deeply to the master, a hint of regret in her demeanor. Master, I truly prefer to remain by my mentor's side, whether in the secret realm or after their return. The third elder had always treated her kindly. While Gu Changqing's influence undoubtedly played a part, it was undeniable that the third elder had been genuinely good to her. The master's desire to take her as a disciple was likely due to her connection with Gu Changqing, and she was acutely aware of her own talents. The pressure of becoming a disciple of the master loomed large over her. In contrast, staying with the third elder seemed far more appealing. The third elder felt a stirring in his heart, gazing at Yin Mengqi with gentle eyes. It is of no consequence. Perhaps I have overstepped. The master of the moon gathering palace remarked, unperturbed and without resentment. As the head of a palace, she possessed the magnanimity to accept either outcome, whether Yin Mengqi chose to join her or remain with the third elder. She would still be a disciple of the moon gathering palace, and that was sufficient. However, at that moment, the master of the moon gathering palace suddenly furrowed her brow. Within his consciousness, 3 powerful auras of semi-king level were rapidly approaching Lanwei Island. Among them, one aura evoked a sense of familiarity in the Lord of Lanwei Palace. The 3 auras moved with astonishing speed, soon hovering above the entrance of Lanwei Palace. The Lord of Lanwei Palace stepped forward, manifesting in midair to gaze at the 3 semi-kings from afar. They were the master of Tianming's sect, the patriarch of the Ning clan, and the lord of the Gao clan. The Lord of Lanwei Palace recognized these 3 formidable semi-king figures, each a renowned leader of their respective factions within the sprawling sea of influence. Their sudden appearance instilled a palpable tension in the Lanwei Palace, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This was particularly true for the Tianming sect, which had a long-standing enmity with Lanwei Palace. The intent of their arrival was likely not benign. Leading several elders, the Grand Elder of Lanwei Palace raised the sect's protective formation, gazing solemnly at the trio led by the master of Tianming's sect. What wind had blown them here? If they sought to trouble Lanwei Palace, they would soon find themselves outmatched. The Lord of Lanwei Palace exuded a formidable pressure characteristic of a mid-tier semi-king, causing the atmosphere within Lanwei Palace to grow tense. The master of Tianming's sect, however, managed a wry smile, revealing no intention to confront the Lord of Lanwei Palace. Instead, he reigned in his own aura, adopting a conciliatory stance. We are not here to create discord with Lanwei Palace, but rather to resolve the grievances between our 2 sections. Upon uttering these words, the master of Tianming sect produced a storage ring and tossed it forth. As the Lord of Lanwei Palace probed its contents with his consciousness, he was taken aback by the treasures contained within, alongside a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Furthermore, our Tianming sect is willing to relinquish control of the spirit mine located on Chongqing Island, allowing Lanwei Palace to exploit it. The spirit mine on Chongqing Island was the very foundation of Tianming's sect. The proposal to hand it over was astonishing. The declaration from the master of Tianming sect left everyone at Lanwei Palace, including the Lord himself, momentarily stunned. After years of animosity, the Tianming sect was now extending an olive branch, offering to bury the hatchet and relinquish such significant benefits. Had the master of Tianming's sect lost his mind? Or was there some ulterior motive at play? Was this a ploy to lower Lanwei Palace's guard before striking? While the others at Lanwei Palace grappled with their confusion, the Lord of Lanwei Palace scrutinized the master of Tianming sect before accepting the storage ring. Very well, I accept your terms. From this day forth, all grievances between Lanwei Palace and Tianming sect shall be forgiven. In 3 days, I will dispatch personnel to assume control of the spirit mine on Chongqing Island. The master of Tianming sect breathed a sigh of relief. Then we shall take our leave. Upon my return, I will immediately issue orders for our people to withdraw from Chongqing Island. With that, he departed. The other 2 semi-kings remained, exchanging glances before each producing a storage ring of their own. Lord of Lanwei Palace, this is a token of our goodwill. We hope you will accept it. The Lord of Lanwei Palace accepted the rings, finding their contents to be nearly as valuable as those given by the master of Tianming's sect. Should the Lord of the Heavenly Dark sect suddenly show weakness and seek to turn enemies into friends with the Moon Gathering Palace, it would still be somewhat explicable. However, the unexpected gifts from these 2 semi-kings leave many in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. These 2 semi-kings, known to many present, are the leaders of the 2 great semi-king factions of Fu Hai, yet their interactions with the Moon Gathering Palace have been scant, to the point of being strangers. What could possibly motivate their sudden overtures of goodwill? Ah, how amusing. The Lord of the Moon Gathering Palace, however, is open to all, willing to accept whatever is offered. Upon witnessing this, the two semi-kings breathed a sigh of relief. They held no grievances against the moon-gathering palace in the past. But now that they have become entangled in the plans for annihilation set forth by the Lord of the Heavenly Dark Sect, the situation has changed. Should this matter come to light in the future, the Heavenly Dark Sect may remain unscathed, but they are bound to face dire consequences. Thus, they seek to curry favor with the moon-gathering palace by presenting grand gifts, hoping to secure a means of retreat should the annihilation scheme be revealed. Swift in their arrival and departure, the palace master remarked, "This situation is exceedingly unusual. I fear there may be a conspiracy." An elder, gazing in the direction where the Lord of the Heavenly Dark Sect and his companions had departed, furrowed his brow slightly. Unusual? Not at all. The Lord of the Moon-gathering palace chuckled. "Elder 4, you are overthinking. There is no conspiracy at play here." "Pardon?" Elder 4 was taken aback. The palace master spoke truly. "Indeed, there is no hidden plot." The Grand Elder of the Moon-gathering palace stepped forward, stroking his beard with a smile. "Do you all recall the formidable King Realm expert who recently descended upon Moon-gathering Island?" His words instantly enlightened those present. Ah, it was the lingering might of that King Realm Elder. The realization dawned upon Elder 4. "Precisely," nodded the Lord of the Moon-gathering palace. "Is this the deterrent power of a King Realm expert? I have witnessed it firsthand." The mere presence of that King Realm expert at the Moon-gathering palace prompted the long adversarial Heavenly Dark Sect to voluntarily relent, offering apologies in pursuit of reconciliation. The King Realm. Enthusiasm ignited in the hearts of the crowd, their eyes shimmering with ardent longing. Just as the Moon-gathering palace garnered respect from the three sects of Fu Hai, their prestige surged. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded within the Han Qin Empire. Upon returning from the mysterious realm of Xian Huang, the esteemed Jiang Tianwang of the Jiang family entered seclusion once more. Upon his emergence, a grand phenomenon erupted, resonating across vast distances and stirring the land. He had finally breached a critical threshold, ascending to the realm of the Divine King. The third and final stage of the kingly path, the Divine King realm. In the Han Qin Empire, such power represents the pinnacle of achievement, the apex of the pyramid. Even the strongest ancestors of the Han Qin royal family are confined to this realm. Consequently, with the Jiang family's ancestor stepping into the Divine King realm, the Jiang family has now truly attained equal standing with the Han Qin royal family. In a heartbeat, the entire Han Qin Empire erupted in fervor. Particularly, the family factions located in the eastern Han Qin, neighboring the Jiang family, hastened to dispatch envoys bearing lavish gifts to the Jiang family's gate, congratulating them on their ancestors' ascendance to the Divine King. Even the Han Qin royal family sent envoys to express their felicitations, causing the Jiang family to bask increasingly in the glory of their success. Even the Gu family, located far away in Jianglin City, has been affected to some extent. Over the years, the Gu family has maintained a low profile. Nevertheless, it has quietly begun to exhibit the aura of the foremost family in Jianglin City. Yet, when compared to the Jiang family, this so-called first family pales significantly. Its influence is confined solely to the practitioners within Jianglin City. The Gu family's enterprises and personnel beyond Jianglin have encountered considerable friction and conflict with local powerful factions. However, with the emergence of a divine monarch from the Jiang family, the leaders of those factions have hastily instructed their subordinates to retreat, no longer daring to provoke the Gu family. Although the Gu family and the Jiang family are not particularly close, having not seen any emissaries from the Jiang family for many years, the kinship of a divine monarch's lineage is still a formidable connection. Who can predict when the divine monarch family might decide to intervene and assist the Gu family in reclaiming its honor? They dare not gamble on that possibility, nor do they wish to. Thus, they can only make concessions towards the Gu family. Yet, when this concession reached the Gu family, it left them in a state of bemusement. The Jiang family? The divine monarch lineage? What do they truly signify? The rise of the Gu family relies on their young master, Gu Changqing, and has never depended on the Jiang family. However, they find it unnecessary to explain this to those factions. As for Gu Changqing, he remains unconcerned. Since returning from the mysterious realm of the Xian Emperor, he has once again entered seclusion, preparing to thoroughly digest the insights gained from that experience. At this juncture, an unexpected group of guests arrived at the Gu family residence. Esteemed guests from afar, we of the Gu family apologize for not extending a proper welcome. At the front gate of the Gu residence in Jianglin City, Gu Yuan, accompanied by several elders, offered a slight bow towards the visitors. However, his tone was rather frosty, lacking the warmth one would expect. The so-called esteemed guests were none other than the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yushan, accompanied by several high-ranking members. Jiang Baiwei trailed behind them. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's indifferent remarks, the Jiang family's senior members, especially Jiang Baiwei, displayed visible displeasure. With the Jiang family's ancestor having ascended to the realm of the divine monarch, the family's reputation within the Han Empire has soared. Even the imperial family of Han shows utmost respect towards the Jiang family. In their view, the head of the Jiang family, accompanied by senior members, should have been met with open gates and a full family welcome, expressing sincere reverence. Yet, this cold reception was intolerable for the Jiang family dignitaries. They could only endure this slight due to prior instructions from their head. The reason for the Jiang family's visit was simple: to verify the authenticity of the rankings of the Tianma stele within the Xian Emperor's mysterious realm. Following the consolidation of their status with the divine monarch's return, they hastily arrived at the Gu family to ascertain whether Jiang Lianxin was indeed the same Jiang family's discarded daughter they had heard of. Until the results of their inquiry were revealed, the cold demeanor of the Gu family ought to be endured for a while longer. Once the verification results are revealed, if Jiang Lianxin, wedded to the Gu family, truly proves to be the second prodigy of the heavenly demon stele, then all shall be well. The Jiang family would have successfully nurtured a prodigious spirit bone talent. Offering some rewards to the Gu family and pardoning their disrespectful behavior would not be out of the question. However, if that is not the case, then the Gu family should be slowly dealt with, made to recognize that they are no longer even worthy of being a vassal to the Jiang family. Upon this reflection, Jiang Yunshan coughed lightly, halting the group of elders behind him, and then donned a smile. "Dear father-in-law, you are too modest. Our two families are bound by marriage. How can there be any talk of formality?" He continued, feigning confusion as he glanced behind Gu Yuan. "Where are my son-in-law Changqing and my beloved daughter Lianxin? To be honest, I have thought of my little girl often over the years." Hearing Jiang Yunshan's hypocritical words, even the elders of the Gu family, not to mention Gu Yuan, the family head, who was seasoned in experience, struggled to maintain their composure, almost wanting to reprimand him as a shameless old rogue. It had been 2 years since the wedding, and he had not visited even once, yet he professed to miss Jiang Lianxin dearly. What audacity! Fortunately, at that moment, 2 youthful voices broke the awkwardness. "Grandpa! Grandpa! When will Dad emerge from seclusion?" The source of these youthful exclamations was none other than Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing. The 2 little ones approached Gu Yuan, asking incessantly. The Gu family's aloof attitude had already incited considerable discontent among the higher-ups of the Jiang family. With 2 small children now disrupting the atmosphere, the Jiang family's senior members found it increasingly difficult to suppress their anger. One of the Wang realm members stepped forward, preparing to scold them, but before he could utter a word, he caught sight of the children's faces, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 66. Gu Changqing emerges. "What is this, family head?" The Wang realm member gasped in cold shock, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Lowering his voice to glance at Jiang Yunshan, the head of the Jiang family was equally shaken, gazing at the siblings with eyes wide in disbelief. Were these not the 2 little prodigies they encountered in the ocean, merely 6 or 7 years old, yet already having entered the tribulation realm? How did they come to be in the Gu family? "Grandpa Gu." Their voices were filled with incredulity. The hearts of the Jiang family's higher-ups raced wildly. The scene from the Myriad Demons Sea was etched in their memories. During their journey to the Xianyuan secret realm, they had personally witnessed the brother and sister riding a subdued tribulation sea demon, galloping across the ocean. The impression left on them was nothing short of profound. Even Jiang Shuang had been greatly astonished that day. They were certain that these 2 hailed from the ranks of top-tier powers, holy lands, or prestigious clans. At 5 or 6 years of age, they were already in the tribulation realm, surpassing Jiang Baiwei, the first genius of the Jiang family, who was in her 20s. This was undeniably astonishing. Yet now, witnessing their affectionate demeanor in front of Gu Yuan, the Jiang family members could only feel as though they were caught in a dream. Even Jiang Yunshan could not help but swallow hard, struggling to calm the tumult within his heart, before he finally managed to speak. Directing his gaze towards Gu Yuan, "Dear relative, these 2 children are..." Gu Yuan observed the astonished expressions of the Jiang family members, feeling an undeniable sense of pride swell within him, although he maintained a facade of calm, casually remarking, "These are my grandchildren, the offspring of Gu Changqing and Lianxin." "What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that useless girl Jiang Lianxin possibly give birth to such prodigies?" The upper echelons of the Jiang family were left utterly astounded by Gu Yuan's words. Jiang Baiwei, in particular, was rendered completely speechless. In her excitement, she even forgot that she was in the Gu family residence, referring to Jiang Lianxin as a useless girl. Initially, she had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking that perhaps Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing were merely sharing a name, that it was just a coincidence. But now, gazing upon the siblings Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing, that last shred of hope was shattered, prompting her to cry out recklessly, "Who are you to call my mother a useless girl?" Upon hearing Jiang Baiwei's words, Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing could no longer contain their anger, especially Gu Changqing, who unleashed his aura. Having undergone trials in the Xianyuan secret realm and returned to the family, he had been urged by his mother to diligently cultivate for a period. In that moment, the force he emitted, augmented by his burning flame spirit body, truly forced Jiang Baiwei, the so-called first prodigy of Hanqin, to retreat several steps. Witnessing this scene, the higher-ups of the Jiang family collectively inhaled sharply, their last remnants of doubt thoroughly evaporating. Undoubtedly, these two little prodigies were indeed the unparalleled geniuses they had encountered in the oceanic realm. Good, good. Jiang Yinshan regained his senses, momentarily neglecting to soothe Jiang Baiwei. As his gaze fixated on Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing, his face beaming with a friendly smile, Children, do not be angry. What she said earlier was merely a slip of the tongue. We are, after all, family. Come, let your grandfather present you with gifts." As he spoke, Jiang Yinshan reached out, intending to draw Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing closer. If these two extraordinary prodigies were brought back to the Jiang family, their future would undoubtedly surpass even the Hanqin royal lineage. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene. Just then, a cool voice echoed from within the Gu residence, prompting the siblings to step back voluntarily, not even glancing at Jiang Yinshan, as they turned to return. "Yunxi, Qingchen, come back. Grandfather is entertaining guests. Do not disturb." "Understood, mother." The two little ones promptly dashed back to the side of the beautiful woman who had spoken, leaving Jiang Yinshan's face darkened with sudden outrage. But he quickly regained his composure, his gaze snapping up. The woman who had spoken was none other than his youngest daughter, Jiang Lianxin. The upper echelons of the Jiang family, including Jiang Baiwei, also sensed the aura emanating from Jiang Lianxin. It was a realm achievable only by those at the pinnacle of semi-king level. "Undoubtedly, Lianxin, your spiritual bones have also been restored?" Jiang Yinshan could hardly believe his own eyes. Yet once he regained his composure, he instinctively responded with what he deemed the most appropriate reaction. His face adorned with an increasingly radiant smile. "Splendid. Truly a double blessing. Lianxin, you are unaware that the family has been striving over the years to assist you in restoring your spiritual bones, and we have prepared an abundance of resources. Now that you have achieved this milestone on your own, fret not. Those resources will still be reserved for you. All you need to do is return." As Jiang Yinshan spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yunxi and her brother, his tone growing ever more enthusiastic. "You two children must also come back. The family will nurture you diligently. This will allow me to make amends for the shortcomings of the past years. Your husband may also join the Jiang family to enjoy the finest cultivation environment without the burden of resource concerns." With sincerity etched upon his face, Jiang Yushan sighed deeply and continued, "Lianxin, you have no idea how much regret your father has felt over the years, constantly enveloped in self-reproach." Observing the family head's performance, the elders of the Jiang clan hastily joined in with their support. "Indeed, Lianxin, though the head may not have spoken of it, he has always felt indebted to you." Lianxin felt a surge of anger rise within her. "We completely understand that the family has harbored guilt towards Lianxin over the years. However, all is well now. With our ancestor attaining the rank of God King, the family has undergone a transformation, and our purpose here is to bring Lianxin back home and compensate her properly." With each fervent declaration and heartfelt expression, a stark contrast emerged between the warmth of their words and the cold indifference Lianxin had faced upon her marriage, intensifying the chill in her heart with every utterance. Amusement welled within her. They had not come to visit her during her marriage, nor had they shown concern in the years that followed. Yet, upon hearing of her spiritual bone restoration and the birth of two prodigious talents, they suddenly appeared. Claiming to feel guilty? Lianxin spoke softly, her tone calm and her gaze tranquil as she looked at Jiang Yinshan. "Then why must father insist on having his daughter return home? Did not the family prepare cultivation resources for her? It need not be excessive. Simply sending half for my use would suffice as a compensation for your guilt. Would you be willing?" Jiang Yushan, caught off guard by Lianxin's words, averted his gaze slightly. The family's resources cannot be distributed carelessly, even as the family head. I cannot simply give them away. The elders of the Gu family could no longer contain their laughter at Jiang Yunshan's response. It was clear that he had become the epitome of contradiction. Meanwhile, Lianqing appeared to have anticipated this reaction. She gently raised her hand, signaling Jiang Yunshan to cease his explanations, and softly said, I understand now. Therefore, father need not feel remorse. I must instead thank you. No. Thank the family head for arranging such a splendid marriage for me. Otherwise, how could I possibly have wed such an admirable husband? As she thought of her husband, a flicker of tenderness appeared in Lianqing's eyes, while Jiang Yunshan felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Yet he is undeniably the head of his clan. Nothing else matters. His audacity is truly astonishing. Seeing that Jiang Lianqing could not be persuaded, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing. Very well, Lianqing. Since you have chosen to remain with the Gu family, there is little left for me to say. However, Yunxi and Qichen are the bloodline of the Jiang family. They are our pride. Remaining in this insignificant Gu family will only squander their talents. It is only within the Jiang family that their abilities can be fully realized. As he spoke, Jiang Yunshan disregarded Jiang Lianqing entirely and took a step forward, unleashing his kingly aura with the intent to forcibly take Yunxi and Qingchen away. As for the possibility of resentment from the siblings afterward, they are mere children. What does it matter if they harbor grievances? Moreover, once they are taken, with the current might of the Jiang family and the power of the Divine King, it would be sufficient to compel the Gu family to bow and obey, ensuring that all within the Gu household would understand what is appropriate to say and what is not. Boom. The kingly aura erupted with a deafening roar. The high-ranking members of the Jiang family behind Jiang Yunshan immediately understood and followed suit, their own kingly energies rising in unison. In that moment, the commotion reverberated throughout Jianglin City, startling the cultivators within. Initially, the arrival of the Jiang family had elicited envy towards the Gu family. Yet, they could not have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Alas, the Gu family finds itself in a dire predicament. What does it matter how talented they are if they lack power? They are destined to be taken. Many cultivators shook their heads in silent lament for the Gu family. After today, it seemed that the Gu family's ascent would be utterly curtailed. Jiang family, you have gone too far. Jiang Lianqing and the prominent members of the Gu family were taken aback. They had not expected the Jiang family to act so brazenly, disregarding any semblance of decorum. How shameless! Gu Yuan called out, releasing his own aura as he and the elders advanced to confront them. Excessive? Jiang Yunshan sneered coldly as he observed Gu Yuan and the others approaching. The Jiang family had long been prepared for this. We humbly request the ancestral elder to make an appearance. We humbly request the ancestral elder to make an appearance. The elders of the Jiang family bowed in unison, their voices booming like thunder, echoing throughout Jianglin City. In the next moment, boom. Under the terrified gazes of the cultivators in Jianglin City, a figure descended from the clouds. Clad in a black robe, the presence of this individual was as profound as the ocean, exuding an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire Jianglin City. It was as if with a mere thought, he could reduce the entire grand city to dust. This was a being of the Divine King realm, the Divine King of the Jiang family. The ancestral elder had arrived. At that moment, the black-robed elder, the Jiang Divine King, made his entrance, marking the final fate of the two young ones from the Gu family in the eyes of the cultivators of Jianglin City. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunshan and the others were filled with a sense of triumph, particularly Jiang Baiwei. Initially, she had harbored some concern that Jiang Lianqing's return might jeopardize her standing within the Jiang family, but little did she expect Jiang Lianqing to be so ungrateful. Now, it was clear Jiang Lianqing would not return. Her children were destined to become instruments for the rise of the Jiang family, enabling her, Jiang Baiwei, to reap the benefits as well. Thunderous echoes resounded, just as Jiang Baiwei relished this thought. The gaze of the Jiang family's Divine King fell upon Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing below, his eyes betraying an unmistakable and fervent greed. However, despite his covetousness, as the ancestral figure of the Jiang family, he had to maintain a semblance of dignity. Thus, the Jiang Divine King addressed Gu Yuan, stating, Patriarch Gu, today my Jiang family brings back these two descendants. You may select 2 disciples from the Gu family to be sent to my Jiang family in due time. I shall grant them the status of inner disciples under my command. They will train alongside me, which I deem a reward for your family in nurturing these 2 prodigies. The mention of inner disciples under a divine king sent ripples of excitement through the ranks of cultivators in Jianglin City. Upon hearing the generous offer from the Jiang divine king, envious glances were cast toward the Gu family. What did it mean to have such a title and legacy? With this recognition, the path to achieving the kingly realm seemed almost assured. As for Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing, while their talents were indeed remarkable, even the onlookers doubted whether the Gu family could adequately nurture such exceptional individuals. The Gu family was merely a small clan in Jianglin City. Meanwhile, after stating his terms, the Jiang divine king did not wait for a response from the Gu family. He immediately commanded Jiang Yinshan, take the children back to the clan. Do not squander this pair of precious gems, understood? Yes, rest assured, ancestor, Jiang Yinshan replied, hastily bowing and stepping forward. Like the Jiang divine king, he paid no heed to the Gu family, not even a glance. In his eyes, with the divine king present, who among the Gu family would dare to obstruct them? Who could possibly stand in their way? In the next moment, a cold voice echoed from within the Gu family estate. The offspring of the Jiang family? Taken back to the Jiang family? A dog that has 1 foot already in the grave dares to speak so brazenly about my children? As the words fell, under the incredulous gazes of the Jiang family's high-ranking members, and amidst the frozen stares of the cultivators throughout Jianglin City, a dazzling sword light surged forth, slicing through the sky like a rainbow piercing the sun. In an instant, it reached the Jiang divine king, who let out a wretched howl. Indeed, like a dead dog, he was sent flying 1,000 paces by the brilliant sword light unleashed by Gu Changqing, his fate unknown. Chapter 67, Regret Silence. A deathly silence. At that moment, the entire Jianglin City was engulfed in an unspoken stillness. It was not until the figure of the Jiang divine king, clad in black robes, struggled to rise from the ruins of the buildings he had collided with that the cultivators of Jianglin City and the members of the Jiang family gradually came to their senses. They gazed in shock at Gu Changqing, the one who had struck out, their expressions akin to those who had witnessed a ghost. In their eyes, he stood exalted, akin to a deity, embodying the essence of a god king. Yet, within the grasp of Gu Changqing, he appeared utterly fragile, as if crafted from mere paper. And with a single stroke of his sword, he dealt a grievous blow to his opponent. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of Gu Changqing's identity and age, a mere youth of less than 20, the scion of a prominent family. In the expansive realm of the Han and Qin empires, individuals of his age, the most exceptional among them, were still ensnared in trials, struggling for survival. Yet, he possessed the prowess to injure a god king with a single sword strike. What manner of strength was this? Had he achieved the pinnacle of god king? Or perhaps ascended to the royal realm? As they grappled with their astonishment, the cries of "Father, you have emerged from seclusion," rang out. Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing, dismissive of the bewildering strangers attempting to establish kinship, rushed toward their father with uncontained joy. The members of the Jiang family, still reeling from the shock of Gu Changqing's might, were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the siblings. Initially, they had believed that the talents of these two children stemmed from their mother, Jiang Lianqi. Yet, it now appeared that the extraordinary gifts of these remarkable youngsters were more likely inherited from their formidable father. Jiang Baiwei's heart sank as she beheld the black-robed god king of the Jiang family, struggling in the ruins, unable to rise. Her gaze shifted to Gu Changqing, who wore a gentle smile as he held Jiang Lianqi tenderly in his embrace, with their children exhibiting prodigious talents that seemed to overshadow her own. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over Jiang Baiwei. Had she persevered and married into the Gu family, might she now be the one revered by all, unperturbed by the God King, rather than Jiang Lianqi? The joy she once felt had transformed into profound remorse. No one knew of Jiang Baiwei's regret, nor did anyone care. After repelling the Jiang family's God King with his blade, Gu Changqing was disinclined to engage in further dialogue with them. Acknowledging their shared history with the Gu family, he declared, "Today, I shall not take your lives, but from this moment forth, the ties between the Gu and Jiang families shall be severed, and we shall have no further entanglements." Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Yinshan remained his wife's father, and the Jiang family was ultimately her kin. Had it been any other individual, Gu Changqing's nature would likely have ensured that none would leave Jianglin alive, should they dare to return. The consequences were clear in their minds. Gu Changqing fixed his gaze on the Jiang God King, who had recently been assisted from the fray, once so haughty in demeanor. His voice, devoid of menace and instead bearing the weight of a simple declaration, sent a chill through the Jiang family. even causing the God King to shudder involuntarily before retreating without a moment's hesitation. As I observed the members of the Jiang family, they arrived with an air of arrogance and departed in disgrace. Reflecting upon Gu Changqing's earlier display of prowess, when he effortlessly struck down a divine king, the cultivators within Jiaolin City could not help but recall the discussions and envy directed towards the Gu family from several months prior. At that time, their admiration stemmed from the Gu family's advantageous marital alliance, having a divine king's lineage as their support. However, now, as they reminisced about their previous sentiments, they could only shake their heads and chuckle. A divine king as a support? Given the remarkable strength exhibited by the Gu family's young master, His Highness Changqing, even a mere divine king would likely have to select carefully among his potential followers before being accepted. The Gu family certainly harbors profound depths. They are far from a mere provincial clan. On that day, news of the Gu family's young master demonstrating unparalleled brilliance, severely injuring the Jiang family's divine king, spread like wildfire throughout Jianglin City and its neighboring powers in an astonishingly short period. Yinshan sect, situated a mere 500 miles from Jianglin City, possesses 3 spirit mines, one of which has been contentious with the Gu family. Although that mine was initially discovered by the Gu family, their subsequent decline allowed a rather aggressive elder of Yinshan sect to seize it without hesitation. However, following the emergence of a divine king from the Jiang family, the sect's leader swiftly dispatched a message, recalling the elder and promptly arranging for emissaries to relinquish that spirit mine back to the Gu family. This arrangement stirred dissatisfaction not only among the disciples of Yinshan sect, but also among numerous elders, leading to occasional gatherings of Yinshan disciples near the mine, who sought opportunities for revenge against the Gu family. In a bustling market of the local town, a young cultivator clad in the inner sect's garb boldly proclaimed, "The sect leader is unjust, but fear not. The true nature of the Gu and Jiang family's relationship will become evident in 3 to 5 years. At that time, we shall reclaim the spirit mine." His companions enthusiastically echoed his sentiments. Indeed, the second senior brother speaks the truth. The sect leader is overly cautious. The Jiang family hasn't even set foot in the Gu family's territory for years. What do we have to fear? Just as their fervent discussion reached a crescendo, a disciple of Yinshan sect suddenly pushed through the crowd, prompting the inner sect disciples to glance over and call out, "Sun Shidi, what is happening? Why the haste?" Upon hearing their voices, the disciple turned his head, and upon recognizing his fellow sect members, he exhaled in relief and replied, "Brothers, why are you still here? A message has come from the sect. Elder Wu intends to visit the spirit mine. He will be arriving shortly." What? Elder Wu is coming to the spirit mine? Elder Wu is known for his earlier assertiveness in advocating for war against the Gu family, even boasting about not only seizing one of their spirit mines, but also planning to absorb all the external mines belonging to the Gu family, taking advantage of their decline. His assertions resonated deeply among the youthful disciples of the Cloud Mountain sect. Upon hearing that Elder Wu would return, these young disciples were filled with excitement. Could it be that the venerable sect leader had undergone a transformation? It was high time for such a change. The Gu family was merely a decrepit tiger, its fearsome facade long since faded, no longer worthy of concern. A group of disciples from the Cloud Mountain sect voiced their thoughts as they hurried after their junior brother's son, eager to accompany Elder Wu in reclaiming the spiritual mine. However, upon their arrival at the stronghold of the Cloud Mountain sect in the marketplace, they were rendered speechless by the sight of Elder Wu. In their eyes, the once formidable and domineering Elder Wu now appeared pallid, his countenance betraying an unmistakable fear and regret, closely monitored by 2 other elders and the sect leader himself. With no intention of halting even for a moment in the marketplace, they proceeded, winding their way towards Jianglin City. The demeanor he exhibited was far from that of a conqueror intent on subduing the Gu family. It resembled more a supplicant seeking forgiveness from them. What on earth was occurring? Could it be that the Jiang family had truly accepted the Gu family as kin? A group of young disciples from the Cloud Mountain sect stood there, dumbfounded, questioning the reliability of their own eyesight. Amidst their discussions, perceptive cultivators in the marketplace could no longer restrain themselves. What do you mean the Jiang family has acknowledged the Gu family as relatives? What is the Jiang family? That they could dare to associate with the illustrious Gu family, a true dragon among men? Do not jest. You young ones, you are too quick to believe the rumors. The cultivator exclaimed, shaking his head repeatedly in disappointment, embodying the frustration of one who sees potential squandered, before sauntering away leisurely. The disciples of the Cloud Mountain sect exchanged glances, and soon, Armed with spiritual stones, they rushed into the taverns and tea houses of the marketplace, fervently seeking information. Moments later, as they reconvened to compile the intelligence they had gathered, their expressions turned vacant, their hearts nearly ceasing with the shocking revelations they had received. The Jiang family's divine monarch had visited the Gu family, only to be severely wounded by the Gu family's young master, sent sprawling 1,000 paces like a defeated cur. Retreating in disgrace from Jianglin City? Every word of the report was familiar to them, yet when pieced together, its meaning eluded them, or rather, they dared not comprehend it. On that day, the young disciples were not the sole ones taken aback. Neighboring factions of the Gu family in Jianglin City had previously adopted an evasive stance towards the Gu family. Within the sect, not only were the disciples discontent, but many elders harbored dissatisfaction as well. However, with the arrival of the news from Jianglin City, their grievances dissipated like mist, replaced by boundless relief and profound reverence for the Gu family. In Jianglin City, the Gu family remained unfazed by the tumult outside. For Gu Changqing, the Jiang family had become nothing more than ants that he could effortlessly dismiss. Moreover, after today, the Jiang family will undoubtedly come to terms with their true identity. He shall not waste any more thoughts on the ensuing turbulence surrounding this matter. At this moment, he meticulously retrieved the numerous treasures he had discovered within the Xian Emperor's secret realm, categorizing them with care. He refined a batch of spiritual elixirs and entrusted them to his father, Gu Yuan, to bolster the overall strength of the Gu family. The remaining, relatively more precious spiritual herbs were transformed into over 10 fourth-tier, top-grade elixirs. Within the Gu family, only he, Jiang Lianqing, and a couple of youngsters possessed the capability to refine these elixirs. Gu Changqing did not delay. He directly took his wife and children into seclusion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this past year, the influence of the Gu family had not expanded significantly. It was not due to a lack of strength. After all, since the Jiang family had fled from Jianglin City in disgrace, they had sealed their family estate, ceasing all communication. However, at least within a radius of several thousand miles around Jianglin City, various factions discreetly recognized the Gu family as a formidable entity, treating them with profound respect. Numerous forces, akin to Yushan's sect, had even relinquished resource points and sought forgiveness in person. Yet, the Gu family merely assigned some personnel to manage the mundane affairs of these resource points without deploying their true elites. After all, the bounty from the Xian Emperor's secret realm was exceedingly rich for the Gu family. It was crucial to first digest this harvest and enhance the family's overall strength. Additionally, with the batch of elixirs refined by Gu Changqing, the Gu family's hard power had seen a remarkable surge in that year. Firstly, this development greatly reassured the entire Gu family. Just a few months prior, Gu Changqing had ventured into the Xian Emperor's secret realm. Upon his return, he directly assisted the Xian Emperor in reconstructing her true form, enabling her to reclaim her divine emperor status, thereby bestowing the Gu family with an additional divine emperor. Following this, the growth of the Gu family members was particularly astonishing. Most notably, Gu Yuan, the family head, ascended to the Xian Wang realm. Furthermore, Ahem, a guest elder of the Gu family, after refining the elixir bestowed upon him by Gu Changqing, not only solidified his realm, but also advanced further, reaching the mid-phase of Xian Wang, now just a step away from the late phase. However, what truly left the entire Gu family in disbelief were the breakthroughs of the two young ones, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qichen. Gu Qichen had stepped into the pinnacle of the semi-king realm, while her elder sister, Gu Yunxi, had made even greater strides. Just a few days prior, she had summoned purple thunder, awakening the Zishu corroding thunder body. Under the refinement of the thunder spirit, she had directly ascended to the Xian Wang realm. It was a pity that her mother, Jiang Lianqing, was still merely at the early stage of Xian Wang. Boom. Just as the entire Gu family was fervently engrossed in their cultivation, within Gu Changqing's courtyard, a wave of surging spiritual energy erupted, igniting a fervor throughout the Gu family. Such a magnificent anomaly. The entire Jianglin city was stirred, the commotion lasting a full half-day before it finally subsided. As the magnificent spiritual light dissipated, Gu Changqing emerged slowly from the depths of that luminous aura, his aura unmistakably indicating that he had ascended to the realm of the Divine King. Chapter 68. The Second Daughter, the Red Fate. Is this the sensation of reaching the Divine King realm? Truly extraordinary. Gu Changqing slightly clenched his fist, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Not far away, the hidden trump card of the Gu family, the Xian Emperor, was also stirred, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Gu Changqing. filled with disbelief. Just how terrifying is the talent of this Taoist Changqing? The Xian emperor murmured softly. As a Generation S divine emperor, her power placed her among the giants of the entire spiritual domain. Moreover, she herself was an unparalleled prodigy. Yet at this moment, in the presence of Gu Changqing, who had stepped into the divine king realm, she felt an overwhelming threat, one that seemed to surpass her own prowess. The Xian emperor was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, the entire Gu family was engulfed in a sea of joy due to Gu Changqing's ascension to the divine king. At that moment, the system prompt echoed once more, bringing a radiant smile to Gu Changqing's face. This is what it means to have double happiness arriving at once. However, this belated notification also reminded Gu Changqing that if there were opportunities, he should seek higher-level dual cultivation techniques. Both he and Jiang Lianxin were advancing in their cultivation, making the prospect of conceiving more challenging. Over the past year, he had been engaging in both proper and improper dual cultivation with Jiang Lianxin. Otherwise, the prospect of having a third child might have been delayed for another year. Keeping this matter in mind, Gu Changqing's gaze turned toward the system's displayed notifications, where he soon beheld a brilliant red hue. Is this a red aptitude? Unnamed gender, female innate fate, Yuan Yang burning heaven body, red grade 1, red aptitude. What does this signify? If his eldest daughter possessed a golden grade 9 fate, assuring her future as an emperor, then the red grade aptitude indicates that his yet-to-be-born third daughter, barring any mishaps, is destined for greatness beyond the emperor, with a path to becoming a saint absolutely within reach. Furthermore, for Gu Changqing himself, previously, his eldest daughter's golden grade 9 fate had yielded a return of a red grade 8. What could possibly be said about the fate level of his third daughter with a red grade 1? Indeed, the next moment, ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Heavenly Refinement Sacred Body, red grade 9. The Heavenly Refinement Sacred Body, a top-tier divine constitution, enhances innate spiritual awareness by 50-100. Ensures a 10,000 success rate in spiritual weapon forging, significantly increases the possibility of creating spiritual weapons of the spiritual pattern level, and is equipped with the Heavenly Refinement Divine Automaton for protection and substitution, with an initial power level of Celestial Sovereign that evolves alongside the host's cultivation. Consuming the source of the Divine Automaton can invoke its deadly capabilities, lasting for 1 hour. Lines of information appeared before Gu Changqing's eyes, filling him with immeasurable joy. The enhancement of the red 9th grade's fate is truly terrifying. It bestows an astonishing 50-fold increase in spiritual awareness. Furthermore, it boasts an impressive success rate for the forging of spiritual artifacts, potentially reaching 100-fold, along with an increased likelihood of producing artifacts of the spiritual inscription level. Coupled with the Tianzuan level Heavenly Refined Divine Automaton, even Gu Changqing, with his composed demeanor, could not help but swallow hard to calm the tumult within his heart. Above the realm of imperial sovereignty lies the Supreme Realm, which is subdivided into 4 tiers: Xianzun, Tianzun, Shengzun, and Daozun. Not only in the southern lands but across the entire spiritual domain, the existence of a Tianzun commands unparalleled authority. Such transcendent beings can effortlessly obliterate so-called regional hegemons like the Kanglan Holy Land with a mere snap of their fingers. However, the Heavenly Refined Divine Automaton is not invincible. Each activation consumes a portion of the automaton's primordial essence, which, prior to Gu Changqing ascending to the Supreme Realm, cannot be replenished by him. Once this primordial essence is depleted, the automaton can no longer be summoned to vanquish foes, although its sacrificial effects remain. It can be said that as long as the Heavenly Refined Divine Automaton exists, no matter the adversary faced, even if a sage intervenes, Gu Changqing can utilize the automaton to achieve a resurrection, effectively granting him an extra life. Moreover, Gu Changqing gently closed his eyes, meticulously gauging the quantity of primordial essence within his Heavenly Refined Divine Automaton. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of joy. The primordial essence within the automaton was far more abundant than he had anticipated, sufficient for him to activate it 10 times. 10 opportunities for a Tianzun-level strike would be more than enough to annihilate the Kanglan Holy Land repeatedly. Rising to his full height, a cold glint sparkled in his eyes. His strength had now reached the level of a divine king, and his killing power could rival that of a divine emperor. In contrast, the mightiest within the Kanglan Holy Land is merely at the late stage of the divine emperor realm. His own power alone is ample to resolve matters with the Kanglan Holy Land. Not to mention that he has the close ally Xian Huang and the heavenly refined divine automaton at his disposal. It is high time to settle the grudges with the Kanglan Holy Land. Just as Gu Changqing was preparing to mobilize his forces to address the lingering enmity with the Kanglan Holy Land, he received an unexpected message. His father summoned him for an important discussion. A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Changqing. Could this herald some classic narrative unfolding? To him, the term important matter held little meaning nowadays, and it was likely related to his mother. He promptly set aside his tasks and hurried over. Upon arrival, he found his father seated at a long table, a cup of wine before him and an empty wine jar beside it. The wine was merely a common brew, far from being a spiritual elixir. It was difficult for anyone, even a king, to become intoxicated, yet upon Gu Changqing's arrival, he found his father already appearing somewhat inebriated. Clearly having lowered his spiritual defenses with the intent to indulge, Gu Yuan waved his hand, gesturing for his son to take a seat opposite him. Father, what is it that requires such solemnity? Gu Changqing could not help but inquire. With a deep gaze upon his son, Gu Yuan felt a mixture of pride and appreciation. After a long sigh, he began to speak with a sense of calm. What I am about to share concerns your mother. Indeed, mother? Gu Changqing's heart stirred slightly. His knowledge of his mother was rather limited. His father had only mentioned that she passed away shortly after giving birth to him. However, it now seemed that there were deeper, untold truths behind her fate. It appeared that he was destined to be entangled in a narrative reminiscent of a classic tale. Having sensed this impending revelation, Gu Changqing was filled with an uneasy anticipation. Gu Yuan, observing the peculiar expression on his son's face, sighed again. This time with a hint of shame. You are quite perceptive. Your mother did not perish. Rather, she was taken away by her family. Listening to Gu Yuan's account, Gu Changqing learned of the events of the past. Years ago, his mother had been pursued by enemies, fleeing until she was gravely injured and ultimately rescued by Gu Yuan. During her recovery, their affection blossomed into love, leading to the birth of a son and a daughter, Gu Changqing and his twin sister. However, shortly after their birth, Gu Changqing's mother's family sought them out. His mother was forcibly taken away, and his sister, due to her extraordinary talents, was also taken from the Gu family. The entire Gu clan, including the newborn Gu Changqing, was on the brink of annihilation. It was only through the desperate pleas of Gu Changqing's mother that they were spared. In the face of such a formidable maternal clan, the Gu family had been utterly powerless to resist, forced to watch as these events unfolded. At this juncture, Gu Yuan gave a bitter smile, his eyes filled with anguish and guilt. My son, am I not utterly useless? Gu Changqing remained silent, merely shaking his head in response. From his father's description, it was clear that the power of his mother's family far surpassed that of the Gu family at the time. To confront such a family head-on would have led to only one outcome, the total destruction of the clan, including the life of Gu Changqing, whose talents were deemed mediocre. As both the head of the family and a father, Gu Yuan could only grit his teeth and accept this cruel reality, burying his pain deep within. I had not intended to share this with you, but seeing you attain the realm of the Divine King has rekindled a glimmer of hope. In my lifetime, I have resigned myself to never seeing your mother and sister again, but perhaps there is still hope for you, Gu Changqing. Gu Yuan said, looking earnestly at his son. I share this not to urge you to seek out your mother and sister immediately, but to inform you of this past, so that when you become truly powerful in the future, you may act upon it. Gu Changqing nodded in understanding. Father, rest assured, I comprehend the gravity of this matter. However, from which family does mother hail? Unbeknownst to me, my mother, in her desperate bid to evade persecution, adopted various aliases until the moment of her departure. When she finally disclosed her true surname, it appears that her lineage does not belong to the powers of the spirit domain, but rather hails from beyond its confines. Bearing the name Nalan, the Nalan family, encompassing Nalan Yin and Gu Qingyuan, returned to their secluded abode, where Gu Changqing reflected upon the news imparted to him by Gu Yuan, committing his mother and sister's names to memory. Outside the courtyard, Ahem, tasked with gathering intelligence on the Kanglan sacred land for Gu Changqing, had been patiently awaiting his return. Upon seeing his master arrive, Ahem promptly approached and bowed in respect. Gu Changqing nodded in acknowledgement and led him to his study, where he received the report from Ahem. A quick glance caused his brow to arch. Oh? The Southern Grand Ceremony is about to commence this year? The Southern Grand Ceremony is a prestigious gathering organized collaboratively by the major sacred lands in the Southern Spirit domain. Each iteration attracts exceptional talents from across the region, representing the pinnacle of excellence. Held once every decade, the hosting rotates among the various sacred lands, and the rewards for this grand event are undeniably substantial. Among the most coveted prizes is the opportunity to enter the Dreamy Spring, an ancient sacred spring left behind from bygone eras. Practitioners who enter may reap benefits 100-fold, varying based on their innate talent. Remarkably gifted individuals may find that a single day of cultivation within the spring equates to nearly 1,000 days of practice in the outside world. However, the ancient sect that originally constructed the Dreamy Spring intended it for the purification and enhancement of their young elites, thus imposing certain restrictions. The spring opens its gates once every decade, allowing only 200 entrants, all of whom must be under the age of 25. The outcomes of the Southern Grand Ceremony directly influence the number of coveted entries into the Dreamy Spring that various factions can secure. In theory, any force from the Southern Spirit domain may participate, but they must be at the tribulation stage and under the stipulated age. This requirement effectively excludes the majority from contention. In the vast empires, such as the Han and Qin, those who achieve the tribulation stage before the age of 25 are indeed rare prodigies. The Southern Grand Ceremony essentially serves as a contest among the major sacred lands in the south, for factions of the caliber of the Han and Qin empires. It is merely a formality, a chance to broaden their horizons. Historically, this has always been the case. To aspire for a coveted slot and the chance to enter the Dreamy Spring, such aspirations are often futile. Throughout history, the Han and Qin empires have participated in the Southern Grand Ceremony countless times, yet the instances of securing a place have been exceedingly few, and those victories are now but distant memories. Nevertheless, this year, the opportunity to access the Dreamy Spring may not be as elusive. Gu Changqing, contemplating the benefits of the Dreamy Spring, felt a stir of ambition within him as he continued to peruse the details. Upon discovering the host for this year's Southern Grand Ceremony, a familiar name captured his attention, eliciting a cold smile from Gu Changqing. This year, the host of the Southern Grand Ceremony is none other than the Kanglan Sacred Land? This indeed presents yet another reason to partake in the Southern Grand Ceremony. Yinqin, your grievances are due for retribution. It is fortuitous that we shall attend this Southern Grand Ceremony, seize the opportunity of the Dreamy Spring's quota, and subsequently bestow a grand gift upon the Kanglan Sacred Land. I hope the Kanglan Sacred Land finds this offering to their liking. Chapter 69, A Quest for Vengeance for My Wife. Departing for the Kanglan Sacred Land. Observing the chilling glint in his master's eyes, Baidu, who was awaiting orders, hesitated momentarily before speaking softly. Master, I have uncovered another piece of information. The saintess, Yuling Xian, who once harmed our esteemed matron, has a brother, Yu Baifeng, who is said to have joined a sect of the Divine Emperor in the central region of the Spirit Domain, becoming a disciple of a powerful Divine Emperor. He is now ranked 9th on the Divine rankings. Upon hearing Bai Heng's concerned words, Gu Changqing merely smiled faintly. He now stood at a level comparable to that of a Divine Emperor. Moreover, with the aid of the heavenly refinement Divine Puppet, he felt no trepidation. Not only was he unfazed by the brother of the saintess, but he also held no fear of the Divine Emperor or the entire sect. Preparations to depart for Kanglan City commenced. Kanglan City, affiliated with the Kanglan Sacred Land, serves as a vital conduit between the holy ground and the outside world. Bolstered by the Sacred Land, this city has become one of the most prosperous locations in the southern region. Presently, it has been designated as the venue for the upcoming Southern Grand Ceremony. Indeed, I shall proceed with the preparations and contact the Merchant Association to arrange for a flying vessel. Bai Heng promptly bowed and exited to prepare. While those of the King realm possess the ability to traverse the air, prolonged aerial travel can significantly deplete one's spiritual energy. Thus, even King realm practitioners often opt for flying vessels during long journeys. As Bai Heng was about to leave, Gu Changqing called out to him. There is no need to contact anyone else, he said with a slight smile. With a mere gesture, a flying vessel materialized before them. This vessel, yet to be infused with spiritual energy, appeared no larger than a palm, yet it was exquisitely crafted. On both sides, at the front, the rear, and at the center of the deck, 9 intricate arrays were inscribed. As it manifested, a small vacuum of spiritual energy formed within the courtyard. As all the ambient spiritual energy was absorbed by the vessel, leaving Bai Heng utterly astonished. 9 arrays. Is this a top-tier King realm flying vessel? Sect flying vessels are exceedingly precious, powered by spirit stones, and each vessel typically requires at least 3 additional arrays for offensive, defensive, and aerial traversal capabilities. The materials needed for their construction are rare, and the arrangement of the arrays poses a considerable challenge for the craftsman. However, the resultant products are undeniably remarkable. A basic king realm flying vessel is sufficient to deter even the Xian king unless a heavenly king intervenes to potentially bring it down. At this moment, Gu Changqing produced this top-tier flying vessel equipped with 9 arrays. To inflict harm upon it, that would require the presence of someone from the Emperor realm. Otherwise, even a coalition of dozens of divine kings would struggle to inflict even the slightest damage. Such a flying vessel, to put it mildly, could easily deplete half the wealth of an emperor. Where did our esteemed leader procure such a treasure? Procure? Gu Changqing chuckled silently. This was not something he sought out, but rather a creation born from his practice after awakening the heavenly forged sacred body. Initially, his intention was merely to avoid wasting precious materials, to hone his skills before crafting a proper royal-grade spiritual sword. However, the final product proved that Gu Changqing had indeed underestimated the enhancement his heavenly forged sacred body provided in the art of weaponry. We shall leave the clan in your capable hands during our journey to the Southern Grand Ceremony, Gu Changqing instructed by Ahem, who promptly bowed in acceptance. Gu Changqing then took with him Jiang Lianqin and the Yun siblings, along with his father, and entrusted Su Enhuing to discreetly accompany them. They boarded the flying vessel, setting forth towards Kanglan City at a rapid pace. Boom! The flying vessel sliced through the clouds, parting the air with a thunderous roar. Yet, upon the deck and within the cabins, there was an extraordinary tranquility, devoid of any turbulence. An invisible spiritual force formed a barrier, enveloping the entire spiritual vessel in protection. Although this flying vessel was a product of Gu Changqing's practice, the enhancement from the heavenly forged sacred body was not to be taken lightly. Though the 100-foot-long vessel was not ostentatious or grand, it possessed a certain elegance and charm, with a 5-element formation operating in harmony, even capable of drawing spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to replenish its consumption. Compared to ordinary sect vessels that could consume tens of thousands of spirit stones in a single day, this one was remarkably efficient. Moreover, its speed was commendable. Even without Gu Changqing's direct control, as he devoted himself to studying the craft of weaponry, the vessel maintained a swift pace, reaching Kanglan City effortlessly within half a month. The Yun siblings delighted in playing on the deck, finding the experience of traveling by flying vessel particularly novel. At that moment, a humming sound suddenly emerged from behind the clouds, causing the Gu family members to turn in unison. From the sea of clouds, a resplendent flying vessel, 3 stories high, adorned with eaves and bright lights, radiating spiritual brilliance, burst forth, moving with the swiftness of a dazzling celestial glow. In mere moments, it overtook the Gu family's vessel, startling many of the younger members of the Gu clan. From what faction did such a flamboyant vessel originate? The journey from the Han Empire to Kanglan City was hardly tranquil. Not far ahead lay a canyon stretching for miles, home to countless winged demon bats. Should a flying vessel pass through, these creatures would swarm, launching an assault. Ordinary royal-grade vessels would struggle against such an onslaught, as some among them were of the Xian Wang level, and occasionally, even a Tian Wang level winged demon bat might appear. Thus, many vessels would either take a detour or slow their pace, striving to conceal their presence while passing through. However, with the flying vessel crafted by Gu Changqing, the Gu family had no need to undertake such precautions. Yet, what force does this flying vessel belong to, exhibiting such formidable strength? Even Gu Yuan could not help but cast his gaze towards it, only to realize shortly thereafter. Could this be the Tianyin boat of the Xianying? Upon hearing this name, many of the younger members of the Gu family were engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, the elder members of the Gu family were taken aback, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Truly, the Southern Grand Ceremony is remarkable, even attracting the presence of Xianying. Observing that the younger generation had yet to comprehend the significance, an elder of the Gu family spoke up, stating, Xianying is the foremost hidden sect of our Han Empire. In fact, prior to the breakthrough of the ancestral figure of the Jiang family, the God King, Xianying was recognized as the preeminent sect in Han, second only to the royal family. This esteemed hidden sect, Xianying, primarily cultivates the path of music, accepting only female disciples who remain secluded from the world. However, those who emerge from their ranks are often among the elite in Han, frequently recognized as the leaders of their contemporaries. The illustrious Jiang Baiwei, the foremost noblewoman of the Jiang family, earned her reputation as the greatest prodigy in Hanqin several years ago when she narrowly triumphed in a duel against the current saintess of Xianying during a visit down the mountain. Moreover, Xianying is not solely distinguished by its exceptional disciples. The two sect leaders, the King Xianzi and the Xianzi, are extraordinarily powerful, each possessing the complete mastery of the heavenly king realm. They have even developed a secret combined technique, making them an unstoppable force when united, impervious to any opposition unless a god king intervenes. Furthermore, it is said that these two celestial beings are breathtakingly beautiful, unrivaled in their grace. The elder of the Gu family, shaking his head as he spoke, only realized his own embarrassment when he reached this point, promptly clearing his throat to mask it. He then gestured and concluded, "In any case, Xianying is indeed a significant power in Hanqin, truly remarkable. Considering their prowess, traversing the preceding Yao Gorge should pose no difficulty. Thus they need not conceal themselves." As the Gu family elder elaborated on the circumstances surrounding Xianying on the Tianyin boat, a graceful celestial being stood outside the third tier of the palace, gazing into the distance. This enchanting figure was none other than the Xianzi, one of the two leaders of Xianying. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were drawn towards the Gu family's flying vessel, a look of curiosity dawning upon her countenance. To which faction does this flying vessel belong? She softly inquired of a nearby disciple, her voice melodious and clear as a mountain spring, causing the equally beautiful disciple beside her to blush and hastily turn to look. After a moment of consideration, she shyly admitted, "Mistress, I too cannot recognize it." The mistress, intrigued by the flying vessel, was soon answered by an elder of Xianying from the second tier of the palace, who had overheard her words and turned to gaze at the Gu family's vessel, somewhat surprised. "What is so extraordinary about that flying vessel? It appears quite ordinary to me." "Ordinary? Not at all." The Xianzi gently shook her head. She could not discern the rank of the Gu family's vessel, yet she sensed that it housed at least 5 layers of magical formations, intricately coordinated, significantly reducing the consumption of spiritual energy. Even though the Gu family's flying vessel may lack the requisite rank, the individual who orchestrated this formation must possess extraordinary craftsmanship and mental acuity to have created such an intricate array. In a realm like the Hanqin Empire, the emergence of such a vessel is indeed a rarity, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as remarkable. Listening to the remarks of her esteemed leader, the subordinates were taken aback. "Let us reduce our speed. Ahead lies the Winged Demon Gorge. Given that this faction also hails from the Hanqin Empire, we should extend our assistance as compatriots," commanded Lady Lu with a light chuckle. She had no ulterior motives for forging alliances. With the influence of her Xianying pavilion, even the Jiang family posed no threat. In the Hanqin Empire, it is the other factions that seek to befriend Xianying pavilion, not the other way around. The tumultuous news from the outside world hardly concerned Xianying pavilion. Were it not for the defeat of their holy maiden by Jiang Baiwei from the Jiang family in earlier years, Xianying pavilion would scarcely have paid attention to the Jiang family at all. Such is the confidence of the Hanqin Empire's foremost reclusive sect. Lady Lu's words were prompted purely by the principle of benevolence upheld by Xianying pavilion. "Understood," replied an elder, bowing respectfully. Although she still found little merit in the Gu family's vessel, like her leader, she never shied away from assisting the vulnerable. Consequently, upon Lady Lu's command, the previously swift Tianyin spirit vessel gradually decelerated, maintaining a distance of 300 zhang from the Gu family's vessel. This distance would allow the Gu family ship to shield against the oncoming winged demon bats, while ensuring that the Gu family members were not left bewildered by the assistance from Xianying pavilion. However, what the members of Xianying pavilion did not anticipate was the complex emotions that arose among the Gu family disciples aboard their vessel, as they exchanged glances filled with surprise. Even Gu Changqing wore an unusual expression. This unexpected aid had caught him off guard. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this act from Xianying pavilion indeed garnered Gu Changqing's admiration. Was it due to Xianying pavilion's assistance? Beside him, Jiang Lianxin's beautiful eyes sparkled. However, Gu Changqing simply shook his head with a smile. "This was a trivial matter. My newfound appreciation for Xianying pavilion stems more from their consistent integrity and sincerity. Many sects are reputed for their righteousness and propriety, with even the Jiang family claiming to be the foremost righteous sect of Hanqin. Yet, the arrogance displayed on the day they visited the Gu family was hardly reflective of any true virtue. In contrast, Xianying pavilion stands as the first sect Gu Changqing has encountered that genuinely embodies the principle of consistency between words and actions. Just as Gu Changqing was lost in thought, a series of chilling and ferocious beast roars echoed across the heavens. As the two flying vessels approached the winged demon gorge, they moved in tandem, one behind the other. In the midst of the canyon, the numerous winged demons lurking on the cliffs suddenly opened their bloodthirsty eyes, all fixated on the two flying vessels in the sky. A chorus of ferocious roars echoed through the gorge as the fierce winged demons charged recklessly towards the vessels, disregarding their own lives. "Activate the formation," commanded the composed and elegant Liu Xianzi aboard the Tianyin spirit vessel, her demeanor betraying no hint of panic. As her words fell, the 7 formations on the vessel activated simultaneously, and with the consumption of spirit stones, an enormous barrier of spiritual energy, stretching for miles, enveloped both the Tianyin spirit vessel and the Gu family's flying ship. The winged demons, roaring and screeching, surged forward. Yet, they were unable to even reach the deck, being thwarted by the spiritual barrier. Upon colliding with the barrier, they shattered into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. However, the remaining blood mist only served to intensify the murderous intent of the other winged demons, prompting even more to rush forward. The disciples of the Xianyin Pavilion remained remarkably composed. The elders of the Gu family instructed the younger generation. Although the winged demons appear ferocious, their intelligence is lacking. They rely solely on reckless charges. However, there are exceptions. Just as the Gu elders spoke, a roar that eclipsed all others erupted from below the Gu family's flying vessel, causing the spiritual barrier in the distance to tremble momentarily. It was the Lord of the Winged Demons, a creature of formidable size, measuring over 5 meters tall, nearly double that of an ordinary winged demon, with 3 pairs of purple bat-like wings unfurled. Having evaded the spiritual barrier of the Xianyin Pavilion vessel, this terrifying bat lord, with its crimson eyes fixed on the deck of the Gu family's vessel, let out a roar. In an instant, it darted forward like a bolt of purple lightning, poised to attack the Gu family disciples on the deck as if they were the most delectable prey. How bold! Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuan immediately called out, preparing to intervene. In truth, the defensive capabilities of the flying vessel were sufficient to withstand the demon's assault without sustaining any damage. Gu Yuan, having just broken through to the King realm, was eager to test his newfound strength. However, at the moment of impact, Gu Yuan was sent hurtling back over 10 paces, landing on the deck with an expression of utter astonishment. So powerful. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out from within the cabin. "Let me handle this beast. Grandfather, fall back," Gu Yunxi declared, transforming into a streak of lightning as she leapt onto the deck, her eyes locked onto the Bat Lord, brimming with anticipation. Seeing this, Gu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He possesses a clear understanding of his granddaughter's capabilities. However, aboard the Tianyin flying boat, the disciples of the Xianyin Pavilion were far from calm. Chapter 70. The arrival of Liu Xianzi. Encounter with the Jiang family. They watched, aghast, as a delicate little girl, seemingly unaware of the peril, boldly approached a bloodthirsty and ferocious demon bat lord. Was this not akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger? "Master!" A disciple of the Xianyin Pavilion instinctively cried out. From the pinnacle of the threefold palace, Liu Xianzi's voice resonated. "Fear not, I shall intervene." As her words echoed, a melodious note emanated from a distance. It fell like a shattered silver vase, and before the eyes of the Gu family disciples, a radiant aurora, accompanied by the enchanting strains of the zither, descended swiftly. At the moment the music reached its zenith, the demon bat lord found itself frozen in midair, its form rigid and unyielding. Subsequently, it was engulfed by the vibrant spiritual light summoned by the melody. A creature of formidable strength, at least at the latter stages of the profound king realm, could not withstand even a single breath before it was reduced to nothingness, dissipating into the ether. As they witnessed the annihilation of their leader, the previously fearless winged demon bats lost their resolve. Shrieking as they flapped their wings and retreated into the depths of the canyon below, none daring to show themselves again. Observing this spectacle, many of the Gu family disciples, encountering the way of music for the first time, were utterly captivated, particularly the young girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed upon Liu Xianzi standing gracefully on the 3rd level of the palace, cradling her zither, her beauty unparalleled, filled with longing. Only Gu Yunxi pouted in discontent. Having recently broken through to the king realm, she felt that the demon bat lord would have been a perfect opponent for her to hone her skills, yet the opportunity had been seized by another. Nevertheless, her upbringing compelled her to respectfully bow to Liu Xianzi, and express her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. Gu Yuan also quickly inclined his body in salute alongside the Gu family disciples, saying, "We are grateful for Liu Xinzi's intervention, although they did not truly require such aid. After all, with the strength of the Gu family, even if the patriarch faltered, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Lianxin could stand firm. And with the backing of the young Master Changqing, the demon bat lord at the mere profound king level was hardly a concern. There was no harm in acknowledging the goodwill of their benefactor." Liu Xinzi merely smiled gently and waved her hand, saying, "There is no need for formalities. We all hail from the Han Empire, when away from home. We ought to support one another. No thanks are necessary." With that, she smiled and returned to her cabin. Inside the cabin, a young girl was seated cross-legged. At first glance, she appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. Yet, her ethereal aura and extraordinary beauty surpassed even that of Liu Xinzi. Her cultivation was remarkable, evidently reaching the early stages of the half-king realm, surpassing even Zhang Baiwei. She was none other than the contemporary saintess of the Xianin Pavilion, Bai Yueling. At this moment, however, Bai Yueling was gazing out the porthole towards the direction of the Gu family's flying boat. Until the arrival of the Law Fairy, she hastily withdrew her gaze. "What troubles you, Ling? Do you wish to join the fray and battle those demon bats? Perhaps to hone your skills?" The Law Fairy, without suspicion, assumed that her disciple merely sought to engage in combat to refine herself. Bai Yueling nodded eagerly, yet a faint blush adorned her lowered face, one that she could not suppress. She felt far too shy to confess to her master that she had been covertly observing Gu Changqing within the cabin of the Gu family's flying vessel. Was he also attending the Southern Grand Ceremony? Bai Yueling swiftly diverted the topic, asking, "Master, how much longer until we reach Kanglan City?" "How much longer?" The Law Fairy, indeed captivated by her inquiry, pondered briefly before smiling and responding. "After passing through the Winged Demon Gorge, it should only take a few more days to arrive." A few more days. Bai Yueling came back to herself, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Jiang Baiwei. The mere thought of her rival, Jiang Baiwei, intensified her fighting spirit. This time, she not only sought to secure a place at the Dreamy Spring, but also harbored the desire for vengeance, wishing to erase the shame of her past defeat to Jiang Baiwei. However, she was left wondering what had transpired with the Jiang family. Despite having achieved the status of a divine king, they remained unusually low-key, even shrouding themselves in secrecy. Bai Yueling was entirely unaware of Jiang Baiwei's circumstances. Noticing the growing battle intent in Bai Yueling's gaze, the Law Fairy discerned her desire to delve back into cultivation and chose not to linger any longer. She had originally intended to share a piece of intelligence regarding the Jiang family, that their sudden low profile was due to having been dealt a significant blow by an unknown assailant. Even the divine king of the Jiang family suffering great losses. However, this information seemed too outrageous, having traveled thousands of miles and likely exaggerated through many hands. After all, that was the realm of the divine king. Even the Xianin Pavilion could only claim to be able to contend with such beings. In the vast expanse of Han and Qin, who could dare to challenge them? The rumors circulating were not to be trusted, and thus she refrained from disclosing it to Yueling. Thus, the Law Fairy murmured to herself before retreating to her quiet chamber for meditation. In this manner, several days passed swiftly. The Gu family and the Xianin Pavilion arrived successively at Kanglan City. At this moment, Kanglan City was a veritable sea of people. Almost every royal power from the southern region of the spirit domain was present. Not only the prodigies participating in battle, but also the countless cultivators merely observing. There were surely hundreds of thousands in attendance. However, it was evident that Kanglan's sacred land had made ample preparations. The venue was vast, spanning 100 miles, capable of accommodating millions. Furthermore, above Kanglan City, a colossal luminous curtain, powered by 80,000 spirit crystals, projected the developments of the Southern Grand Ceremony to the entire city and its surrounding areas. Such grandeur left many visiting factions in awe upon their first sight. Nonetheless, the Gu family appeared unfazed by the spectacle. Whether it was Gu Changqing, Jiang Lianxin, or the two young ones, Gu Yuan and his companion, their expressions remained serene. Words were unnecessary for Gu Yuan. Currently, within the Gu family, there exists a hidden formidable presence, a powerful attendant of the divine sovereign. The influence of the Kanglan sacred land pales in comparison to that of a divine sovereign's retinue. After verifying identities, the assembly proceeded to the seating area of the Han Empire. As the foremost sect of the Han Empire, upon the arrival of the Xianin Pavilion, Those factions already present immediately relinquished their seats in the front rows, allowing them to sit alongside the early arriving Hanqin royal family and the Jiang family. Fairy Lu, with a gracious smile, expressed her gratitude to the crowd, preparing to bid farewell to Gu Yuan and others, as she presumed the Gu family's seating would be somewhat further back. However, as she turned her head, she was momentarily taken aback. The Gu family, led by Gu Changqing, had seated themselves directly in the front row on the opposite side, while the Jiang family members hastily yielded some of their positions, obediently settling into the rear. What was the meaning of this? Observing the formerly arrogant Jiang family youth, now submissively vacating their seats. Not only Fairy Lu but even the ordinary disciples of the Xianin Pavilion were left bewildered. The Jiang family's conduct in public has always been characterized by arrogance and dominance. Even before their ancestor attained the status of divine sovereign, their notorious reputation had already spread throughout the Hanqin Empire. Bai Yuling's previous encounter with Jiang Baiwei was partly motivated by her disdain for Jiang Baiwei's haughty demeanor and her penchant for making life difficult for ordinary cultivators. Yet now, what did the disciples of the Xianin Pavilion witness? The Jiang family treating the Gu family with such deference and humility? Surely, they were not imagining things? Could it be that the Gu family's power was extraordinary, their origins significant? A tempest of thoughts surged within Fairy Lu's heart. However, throughout her observations, Gu Yuan, the family head, appeared to be merely an ordinary figure at the Xianwang level. With a family head of such humble caliber, how formidable could the Gu family truly be? As the disciples of the Xianin Pavilion were taken aback, Jiang Baiwei pursed her lips, gazing at the Gu family, who, despite occupying adjacent seats, deliberately ignored the Jiang family entirely, showing no interest in the Jiang youth who had relinquished their seats. In her heart, she dared not harbor any dissatisfaction, even proactively addressing Jiang Lianxin, saying, "Sister, you have also arrived." Jiang Lianxin did not even turn to face her, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. In her view, after the Jiang family had treated her as a mere pawn for marriage, any bonds of gratitude between her and the Jiang family had been irrevocably severed. Furthermore, after the Jiang family's attempted forceful removal of her and Yunqi, she felt completely estranged from them. Reconciliation? An impossibility. Despite the Jiang family's current show of respect towards the Gu family, it was merely a reflection of the Gu family's newfound strength. If it were not for her fortunate marriage, Jiang Lianxin scoffed inwardly. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei, feeling foolish, refrained from saying anything further. The members of the Xianin Pavilion, however, were taken aback. Sister? Is she Jiang Lianxin? The renowned prodigy of the Jiang family, who was said to have lost her spiritual bone and married into a remote border town, does not seem to exhibit any signs of having been deprived of her spiritual essence. Could it be that her spiritual bone has miraculously recovered? Speculation abounds. Suddenly, a distant chime resonates through the venue, silencing the previously bustling assembly. In the center of the hall, an elder clad in the robes of the Kanglan sacred land appears on the elevated platform, exuding an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a god king. This presence is vastly superior to that of the ancestors. The members of the Jiang family instinctively hold their breath. Various factions present in the hall, aside from the practitioners from the sacred lands, cast glances of reverence. This exemplifies the profound heritage of the sacred land. A mere elder possesses the cultivation of a god king, and judging by his aura, he is undoubtedly at the late stage of god king or even beyond. It appears that all factions have indeed made their entrance. The elder states, there is no need for further elaboration. The rules of the Southern Grand Ceremony are well understood. With his words, a series of arenas begin to rise around the central platform. 18 platforms emerge in a circular formation, surrounding the central stage and radiating outward. All participating prodigies may ascend the platforms, with victors remaining and vanquished retreating. Each participant is afforded but one opportunity to challenge. Let the contest commence. With the Elder's proclamation, the eager prodigies from various factions swiftly leap onto the platforms. The Hanqin Empire, whose strength is rivaled only by the Jiang family's ancestral figure, who has only recently attained the God King level, merely seeks to make an appearance at the Southern Grand Ceremony. However, there are others whose clans, while not as formidable as the major sacred lands, boast seasoned God Kings among their ranks. Their descendants are equally eager to prove themselves. The 18 platforms swiftly fill, igniting a series of battles. In this arena, each prodigy will exert their utmost effort, resulting in swift conclusions to the duels. The most rapid encounters can be resolved in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, while the slower ones may last merely a quarter of an hour. Before long, several prodigies exit the arena with downcast expressions, while those remaining on the platforms begin to show signs of fatigue. Witnessing this, a few prodigies from the Han Empire, who have secured their participation, can no longer remain seated. Master, we shall join the fray. Immediately, a group of prodigies from Han leaps onto the platforms, targeting those visibly weary champions defending their positions. In truth, these defenders had already attracted the attention of numerous challengers. Yet the Han Empire seized the opportunity, leaving the others feeling somewhat dismayed. It is indeed a stroke of luck for these three individuals. Observing these fortunate Han prodigies, many from the southern factions, including their accompanying elders, cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. There were some elders who directly inquired, "Is there anyone among us who knows about the Han Empire?" In their view, the prodigies of the Han Empire displayed such confidence that it seemed likely they could achieve victory. Thus, as they prepared to confront these prodigies, it was essential to gather intelligence about them. Even the guardians of the arena bore solemn expressions, ready to exert their utmost against their opponents. However, within the span of a mere incense sticks burning, the three challengers were unceremoniously cast down from the platform by their respective adversaries, leaving the cultivators of the Han Empire utterly humiliated. This prompted even the members of the Han royal family to become restless, feeling the mocking gazes of the surrounding cultivators upon them. At that moment, a young man clad in white rose from the Han royal seats. There was no time to concern himself with the disgrace of his peers. Swiftly, he surged toward the arena. Embodying the apex of his generation's talent, the third prince of the Han Empire, who had reached the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. His chosen opponent appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion, having just cast another Han prodigy off the platform, a youth wielding a saber. The Han Empire had already suffered 3 consecutive defeats, and their dignity was nearly shattered. Therefore, despite feeling that his choice of opponent was somewhat excessive, the third prince resolved to secure at least one victory to redeem their honor and vie for a place in the next round. He resolutely selected what seemed to be the most manageable adversary. However, after a fierce struggle, the third prince was ultimately hurled from the arena by the saber-wielding youth, who hailed from an established Divine King faction, resulting in a crushing defeat. Thus, the Han Empire had now faced 4 losses, and the remaining eligible prodigies were thoroughly shaken by the prowess of their rivals from the ancient Divine King factions. Was the disparity truly so vast? Had they indeed come merely to play the role of spectators this time? The cultivators of the Han Empire could not help but lower their heads, feeling utterly ashamed. Even Zhang Baiwei felt a creeping sense of intimidation and hesitated to step into the arena. Although her strength was undoubtedly sufficient, she lacked the courage to compete. After all, should she lose in such a public spectacle, how could she, the foremost prodigy of Han, ever show her face again? In that moment, the seats of the Han Empire fell into an oppressive silence, drawing the curious gazes of the surrounding factions, who began to take keen interest in the Han Empire's plight. At that juncture, a clear, cold female voice unexpectedly rang out from within the Han ranks. "Master, I shall take the stage." With this declaration, a graceful figure descended, her white dress resembling fresh snow, elegantly landing upon the arena. It was none other than the saintess of the Xianin Pavilion, Baidu. Her chosen opponent was not one of the previously exhausted prodigies from the Han Empire, but rather a formidable challenger who had triumphed in prior rounds, now unchallenged by any. As yet another prodigy from the Han Empire stepped forward, the atmosphere grew charged with anticipation. Many individuals displayed scornful expressions. Even the cultivators within the Han Empire shook their heads in disbelief, viewing Baidu Ling with skepticism. After all, Baidu Ling had once been unable to match Jiang Baiwei. Now that Jiang Baiwei was too intimidated to step onto the stage, what could Baidu Ling possibly achieve? Moreover, Baidu Ling had chosen a formidable opponent. This battle held no suspense whatsoever, and the prospects of victory appeared utterly bleak. Even Gu Yuan could not help but feel a flicker of concern. On the way from the Xianin Pavilion, having rendered assistance to the Gu family, the elder recalled this sentiment, glancing at Gu Changqing. "Chair, do you see this little saintess from the Xianin Pavilion?" Gu Changqing offered a slight smile, reassuring his father, "Father, there is no need for worry. She will not be defeated in this battle." Upon hearing Gu Changqing's words, many cultivators from the Han Empire fell into a moment of astonishment. The forces from beyond Han regarded Gu Changqing with a gaze full of derision. One individual could not contain himself and remarked, It seems you are unaware of the identity of the prodigy from the Han Qin Empire who is challenging someone of such stature. That individual is the crown prince of the Dayue dynasty, which is home to two powerful divine kings. This crown prince has been guided in his cultivation since birth. His prowess is beyond the comprehension of a small place like yours, which has yet to even hear his name. Before the mocking words of this cultivator could fully escape his lips, a chorus of gasps erupted around him, causing his speech to falter as he instinctively looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. On the stage where Baidu Ling stood, the so-called crown prince of the Dayue dynasty was already swaying under the influence of Baidu Ling's enchanting melody. Without even executing a single move, he was sent flying off the stage by Baidu Ling, thus eliminated from the competition. The entire process took less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. How could this be possible? The arena fell into a profound silence. The cultivators of the Han Qin Empire erupted into jubilant cheers. Truly, she is the saintess of the Xianin Pavilion. The Xianin Pavilion is indeed the foremost hidden sect of our Han Qin. The exuberant cheers from the Han Qin cultivators reached the ears of the Jiang family, causing them to squirm uncomfortably. Particularly, Jiang Baiwei's expression darkened to an extreme. Watching Baidu Ling on the stage, her heart roared in turmoil. It was one thing to be surpassed by Jiang Lianqin, but now she had been overtaken by Baidu Ling? This was an unbearable reality for her. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing wore a subtle smile, casually casting a glance at the cultivator who had been so vociferous moments earlier. The cultivator, caught in Gu Changqing's gaze, flushed crimson and retreated to his seat in shame, though his eyes remained filled with resentment. Observing the Han Qin cultivators still reveling in their jubilation, he could not help but mutter disdainfully, "It's merely one victory. What is there to celebrate?" They seem oblivious to the fact that we are in a pivotal moment. The ordinary royal-level forces are soon to withdraw, and it will be the turn of the imperial-level sects and families to take the stage. How long can a fortunate prodigy from a small place endure against the disciples of those imperial-level powers? Indeed, upon the victory of Baidu Ling, it was not long before she encountered yet another formidable adversary. This was the super genius from a royal lineage, as mentioned by the envious cultivator, who displayed his prowess the moment he stepped onto the stage. He had astonishingly reached the 9th level of the Calamity Realm. It is worth noting that, under normal circumstances, the prodigies from established divine king forces are merely at the 8th level of the Calamity Realm. Alas, it seems her journey might halt here. I recognize this individual. I have heard of his vile reputation in Han Qin. He hails from the Yanlong dynasty, being the grand prince of this dynasty, notorious for his ruthless methods. Many of his contemporaries from the Yanlong dynasty have been used as stepping stones, either brutally slain or rendered incapacitated in life and death battles, showcasing extreme cruelty. The cultivators from Han Qin, upon recognizing the challenger, felt a chill in their hearts and instinctively urged the esteemed nun to convince Baidu Ling to retreat. To stand against such a person means that defeat would not merely be a simple loss. However, the nun merely smiled faintly, her eyes radiating confidence. The Yanlong prince may be at the 9th level of the Calamity Realm, but her disciple has already ascended to the Semi-King realm. Even in the same realm, her disciple may not be inferior to him, let alone being one realm above. Realm suppression, talent suppression. As for inheritance, the Xianin Pavilion may not rival the royal forces. Yet Baidu Ling has cultivated the ancient legacy of the Xianin Pavilion, which may very well counteract the opposition. Thus, how could Baidu Ling possibly lose? Indeed, after an intense battle, the bloodthirsty Yanlong prince was driven to the edge of the arena, on the verge of being eliminated. The attention of the entire venue was irresistibly drawn to this clash, as none had anticipated such a turn of events. The gazes directed at Baidu Ling were filled with awe. Meanwhile, the Yanlong prince's eyes turned icy as he sensed the peculiar stares surrounding him. Unable to contain himself, he roared and charged toward Baidu Ling. This was a tactic of exchanging injury for injury, or more accurately, a gamble of life for injury. He believed that if he were to perish, Baidu Ling would be injured in the process. Yet, the Yanlong prince was undaunted. Given his status, he presumed Baidu Ling would not dare to deliver a lethal blow. Indeed, he was correct in his assumption that she would not resort to fatal measures. But her strength far exceeded his expectations. With a slight bite of her silver teeth, Baidu Ling waved her delicate hand, causing a guqin to soar into the air. Her spiritual energy brushed over the strings, producing a cascade of melodious notes that transformed into radiant light, directly launching the Yanlong prince backward, sending him flying off the stage. He expelled a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted on the spot. Victory! The saintess of Moon's spirit has triumphed. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators of the Han Qin Empire instinctively erupted into cheers, but in the next moment, their jubilations abruptly ceased. They all turned their gazes toward the Yanlong prince, who lay unconscious on the ground, their eyes filled with boundless trepidation. Even Bai Yuling was no exception. In the midst of the Yanlong dynasty's assembly, several figures surged forth, each emanating an overwhelming aura as they swiftly transported the Yanlong prince back to their designated area for healing. At the forefront of the assembly, a commander adorned in golden armor rose to his full height, his eyes blazing with palpable fury. In that moment, he summoned an imposing energy akin to a mountain, directing it with ferocity toward Bai Yuling on the arena, demanding, "You impudent youth, such cruelty in your attack. Kneel and apologize to this king at once." With a resounding boom, the pressure emanating from the divine king was absolute, a force that only seasoned experts of the highest caliber could wield. It descended like an immense celestial mountain, instilling a sense of despair within Bai Yuling, leaving her at a loss for how to counter such an overwhelming force. At this critical juncture, within the ranks of the Xianin Pavilion, the enchanting figure of the Liu fairy flickered and gracefully alighted onto the arena. With a delicate wave of her hand, she summoned a melody from her guzheng, producing ethereal notes that coalesced into a luminous barrier, striving to counter the oppressive might. However, her strength ultimately paled in comparison. Even if the Xianin fairy were present, they would both be incapable of withstanding the pressure exerted by an established divine king. In an instant, the barrier crafted from celestial sound shattered violently, and the Liu fairy was forced back several paces, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Observing the Liu fairy's plight, the divine king's fury subsided somewhat. Yet his gaze remained icy as he fixed his eyes upon the Xianin Pavilion. At such a tender age, to wield such malevolence. Once the grand ceremony concludes, I shall be most eager to discover how your pavilion instructs its disciples. With that, the divine king prepared to resume his seat. Hearing his relentless words, Bai Yuling's complexion paled, realizing she had likely brought calamity upon her sect. A heavy silence enveloped the venue, with many southern cultivators casting sympathetic glances toward the Xianin Pavilion. Conversely, those who had previously felt affronted by Bai Yuling's actions now wore expressions of schadenfreude. The once proud Han and Qin factions, who had basked in the glory of their association with the Xianin Pavilion, exhibited complex emotions, some showing genuine concern, while others discreetly distanced themselves from the pavilion. The Jiang family was among those who withdrew. Meanwhile, Bai Yuling's heart felt as cold as ice as she beheld the blood that had yet to be wiped from her master's lips, overwhelmed by guilt. Master, I have brought disaster upon our sect. Once the ceremony concludes, I shall seek an audience with the Yanlong dynasty and offer my apologies. I would face death without remorse, ensuring they do not lay blame upon the Xianin Pavilion. Foolish child, this is not your fault. The Liu fairy shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. In the arena, where blades and swords show no mercy, your victory is a testament to your skill. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with me, your master, for allowing such indignities to befall you, despite your triumph. As she spoke, a resolute glint shone in her eyes. She had already resolved that once the ceremony concluded, she would find a way to ensure Bai Yuling's safety. In this manner, even if the Xianin Pavilion were to face dire straits, with Bai Yuling remaining, there would always be hope for its eventual restoration. Just then, within the halls of the Han Qin Empire, a chilling voice quietly resonated. Following the conclusion of the grand ceremony in the south, would there be a reckoning at the Xianin Pavilion? How intriguing! Truly fascinating. I had not anticipated that amidst this grand occasion, I would encounter such shameless beings as you from the Yanlong dynasty. In the arena, blades have no eyes, and life and death rest in the hands of men. Once one steps onto the platform, this truth should be well understood. A lack of skill in the arts only leads to one's own demise. Moreover, does your Yanlong prince truly believe that the gathered crowd is blind to his little tricks? Gu Changqing's tone, calm yet laced with frost, fixed its gaze upon the members of the Yanlong dynasty, causing the faces of all their practitioners to change drastically. The leader among them, a divine king, had a countenance as dark as soot, his eyes locked onto Gu Changqing. You young one, do not slander here. In the instant his words fell, a tremendous pressure emanated from him, surging towards Gu Changqing with a thunderous force. Witnessing this scene, the celestial maiden Liu's expression shifted dramatically. She had not expected Gu Changqing to stand up boldly for them at the Xianin Pavilion. Yet her benevolent nature did not wish to see the Gu family suffer the same fate as the pavilion. However, in the next moment, Liu, along with the practitioners of the Han Empire and those who had hastened from various regions of the southern spirit domain, found themselves involuntarily widening their eyes in astonishment. Young one? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Changqing chuckled coldly, softly retorting, "Old man, who do you consider to be your junior?" Chapter 73. Gu Changqing enters the fray. "Old hag, dare you step down for a duel?" As these words echoed, a formidable energy akin to a dragon surged within Gu Changqing, propelling forward to confront the divine king of the Yanlong dynasty. In an instant, their forces clashed. Bang! The divine king, whose presence loomed like a mountain, found his might shattering under Gu Changqing's pressure, causing him to stagger backwards, his eyes reflecting an undeniable shock. A divine king? This diminutive Han Empire harbors a being of at least late-stage divine king prowess? He could scarcely believe his own eyes. The Han Empire? What a trivial place! In the entirety of the South, there are countless such small empires. Under normal circumstances, having even one initial stage divine king would be remarkable. And even a heavenly king could claim respect. Yet now, suddenly appearing was Gu Changqing, leaving this divine king bewildered and apprehensive. As for the observing practitioners, they were utterly dumbfounded, especially the ancestor of the Jiang family. To outsiders, Gu Changqing appeared merely as a youthful visage, but in reality, he had likely been cultivating for nearly a millennium. Yet, the ancestor knew the true age of Gu Changqing. He was no mere ancient being. This was an unequivocal young prodigy. Moreover, the Jiang family ancestor instinctively clutched his robe sleeve, fixating his gaze intently on the distant figure of Gu Changqing. He was aware that merely a year ago, Gu Changqing was still quite distant from the realm of the divine king. However, within the span of just 1 year, this individual has remarkably bridged that gap. Such talent, it could be said, is beyond mere genius. Meanwhile, on the adjacent arena, the Celestial Maiden and Baidu, as well as the elders and disciples of the Sound of Celestial Music Pavilion nearby, stood in stunned silence. Their beautiful eyes shimmered with awe as they beheld the confrontation between Gu Changqing and the divine king of the Flame Dragon dynasty, who was being vehemently rebuked and repelled by Gu Changqing. The Celestial Maiden's heart fluttered at the thought of the earlier encounter in the Winged Demon Valley, leading her to a self-deprecating smile. It dawned on her that their intervention had been unnecessary. It was her Sound of Celestial Music Pavilion that had overstepped its bounds. As the crowd marveled at Gu Changqing's displayed prowess, the divine king responsible for overseeing the event from the elevated platform finally spoke. "Enough. Are you truly prepared to engage in a fierce battle at the Southern Grand Ceremony?" His words reverberated through the venue. Suddenly, from the depths of the hidden Kanglan Holy Land, concealed amidst the sea of clouds, several formidable auras began to rise. If the aura of the divine king from the Flame Dragon dynasty resembled a radiant pillar connecting heaven and earth, these new auras were akin to a chasm, capable of cleaving the world in two. Undoubtedly, these formidable presences were the concealed royal powers of the Kanglan Holy Land, maintaining order at the Southern Grand Ceremony. Sensing the emergence of these auras, the divine king of the Flame Dragon dynasty found an opportunity to retreat. He coldly snorted, casting a lingering glance at Gu Changqing, and uttering a harsh remark to save face. "Very well, the Han Empire shall be remembered." He chose not to further elaborate, opting to settle accounts with Gu Changqing after the ceremony. The earlier display of might had made it clear to him that Gu Changqing's strength was likely on par with, if not surpassing, his own. As for Gu Changqing, he dismissed the divine king's words with indifference. "Remember? How quaint. Were it not for the pressing matters ahead, I would have effortlessly dispatched this old dog." The Sound of Celestial Music Pavilion expresses gratitude for the intervention of the divine king. Gu Changqing, in turn, withdrew his hand. The Celestial Maiden, accompanied by Baidu and the other women of the Sound of Celestial Music Pavilion, gracefully bowed in respect. Baidu, who had not originally come to partake in the Southern Grand Competition, felt an inexplicable sense of loss upon learning of Gu Changqing's formidable strength. Gu Changqing waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence, before directing his gaze back to the arena. As time passed, the talents upon the stage grew increasingly formidable. Even those hailing from royal factions began to appear less impressive. The superlative geniuses of various holy lands made their entrance, with the talents from royal forces generally at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, while only a select few had achieved the semi-king level. In contrast, the super geniuses of the holy lands were predominantly at the semi-king stage. As soon as one steps in, They are greeted by a plethora of formidable figures at the mid-stage of the half-king realm, some even reaching the latter stages or achieving perfection. At that moment, a thunderous boom resonated through the venue. In the center, on the first arena, a figure gracefully descended, instantly capturing the attention of all the cultivators present. It was the esteemed saintess of Kanglan, Yu Lingxian. Draped in resplendent royal attire, Yu Lingxian exuded an air of regal elegance. Her demeanor marked by an undeniable pride as she surveyed her opponent from above. Before her stood another prodigious talent, hailing from the same sacred ground. Observing Yu Lingxian's entrance, a flicker of caution danced in his eyes. Yet, as a fellow genius from the sacred land, he would not yield easily. Saintess Yu, I have heard tales of your renown, but to defeat me shall not be so simple. With those words, the prodigy stepped forward. A surge of energy emanated from him, revealing that he had indeed reached the later stages of the half-king realm, causing many onlookers to turn their gaze in astonishment. Such prowess placed him among the elite of talents across all sacred domains. However, Yu Lingxian remained unperturbed, her expression still one of haughty disdain, as she coldly retorted. With such meager abilities, you dare to act arrogant before me? In the blink of an eye, Yu Lingxian's figure surged forward. Her speed so swift that her opponent only perceived a gust of wind rushing towards him. By the time he regained his senses, all he could see was a palm imprint of spiritual energy descending upon him. With a resounding thud, the half-king prodigy was sent flying off the stage. Eliminated without so much as a single counterattack, silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were glued to Yu Lingxian on the first arena, disbelief etched across their faces. Although they understood that as the saintess of Kanglan and the host of this southern grand ceremony, her strength must be formidable. None anticipated her power to be of such magnitude. One palm strike to send a half-king prodigy flying? Could it be that she was on the brink of entering the king realm? Some young talents murmured in astonishment, just as the crowd was engulfed in shock. Yu Lingxian's proud gaze swept across her adversaries below, her eyes filled with unparalleled contempt. Who among you dares to challenge me next? Upon hearing her arrogant proclamation, several other prodigies from the sacred lands could no longer contain themselves. They promptly ascended the arena one after another, their strength surpassing that of the initial contender Yu Lingxian had defeated. Yet, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. They, like their predecessor, were effortlessly dispatched by Yu Lingxian, sent flying from the stage with ease. In the end, the remaining prodigies from the sacred lands dared not to contest further. Their gazes fixed upon Yu Lingxian on the arena, their eyes reflecting boundless shock, not solely due to her impressive record, but more significantly, the overwhelming strength she displayed. Among the subsequent challengers, many had already reached the pinnacle of the half-king realm, yet they found themselves utterly powerless against Yu Lingxian. Such prowess signifies a great deal. They are undoubtedly aware of this. There is no need for further elaboration. Before us stands Yu Lingxian, whose realm has undoubtedly ascended to the level of a king. However, at merely 23 years of age, the Xian king, alongside a group of extraordinary talents hailing from sacred lands, find their lips tinged with bitterness. They initially believed that any disparity between themselves and Yu Lingxian would be minimal. Yet, to their astonishment, her strength has inconspicuously left them far behind. On one side lies a half-king, while on the other has emerged a true king. This is a staggering chasm of power. What can they say? After all, she has a remarkable elder brother. One talent sighed in lament. The saintess of Kanglan possesses a brother who ranks 9th on the spirit rankings and has caught the attention of a powerful figure within the divine emperor sect, being taken as a disciple, destined to become the holy son of that esteemed sect. Such news is a matter of great effort to uncover for ordinary forces in the southern regions. However, within the major sacred lands, it is hardly a secret. In fact, Kanglan's sacred land has deliberately disseminated this information to intimidate others. The divine emperor sect, what does this concept entail? The mightiest entity within the Kanglan sacred land is merely at the heavenly emperor realm. Yet, before the formidable beings of the divine emperor realm, forces such as theirs could be extinguished with a mere flick of a finger. With such a brother to safeguard her, even a trickle of resources would far surpass what these so-called talents of the southern sacred lands could ever hope to attain. Let us not disregard the extraordinary talent of the Saintess Yu. It would be remiss to attribute all her accomplishments solely to her brother. The elders of Kanglan's sacred land beamed with delight, their eyes nearly squinting into crescent shapes as they beheld the Saintess of Kanglan, poised to claim the pinnacle of this southern grand event. Numerous talented figures and elders from various sacred lands began to shower praises upon Yu Lingxian on the first stage. Indeed, the Saintess Yu is exceptional. With such talent, her future achievements may well rival those of her brother. Ascending the spirit rankings is surely within her reach. As she listened to the accolades, Yu Lingxian felt increasingly elated, as if she were floating beyond the earthly realm. Her aspirations extend far beyond this mere southern domain. She seeks to follow in the footsteps of her brother, observing the awestruck gazes of the southern talents. Yu Lingxian could not help but speak with pride. You need not fret about the shallowness of this southern pond. I shall soon depart, and at that time, you may leisurely compete for the title of the so-called number one in the south. In a place devoid of rivals, the solitude is profoundly overwhelming. Upon hearing Yu Lingxuan's arrogant words, even the most haughty of super talents felt discontent. This Yu Lingxian truly embodies boundless arrogance. However, confronted with her display of Xian King prowess on the arena, their grievances remained unvoiced, suppressed within their hearts. Only at the table of the Han Empire did Gu Changqing's family wear expressions of mockery, particularly Jiang Lianxin. The news had been well contained. It is feared that, aside from a select few, no one is aware of the battle between Yu Lingxian and myself in the past. Moreover, it appears that in recent years, the esteemed saintess has enjoyed such good fortune that she seems to have forgotten the devastating defeat of yesteryears. Jiang Lianxin murmured softly, preparing to step forward. Beside her, Gu Changqing sensed the simmering fury within his mother and immediately let out a resounding roar, leaping onto the first arena stage. Old hag, cease your boastful words. Watch as I, the young master, deal with you. Gu Changqing's voice rang clear and youthful, yet his words were imbued with undeniable authority, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. Many exceptional talents, previously vexed by Yu Lingxuan's remarks, felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon hearing Gu Changqing's rebuke. Old hag. This sharp insult sent Yu Lingxian into a furious rage. As the saintess of the Kanglan sacred land, even the elders within her sect treated her with utmost reverence. Who dared to insult her? Yet, upon witnessing Gu Changqing, who appeared to be no more than 5 or 6 years old, ascend the arena, a sneer crept into her eyes. What manner of imp is this? So uncultured. Is it that you lack the courage to face me, sending a mere child to create a ruckus? Her words dripped with menace. Of course, she would not genuinely strike at Gu Changqing. It would be beneath her dignity as the renowned saintess to deal with a mere child. However, she did not hesitate to unleash her killing intent, pressuring the individual behind the child to take the stage. Naturally, should they refuse to show themselves, she would not mind capturing the boy and bringing him back to the sacred land for execution. How dare he call her an old hag? He has already chosen the path to his demise. As the malevolent aura radiated from Yu Lingxian, the cultivators of the southern sacred lands below the arena turned pale. Many talented individuals could not help but speak out. Young one, cease your antics and quickly descend from the stage. Do not bring trouble upon your parents. This is no place for childish games. A chorus of voices urged Gu Changqing to step down, with no one truly considering him a contender in this grand competition. Only the Jiang family, upon Gu Changqing's ascent, involuntarily held their breath, their eyes filled with astonishment. They were well aware of Gu Changqing and Gu Yunqi's prodigious talents, especially Zhang Baiwei, who had personally witnessed Gu Changqing's name on the Tianma monument ranking during the Xianyuan secret realm. This child is indeed a true, unparalleled prodigy. On the arena, feeling the disdain of the crowd, Gu Changqing's anger intensified. He fixed his gaze on Yu Lingxian and shouted, "What is this? You have the audacity to boast of having no rivals in the south, yet you lack the courage to face me in combat." Observing the child, hardly older than 5 or 6, yet declaring himself as the young master, the onlookers could hardly suppress their amusement. Engage in battle with you? Yu Lingxian cast a glance at Gu Changqing, her heart already certain that this little brat was likely sent by some opposing force to disrupt the proceedings. To engage with him would undoubtedly be beneath her. However, she could no longer allow this individual to continue spouting nonsense on the arena. With this thought in mind, she commanded, "Come forth. Remove this wretch from the stage." As soon as Yu Lingxuan's words fell, a figure descended from the Kanglan city lord's mansion. "Rest assured, holy maiden, I shall take this rascal away." A half-king steward from Kanglan city, with a face full of flattery, had clearly discerned the murderous intent hidden beneath Yu Lingxuan's effort to maintain her composure. His intent was to seize Gu Changqing and deliver him to the inner sanctum of the Holy Land. Yu Lingxian rewarded him with a satisfied glance, causing the steward to feel even more elated. Without delay, he launched an attack toward Gu Changqing. Boom! With malice fueling his strike, the steward, intent on ingratiating himself with Yu Lingxian, unleashed a vicious assault. Though not lethal, it would undoubtedly leave Gu Changqing severely injured. Many talented individuals turned away, unable to bear witness to Gu Changqing's impending misfortune. Yet, in the face of that surge of spiritual energy, Gu Changqing's eyes glinted with cold determination. "You dare send your lackey to fight for you?" As he spoke, the young boy let out a piercing cry, advancing rather than retreating, charging toward the half-king steward. In the depths of his eyes, a brilliant light flickered, and with a burst of spiritual radiance, he struck out. Bang! With a single blow. The half-king steward was sent flying off the stage, howling in agony, blood splattering through the air as he lost consciousness. Yet, no one paid any heed to his fate. All eyes, including Yulingshuan's, were fixated in disbelief upon the stage, where a child who appeared no older than 6 stood. The expressions of those present were filled with profound incredulity. This aura was that of a perfected half-king. Chapter 74. After your performance, it's my turn to humiliate. The shock was overwhelming. At that moment, the entire audience's attention was drawn to Gu Changqing on the stage. Even the elder from the Kanglan Holy Land, tasked with overseeing the event, could not help but open his previously half-closed eyes wide, gazing at Gu Changqing with an expression of utter disbelief. Perfected half-king. Such a young perfected half-king. How absurd. This was not merely youthful, it was juvenile. He was but a tiny sprite. A group of royal realm cultivators was in a frenzy. What did it mean for a 6 or 7-year-old child to reach the perfected half-king stage? Even a future deity or emperor at such an age could not possibly possess such power. Especially those who had previously warned Gu Changqing that this was the Southern Grand Ceremony, not a child's playdate. Their minds were buzzing with confusion. If a perfected half-king stepping onto the stage could be considered child's play, then what had they been doing? Playing in the mud? On the stage. Yulingshuan instinctively held her breath, her gaze toward Gu Changqing filled with astonishment, not lesser than that of the others. Just as she was lost in thought, the already impatient Gu Changqing stepped forward, launching an attack toward her. "Stand aside." The little fellow let out a piercing howl, unleashing a wave of sound that surged from within, morphing into the ethereal silhouette of a dragon under the guidance of his spiritual energy. It soared forth, hurtling swiftly towards Yulingshuan. "Little imp, your talent is remarkable, but the chasm between a king and a half-king is insurmountable." Yulingshuan scoffed. Yet she could not afford to regard Gu Changqing as an ordinary child at this moment. With a swift motion, she raised her hand. The white jade bracelet on her wrist jingling melodiously as her formidable spiritual power, emanating from the Xian King realm, coalesced into a silvery halo. An aura of annihilation radiated from it. It was the Kanglan annihilation technique. This was the supreme secret art of the Kanglan sacred land. Legend had it that only a heavenly king could initially grasp it, yet it was now wielded by the Holy Maiden Yu? Incredible. It turned out that this Holy Maiden had not even exerted her full strength prior. The onlookers below were astounded. The silver halo, suffused with an aura of obliteration, tore through the void, colliding with the dragon silhouette conjured by Gu Changqing. With a mere gentle impact, the formidable dragon image was reduced to nothingness. Witnessing this scene, the practitioners in attendance could not help but shake their heads slightly. Indeed, the disparity in realms was too vast. The half-king and a true king realm were entirely different concepts. This little prodigy, who had sprung forth from who knows where, possessed truly terrifying talent. Yet his age and cultivation were exceedingly immature and insufficient. If he were to continue training for a few more years and stepped into the king realm, perhaps he might stand a chance against Yulingshuan. But at present, his strength was woefully lacking. Even if the one before him were not the Kanglan Holy Maiden, but merely an ordinary early-stage Xian King, he would still be no match for this little genius. Moreover, Yulingshuan was not just any ordinary early-stage Xian King. As the Kanglan Holy Maiden, her techniques and martial arts were unparalleled. Against those of the same realm, she would undoubtedly prevail. Yulingshuan gazed at the dragon silhouette that had dissipated into spiritual mist with a mere touch, her expression growing increasingly stern. "I can see that you are indeed a prodigy, but the insurmountable chasm between us remains." As her words fell, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Without dispersing the Kanglan annihilation technique, she raised her hand again, causing her bracelet to jingle once more as her spiritual energy surged forth, merging into the silvery halo of annihilation. Instantly, the halo swelled with might, resembling a shooting star as it hurtled towards Gu Changqing with incredible speed. The power of annihilation filled the arena, tightening the hearts of all present. The intent behind Yulingshuan's strike was unmistakable. She aimed to incapacitate Gu Changqing, the future genius who might very well ascend beyond the king realm. Reflecting on the talent Gu Changqing had previously demonstrated, the crowd could not help but reveal a hint of sympathy. However, as the annihilation halo rushed toward him, Gu Changqing displayed no hint of fear. He merely raised his head slightly to meet Yu Lingxian's gaze, his voice cold and resolute. Insurmountable? Perhaps not. He slowly clenched his fist, the aura of obliteration expanding within his pupils, growing larger and larger, until, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the young lad roared like thunder and took a decisive step forward. As his fist rose, a resounding crack echoed, akin to the fury of a tempest tearing through the void. Under the astonished gaze of Yu Lingxian, amidst the nearly petrified expressions of all present, that very aura of obliteration was shattered into fragments by Gu Changqing's singular strike. You were right. There is indeed a disparity between us. This phrase, once spoken by Yu Lingxian to Gu Changqing, was now returned to her with fervor. As the words fell in the dazed eyes of countless southern cultivators, Gu Changqing's figure surged like a streak of light, soaring through the air and arriving before Yu Lingxian in an instant, his fist poised for action. Yu Lingxian barely had time to raise her defenses, yet each of her attempts at offense was effortlessly evaded by Gu Changqing, while every blow he delivered struck precisely at her moments of vulnerability, despite Yu Lingxian's cultivation level seemingly placing Gu Changqing at an absolute disadvantage. With her accumulation of spiritual power providing a significant edge, she found herself devoid of any capacity to retaliate. Initially, she managed to launch a few attacks, albeit futile, demonstrating at least a semblance of counteraction. However, as the battle progressed, it became painfully evident, even to the most obtuse observers, that Yu Lingxian was struggling to maintain her defenses. Someone pinch me. I feel as though I am dreaming. Did I exert myself too much when I arose this morning? Or am I truly witnessing a 6- or 7-year-old child mercilessly thrashing the saintess of Kanglan? A half-king, defeating a king realm opponent? I must be mistaken. The pride of the southern region is now overshadowed by a mere child. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. Particularly those who had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Yu Lingxian. They were rendered speechless. Even the guardian deity of the Kanglan sacred land, seated upon the central platform, instinctively gripped his beard so tightly that he inadvertently plucked a handful of it, completely unaware of his actions. Meanwhile, the members of the Jiang family and the cultivators from the Skianine pavilion stood frozen in shock. The latter, having initially been oblivious to Gu Changqing's identity and strength, were not as familiar with Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing. However, the Jiang family was well acquainted with the siblings, and they perceived Gu Changqing's cultivation as merely that of an initial stage in the tribulation realm. Having last seen him just a few months prior, they could hardly fathom any significant advancement within such a brief span. They subconsciously believed that Gu Changqing's presence at this southern grand ceremony was merely for amusement. Yet, they overlooked the fact that achieving the tribulation realm at such a tender age was far beyond conventional reasoning. With his half-king perfection, he not only subdued Yu Lingxian, the saintess of Kanglan, but did so with an overwhelming display of prowess. Such talent, such strength, rendered the Jiang family and the other southern cultivators utterly astonished in comparison. Even the proud paragons from the southern sanctuaries felt an overwhelming sense of shame as they reflected on their years of cultivation, likening their efforts to that of mere dogs. The crowd below was taken aback, and the situation was even more dire for Yu Lingxian. She exerted every ounce of her strength in an attempt to retaliate and secure victory, yet was relentlessly suppressed by Gu Changqing, whose oppressive aura drove her to the brink of madness. However, just as despair began to consume Yu Lingxian, Gu Changqing suddenly ceased his onslaught. What could be the reason? Yu Lingxian was momentarily stunned, and the spectators were equally bewildered. Yet, in the next instant, they beheld the cause of Gu Changqing's pause. Unbeknownst to them, a delicate girl, resembling a porcelain doll, had appeared by the arena's edge. She seemed to be slightly older than Gu Changqing, their features strikingly similar. One exuded a valiant aura while the elder seemed more refined and radiant, akin to a small pearl, not yet fully formed, yet already hinting at brilliance. The moment this little girl made her entrance, Gu Changqing, who had been fervently attacking just seconds prior, retreated to the side of the stage like a mouse encountering a cat, adopting a posture of utmost respect, ready to heed her teachings. Are you done fighting? Yes. Do you know what to do next? I do. In this exchange, before the audience could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Changqing, without hesitation, slightly bowed to Yu Lingxian and declared aloud, "In this round, I concede. I admit defeat." Yu Lingxian was taken aback, and the spectators were left in stunned silence. Was this an affront to her? As the crowd grappled with confusion, Yu Lingxian's expression darkened like a stormy sea. The porcelain-like girl gracefully leaped onto the stage once more. "Now, I shall fight alongside you. You wouldn't dare to back down, would you?" Her earnest words plunged the entire venue back into an eerie silence. Chapter 75, Jiang Lianxin, the mother of the two? Another little girl? What is happening? What is her connection to the one called Gu Changqing? After a brief silence, the southern cultivators erupted into a flurry of excitement. The doll-like girl donned a purple dress, radiating an adorable and sunny disposition. However, at this moment, her face was stern as she fixed her gaze upon Yu Lingxian, speaking each word with a commanding authority that left the audience breathless. It felt as though, standing in the arena, she was not merely a 6 or 7-year-old child, but a sovereign queen ruling over all. This girl was none other than Gu Yunqi. She and Gu Changqing had already conspired. Their purpose for taking the stage today was to avenge their mother and deliver a scathing humiliation to the saintess of Kanglan. Thus, Gu Changqing's earlier act of conceding was merely to keep the saintess on the stage. As for Yu Lingxian, she was on the verge of collapse. The esteemed saintess of Kanglan, humiliated by a mere child, was already intolerable, and now another young girl dared to confront her directly? Did she truly believe that Yu Lingxian was someone to be trifled with? Yet, gazing at the young girl before her, who bore a striking resemblance to Gu Changqing, Yu Lingxian felt an undeniable sense of caution. Gritting her teeth, she fixed her gaze on Gu Yunqi and demanded, "What is your name? And what is your connection to that little brat?" "My name is Gu Yunqi," the girl replied, her eyes glinting with a chilling light that momentarily sent shivers down the spines of the onlooking cultivators. "He is not just a little brat. He is my younger brother, Gu Changqing. As for your disrespectful term, I shall teach you to control your tongue." "Very well." Yu Lingxuan's eyes gleamed with cold determination. "I shall see how you intend to make me learn to keep my mouth shut." At that moment, with a fierce determination, Yu Lingxian, being the elder, took the initiative to strike first. Anger surged within her, overriding any sense of decorum. In the instant she unleashed her attack, her internal spiritual energy surged violently, consuming her own power to enhance her combat strength further. Clearly, having learned from Gu Changqing's previous lesson, Yu Lingxian, despite her brash words, was far more cautious when it came to action, prepared to be defeated. As she spoke, her assault descended upon Gu Yunqi. Her hands moved swiftly before her, forming 36 seals in the blink of an eye, accompanied by the boiling surge of her spiritual energy. Boom! She summoned a dark golden lightning bolt that struck down, transforming into a spear of thunderous light, which she wielded before her, aiming directly at Gu Yunqi. Is this the Xianlei breaking the heavens technique? This secret art of the Kanglan Holy Land, which had never been passed down, has Yu Lingxian actually mastered it? The Thunder Spear, shimmering with dark golden luster and crackling with menacing arcs of electricity, instilled fear in all who beheld it, prompting gasps from the onlookers, especially those prodigies hailing from other sacred lands. As disciples of the sacred lands, they were well aware of each other's hidden cards. At this moment, the dark golden thunder spear summoned by Yu Lingxian was a formidable killing technique that only elders above the divine king realm could invoke within the Kanglan Holy Land. The power of a single spear was sufficient to annihilate opponents of the same realm. However, the consumption of such a technique was equally astonishing. Not only was Yu Lingxian burning her spiritual energy, but even if she exhausted herself completely, she could not hope to control it. The implications were clear. This killing technique had evidently been invoked by the elders of the Kanglan Holy Land and sealed within Yu Lingxian to prevent her from facing opponents she could not withstand during the Southern Grand Ceremony. Such a maneuver, though shameless, was undoubtedly effective, even if Yu Lingxuan's realm fell short. The might of the Thunder Spear was still formidable enough to sweep away all opponents beneath the late Qianqing realm. Even those at the late Qianqing stage would be heavily injured if struck by this spear. Yet, before her stood merely a 6 or 7-year-old Gu Yunqi. Her talent, no matter how extraordinary, may not necessarily surpass that of Gu Changqing from before. Faced with such a formidable thunder spear, how could one possibly withstand it? Yet, upon witnessing Yu Lingxuan's invocation of a thunder technique, Gu Yunqi's gaze took on a peculiar expression. "This is your own doing. Thus, you cannot blame me." The young girl's eyes sparkled as her figure danced like a purple butterfly, showing no sign of fear against the terrifying thunder spear wielded by Yu Lingxian. Instead, she charged forward, desiring her own demise. A glint of cold light flashed in Yu Lingxuan's eyes as she suddenly swung the thunder spear. The sound of the spear slicing through the air erupted with a resounding crack, filling Yu Lingxian with a sense of delight at the thought of Gu Yunqi being hurled out of the arena by this very spear. However, the moment Yu Lingxuan's gaze fell upon Gu Yunqi, her vision froze in disbelief. Under Yu Lingxuan's incredulous stare, the aura within Gu Yunqi erupted with a thunderous force. The unique fluctuation of spiritual energy belonging to a King Realm powerhouse radiated from her, causing everyone's heartbeats to momentarily cease. King Realm. She is of the King Realm. At the same level as the Holy Maiden of Kanglan? Even the deity of the Kanglan sacred land could no longer remain seated. Rising abruptly and fixating his gaze on Gu Yunxi on the stage, scarcely believing his own eyes. As for Yuling Xian, her thoughts swiftly turned to the thunder spear she had unleashed, and her heart lightened immediately. Even if she is of the King Realm, so what? In the face of the Xianlei Patillon spear, Yuling Xuan's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a shattering sound that compelled her to look up towards the source. In the distance, the Xianlei Patillon spear erupted with a tremendous roar, swiftly reaching Gu Yunxi, who then grasped it tightly and exerted her strength. Begone! The young girl cried with a delicate voice, her King Realm pressure reverberating throughout the arena, and in the astonished gazes of the crowd, that spear, which could severely injure even a late-stage Xian Wang, was effortlessly redirected by her palm, hurtling back towards Yuling Xian with alarming speed. Yuling Xian instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, her speed could not match that of the Xianlei Patillon spear. Even though its might had diminished after Gu Yunxi's intervention, it still struck Yuling Xian squarely, unleashing a torrent of lightning that sent her soaring backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Whether intentional or not, much of the lightning concentrated on Yuling Xuan's cheek, scorching it black, while her mouth opened and closed in vain, her tongue numbed, rendering her unable to utter a single word, thereby echoing Gu Yunxi's earlier statement. Was this merely a single strike that defeated Yuling Xian? Everyone was left dumbfounded, staring at the disheveled Yuling Xian, unsure of what to say. Yet, before the crowd could recover from their shock, Gu Yunxi, much like the previous Gu Changqing, chose not to pursue her advantage, but instead decisively acknowledged her defeat and exited the stage. With the gaze of the crowd upon her, she leaped down from the arena and hurried back to Jiang Lianxin's side, her face alight with excitement. Mother, how was my performance just now? Wasn't it impressive? Upon hearing her sister's words, Gu Changqing, who had returned to their parents, could no longer contain herself. She sprang from Gu Yunyi's side and joined Jiang Lianxin, eagerly proclaiming, Mother, wasn't my performance splendid as well? Listening to the siblings' eager declarations, Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing exchanged knowing smiles. At that moment, the attention of the onlookers was entirely focused on them. Upon overhearing Gu Yunxi and Gu Changqing's words, their bodies trembled in astonishment. Their eyes filled with disbelief as they regarded Jiang Lianxin. What had they just heard? Those two little prodigies referred to that woman in white as their mother? Who then was she? Meanwhile, Yuling Xian, drawn by the commotion, instinctively turned her gaze toward Jiang Lianxin. Suddenly, her figure quivered, her eyes widening with shock and disbelief. That face. Jiang Lianxin's face. From the moment she had entered the arena, it had felt somewhat familiar. Now, the memories flooded back, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. How could this be possible? It was her. As Yuling Xian shook with disbelief, Jiang Lianxin, sensing her gaze as she praised the two little ones, slowly lifted her head to look at the trembling Yuling Xian on the stage. A smile graced her lips, yet to Yuling Xian, that smile sent chills through her body. Instinctively wanting to speak, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. In a swift motion, the figure in white glided gracefully, her skirts billowing. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, some filled with awe, others with doubt and curiosity, Jiang Lianxin, like a celestial being from the Moon Palace, descended upon the battlefield. Gazing distantly at Yuling Xian, she spoke softly, her tone calm, yet confirming Yuling Xuan's suspicions, stirring tumultuous waves within her heart. Han Qin, Gu family, Jiang Lianxin. I implore the Holy Maiden of Kanglan for your guidance. Chapter 76. Did you not hear me tell you to get down? Yuling Xian had long forgotten the last time she had heard that name. Back when she first assumed the title of Holy Maiden of Kanglan, brimming with ambition. She had traveled the southern regions under the protection of her guardian, only to suffer a devastating defeat in a small place called Han Qin. Yet, the name of the one who had brought her such failure was not one she retained for long. After defeating her, her guardian had struck, rendering her powerless. She did not intervene. Instead, she silently acquiesced. As the Holy Maiden of Kanglan and the sister of Yubaifeng, she could not allow any blemish upon her name. If there were one, it must be erased. Jiang Lianxin, regardless of her past brilliance, was now but a mere husk, unworthy of being remembered by Yuling Xian. Until this moment, when Jiang Lianxin re-emerged upon the stage, Yuling Xian has finally stirred those memories buried deep within her consciousness, memories she was reluctant to recall, causing an involuntary swell of fear within her heart. "It's you," she uttered unconsciously, her voice laced with an unmistakable trepidation, leaving the onlooking cultivators momentarily stunned. The events of that year, shrouded in secrecy by the Kanglan Holy Land, were known to very few. Yet, Jiang Lianxin's demeanor remained remarkably calm. "It's me. We meet again. Are you surprised?" Their exchange was exceedingly brief, but it ignited a stir among the crowd. After all, the Gu siblings had previously challenged Yu Lingxian twice, only to concede defeat before overcoming her, humiliating her repeatedly and trampling her dignity. Such actions inevitably led to speculations of a deeper enmity between them. The dialogue occurring now only affirmed those suspicions. However, the fear evident in Yu Lingxian's words stirred a palpable unease among the gathered cultivators. What manner of adversary could instill such dread in the Kanglan Sanus? As they pondered this, Jiang Lianxin stepped forward, compelling Yu Lingxian. Her aura surging as she exuded the oppressive pressure characteristic of an early-stage Xian king. Despite being of equal standing, the moment that aura erupted, it overshadowed Yu Lingxian's presence. This scenario could only signify one possibility. Jiang Lianxin's prowess vastly exceeded that of Yu Lingxian. To the spectators, this scene, while striking, was merely a confirmation of expectations. It was entirely reasonable for the mother of the Gu siblings, two prodigious talents, to possess such extraordinary gifts. Yet, Yu Lingxian could not remain composed. "Impossible! Impossible! You are not," her words faltered, swallowed by her own hesitance. The events of that year were secrets she wished to keep from prying eyes, not wanting a single detail to be known. However, Yu Lingxian's silence did not imply that Jiang Lianxin would hold her tongue. With a cold smile, she fixed her gaze upon Yu Lingxian, her eyes ablaze with uncontainable hatred. "What do you wish to say? Back then, wasn't it your protector who rendered me powerless? After I defeated you, you tacitly allowed your protector to incapacitate me, and then you conveniently forgot that battle. Over time, you truly believed you had no rival. How utterly laughable." With each word, Jiang Lianxin stepped closer. By the time her final words were uttered, she had advanced to within 3 feet of Yu Lingxian, her overwhelming presence nearly forcing Yu Lingxian to lower her head. The crowd below erupted into a cacophony. The ascent of Yu Lingxian had been remarkably smooth, her record nearly flawless, a legendary tale in the southern region. The Kanglan Holy Land had high hopes for her, even heralding her as a potential successor to her brother, destined to become the first prodigy in the south to enter the spirit rankings. In the hearts of countless admirers, she was a superlative genius. Yet now, hearing Jiang Lianxin's words and witnessing the profound fear in Yu Lingxian's eyes, the gazes of all present had transformed into something entirely different. Yu Lingxian, it appears, harbors such a past? Initially, it was presumed that the Kanglan sacred land had produced an unparalleled prodigy. Yet, upon closer inspection, whether the prodigy is indeed unrivaled remains uncertain. However, the shamelessness of the Kanglan sacred land can undoubtedly be deemed unmatched in the southern region. Unable to contend, they tacitly allow their protector to incapacitate the opponent. Truly, they cannot bear to lose. Draw your sword. Are you not the saintess of Kanglan? Are you not still on the arena? Why do you hesitate to battle me? What are you waiting for, the foremost genius of the south? Jiang Lianxin spoke in a low voice, her gaze fixed upon Yu Lingxian. The phrase "the foremost genius of the south" was pronounced with even greater weight, each word striking like thunder in Yu Lingxian's mind, nearly destabilizing her consciousness. At that moment, enough. From the central high platform, the venerable god king of the Kanglan sacred land suddenly let out a low roar, his voice resonating like a lion. With a swift gesture, he unleashed his spiritual force, manifesting as a long blade that cleaved downwards, effectively separating Jiang Lianxin from Yu Lingxian. Immediately, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Yu Lingxian, transporting her back to the audience area beneath the arena. As the saintess of Kanglan, I have achieved 2 consecutive victories, and according to regulations, I am entitled to a temporary respite, the god king of Kanglan stated coldly. Regaining her composure, Yu Lingxian felt the protection of the god king and instinctively relaxed. Her gaze returned to the arena, fixating on Jiang Lianxin, with a palpable killing intent gleaming in her eyes. Previously, on the arena, she had been pressured by Jiang Lianxin's overwhelming aura, leaving her flustered and unable to devise a countermeasure. However, now that she had stepped off the platform, the situation was considerably more manageable, with the methods of the Kanglan sacred land at her disposal. Secret techniques akin to the Xian Lei Xian spear were not in short supply, allowing her ample options to choose from. If one secret weapon could not obliterate Jiang Lianxin, she would simply prepare several others. Once off the arena, solutions were plentiful. Jiang Lianxin, You must have forgotten the rules of the Southern Grand Ceremony, have you not? Allow me a brief respite, and I shall meet you again. Yu Lingxian scoffed coldly, preparing to turn and seek assistance from the sovereigns of the sacred land. Observing Yu Lingxuan's actions, many cultivators participating in the Southern Grand Ceremony could not help but display expressions of contempt. Yet, their disdainful gazes had no impact on Yu Lingxian, who continued towards the Kanglin's sacred land with unwavering determination. Just then, get down here. As Yu Lingxian pondered which trump card to employ against Jiang Lianxin. From the ranks of the Han Qin Empire, Gu Changqing rose to his feet, his tone calm, yet icy. The moment his voice fell, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged forth from within him, coalescing into a colossal hand of spiritual force, easily spanning 100 feet. With a mere tug, it seized Yu Lingxian, who was on the verge of reaching the entrance of the sacred land, and forcibly brought her back onto the arena. Did you not hear me? Get down here. Chapter 77. With a capable husband, fear no threats, be bold. Upon witnessing Yu Lingxian being effortlessly captured by Gu Changqing and brought back to the arena, the entire venue erupted in a tumultuous uproar. Everyone was left in awe of Gu Changqing's audacity. Even the venerable elder of the Kanglin's sacred land momentarily lost his composure. It was only when Yu Lingxian was firmly secured back on the arena that he regained his senses and, in a fit of rage, unleashed a powerful palm strike, condensing his immense spiritual energy into a formidable handprint that descended upon Gu Changqing with unparalleled might. Crack! The air itself reverberated with a thunderous roar. Seemingly unable to withstand the overwhelming force of this consummate deity, threatening to shatter into pieces, the cultivators of the Han Qin Empire, caught within the radius of the handprint, turned pale with fear, and the members of the Jiang family were utterly terrified. Even the patriarch of the Jiang family trembled in trepidation, instinctively seeking to flee, oblivious to the plight of Jiang Baiwei and others. Yet, amidst the collective anxiety of the Han Qin crowd, Gu Changqing merely smiled. Be bold. This was hardly bold enough. In the instant his words fell, swoosh. The onlookers beheld Gu Changqing's figure transform into a streak of sword light, darting across the venue like a falling star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the elder of the Kanglin's sacred land atop the central platform, extending a hand that gently rested upon the elder's forehead before abruptly exerting force. The elder, a consummate deity, had no time to scream. His head was forcefully pressed back into his chest by Gu Changqing's strike, resulting in instant demise. The once mighty handprint of spiritual energy, now deprived of its master's power, dissipated into nothingness in an instant. In the ensuing silence, all gazes were fixated on the figure standing atop the central platform, their hearts tumultuous with disbelief. The elder of Kanglin was a genuine pinnacle deity, and with the various secret techniques of the Kanglin's sacred land, his combat prowess was incomparable to ordinary deities. Even the previously formidable deity of the Yanlong dynasty would likely falter within 3 exchanges against him. Yet, this formidable figure had been utterly subdued by Gu Changqing, dispatched with a mere casual gesture. What sort of power was this? The female cultivators of the Xianin Pavilion gazed at Gu Changqing atop the platform, their eyes brimming with profound astonishment, particularly of Vian and Bai Yuling, whose gazes sparkled with admiration. Gu Changqing's earlier display of deity-level prowess had already left them speechless. But they never anticipated that this was far from his limit, especially for Bai Yuling, as she beheld the tall and ethereal Gu Changqing on the platform. Clad in flowing white robes as if descended from the heavens, she couldn't help but cast a glance at Jiang Lianxin on the arena, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Jiang Lianxin not only possessed exceptional talent, but also had the fortune to wed such an esteemed figure as Gu Changqing. What enviable luck. As for the Jiang family, their reaction was beyond words. The patriarch, witnessing the elder of Kanglin being effortlessly subdued by Gu Changqing, was left in utter shock. The entire body trembled momentarily, wishing desperately to shrink into a corner, hoping not to be noticed by Gu Changqing. What if Gu Changqing detected her earlier grievances and crushed her like a watermelon? Who would she turn to for justice then? Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei's heart was filled with profound regret. After all, he was meant to be her husband. Clenching her fists tightly, she unconsciously dug her nails into her flesh, blood seeping out, her lips nearly bitten through, yet she remained oblivious, her gaze shifting between Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing. Regret surged like a tide, overwhelming her. However, neither Jiang Lianxin nor Gu Changqing paid even a fleeting glance in her direction. After vanquishing the elder of Kanglin, Yu Lingxian was utterly stunned, especially when she realized that Jiang Lianxin's gaze had returned to her. A sense of dread finally took root in her heart. Instinctively, she stepped back, staring at Jiang Lianxin, repeatedly urging, "Do not act impulsively. There is still room for negotiation. Do not commit any foolish acts." As she spoke, she turned to Gu Changqing on the central platform, raising her voice, "I can advocate for you. We still have a chance for reconciliation. Please, do not act rashly." Yu Lingxian believed that the sacred land would swiftly receive word and respond. Yet, she could not be certain she could hold out until then. Judging by Gu Changqing's earlier display of lethal force, she had no doubt that in an instant, either he or Jiang Lianxin could obliterate her. Thus, she needed to buy time. However, witnessing Jiang Lianxin's movements, Yu Lingxian felt increasingly desperate. Jiang Lianxin disregarded her words entirely, taking a decisive step forward, striking with lightning speed. Boom! The aura of a warrior at the initial stage of the profound king erupted. Yu Lingxian instinctively employed her agility to evade, conjuring hundreds of afterimages. Yet, before Jiang Lianxin, they had no effect whatsoever. With a mere flick of her delicate hand, she effortlessly passed through the phantoms, seizing Yu Lingxuan's form. In an instant, spiritual energy surged through all 365 acupoints within Yu Lingxian, sealing her cultivation entirely, binding her. Realizing Jiang Lianxin's terrifying power, Yu Lingxian panicked. "What are you doing? Did you not hear my words? We can negotiate." "Negotiate? That is unnecessary." Jiang Lianxin replied coolly, her gaze fixed upon the utterly terrified Yu Lingxian. "As for what I intend to do, it is, of course, to settle accounts." Hearing the murderous intent in Jiang Lianxin's final words, Yu Lingxuan's heart shattered completely. She opened her mouth to plead for mercy, but Jiang Lianxin was already disinclined to engage in further dialogue. Just as Jiang Lianxin was about to act, Yu Lingxian could no longer contain herself and shouted, "No, you cannot kill me. My brother is Yu Baifeng. He is 9th on the spirit ranking, a direct disciple of the Divine Emperor in the Great Luo Heavenly Palace. If you kill me, the Divine Emperor will not spare you. You, along with your family and your husband, will face retribution from the Divine Emperor." The Divine Emperor? The Great Luo Heavenly Palace? Upon hearing the name Jiang Lianxin, she hesitated indeed. She was aware that within her clan, there now stood a Xianyuan Emperor, a senior saved by her husband. However, the Xianyuan Emperor was merely a Divine Emperor. Whether she could withstand the might of the Daluo Heavenly Palace, a formidable force in the spiritual domain, remained uncertain to her. Observing Jiang Lianxin's indecision, Yu Lingxian felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. The panic on her face receded, replaced by a renewed sense of pride in her eyes. It seemed evident to her that Jiang Lianxin understood her status was not confined to merely that of the Kanglan Saintess. Even if they were unafraid of the Kanglan sacred land, they could not afford to offend the Daluo Heavenly Palace while they remained in this spiritual domain. "Spare me," she pleaded, yet before she could finish her sentence, the calm voice of Gu Changqing from the central platform interrupted her. "Lianxin, do not hesitate. Slay her." Jiang Lianxin instinctively looked up, meeting the gentle smile of her husband. "A mere Divine Emperor is nothing to fear," Gu Changqing declared. Chapter 78, The Wrath of Kanglan. The Emergence of 5 Emperors. Listening to Gu Changqing's words, Jiang Lianxin felt a tremor in her heart. "Husband," she inhaled deeply, refraining from further words. For any lingering hesitation would be a disrespect to her husband's affection. With a light gathering of spiritual energy, she transformed it into a spiritual sword, aiming it at Yu Lingxuan's heart as the latter's desperate gaze fixated upon her. "No, no, no. I am the Kanglan Saintess, the sister of a Divine Emperor. You cannot kill me. How dare you?" Yu Lingxuan's words quickened, her tone becoming increasingly frantic, and she could not help but struggle. Yet, with a piercing sound, the spiritual sword in Jiang Lianxin's hands descended without a moment's delay, and as the blade fell, blood splattered across the arena, plunging the entire venue into an abyss of silence. Yu Lingxian, the Kanglan Saintess, lay lifeless beneath the blade. Was she truly dead? It was not until Jiang Lianxin raised her hand to dissipate the spiritual sword and discarded Yu Lingxuan's already lifeless body onto the platform with a dull thud that the spectators below began to regain their senses. They gazed at Yu Lingxian, who was irrevocably deceased, feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. Particularly, the divine king of the Yanlong dynasty trembled. His gaze towards Gu Changqing filled with an unmistakable wariness, even fear. Initially, his impression of Gu Changqing was merely that of an ancient figure of the same realm. However, after witnessing Gu Changqing effortlessly subdue the Kanglan elder, a divine king at the pinnacle, he had begun to harbor a sense of dread towards him. Now, seeing Gu Changqing actually encourage his wife to slay Yu Lingxian, the Kanglan Saintess, his heart surged with relief. This man either possessed some incredible trump card, perhaps backed by an emperor, emboldening him to act so recklessly, or he was indeed a madman, heedless of the consequences of his actions. In the former case, the Yanlong dynasty could not afford to provoke him. In the latter, he would be a force that the divine king of the Yanlong dynasty could not withstand. They dared to slay even the revered saintess of Kanglan. Had he remained obstinate and insisted on confronting that aged anomaly named Gu Changqing, it was likely that his head would have met a fate akin to that of the inner elder of the Kanglan sacred land. Yet, amidst the shock, gazing upon the lifeless form of Yuling Xian, this divine king of the Yanlong dynasty could not help but shake his head. While eliminating the Kanglan saintess may have offered some momentary satisfaction, it also heralded significant troubles ahead. He would wager that the higher-ups of Kanglan had not anticipated that Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing would indeed dare to strike with lethal intent. After all, she was the saintess of the Kanglan sacred land. Furthermore, this transpired within their very domain. At present, they were likely as dazed and bewildered as the cultivators present, still reeling from the shocking events. However, once they regained their composure, an extraordinary conflict was bound to erupt. The Kanglan sacred land was not a mere imperial force. In the southern spiritual domain, their influence ranked among the top 3. Even if Gu Changqing possessed imperial strength, the ancestors of Kanglan were not just any imperial beings. They had ascended to the late stages of the heavenly emperor realm, having cultivated for nearly millennia. Within the gathering, many powerful individuals shared the thoughts of the divine king from the Yanlong dynasty. Indeed, as they regained their wits, the formidable beings of the Kanglan sacred land finally reacted. Before Jiang Lianxin could descend from the arena, a series of thunderous roars erupted. Deep within Kanglan City, shrouded in boundless spiritual mist, terrifying and potent beams of light ascended, each capable of obliterating ordinary kings with their residual force. Each beam corresponded to a red-robed figure adorned with the insignia of a Kanglan elder, an imperial powerhouse. The crimson robes and imperial rank signified the emergence of all 5 grand elders of the Kanglan sacred land. Now, a spectacle was about to unfold. In the distant skies, 5 beams of light soared with overwhelming majesty. The 5 imperial elders of the Kanglan sacred land wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, their gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing, their murderous intent nearly spilling over. Just as the divine king of the Yanlong dynasty had surmised, they had initially intended to intervene. However, upon learning of Yuling Xuan's true identity, they realized that even with 100 or 1,000 times their courage, they could not dare to act against her. Little did they expect that these 2 juniors would be so recklessly audacious. It was astonishing that such impudent scoundrels existed in the south, bold enough to slay even our Kanglan saintess, and within the very heart of Kanglan City. As the crowd stood awestruck by the overwhelming presence of the 5 imperial elders, a chilling voice resonated from the deepest recesses of the Kanglan sacred land. In that moment, as countless astonished gazes turned towards the source, a figure robed in crimson, adorned with intricate patterns depicting mountains and rivers, shimmering with myriad spiritual light, made their entrance. The aura of the heavens and earth seems to be subdued by his energy, becoming stagnant. Such a terrifying presence is self-evident. The identity of the crimson-robed elder is now unmistakably revealed. It is none other than the venerable ancestor of the Kanglan sacred land, who has not emerged from seclusion for a century, the emperor of the celestial realm. The countless cultivators present involuntarily held their breath, their hearts filled with an undeniable sense of dread. The Kanglan sacred land has truly been provoked this time. A whisper could be heard among the cultivators, casting a glance at Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing on the arena, as if they had already been sentenced to death. 5 emperors and 1 late-stage emperor. Who could possibly withstand such a formidable assembly? In the southern region of the spirit domain, this configuration stands at the pinnacle. Even the other 2 major sacred lands, which stand alongside Kanglan's sacred land, would only dare to claim a tenuous stalemate against such a force. Moreover, this is Kanglan City, the very domain of the Kanglan sacred land. As the venerable ancestor, with a mere thought, he could summon the grand formation of the entire sacred land to empower himself. With the advantage of terrain, the combat prowess of the Kanglan ancestor at this moment could be said to surpass all in the south, which is no exaggeration. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the Kanglan ancestor, many gazes directed towards Jiang Lianxin were tinged with pity. Setting aside other considerations, the talent displayed by Jiang Lianxin is indeed exceedingly rare, an exceptional genius not seen in a millennium in the south. And what of her 2 children? Alas, it is truly regrettable that they have acted so impulsively, leading themselves and their offspring into a dire predicament. Even if there were powerful emperors backing them, it would be futile to protect them. Yet, there were also those whose eyes glimmered with anticipation as they looked towards Gu Changqing. Among the forces harboring such thoughts were the other two sacred lands that stand alongside Kanglan. Despite the outward appearance of unity among the three major sacred lands, behind the scenes, it cannot be said that there is no intrigue. The rivalry is fierce, teetering on the edge of life and death. Gu Changqing's previous decisive actions in vanquishing a Kanglan elder and enabling Jiang Lianxin to slay Yu Lingxian were executed with such fluidity that it is difficult not to ponder whether this divine king conceals even greater trump cards. Perhaps another late-stage emperor? Chapter 79. Who would dare to concede? The Kanglan ancestor is evidently concerned about this possibility. Thus, upon his appearance, he raised his hand, prompting the 5 elder emperors of the Kanglan sacred land to disperse instantly. They activated the magnificent grand formation of the Kanglan sacred land, enveloping the ancestor within its protective embrace. This served to enhance the ancestor's combat strength while also providing substantial protection against any unforeseen factors that might launch a sudden assault. Observing this scene, the emissaries from the other two sacred lands could not help but curse the old fox for his insidious caution, treating a young divine king with such meticulous care. Meanwhile, their hopes for Gu Changqing began to fade. At this juncture, it seemed to them that Gu Changqing had no possibility of staging a comeback. The ancestor of Kanglan shared this sentiment. After completing his preparations, he turned his gaze towards Gu Changqing and spoke coldly. "Young one, are you prepared to atone for the offense of having insulted me, the Kanglan, and for the murder of our sacred maiden, with your own death?" As he spoke, he took a step forward. "Or do you intend to summon your elders to join you in facing the consequences?" As he spoke, the aura emanating from him was akin to towering mountains, overwhelming and formidable, pressing down upon Gu Changqing amidst the fearful gazes of the assembly. However, Gu Changqing's expression remained remarkably serene, as if he were oblivious to the ancestor's imposing presence. Only when he heard the mention of his family elders did he raise an eyebrow, a faint smile playing upon his lips. "Invite my family elders to face death for atonement?" Ha ha ha. Gu Changqing discerned the sharpness in the ancestor's words. It was merely an attempt to ascertain whether he had any hidden background, hoping to extract more information before deciding whether to strike. Yet, it was true that Gu Changqing possessed no significant backing. There were indeed guardians of the celestial sovereign and attendants of the divine emperor, but for a mere Kanglan sacred land, it would hardly warrant their intervention. As he spoke, Gu Changqing rose to his full height, his form resembling a beam of light. Soaring into the heavens, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he boldly charged towards the ancestor's overwhelming aura, unflinching and resolute, seeking death. Upon witnessing this scene, the ancestor of Kanglan was filled with fury. With a low growl, he waved his hand, directing a lethal strike towards Gu Changqing. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged into his palm, coalescing into a dark purple thunder spear, the same Kanglan legacy technique, the Xian Lei Pei Tianju, previously employed by Yu Lingxian. Yet, when this legacy was wielded by the ancestor, its terrifying power seemed capable of rending the very heavens apart. The overwhelming force compelled the onlookers to instinctively retreat, fearing the backlash of the fearsome thunder spear's energy. Die! The ancestor of Kanglan let out a long howl. The nearly 100-foot-long thunder spear was unleashed with a divine might, crashing heavily against Gu Changqing. Crack, 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 amidst the incessant cacophony of explosive sounds. The terrifying thunder spear manifested a web of intricate fissures. Under the astonished gazes of the ancestor and the 5 formidable sovereigns behind him, Gu Changqing merely flicked his sword. That spear, which even a late-stage sovereign would find difficult to withstand, was effortlessly swept away by his single strike. Celestial sovereign perfection? After a brief silence, a cultivator finally regained composure, exclaiming in disbelief, to shatter that thunder spear so effortlessly. It seemed that only someone who had reached the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm could achieve such a feat. In other words, this enigmatic powerhouse, hailing from the Han and Qin empires, is not a divine king, but rather an extraordinary elder who has attained the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor realm. The Kanglan ancestor, along with the elders behind him, stood in sheer astonishment, their mouths agape, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. When Gu Changqing's gaze fell upon them, and they sensed the chilling intensity in his eyes, they instinctively swallowed hard. The Kanglan ancestor dared not engage with Gu Changqing any further. What does the pinnacle of the heavenly emperor realm signify? It is undoubtedly sufficient to contend with their Kanglan Holy Land, even with the support of a grand formation. It would merely result in the annihilation of the Kanglan Holy Land, while this mysterious elder, who emerged from the shadows, was merely injured. Nonetheless, for the Kanglan ancestor, this would be an unequivocal loss. Upon realizing this, the Kanglan ancestor swiftly retreated, creating distance from Gu Changqing while raising his voice to propose a ceasefire. After all, even if there was lingering dissatisfaction, they could await the arrival of representatives from the Deluotian Palace to settle this grudge. Esteemed friend, let us speak amicably. The only one you hold enmity with is that Yulingxian. The rapidity of this change in demeanor was truly remarkable. She has already been dealt with. We can let this matter rest. I, Kanglan, shall not pursue the responsibility of your slaying our saintess. However, regarding the Deluotian Palace, that is a matter for you to address. The Kanglan ancestor spoke hastily, his demeanor exceptionally sincere, yet before he could finish, Gu Changqing coldly chuckled. Who said we should let this matter rest? It was not Yulingxian who incapacitated Jiang Lianxin. At most, she merely turned a blind eye. The true aggressors were the elder statesmen of the Kanglan Holy Land. Grievances have origins, and debts have owners. It is naive for the Kanglan Holy Land to seek to extricate themselves from this. Moreover, Gu Changqing was acutely aware of the murderous intent exhibited by the Kanglan Holy Land's members previously. Come to your death. Gu Changqing raised his hand and unleashed another streak of sword light, its momentum like a raging tempest slicing through the sky, aimed directly at the Kanglan ancestor. Damn it! The Kanglan ancestor exclaimed in a low voice, yet it was too late to evade. He immediately activated his techniques, channeling the spiritual energy from his surroundings. The power of the grand formation converged upon him, causing his aura to surge violently. Although he could not truly rival a genuine heavenly emperor at the pinnacle, the gap was minimal. The amplification of power instilled the Kanglan ancestor with tremendous confidence, prompting him to roar and charge forward. And then, a blood arrow erupted forth. The sword light unleashed by Gu Changqing shattered all of the Kanglan ancestor's defenses in a single strike, effortlessly dismantling the grand formation, and continued its relentless trajectory. Crashing into him, the blow sent this elder of the Kanglan Holy Land, a figure standing at the zenith of the southern realm, hurtling backward for 1,000 zhang. Blood spurting uncontrollably, his aura diminished to the utmost degree. As for the 5 royal elders of the Kanglan Holy Land, they, along with the entirety of the grand formation, were obliterated into ashes beneath Gu Changqing's sword. How could this be possible? Everyone was left utterly astonished, feeling as if they were ensnared in a dream. The venerable ancestor Kanglan had lost so decisively? Was the disparity so immense? Gu Changqing's prowess had transcended the capabilities of an ordinary heavenly emperor at full circle. At this moment, the divine monarch from the Yanlong dynasty trembled with apprehension as he gazed at Gu Changqing. An undeniable fear mingled with a sense of relief surged within him, thankful that he had not become a sworn enemy of Gu Changqing. Meanwhile, Ancestor Kanglan, severely injured by Gu Changqing's blade, watched in despair as his grand formation and elders were reduced to ashes. His heart was consumed by an overwhelming dread as he perceived Gu Changqing's figure advancing towards him in pursuit. In a moment of desperation, Ancestor Kanglan uttered a plea for mercy. However, Gu Changqing paid no heed to his words and raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from the venue below, soaring into the heavens and enveloping the entire gathering, casting a shadow over Ancestor Kanglan. All eyes instinctively turned towards this phenomenon, their expressions filled with shock and astonishment. Was there yet another heavenly emperor at full circle? At the pinnacle of everyone's attention stood a youth clad in green robes, his eyes glinting with amusement. Under the awed gazes of the multitude, he leapt into the air, positioning himself directly behind Ancestor Kanglan. His robe, merely a standard garment of the Kanglan sacred land, belied the genuine aura of a heavenly emperor that emanated from him. This jarring contrast left everyone, including the fortunate Ancestor Kanglan, utterly bewildered. You are Zhao Qing? How can you possess such cultivation? Zhao Qing, foolish old man. Take another look and see who I truly am. Upon hearing Ancestor Kanglan's words, the green-robed youth scoffed coldly, channeling his spiritual power into a swirling black mist that engulfed his figure. A peculiar wave emanated from the mist, one that seemed capable of devouring the souls of cultivators, compelling those present to instinctively distance themselves from this enigmatic youth. Fortunately, the black mist did not linger for long. After just a few breaths, a resounding boom echoed as the mist was reabsorbed into his body, transforming his appearance into that of an elderly man clad in black. with a hawk-like nose and piercing eyes that glimmered with a cold, predatory gleam. He was particularly striking due to the blood-red scythe emblazoned on the back of his black attire. This emblem was unfamiliar to many cultivators in the southern regions. Yet for Ancestor Kanglan, an individual standing at the pinnacle of the south and possessing knowledge of the forces beyond, the origin of this symbol was instantly recognizable. You are from the soul-devouring sect, a soul-capturing envoy of the soul-devouring sect? How did you come to be here? Ancestor Kanglan exclaimed, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear as he beheld the black-clad elder. The observers below, the emissaries of the sacred land, were suddenly taken aback. The soul-devouring sect, an exceedingly clandestine force, extends its influence beyond a single domain. The extent of its power remains shrouded in mystery, as its members seldom traverse the outside world. However, whenever they undertake a large-scale operation, it invariably unleashes a torrent of bloodshed within the spirit realm. The mere presence of the soul-devouring sect in the southern region suggests impending turmoil. Silence. If you wish to live, hush. The elderly man clad in black uttered a chilling command. His words held a remarkable efficacy, compelling the ancestor of Kanglan to obediently cease his protests. The members of the soul-devouring sect are notorious for their ruthless conduct, yet it appeared that this soul capturer stood in alignment with their interests, which brought a flicker of relief to his heart. The old man in black, uninterested in the ancestor's thoughts, would not have revealed his identity had the Kanglan sacred land not been under their long-standing watch. Ignorance absolves the young. Out of consideration for your unawareness of our sect's plans, I shall not hold you accountable for forcing my appearance. However, today, you shall not annihilate the Kanglan sacred land. His voice was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Nevertheless, Gu Changqing's demeanor was even more domineering. You cannot dictate what transpires here, he retorted. I advise you today, the Kanglan sacred land shall be eradicated. Should you interfere, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you as well. As he spoke, he stepped forward, brandishing his sword of spiritual energy. Child, do not misjudge your position. The old man's brow furrowed at Gu Changqing's boldness. Did this young fool truly underestimate the reputation of the soul-devouring sect? His tone grew stern, issuing a warning. Yet, in the next moment, his admonition transformed into a cry of alarm. With a swift motion, a radiant beam of sword light sliced through the heavens, racing toward the old man before he could react, forcing him to retreat with a startled shout. This retreat exposed the ancestor of Kanglan to the deadly light of the sword. Alas, the unfortunate ancestor, who had only just begun to rejoice in his survival, was utterly unprepared for Gu Changqing's decisive aggression, even in the face of the soul-devouring sect. The sword light swept through, cleaving him in two, reducing him to a gruesome spectacle of blood and carnage. The ancestor has fallen. Flee for your lives. Witnessing the demise of their leader, the inner elders and disciples of the Kanglan sacred land were thrown into utter disarray. With the mountain gate's formation shattered and the 5 elders slain, the death of their ancestor left them with no hope. To remain was to await their own demise. Yet, before they could act, Gu Changqing unleashed another sword strike, which blossomed into myriad beams of light, raining down upon the disciples and elders of the Kanglan sacred land, eradicating them without mercy. If one must act with decisiveness. The entire process unfolded in an instant. Even the venerable elder cloaked in black, who once stood as the embodiment of the emperor, was caught unawares. By the time Gu Changqing retracted his sword's brilliance, the once majestic Kanglan Holy Land had been reduced to an eerie silence. It was not just him. The multitude of cultivators present were utterly stunned. Countless gazes converged in disbelief upon the mountain gate of the Kanglan Holy Land, as if questioning the very fabric of their existence. This was the Kanglan Holy Land, one of the top 3 superpowers in the southern region. How could it be annihilated so completely? From the ancestors to the disciples, all had been slaughtered. Some even felt compelled to pierce their own brows with flying swords. The sharp pain confirming that this was not a mere dream, but a stark reality. Indeed, the Kanglan Holy Land had been obliterated. This was truly a cataclysmic event. A cultivator could not help but murmur, their fear of Gu Changqing almost manifesting in the air. The black-clad elder, consumed by rage, had spent over a decade in the Kanglan Holy Land, laying intricate plans. He awaited the day to unleash his scheme, to overturn the southern realm, and use this as a springboard to assist the soul-devouring sect, transforming the entire spiritual domain into their hunting ground. Yet, here, in Gu Changqing's hands, all his efforts had come to naught. Slaying the Kanglan ancestor was insufficient. Even the disciples had been eradicated, rendering his meticulous plans meaningless. How could he possibly endure such a loss? Despite his fury, however, the strength exhibited by Gu Changqing made him acutely aware that he alone could not hope to confront this formidable opponent. Thus, he suppressed his wrath, casting a deep glance at Gu Changqing before turning away. "I shall remember this day. In the future, you will owe my sect an explanation," he declared, preparing to depart and inform the higher echelons of the soul-devouring sect. Rectifying the situation concerning Gu Changqing was secondary. The critical matter was that many of his plans would need to be revised. However, just as he was about to leave, Gu Changqing's voice rang out. "An explanation for your sect? Very well." As his words fell, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Changqing once again brandished his sword, striking towards the black-clad elder. "Here is your explanation." Chapter 81. Are you satisfied with this explanation? What is happening? Is he not being overly audacious? Not only has he offended the Deluo Heavenly Palace, but he also seeks to engage the soul-devouring sect in a fight to the bitter end? Even the black-clad elder's expression shifted drastically, a tempest of rage and shock flooding his eyes as he glared at Gu Changqing, murderous intent palpable. "You are truly unaware of your impending doom," he bellowed, his hands forming a seal before unleashing a swirling mass of spiritual energy that morphed into a ravenous black mist. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a colossal mist dragon, roaring as it charged towards Gu Changqing. The mist dragon roared. And in that fleeting moment in the mortal realm, the multitude of cultivators below felt their very consciousness teetering on the brink of chaos. As if they were irresistibly drawn towards the mist dragon, yearning to become one with it. This was the terrifying technique of the soul-devouring sect. Indeed, it was fearsome. The consciousness is the very essence of a cultivator's spirit. Once injured, any hope of advancement becomes a Herculean task. Their methods are designed to assault the spirit, shattering the sea of awareness. It is an insidious threat. Many cultivators trembled in fear, desperately striving to stabilize their sea of awareness, restraining their consciousness from bursting forth from their foreheads. They cast wary glances at the black-clad elder in the sky, the emperor's soul binder of the soul-devouring sect. Their eyes filled with boundless dread. Yet Gu Changqing exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, upon sensing the devouring and refining power of the mist dragon over the cultivator's consciousness, he raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Devouring consciousness? Wounding the sea of awareness? Very well. Let me witness what this so-called holy sect is truly capable of. With a powerful roar, Gu Changqing released the constraints on his sea of awareness, channeling his consciousness into a swirling vortex. The terrifying force of absorption surged forth, directly engulfing the colossal mist dragon into his sea of awareness. What? What is he attempting? Is he courting death? He actually released his sea of awareness? The entire assembly was taken aback. Gu Changqing's audacity left them momentarily stunned, questioning their own perceptions. Even the black-clad elder momentarily stood dumbfounded before bursting into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. You foolish child, you are truly seeking your own demise. There is no stopping you." As he spoke, a sinister grin spread across his face, his hands weaving intricate seals as he bellowed, "Explode." He turned to gaze at Gu Changqing, eager to witness the tragic spectacle of Gu's sea of awareness shattering, his spiritual core obliterated, and brain matter splattered. Yet in the next instant, his sinister smile froze in place. He felt an alarming disconnect between himself and the mist dragon he had summoned. The mist dragon, having plunged into Gu Changqing's sea of awareness, appeared to have vanished into an endless ocean, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. There was no trace, no connection to be found. "This is not your sea of awareness. What trickery is this, boy? Where have you taken my soul-devouring mist?" The voice of the black-clad elder trembled with trepidation. The soul-devouring mist was a pivotal tool for the members of the soul-devouring sect, equivalent in significance to a typical cultivator's lifebound treasure. The fact that Gu Changqing had absorbed it all meant that the elder had lost half of his power, inducing a panic within him. "Not my sea of awareness?" Observing the elder's flustered visage, Gu Changqing could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Old man, perhaps you should take a closer look. Is this truly not my sea of awareness?" As his words fell, a brilliant light ignited from his forehead. This allowed the black-clad elder to reconnect with his soul-devouring mist, and instinctively he sought to escape this vast ocean. Yet just as he prepared to act, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of oppression sweeping in from all directions, making him finally comprehend the true nature of this so-called ocean. This was the very sea of awareness he had initially sought to breach, Gu Changqing's sea of awareness. However, his sea of consciousness is indeed vast and boundless, leading him to mistakenly perceive it as a treasure of sorts. But how could this be possible? Impossible, impossible. How can your spiritual will be so powerful? How can your sea of consciousness be so terrifying? The thoughts of the elder in black, residing within the mist dragon formed from his soul-devouring fog, flailed desperately to escape this sea of consciousness. Yet all efforts proved futile, unable to halt the overwhelming force of spiritual will surging from all directions. At last, with a soft gasp, the 100-foot mist dragon, along with the fragment of the elder's consciousness, was directly crushed and obliterated by Gu Changqing's spiritual will. Simultaneously, the elder in black, sensing the event, spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling fingers pointing towards Gu Changqing in the distance. Struggling to utter, "Your spiritual will is by no means that of an emperor." A boundless fear engulfed his heart, surpassing even the most tumultuous of storms. The sheer terror of having his soul-devouring fog manifested as a mist dragon. Obliterated was a level of power that even the great deities of the soul-devouring sect could scarcely compare to. Since when did such a monster emerge in my spiritual domain? He strained to channel his spiritual will, hoping to convey a message to the soul-devouring sect. Yet, how could Gu Changqing allow him such an opportunity? With a mere thought, he released his brow again, his spiritual will surging like an ocean, transforming into a mist dragon similar to that of the elder, which inhaled sharply, directly devouring and refining the elder's remaining consciousness into his own spiritual nourishment. Gu Changqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the growth of his spiritual will, his demeanor surprisingly calm. The elder in black was, in truth, not lacking in strength. As a perfected emperor, coupled with the inheritance of the soul-devouring sect, should he truly engage, even an ordinary deity would require considerable effort to subdue him. Alas, his strength lay in spiritual attacks. For Gu Changqing, who had unlocked the heavenly refinement's sacred body, a ninth-grade fate, his spiritual will was, in fact, even more formidable than his actual combat prowess. In terms of combat strength, Gu Changqing merely equaled that of a deity. However, when considering the amplification of his spiritual will, he may still have some distance to bridge compared to those in the sacred emperor realm. Yet, for an ordinary deity to flaunt their spiritual techniques before him was akin to wielding a hammer in front of a master craftsman, an act of folly inviting demise. Furthermore, eliminating this elder in black was not without its rewards for Gu Changqing. The ability to transform his own spiritual will into the soul-devouring fog, capable of devouring other souls and consciousness, was a secret technique worth exploring. It was not in vain that I made this effort, Gu Changqing mused softly to himself. Meanwhile, those watching the battle beheld the perfected emperor of the soul-devouring sect, who stood before Gu Changqing, like a chick, unable to withstand even a single move before being crushed outright. Each of them swallowed hard, feeling their throats dry. This southern grand ceremony would undoubtedly become an unforgettable memory for them. A disciple of a great deity, with the illustrious Kanglan Holy Maiden as his sister, ranked within the top 10 of the spirit ranking, was slain. The Kanglan Holy Land, which had dominated the southern spiritual domain for nearly 10 millennia, had now become a relic of history, dissipating into the ether. Moreover, a soul-devouring sect soul captor has been slain. Each incident, once it occurs, is sufficient to create a stir in the southern lands of the spirit domain. Yet, during this southern grand ceremony, such events have converged in one place. At the core of it all stands a figure above the clouds, clad in garments as white as snow, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being, the divine sword king, Gu Changqing. At this moment, no one uttered a word. Everyone merely gazed at the white-clad deity in the sky, etching this name deeply into their hearts and minds. At this juncture, a voice began to echo in Gu Changqing's mind. It was the Xian Emperor. "Friend Changqing, you may be acting a tad impulsively. Should another soul-devouring sect join forces with the Dailuo Heavenly Palace, even I may not be able to protect you." In this moment, even the Xian Emperor, a formidable figure in the divine emperor realm, felt considerable pressure. Gu Changqing was indeed powerful, yet he acted without regard for consequences, regardless of one's identity or background. To offend him was to court certain death. Prior to arriving at the Zhonglan sacred land, the Xian Emperor had cautioned Gu Changqing that while the Zhonglan sacred land was inconsequential, if the brother of the Zhonglan saintess happened to be a direct disciple of the Dailuo Heavenly Palace's master, a lesson could be administered, even to the point of incapacitation, but killing him was to be avoided at all costs. Clearly, Gu Changqing had disregarded her warning and had slain the Zhonglan saintess. This elicited a sigh from the Xian Emperor. For her, it mattered little, even if it were the Dailuo Heavenly Palace, if she wished to leave. they could not impede her. However, Gu Changqing was not in such a secure position. Having recently reformed her true self, her strength was still a distance from her peak. Even at her former pinnacle, she held great trepidation towards the mighty Deluo heavenly palace. It matters not, Gu Changqing replied nonchalantly. He understood the Xian emperor's concerns. Yet she was unaware that his reliance was never on her. The celestial puppet was his true support. Gu Changqing was never a reckless individual. If he were, he would not have waited until now to arrive with his wife seeking vengeance upon the Conglan sacred land. However, Gu Changqing had no desire to elaborate. The celestial puppet was his trump card, best kept hidden unless absolutely necessary. In due time, the Xian emperor would come to understand this. Meanwhile, as the various forces in the southern region marveled at Gu Changqing's exploits, in the central spirit domain, outside the Deluo heavenly palace, within the resplendent halls of Luo Tian City, a young man, possessing a somewhat delicate demeanor and an appealing countenance, was engaged in revelry with several companions. Suddenly, a slight tremor emanated from a jade tablet inscribed with the character Xian within his storage ring. In an instant, it shattered into countless fragments, cascading into the depths of his storage space. The young man involuntarily rose, crushing the spirit wine cup in his grasp. Chapter 82. The Shift of the Spirit Rankings. Tempest approaches. By phone, what has happened? Observed one of the young man's companions, noticing his sudden movement. Several friends nearby were visibly concerned and immediately approached him, asking with genuine care, "Brother Yu, what has happened?" Listening to their anxious inquiries, the young man's expression softened slightly, yet the fury in his eyes remained unabated. "My sister Lingshuan's jade tablet has just shattered." He inhaled deeply before speaking softly. The words he uttered caused his friends present to change color in shock. This young man was none other than Yu Baifeng, the current master of the great Luo celestial palace, and a formidable being at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. His direct disciples were notable, with one currently ranked 9th on the spirit ranking. The friends who could associate with him were naturally of distinguished origins, each backed by powerful divine emperor figures. Among them, the most prominent and closest to Yu Baifeng was a female cultivator named Hualini, who hailed from a lineage far beyond mere divine emperor sects, standing among the few sacred emperor forces at the apex of the spirit domain. She was the beloved granddaughter of a sacred emperor ancestor and had been showered with affection since childhood. During an expedition, she fortuitously met Yu Baifeng. Although her appearance was unremarkable, upon learning her true identity, Yu Baifeng treated her with utmost care and affection, successfully winning her heart with his extraordinary looks. The two were now bound as partners, awaiting their marriage in the coming year. She was well aware of Yu Baifeng's sister's situation and understood the depth of his affection for her. But now, how could Lingxian be dead? What could have transpired? The crowd could not help but inquire repeatedly. Yu Baifeng shook his head, harboring suspicions in his heart. Most likely, his sister had been too arrogant and had stumbled upon some formidable opponent. Yet, he clenched his fists, his gaze icy. That was his sister, after all. "No matter who you are, I shall annihilate your entire clan." The murderous intent in his eyes was palpable but was quickly reined in. He stood tall and slightly bowed to his friends, saying, "I am grateful for your camaraderie. I must return to the palace at once to uncover who is responsible for Lingshuan's death and ensure they pay dearly for it." Indeed, Lingxian is the sister of Brother Yu. Whoever has acted must repay in blood. They echoed. Not just a blood debt, but the blood of their entire sect must be shed. His friends all voiced their agreement and vowed, "If you need our assistance, Brother Yu, do not hesitate to ask." Hualini also chimed in, "Baifeng, I am with you. If you require help, just let me know." Nodding at Hualini's earnest expression, Yu Baifeng did not linger further. He soared out of Luo Tian City, hastening toward the gates of the great Luo celestial palace to investigate the cause of Yu Lingshuan's demise. Meanwhile, at the venue of the Southern Grand Ceremony, with the fall of the Conglan Holy Land, the Southern Grand Ceremony was declared concluded. Although no ultimate champion had been determined, the victor of this grand event had become undeniably clear in the hearts of the attendees. The Eternal Green Divine King. These two jade tokens serve as the pass to enter the dreamy spring. With these yin and yang orders, you may allocate the 200 slots for entry as you see fit. The Conglan city, now transformed into a temporary palace for Gu Changqing and his family, has become a place of significance. The envoys from the other two holy sites in the south, the Moonlight Holy Site and the Tianshan Holy Site, respectfully presented the two tokens of the dreamy spring to Gu Changqing. Upon receiving the tokens, Gu Changqing concentrated and refined them, fully comprehending their usage. Witnessing Gu Changqing's refinement of the tokens, the envoys from the two holy sites felt a pang of regret. The dreamy spring, an ancient spiritual spring, represented an immense treasure for their sects, yet they were compelled to relinquish it. Nevertheless, recalling Gu Changqing's previously displayed prowess, their reluctance was swiftly suppressed. In the south, Gu Changqing was now held in the highest regard. Gu Changqing, however, paid little mind to their sentiments. After refining the tokens, he directly entrusted the Yin and Yang orders to Gu Yuan, suggesting that his father consider distributing 100 slots among the trustworthy disciples and elders of the clan, while reserving 10 for his own potential future needs. With a slight smile, Gu Changqing added that his father might also contemplate trading the remaining slots, which could yield substantial resources for the Gu family's cultivation. Upon hearing Gu Changqing's words, Gu Yuan's eyes brightened with excitement. Even the representatives of various factions, who had been trembling with apprehension, widened their eyes in astonishment, joy illuminating their expressions. They had feared that the Gu family would monopolize all the slots to the dreamy spring. However, now it seemed there might still be an opportunity for them to acquire a spot. This invigorated their spirits. Gu Yuan felt particularly exhilarated. 200 slots to the dreamy spring meant that even if 90 were traded, the resources obtained, combined with the benefits of the spring itself, would significantly enhance the Gu family's overall strength. Moreover, with the Kanglan holy site now vanquished by Gu Changqing, all its treasures and legacies had become nourishment for the Gu family. The dreamy spring would not open for another 3 months, but the treasures from the Kanglan holy site could be brought back to the Gu family for immediate consumption, allowing them to grow stronger. Gu Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing remained remarkably composed. The gains from the Southern Grand Ceremony were entirely within his expectations. If there was any surprise, it was merely the interference from the soul-devouring sect. The soul-devouring sect? If they chose to retreat, all would be well. If they dared to seek their demise again, they would be extinguished. After ensuring the dreamy spring entry tokens were safely entrusted to his father, Gu Changqing briefly reassured the attending envoys before gracefully departing with his family, under the watchful and awed gazes of the southern powers. On the other side, the Xianin Pavilion also boarded the Tianyin flying vessel, preparing for their return. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant sea of clouds, instantly heightening the vigilance of the female cultivators of the Xianin Pavilion to its utmost level. Only because of that flying vessel breaking through the sea of clouds. Its lofty banner was the emblem of the Flame Dragon dynasty. At the forefront of the vessel stood a cultivator, the divine king of the Flame Dragon dynasty. In a flash, the celestial maiden soared from the palace of the flying vessel, landing before the gathered disciples. Her gaze fixed upon the distant Flame Dragon dynasty and the elder of the divine king. Fellow cultivator, what brings you here? Are you truly prepared to wage war against my celestial sound pavilion for such trivial matters? Upon hearing the words of the celestial maiden, the divine king of the Flame Dragon dynasty was filled with trepidation, repeatedly waving his hands and bowing in apology. I implore you, celestial maiden, do not say such things. All previous misdeeds were solely my error. I only ask that you do not hold our past arrogance against us. As he spoke, the divine king of the Flame Dragon dynasty gestured, and 3 storage bags were presented, each brimming with spiritual essence that instantly captivated the attention of the disciples of the Celestial Sound Pavilion. These are offerings of apology from my Flame Dragon dynasty. I earnestly seek your understanding, celestial maiden, and I am deeply grateful. With that, the divine king bowed repeatedly, displaying utmost humility, and after delivering the gifts, he hurriedly took his leave, lacking any semblance of the tyrannical might one would expect from a royal power, leaving the disciples of the Celestial Sound Pavilion in astonishment. Only the Celestial Maiden and Baidu Ling comprehended that the Flame Dragon dynasty was not intimidated by the Celestial Sound Pavilion, but rather by the formidable presence of the eternal green divine king. The Celestial Maiden sighed softly, recalling the earlier scenes where Gu Changqing had vanquished the Kanglan, slain the heavenly emperor, and killed the soul envoy. Her heart fluttered ever so slightly. Turning her gaze, she noticed her disciple, Baidu Ling, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. A thought crossed her mind as she focused on the 3 storage bags. Originally, she had no intention of keeping these treasures, for they were obtained through Gu Changqing's might and rightfully belonged to him. Yet, it seemed that perhaps Lingo could benefit from this fortuitous encounter. With a flicker of inspiration, the Celestial Maiden summoned the 3 storage bags and presented them to Baidu Ling Linger. Take these 3 storage bags and deliver them to the eternal green divine king. Be swift. Just as Baidu Ling, bewildered yet anxious, set off to catch up with the Gu family's flying vessel at the same moment. As the grand ceremony of the South officially concluded, an overwhelming aura of pressure surged through the skies of the central spirit domain, rippling across the land. The countless cultivators in the central spirit domain were stirred and shaken by this force. They were all too familiar with this pressure. Whenever a top-tier prodigy emerged, this aura would grace the skies above the sea of clouds in the central spirit domain. This heralded an update to the spirit ranking. The spirit ranking was about to change. Chapter 83. A change at the top? The spirit domain trembles. Countless cultivators spread the news. And the elders and leaders of various factions were roused from their seclusion, stepping out of their sanctuaries to gaze skyward. Even the self-assured prodigies turned their eyes upward. The spirit ranking was shrouded in mystery. The soul-devouring sect is a clandestine organization within the realm of spirits, wielding influence across multiple domains. Whenever they emerge in force, a tempest of bloodshed inevitably follows. Yet, they are not the most enigmatic of all. The true secretive sect reigning at the pinnacle of the spirit realm is the Heavenly Mechanism sect, the architects of the spirit rankings. No one comprehends how they acquire their intelligence, nor is anyone aware of who their disciples are. Correspondingly, their formidable strength remains an enigma. The practitioners of the spirit realm are privy to but one fact. The Heavenly Mechanism sect has existed for countless years, shrouded in mystery, and even the mightiest forces, including the sacred emperors of the spirit realm, dare not provoke them. Thus, when the heavens darken and the mechanisms of fate shift, heralding the emergence of the spirit rankings, a palpable pressure envelopes the sky above the spirit realm. The most elite cultivators are stirred, their gazes drawn to the celestial rankings that appear overhead, their eyes shimmering with unparalleled anticipation. Who will ascend the rankings this time, and who will descend? Amidst their eager speculation, a resounding hum fills the air. The spiritual energy surges, and the list materializes. 100 names are arrayed from top to bottom, representing the previous rankings. Among them, the name of Yu Baifeng prominently occupies the 9th position. Additionally, Su Ziyu, who once crossed paths with Gu Changqing in the Xianyuan Emperor's secret realm, also graces the list. As the crowd gazes upon these familiar names, their attention inevitably drifts to the apex of the old rankings. Luo Shunyue. She is a legend within the spirit realm, celebrated as the most beautiful among the younger generation, and simultaneously acknowledged as the foremost individual of her age. Her position at the top of the spirit rankings is not a result of the Heavenly Mechanism sect's inquiries, but rather a reflection of her renown that had already spread throughout the spirit realm prior to the rankings update. Since stepping into the King's realm, she has systematically challenged the prodigies that grace the spirit rankings. With each breakthrough, her ranking has soared. 3 years ago, she claimed the pinnacle of the spirit rankings. And since then, the rankings have been altered numerous times, yet her position remains unshaken. As the crowd recalls the legendary past of Luo Shenwei, their gazes inevitably return to the remaining names on the list. How many will ascend, and how many will descend this time? Just as they ponder this, a sudden hum resonates. The name that was previously ranked 22nd flickers momentarily, then swiftly shifts backwards. Has it surged to the 22nd position? Remarkable! Which faction has nurtured such a prodigy? A wave of excitement ripples through the crowd. Yet, before they can fully comprehend the shift, the former 22nd ranked prodigy does not descend to 23rd, but instead plummets to the 24th position. Consequently, the rankings of the dozens behind him also slide back 2 places, leaving the assembled crowd momentarily stunned. 2 ranks lost. In a single breath, 2 prodigies have burst into the top 30 of the spirit rankings. Under the astonished gazes of the spectators, the unfolding drama captivates all. A new, unfamiliar name emerged on the spirit ranking, igniting curiosity among the cultivators of the central spirit domain. Rank 23rd, Gu Yunxi, Han Empire. Who is Gu Yunxi? What is the Han Empire? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, another name materialized above Gu Yunxi's ranking. Rank 22nd, Jiang Yanqin, Han Empire. This revelation left everyone in a state of agitation. One individual from the Han Empire was surprising enough, but now another prodigy from this unheard-of realm had appeared. What was going on with these two? Suddenly, an uncontrollable gasp rippled through the crowd. Look up at the sky. The first rank on the spirit ranking seems to be flickering. What madness is this? Who could possibly usurp the top position from Luo Shenwei? Upon hearing this exclamation, the crowd's initial reaction was disbelief. Nevertheless, they couldn't resist glancing upward, only to witness the name of Luo Shenwei, the first-ranked individual on the spirit ranking, being slowly erased. causing a cascade effect where all other rankings were lowered by one position. This sight compelled them to collectively inhale sharply, their eyes wide with incredulity. What on earth is happening? The spirit ranking had witnessed the fall of even Luo Xinwei from the pinnacle. Stunned, everyone fixated on the blank space where the first rank had been, instinctively clutching their sleeves, breathless in anticipation. Chapter 84. The first on the spirit ranking, Gu Changqing. A storm was brewing. An extended silence ensued, stretching until the spirit ranking dissipated, the ethereal energies of the world returned to tranquility. And the boundless sea of clouds ceased its tumultuous dance. Gradually, the cultivators present regained their composure, though the turmoil within their hearts remained unresolved. Meanwhile, those notable figures affected by the changes in the spirit ranking sprang into action without delay. Investigate. Find out what this Han-Qin Empire truly is. On that day, the entire central spirit domain was ablaze with excitement and unrest. Even Yu Baifeng was taken aback by the news. Various factions hastily dispatched personnel to inquire about Gu Changqing and the Han-Qin Empire. Among them was the reclusive Su family, located in the heart of the central spirit domain. However, just as the Su family's members were preparing to depart to gather information about the Han-Qin Empire, they were halted by their own young lady. No need to investigate further, Su Ziyu spoke softly, her eyes still reflecting the lingering shock. When the news of the spirit rankings upheaval reached her, she had been in seclusion and had emerged specifically to witness the developments. She never anticipated that she would find Gu Changqing and others ascending the spirit ranking. During her time in the Xianhuang secret realm, she had already recognized Gu Changqing's extraordinary talent, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet, she never expected. Their innate talents are truly terrifying to such an extent. She made a concerted effort to calm the tumult within her heart, gazing at the bewildered family members, and spoke in a hushed tone. I am aware of their origins. They must belong to the Gu family of the Han-Qin Empire. As for the Han-Qin Empire, it is merely a small nation located in the southern part of the spirit domain. What? The southern part of the spirit domain? How could such a place produce individuals of this caliber? The members of the Su family, upon hearing Su Ziyu's words, were momentarily stunned, questioning whether they had misheard. The southern region of the spirit domain is considered the most desolate area, a barren land where even a monarch dares to shamelessly proclaim it a holy ground. The emergence of a genius who could ascend the spirit rankings from such a place could only be described as astonishing. It is noteworthy that, until now, there had not been a single individual from the south on the spirit rankings. Yet now, there is one who has claimed the top position and two more within the top 30. Observing the earnest expression on their young lady's face, the Su family members understood that she was not jesting. Truly inconceivable. Meanwhile, in the central region of the spirit domain, within the grand estate of the ancient and venerable Luo family, the shock was even greater. Luo Xinwei, the eldest daughter of the Luo family, had dominated the spirit rankings for many years. Throughout the passage of time, the rankings had seen several changes, yet their lady had consistently held the coveted first position. The entire Luo family basked in her glory, not merely due to her ranking but also because, unlike previous talents on the spirit rankings, she had established her prowess before the Heavenly Machine Pavilion officially recognized her. Luo Xinwei had single-handedly vanquished the ascending geniuses from the bottom to the top with her sword. For nearly 100,000 years, she was the first and only individual to genuinely ascend to the top of the spirit rankings through her own merit. Yet now, this honor had been snatched away by someone they had never heard of, Gu Changqing. The Luo family members gaped at Gu Changqing's name on the spirit rankings, filled with indignation. However, they were not overly concerned. Their lady had been in seclusion for the past 2 years, delving into the family's supreme secret arts. It was only reasonable that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had underestimated her strength due to her absence from the outside world. Once she emerges from her retreat, the title of the spirit rankings first position would undoubtedly be reclaimed by her. The Luo family members could only entertain such thoughts. Instinctively turning their gazes toward the ancestral grounds of the Luo family, their eyes gleaming with uncontainable anticipation, they fervently wished for their lady to emerge from seclusion that very day. As if in response to their silent prayers, a resplendent pillar of light suddenly ascended from the Luo family's ancestral grounds. A chilling aura emanated from the ancestral grounds of the Luo family, spreading towards their grand residence. All the members of the Luo clan, regardless of their cultivation level, felt a primal coldness that sent involuntary shivers down their spines. Yet, instead of fear, their eyes burned with fervent excitement as they gazed towards the radiant pillar of light at the ancestral site. There stood a young girl clad in silver armor. her beauty striking yet imbued with a heroic spirit, her demeanor ethereal. She hovered gracefully, like a desolate moon casting a pall over the world. This sword-wielding maiden was none other than Luo Shenyue, the esteemed young lady of the Luo family, and once the foremost on the spirit ranking. What has transpired in the outside world to incite such excitement among you? Questioned Luo Shenyue, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity amidst the commotion surrounding her. The younger members of the Luo family gazed at her with boundless admiration. After exchanging glances, a devoted maid, who had long accompanied Luo Shenyue, cautiously spoke. Miss, there has been a shift in the spirit ranking. The positions have been altered. A shift in the spirit ranking? What is so remarkable about that? Luo Shenyue inquired, her brows furrowing slightly in confusion. The maid hesitated before continuing. Miss, your rank has been demoted to second place. The new contender is an unknown individual named Gu Changqing from the Han Empire, whose origins remain unclear. What? Luo Shenyue exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the maid's words. The younger members of the Luo clan quickly lowered their heads, afraid to breathe, lest they incur her wrath, although she was usually gentle and kind even to her servants. The loss of the top position in the spirit ranking was unprecedented, leaving them anxious about her potential reaction. However, the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. Instead of anger, Luo Shenyue's face broke into a radiant smile. Ah, what a delightful turn of events! She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. I secluded myself for 2 years out of sheer boredom, as there were no worthy opponents. Now, a figure such as this has emerged, making my retreat worthwhile. At last, someone to pique my interest. As her enthusiasm grew, her eyes shone ever brighter. She directed her gaze at the maid, raising a finger to command, You. Go inform the family to swiftly investigate who this Gu Changqing is, where he hails from, and his current whereabouts. Once you have the information, relay it to me immediately. I shall make my way to the Han Empire to see what prowess this Gu brother possesses. Luo Shenyue's heart raced with anticipation. The spirit ranking? She held no regard for such trivialities. Her initial challenge to the celestial rankings and her current ambition to confront Gu Changqing stem from an unwavering desire to cultivate herself through combat, seeking a worthy adversary. And now, Gu Changqing stands as the target for Luo Shenyue. She hopes that this esteemed brother Gu will not disappoint her. Following this day, the entire central region of the spiritual domain erupted in fervor, with various factions mobilizing to search for Gu Changqing in the location of the Han Empire. However, the ensuing efficiency was not as swift as anticipated. Yet, certain sects, driven by unique circumstances, were exceptions. For instance, the Deluo Heavenly Palace, fueled by vengeance. Within the Palace of Yu Baifeng, in the southern spiritual domain, the Gu family of the Han Empire has slain my sister? Yu Baifeng gazed at the bowed servant of the Deluo Heavenly Palace and spoke through gritted teeth. Indeed, this report is absolutely